It feels awesome being voted in by the fans again.
全明星的投票都是由全世界的粉丝来投出来嘛，所以说投出来我也是很开心。
Even though I retired, they voted me back in. I have no choice but to comply with their wishes and go and have a good time.
The match I'm looking forward to the most is just the EU versus NA match. I think it's quite clear that EU is the better region.
我比较喜欢就是1v1的模式
The 1v1s and seeing who's actually going to make it to the top.
If you lose, you don't have any extraneous things about it. It's just you got outplayed.
프로겐 선수랑은 이번에 처음 만나는 거고 이때를 하면 어떤 느낌일지 궁금합니다.
I'm looking forward to the assassin game mode. It sounds like it's gonna be a crazy match, to be honest.
That match is pretty much going to be like Faker versus everyone.
I was looking at the assassins on the game list, and there's some Nidalee and NA Rengar, so I got some options.
我比较期待那个就比较娱乐的，说是好像是2个人用一台机器吗？
Один управляет клавиатурой, другой мышкой. Не знаю, как это будет выглядеть, поэтому для меня это что-то вроде страшного или что-то в этом роде.
The Marksman Mode. Marksman only. No tank items allowed. Hopefully I get to play Quinn, so I can just run around the map.
Obviously, it's supposed to be this whole fun event, but I think we're all here to win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS Studios in Los Angeles, the scene for the 2015 All-Star event. Some of the top names from around the world have been chosen by you, the fans, to compete and battle for regional pride. Everything is getting underway here. There, the LCK All-Stars with Faker, of course, the CIS All-Stars as well, warming up in their room straight from Melbourne to here, and the fans totally lining up for all the action here at All-Star 2015. All live from our studios in Los Angeles. Team from the NA LCS All-Stars, plus Bjergsen warming up there as well. Dyrus getting a little bit energy in before he plays. And Uzi from the Chinese All-Stars also getting ready. Froggen once again represents for the European squad. He just gets voted in all the time. Hello everyone, I'm Efir Shogazaporter. Great to have you with us. Joining me on the analyst desk to kick off day one, our league experts, the North American LCS's Aiden's Irene Moon, Europe's own Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels, and the fastest pun in the West, David Freak Turley.
You know, there are 8 puns for you right now that I could give, but I think my life shouldn't revolve around puns entirely.
Oh my God. Oh,
Too soon.
I mean, everything.
Too soon.
Well, we're going to hear more of that in just a second. But for now, I do want to introduce the rest of our fully stacked broadcast roster to you. Ringside in the battle arena, Quickshot, The Fisho, and Kobe, who are gearing up to cast the very first game. And they are joined by our broadcast partners from China and Korea's OGN, who will be beaming out the event to all corners of the globe. And at the 1v1 stage, Pyrotechnics and Stress are standing by as well. Good to have you back, Devin. And right now, we're going to send it over to the always dapper, but a little bit more today, James Dash Patterson in his red carpet finest.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm standing here on our amazing all-star red carpet next to one of our all-stars, Huni. First of all, thank you very much for joining me, but want to jump into it as this is this, big event with some really key names like yourself. What was it like to have been voted in by the fans, and how does it feel to finally be at this venue with the multiple stages and all the game modes that you're about to play?
First of all, I would like to say to my fans, thanks for voting to me. I'm first in Europe region for All-Star on the top role. I'm really happy for that. Just I'm being All-Star and just being here. Really nice stage, and then I saw that really there is a lot of nice fans, and then this city everything is cool. So I think it's really perfect for me.
And everybody's super hyped up about all the different game modes that you will be playing. So I have to ask you, of all of them on the docket for us, which one are you looking forward to the most and why?
I'm looking for 1v1 tournament because it's really easy to get spotlight because it's only 1 and 1. So I would like to against first match is against Prey, but actually I would like to versus Faker, and then I would like to prove that I'm really have that really good mechanical.
All right, so you do believe then that you have what it takes to walk away with the 1v1 title?
Sure, I'm going. I will try my best, but I'm just a trainer, but I'm just gonna try my best.
Yeah, well, there are a ton of very talented players out here. Lastly, I want to ask you, as a representative of Team Ice, what it's been like to meet the other players on your team, and if you guys have been doing any practicing, how's it been going?
Actually, I would like to say we're practicing, but actually we're not. we're just practicing for like solo queue and then get like some duo and then AD carry and bot lane or something like really many practice. And at least for me, I play a lot of solo queue game and then I know what is good champion on this patch and then they know, of course they knew that.
Speaking of which which champions do you think are going to be strongest on this patch 5.23?
In 5.23, there's a lot of really good champion. For me, actually, I would say it's Queen of it because that champion is really fast and then in solo queue, even in solo queue, he can kill everyone just go with ulti. So it's really also fun to play.
All right, well, there you have it. Maybe looking for a little bit of Quinn. Again, Huni, I want to thank you for joining me here on the red carpet. Before you go take the stage for EU versus NA, of course, I do have to ask this. Is EU going to take that first matchup of the day?
EU region.
There it is. You're saying that here in NA. I'm not sure how many of the fans are going to agree with you, but once again, Huni, thank you so much for this interview. We're going to throw it back inside to Shox and the desk to get us set up for the rest of the day.
I don't know what I'm more startled by, hearing Huni talk again and knowing that we won't be able to interview him for a while in EU, or Dash's hair. But man, Huni, you gotta love him.
Yeah, his English has really improved.
Yeah, he should really be on the episode.
Yeah, exactly. All memes aside, poor Huni wants to do well in the 1v1 tournament, but if he wins, he'll meet Mad Life in the second round, and then, yeah, game over.
Really? I don't know, man.
Wow.
Supports versus top laner. I think the top laner would have more experience 1v1ing.
Like, I realize, like, sometimes you guys are, like, playing Thresh with Targon, so you have to learn to last hit. But, like, one of the win conditions is 100 CS, and, like, every laner out there is going to have a really big advantage.
I think junglers are going to suck in this.
I agree.
As a
Just
jungler
like in regular
myself,
League of
I play
Legends,
lanes.
junglers are the inferior players.
We'll see. Also quite interesting from Huni, because when he was over in EU, I want to show that EU is stronger than NA. Now he's done that. Now he's moving on to NA, and now he's going to show that EU is stronger than NA, probably, so we'll see what happens. But this event is all about the fans, because you guys, the fans, have been put in charge of the event. And since November the 13th, you have been casting votes online for which players will make up your regional dream teams. And these were then divided up based on their seeding at Worlds. So, blazing a path for Team Fire are players from Korea's LCK, the League Master Series, and the North American LCS. And looking to freeze out the competition is Team Ice, made up of China's LPL, the European LCS, and the winners of the International Wildcard All-Star event from the Commonwealth of Independent States. Looks like a pretty even playing field, Fire and Ice.
Yeah, I wonder if the seedings are based on the results from Worlds, because that would explain why NA was listed all the way at the bottom. But overall, I do
Battling wildcard where we belong.
Exactly, I do like how even the tournament is. Like at one side you have EU, and then with LPL, right? And then like Korea on the other side, nice regions there. LMS also strong region, and then both wildcard teams at the bottom duking it out, just like you mentioned there. I think that'll be fantastic matches overall.
No, I got nothing. I just wanted to bask in the sick burn because I have no comebacks right now.
Well, it'll be very interesting. And all week, these teams, they will be competing in an array of game modes to bag tournament points. And the team that racks up the most points at the end of the event, they will be crowned our 2015 All-Star champions. And beyond bragging rights, although very important, the 3 winning lineups will bring home a healthy IP boost for their regions. And their victory will be immortalized in an All-Star skin, which you chose to go to Diana. I think we can all be very happy with that. Not as Timo, okay, but
I really wanted Timo. He is the best champion in all of League of Legends, and the fact that he is not, I voted for Timo personally, but the fact that Timo is not the winner is just shameful to everyone out there who plays League of Legends.
I voted for Nautilus. Who'd you vote for?
Diana. There we go.
Same.
Traitor.
EU greater than NA. Confirmed it again.
Well, in any case, it all kicks off today with Europe versus North America's best, just like we've been asking for it. Then Korea and China face off in a specialty mode, pick 10. And then there are 14 1 versus 1s starting today with Marin versus Clear. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about those 1 versus 1s. We saw a lot of them over in Melbourne. Kira took the entire thing and brought CIS region here, in fact, but he's up against some interesting people in this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, really strong players out there. I'm personally excited for the one that you mentioned right at the start there, Clearlove versus Marin, because you have like 2 of the best players to play League of Legends all year long, and you even have like a nice LPL grudge match now that it's been confirmed Marin's going over to LGD, so you've got like 2 of the star players in both those rosters, and it's just going to be a whole bunch of fun.
I'm very interested to see how far Kira goes. His first matchup is against Dyrus, and then he plays the winner of, if he wins, he plays against Bjergsen or Smurf. But Kira came out with a whole bunch of strategies when he was playing in Melbourne, and he was a guy. 2 strategies, but the thing is his strategies were actually his masteries were actually very adaptive, and he came in with a 1v1 style that was very different than other people who were taking fervor of battle and being very aggressive. So I want to see how far he goes here.
I mean, obviously, a lot of people are looking at Faker versus Froggen, but actually, it got more interesting. I was just browsing Twitter right before this segment, and according to Froggen's Twitter, Faker actually challenged him to a 1v1 Anivia duel. So if that actually comes to V, I would want to watch that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder, as said, Reckless, of course, in the opening videos, like, this is supposed to be fun and all, but everyone wants to win in true Reckless style. And I do think, even though they might have not paid that much attention to the bracket beforehand, except for those high matchups, when you sit there, you're a pro player, you want to win.
Yeah, I was just doing extensive research. Like 2 hours ago, he sent out a tweet, guys, does anybody know what's good in 1v1? So he's totally prepared.
Doesn't he play top lane? It's only 1v1s,
yeah,
right?
for the first time in his career, he will not have a jungler camping him. So yeah, he can actually go far in this tournament.
Well, I mean, the thing is, yeah, as far as he wants to just play League of Legends, playing one 8-minute-long game is going to be kind of like his entirety of his career in that.
Well, talking about champions in that matchup, there were a lot of things. We saw the Caitlyn, of course, when she was available, was always picked. We had the Lucian from Kira as well. And then Kennen is always up there for 1v1. What are maybe the pocket picks?
Leona, obviously. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that Kindred is going to be the one that's 100% pick ban here. They are extraordinarily strong. Got to get that down. Rek'Sai's is a she, and they're they. But yeah, Kindred, I think that they actually are extraordinarily powerful in the one-on-one, and is probably going to be that 100% pick ban.
Yeah, the problem is for 1v1 mostly because CS is a win condition. Or the tower, a lot of people go for like these high-ranged, hard to all-in type of characters. I enjoy it more when people try to go ham. Hopefully we see some guys come out with the snowball cheese and just pick it, like an Annie, for example.
Yeah,
drop
Annie
a couple,
and Cassie are good at those.
drop some CS and then just go all in and try and burn them down instead of playing the slow and steady 100 CS.
It reminds me of IWCA, where Lep, who had previously the day before had actually had a terrible game with Team Brazil, and then he played Annie, and then he missed the Tibbers at the crucial moment. It was not good times, but those things can happen, and all eyes are on you in that 1v1. There's no way to hide. Well, there are 2 brushes, I guess, but it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, only 2 brushes. Garen's not very strong in that matchup either. It's going to be really rough. And yeah, anytime someone goes for the melees, it's always really interesting because you know they're going to get outlaned. You know they're going to lose their turret first, and you're like, when is the point to go for this one? And those are always really tense, the ranged melee matchups.
And on top of everything, we are going to be playing on 5.23, so all the preseason changes will be in there. So let's talk about some of these changes. And of course, Freak, you are our resident Platinum 80 carat diamond.
What diamond? Wow.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
I've been plat since season 1 when you couldn't go any higher.
Diamond 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of changes for 80 carries. Happy, unhappy?
Yeah, so this is really interesting. So the way that 80 carry itemization works, they probably had the biggest set of changes. You still start with a BF sword item, Infinity Edge, or now Essence Reaver for the more spell-based 80 carries. Quick comment, you don't finish IE until you buy a Zeal. It's not gold division on its own. Just keep that in mind, everyone out there playing solo queue. You still get a Zeal item second. There's a lot more choices, though. It's not always Shiv, so there's other ways to branch out. Some people actually will go like Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon. It's 523. They still stack. And then third item, Last Whisper by itself now sucks. It's only like gold efficient against champions who bought like 80 armor or something. So you'll buy another Zeal item, or you'll go into lifesteal like a Bloodthirster or something.
And this doesn't just affect 80 carries, it also affects the entire landscape of the Rift. Because Last Whisper is being pushed back to 4th item, 5th item, tanks and armor has become more valuable. We're seeing a lot more Malphite, Mundo, and then we're also seeing Rammus as well in the jungle. We haven't seen a lot of these picks in a good while. Malphite was on his way up near the end of the season, but then this makes Trundle actually a really good pick because he takes 40% of their armor and magic resist away, which means the Last Whisper being delayed is not a problem.
Yep, I think it's super good right there, and I mean those are just very strong champions, and we're going to see, what else sort of bubbles up as All Stars is on 522, so now the 523 changes as new champions as well.
Definitely new champions, and also the new Rift Herald that there is to play. But what of a priority do you think he will take in the games?
I mean, we haven't seen many competitive matches or at all on this patch, so like I can only judge from solo queue, and judging from solo queue, stop going for the damn Rift Herald. People like group up with 3 people trying to kill that thing for just a silly little buff and then end up throwing the entire game because of it. It's not that important, just like Dragon on this patch, not that important anymore. Clear it after you get some kills maybe, but yeah, that's where you stop. Like, don't risk your life for the Rift Herald.
Keep going for it.
Keep going for it, we'll see. Well, what about Illaoi? Should they go for that? Also available now?
See, Illaoi coming out as a pick, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it, but it being an effective pick is still in question. Illaoi is extraordinarily lane dominant, but the problem that she has is transitioning whatever lead she gets in the lane to team fights and some way closing out the game. She has a very Darius-style team fight where she's counter-engaged, and the enemy, you want them to run at your team composition and go after your threats. But the thing is, Illaoi doesn't have any peel mechanics in her kit. She has no CC. People are buying Iceborne Gauntlet and Dead Man's Plate to try and compensate for that. But she also doesn't make great use of teleport because she needs so much setup time with her tentacles. So when you TP in, the ideal scenario requires your ultimate and requires flash. So she becomes flash dependent as well. So it's not like all around, this champion has some weaknesses, but you can draft around that and draft more to help her out, like engaged champions.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's also one sort of nice trick she has in that, like, in like a sort of long distance sort of pokey battle, she can just do half someone's max health by like landing the E on them and your team wails on it, and then suddenly you get a bunch of tentacles spawning up afterwards. So there's like a couple of tools there, but I tend to agree, like, she's kind of a setup required champion.
Also to clear that debuff, it does go down if you clear some of the enemy tentacles, if you get the, 3 of them, if you get the last hit on them. But in these very uncoordinated team environments where people are not used to playing against each other, we may see that debuff go to full length. So.
I've had teammates steal like tentacle kills from me, like, okay, it's fine. You didn't watch the spotlight, but it's okay.
Well, I tried to do some research as well, and whenever I was watching Bjergsen's stream, she didn't look very OP, and then I looked at Incarnation's stream and I was like, wow, it's super OP, and I want to play her, so we'll see what happens. In terms of outside of Illaoi, on the preseason patch, this first big tournament after IWCA in Melbourne, we actually have a sample size of the champions that were picked there, at least on top of the jungle once again, and a lot of comps coming out that were very, very similar to what we saw at Worlds, and even before that, even Season 4-ish in some cases.
Well, it's cool seeing the types of champions here, because you have like the champions that were already good back in like Worlds, like Tom Kench, #1 here. You've got like 2 Essence Reaver AD carries, the top for ADs. Like, you've still got Gangplank, actually a big beneficiary of Essence Reaver as well. And then you've got not only like the Hyper Tank like the Malphite and the Mundo and whatnot, but you've got a Rage Blade user like Jax, and then Fiora, who's good against tanks with % max health, true damage. So like there's like a nice like mix of champions that like work because of items, work because of the metagame.
I'm actually very surprised that Rek'Sai is on that list and Kindred isn't, because Kindred is such a power pick right now that I'm surprised people aren't going for that all the time just to have some dominance in the jungle. And Quinn is now a flex pick between top and jungle, so I think we're going to see Quinn and Kindred both jump onto that list very quickly.
Yeah, definitely a couple more champions coming there. The whole support role kind of got changed on that too. Mage supports are a lot stronger, mostly due to Spell Thieves working together with Thunderlord's Decree as your keystone. The poke you can do, like, you have Brand support with a single dot over, like, damage over time from his passive procs at Thunderlord's. Bard,
Does not actually.
Bard doesn't?
Dots don't even count for like
really? Okay,
yeah.
that's why I thought Brand was
Blaze
broken.
does not do anything with Thunderlords.
Turns out he was broken anyways.
It's really good with
reasons.
Death Bar Touch, yeah.
Okay, but Brand actually sees him play a lot in solo queue anyways, so...
And PYL's here.
I just got lawyered in that regard. So let's move on to a champion I do know. Bard actually works very well because auto Q procs, all 3 procs, and Thunderlord's Decree. And I want to see more Bard overall.
Yeah, and in terms of Brand, I actually want to jump back to that for a second, because we are going to see this pick a lot. The Spell Thief's Edge all the way upgraded to Frost Queen's Claim. That is such a great thing for her, for him, because it's a 40% slow for 4 seconds on 2 people. It's an absolutely incredible item. It isn't even that expensive, and if you get that, Brand's going to stun you, going to do a lot of damage to your team as well.
Yeah, it's such an annoying item right now. People have to stay grouped because you will get picked off by the Spooky Ghost if you don't respect it at all. Especially in these chaotic games, teams not really have that much synergy. We might see a big bloodbath with mage supports.
Hopefully it's a bloodbath and we see some big plays. And throughout the week, we'll also be looking to you to help us wade through the most spectacular jaw-dropping plays from 2015 as you pick the year's biggest, baddest play. And to help us whittle them down, we've got Pulse at the Telestrator.
Thank you, Sharks. And that's right, while you'll be picking the world's top play later in the week, we're going to be starting right here in the North American LCS with Double Lift, giving CLG fans a reason to get excited during the summer finals.
That's going to be Pobelter going down. Way too close now for CLG. Triple kill for Turtle, looking for the Quadra. Not going to get it that time. It's a triple for Double Lift. He's looking for Bjergsen. That's a Double Lift pentakill.
And next, Team Liquid's Phoenix is cool in the face of danger, saying, 4v1 me, bro.
They want Phoenix in this turret.
Oh, boy.
He's pretty strong, though. What's he gonna do?
Oh,
he got 2! He's gonna get a triple kill! A quadra kill! An amazing play by Phoenix on Azir!
The legacy of Shurima is real. Let's see this again.
All right, so they know he has his ult. COG is low. They try to flank from 2 sides. Double with next Smithy takes so much damage. They don't land the Bard CC. Triple Emperor's Divide into a soldier double. And I don't even know what happened to the last guy. Bard died off on the side as well for the 4th kill. Good lord, Phoenix.
All hail Azir. And finally, Piglet takes a shot in the dark and bags Team Liquid a Baron steal.
They start up the Baron just because Turtle is bottom. You are not late game yet. This is only 26 minutes in. You can't burn through this Baron. An AD carry being bottom.
Oh my god, he stole it! Piglet comes up with a big one steal!
Smite is up.
No vision.
No vision. Blinded
no
it.
Way.
He blinded
no, it's even better now!
So, to vote for your favorite play from North America, vote on Twitter by sending in your choice to @LOLEsports with the corresponding hashtag, and we'll tally up the votes in just a bit. So, for now, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. So all the plays coming out of NA there, do you guys have a specific preference, Freak?
Not really. I just like pointing out as much as Europe makes fun of us for like taking all their players that we have.
We don't make fun of you. We cry in our beds every single night.
Okay, great.
It's a defense mechanism.
Please, like, can I drink your tears? Can you please just help me with this one? But I like that 2 of the big players are from like Korean players. You know, like North America, just land of opportunity. Bring your big plays here, and we'll reap the benefits.
And not go past
And
the
not
group
go.
stage.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's all good. Anyway, Cyrene, do you have a preference?
That still hurts a little bit. I like the Phoenix play a lot because when I play Azir, nothing happens. I have no idea how to do anything on that champion, so I'm very impressed by that.
Yeah, I have to echo that sentiment. We actually went to some like entry-level training here a couple of weeks ago and played against other riders, and I played a match against the gold level player because wasn't that many high level players. It's like I'll play Azir, haven't played this champion ever, I'll figure him out. 1-0-3 in mid lane. And it's like, aren't you supposed to be
aren't you in Challenger?
Aren't you a former pro player? It's like, no, that was somebody else. That definitely wasn't me. So,
you were hazed?
I was. I just got owned that by Goldie. So
0-3, oh no.
Azir is a pretty hard champion.
Yeah. Anyway, looking at the other game modes that we have, we look at a lot of big plays. We know that the teams are probably really going to try hard, especially in that first game, NA versus EU. We're going to talk a little bit more on that in just a bit because we're going to head inside the battle arena to meet the participants of the 2015 All-Star event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your 2015 League of Legends All-Stars, representing Team Fire from League of Legends Champions Korea. In the top lane, Marin.
Slow. Wow, Marin just eviscerates him. That's a double, and SKT demolish H2K.
Roaming the jungle, Score.
But that's okay for KT Roaster. The minions can win the game for them. And the big engage from Score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath.
In the mid lane, Faker.
Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn.
At AD carry, Prey.
That should be a kill, but the arrow comes in and they turn it around. Prey refuses to die. Oh, dear Lord.
And rounding out the bot lane, Mad Life. From the League of Legends Master Series, in the top lane, Ziv.
The fight as well, and Ziv is being jumped on, but HQ will be happy with this. Ziv's even got one. He's turning it around. A double dunk.
Ganking from the jungle, Karsa.
Nylon is making off, but he's kicked over the wall. Karsa says nope.
Holding down the mid lane, Westdoor.
Faker's gonna get killed. Westdoor follows the flash. May not survive. One more hit. The melee minions chasing, and Westdoor wins the 1v1.
Their AD carry, BB.
哇，射一箭直接把路比给射爆 ，BB 完全被人限制住。
And at support, Ale.
两边在推来推去，小叶这个虎啸龙也密使西门叶说的进场之间，哇，这个大绝，哇，这个大绝。
From the North American League Championship Series, it's Dyrus in the top lane.
That's a dropping spider. Never going up the spout again. Quadra coming in for Dyrus.
Meteos in the jungle.
Into this, can they get around the choppers without hitting? Righteous Glory doesn't really get him there. Meteos with a 5-man Sejuani ultimate.
At mid, Bjergsen.
Bjergsen comes in. There's the shuffle. There's the triple. Could that be the quadra? And Bjergsen picks up a beautiful play.
At AD carry, Double Lift.
There it is. A few more kills for Double Lift on Ash. Is it the last shot? Double Lift gets a pentakill, shutting down Sneaky.
And at support, Afro Move.
Keep missing. Oh, the flash hook. They got him. Shao goes down. That was beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Fire. China's League of Legends Pro League. In the top lane, Koro won.
Koro running out, dodges the timbers. Oh, he throws the boomerang back and gets himself a kill.
Their jungler, Clear Love.
Massive CC as Clearlove's gonna dive in. He wants to kill him. The massive ulti though. Double kill for Nunu with the ultimate.
In the mid lane, Rookie.
Wow. There's the insect. Oh my God. Rookie is incredible. Turns it all around.
Rookie does think it don't hold my drink.
I'm going in, boys.
Their AD carry, Uzi.
Quadra kill for Uzi now. Scatchy's getting flashed on. It's a pentakill for Uzi's Bane.
And supporting, PYL.
The right target is. Oh, another one. Oh my goodness. PYL is a god.
From the Commonwealth of Independent States, winners of this year's International Wildcard All-Stars. It's Smurf in the top lane.
Oh, Lex gets taken down. Kami gets destroyed. Smurf is gigantic. That's a triple kill.
Dimazka in the jungle.
Gone towards the wrong turret. Damashke, his 4th kill of the game.
In the mid lane, Kira.
Saros in a bunch of trouble. Kira with the quadra kill. That's the ace, and that's going to be the game.
At ADC, Lex.
Yep, that'll do it. Lex is unstoppable. That's 5 kills in a row.
And their support, Demonco.
Looks like it may be doing so. There's the flash engagement to Monko with the god tier nom nom onto Lex.
And from the European League Championship Series, in the top lane, Huni.
The stun, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni.
Lurking in the jungle, Amazing.
Peke meanwhile turned into an egg, and the push comes in, but Amazing is here. The 2-man knockup.
Their mid laner, Froggen.
They don't need the wave necessarily, and Froggen, how does he keep doing that?
Dealing damage from the bot lane, Reckless.
Looking for a pentakill! The Swedish AD carry gets a pentakill!
And at support, Kasing.
You have got to be kidding me! Kasing catches Freeze!
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Ice.
Event is always a lot of fun. We see all the superstars from around the world, kind of in a more relaxed setting. After Worlds, they may have forgotten what happened there or tried to remember it very vividly coming back into this one, but it's just so fun.
I mean, now that Huni's over in North America, he's never going to go 18-0 in a split again. It's just a stronger region, Crepo.
Yeah, I totally agree. Nothing to add there.
Well, we'll find out
like
right now.
Is the final spy. He's just like infiltrating EU, stealing all their tactics, bringing them over to glorious
He's
North
our
America.
secret agent, man. He's going to actually get in there and help us.
You just call him a secret agent?
No, well, I realized that you could. It sounds. I was going for secret agent, then in my mind I was like, oh, that's cute. That's similar. But now he's going to steal all your wonderful farm for 45 minutes EU strats, and then we're just going to keep getting better.
Well, we'll see because we have.
One day we'll Voltron a good team together.
It's enough, Freak. We are going to talk about the
sorry.
first matchup, which is our first regional clash of All-Star 2015, and all we've been talking about is EU versus NA, and that is what it is, of course. The Battle of the Atlantic, the fan favorites from Europe going up against the fan favorites from America. Very important. It's all fun and games, but there's also points to be gotten.
Yeah, definitely some points on the line here. 100 points for best of one. Best of one wins. Later on, the final matches could generate a little more. The fun modes, some of them have 50 points, some of them have 100 points. I think that the multi-keyboard mouse usage mode overall gets you 100 points. The more fun ones, slightly less. So you definitely still want to win those 5v5s overall.
Yeah, I definitely love points because I remember the last Battle of the Atlantic that
we won on points.
We won.
Yep.
Points.
And it was great. So I love rules. I love these rules.
CIS also loves points because of Kira running through the bracket.
Oh yeah.
Made it
When
here,
one
so.
person can 1v5 like that and legitimately
Yeah,
carry the team here,
that's cool.
That's why I have my eye on him for this 1v1 tournament.
I mean, how many people did you have to beat to get through there? Was it actually 1v5 or was
he
it
beat 5 people.
1v6?
He beat 5 people.
Okay, well, that's easy enough.
And then in the last day, like 3 in a row or 4 in a row with huge stress, and then a best of 3 to top it all off. So it was a very big effort for him. We have to focus on Team Fire and Team Ice, and in this battle, EU and NA, and because it seems a little bit not very clear who's on one and the other, let's run through the lineups for Team Ice. Are the European All-Stars, Huni, amazing, Froggen, Reckless, and Kasing. Yes, he is still, for us right now, Huni gonna play, and then Froggen. He always gets voted in for some reason, and they're gonna go up against the red team, or Team Fire in this one, which are the NA All-Stars with Dyrus, Meteos, Bjergsen, Double Lift, and Afro Move. There we go, Team Fire versus Team Ice, Team EU versus Team NA.
Or old NA versus new NA, you know.
Just keep bringing them on.
Yep. We gotta get all this out of our system now.
Aside
like
from
day 3, China versus Korea, we're still bringing it up.
yeah, aside from all the NA memes, looking at the way the competition works for the European All-Stars, I think it may actually work. Because stylistically, a lot of these matches fit. Like Kasing should be able to go with Reckless. Reckless is very plug-and-play AD carry in his style, so fits very well. Froggen is a passive mid laner, just like Amazing is used to for his team. Expeke was, or even like other like.
Was it Bjergsen?
Huni's I'm going through all these rosters. Huni's Febiven, like Origins Expeke. Froggen can play a similar style. Then Amazing can camp for the top lane for Huni. So overall, on a pure 5v5, like purely analytical mode, they could actually have decent team synergy based on the individual teams' tendencies within the European region.
But looking at the North American team, you have a bot lane that has played together for a very long time, and then you
broke up.
they're still friends. Apparently, they're still friends. But yeah, they have a lot of synergy together, and they've been a North American bot lane for a very long time. And you have Double Lift, who is now playing with Bjergsen on a new team, and you have Bjergsen, who played with Dyrus for a very long time. So the only person who's left out of the loop here is their jungler Meteos.
It's weird, like he's the one guy who actually like hasn't been actively playing in the LCS, like of all these guys, and we're like, no, let's bring him back out here. And we'll see if Meteos can hold up to Amazing.
Yeah, we need to see how like retirement or just not playing as much anymore affects Meteos and Dyrus. Like when I saw this roster, including like the kind of like relationship drift there between Double Lift and Aframo, like it feels like this roster would have been a lot better like 6 or 8 months ago, and may actually be in a slightly weaker version of themselves for this All-Star. So my money's on Europe.
Your money isn't.
Who cares? It's for fun. No,
Yeah. I just want to come out here
saying
the results of this matchup doesn't matter unless we win. Then,
there you go.
Then it definitely means everything.
Well, I think the players are going to be. I know that they were playing some 5 versus 5s yesterday, the NA team, to get into the groove. I don't think that turned out very well, though. I don't know if you caught that.
You get the troll out of your system early.
Yeah.
It's team building. You know, you troll around. It's like, hey, Freak, you want to play a bot lane game where you play like 2 melees? And then you build synergy that way. And then you play seriously.
But you say the rosters might have been good some months ago. I mean, they're all still very good players, and we know that the players who have retired have been playing a lot of solo queue. It all comes down to that competitive experience. Let's look at 2 guys that have had a lot of competitive experience in the last months. Froggen versus Bjergsen. Oh, what a dream matchup. It's 2 Europeans, but it is still NA versus EU in this one. But it's a fantastic matchup to look at. Different styles as well.
Yeah, in true All-Star fashion, I'm hoping for Anivia against Zed again. I'm not sure if that comes true. But yeah, good to see these guys square off. Also, just on the new patch where we haven't really seen anything played, you get the more adaptive players that really shine through. And I think both Bjergsen and Froggen are just very adaptive players. Froggen is known for picking a champion in a competitive match that he doesn't have the most practice on. He could play champions that he has maybe played 4 or 5 times just in solo queue randomly and bring it out in competitive. So that really makes these All-Star modes fun to watch.
I was thinking about it, and I wouldn't actually be surprised to see an Anivia ban from Team Fire, because Anivia is actually extraordinarily good on this patch. You have Thunderlord's Decree, and it stalls the game out for a very long time in a meta where everybody is trying to just end the game very quickly.
Rod of Ages is better. There's a great mana regen mastery for champions that build Tira and Roa. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into Anivia being super strong. And now I tend to agree, or like the steal first pick, because like Bjergsen's now played it. He played it at IEM San Jose, so maybe that comes out and it becomes a contested pick. I think it's just going to be interesting because like Double Lift facing off against Kasing, like the latest word I heard on the whole Kasing TSM thing was that neither Kasing nor TS I don't know why it became Loco Doco there. Neither Kissing nor TSM wanted that roster to exist. Like Kissing didn't want to be with TSM anymore, and TSM didn't want Kissing. So it's like double proving, like, yeah, you weren't good enough, or like whatever, like the actual reason was. So
you're just speculating all over right now.
I'm just spitting all over the place and speculating things, but I mean, there's interesting battles there, right? And getting to like break down some more of the matches.
Yeah, I'm talking of battles in the top lane, Dyrus versus Huni. Dyrus, who was in the video saying, well, I was out, but then you voted me in, so I guess I'm going to have fun.
I'm gonna have to have fun.
But Huni's gonna come out, and Huni always wants to, well, do as much as he can and maybe kill Dyrus as much as he can, so we'll see how that matchup plays out.
Yeah, pulling him out of Retyrus there, making him come back here and play. But Huni, man, this guy needs to prove right now just how much fun he can have and actually decimate NA at the same time. Because right now, he's gonna come over here and be like, all right, let's test my mettle against all of these veterans. When I come over to NA, am I going to be able to just take over the NA LCS? So I think Huni has something to prove here today for fun.
In the end, we're talking about these top laners, but all that matters is how often Amazing will go top. You know, works well against Dyrus and works well with Huni. So even as it's a bit of a meme, but like overall, like it does play into that matchup a lot. And we'll have to see. Maybe Amazing goes back to camp mid. You know, take some revenge on Bjergsen and says like. You know, this is my time to shine. I can't lane so often. Now how does it feel, Bjergsen?
How does it feel?
Yeah, Amazing was on that team, though, right? Yeah. He had to, like, play alongside Dyrus, and when Dyrus would get ganked or something like that, and people would be like, you know what, I'm going to Camp Dyrus for the summer. He was always the guy who's like, whoa, what's going on here? Why are you dying all the time? So now he's going to be the person giving it to Dyrus.
This will be the first time Dyrus gets a gank from Amazing.
Oh, man.
This keeps going. This
yeah. But it's interesting as well because you think that the regular mental mechanics like tilting in a game, it might not apply here because it's just fun. Is that how it works,
it's all just for fun. That's what we say.
You say afterwards. Yeah. No. When you get on the stage, it's really important. I remember I played the for fun match at Mid-Season Invitational with like Messiah and co. Yeah. And first we don't all speak the same language, and so we had like people translate, and it was like, so are you gonna take it seriously? And I was like, yeah, I actually really want to win. And they're like, okay, sure. Just like trying to like figure out if we were actually gonna try or not. But you get in the game, like, aside from me getting literally 0K ultimates while playing Vayne, I still remember that. Thanks, Messiah. But we took it pretty seriously, and you get in the game, you start playing as hard as you can, of course.
Yeah, even when we're setting up the stage here, we often ask just like 10 riders, just test the stage, does it work? You know, everything in order, audio, and everybody's checking that. But the 10 guys playing just for fun. No, there's some serious back and forth in that exchange. So like once you get on stage, I mean, you still want to win. Everybody wants to win.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's for fun, but you're having more fun when you're winning.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see how it turns out on the Rift. The one matchup we haven't talked about extensively, well, we have talked about the synergy with the top and a mid lane Amazing versus Meteors, but again, that's the case of Amazing just coming off the World Championship, actually getting to the semifinals with Origin, and Meteors being in kind of a break leading up to this tournament and then being put in unexpectedly.
Yeah, Amazing kind of was complaining a lot about practice here. He's playing NA solo queue, and he doesn't seem to be enjoying himself too much according to his Twitter feed. So
it's harder, right?
Yeah, definitely harder.
Way better players.
A lot of salt coming out.
Froggen's like 2 and 4, like on his NA ladder account. Like, same. You know, Europeans having a hard time coming over.
Gravity chamber.
Yeah. I like how we're like doing in-jokes that no one has like insight into anymore, because like we had like a 20-second diatribe about Gravity Chamber and Gravity being an NA LCS team that you literally gave no context into and then gave the punchline. Good job, Crepo.
Thank you.
Well, it'll all be explained. We have like 4 days to make everyone familiar with all the memes and all the jokes. In any case, let's look at the matchup and what might be first pick, first ban. We know Anivia, we've been talking about that already, possibly. Other things?
Yeah, so I think finally Amazing will be safe in that like he can play more than like Elise, Lee-Sin, and Evelyn. Like some of those guys are just gone. He's got new stuff. Volibear will actually be a good pick for him, as will Xin Zhao. So Amazing is back on track as a successful jungler, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, I want to see what sort of happens here.
Semifinals at Worlds, back on track as what?
Yeah. I'm just saying, back when he was on NA, you know, when I paid attention to Amazing as a player, and he was relevant to me as a human being. You know, that was the joke. So you know, we just forget about teams that go to Europe because they're just not relevant.
Yeah. Okay. As for picks and bans, yeah, I'm interested to see. Well, I'll definitely have my eyes on supports. How that plays out. I know Aframu is a Bard enthusiast. I mean, yes, Crepo talking about Bard again, but I just think that champion's strong. Bard is, Brand is in there too. Tom Kench probably still is strong. I maybe see Thresh take a bit of a dive overall, but just I love Thunderlord's Decree because the game, especially with the way the gold gain is changed and support gold is just ambient gold has gone up. The 2 trailing roles in the game get more gold in total if they're behind, which is generally always the support. So that opens up just a lot more aggressive play. We see games a lot more snowbally. Very often in solo queue, games are ending below or under 30 minutes. So we see explosive gameplay, a lot of trades, a lot of action, and especially in the All-Stars format, that should be very entertaining to watch for this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You were mentioning Tom Kench. You actually saw a lot of play over at IWCA in Melbourne. It was a Tom Kench and a lot of Bard also, but also still Alistar, still Morgana, still Thresh. So a lot of options coming in here for supports.
Yeah, Morgana even changed because Tormented Soul used to be really poor, but now you can actually skill it again because of
you learn 1 rank and then in a second and a half it triggers
Second and a half,
Thunderlord's
it gives you 3 spell thief stacks and Thunderlord's Decree. It's such great poke.
And Ilaoi.
And then Ilaoi comes up again too, you know.
So you think that because she said, I don't know if we will see her, but as support, so annoying to play against.
I think her support laning is really weak, personally.
Maybe
I'm not really good, so when I'm up against Ilaoi,
I did a game with Riv as support Ilaoi. It didn't go very well.
Oh, okay, well.
But Riv's a good player.
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to send it down to the game soon, but as we send it down to the battle arena, let's hear what Bjergsen is bringing to this year's All-Star event.
There's definitely going to be some EU versus NA rivalry, but I'm just going to go in and probably just do my best to put on a good show for the fans, play some champions that they'd like to watch. I'm not going to go in and play these boring, I need to kind of win champions. That's what I've been doing for a long time, and I'm here to have fun and put on a good show.
So, a promise from Bjergsen to not play the boring champions. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cast today. It's Quickshot, Kobe DeFisher. We're going to bring you the first match of the day. It is a battle of pride as the semi-finalists from Worlds Europe will be beating the hometown North American squad. The audience, you see, they're supporting this.
Be careful what you say. I have a room full of my friends here that will keep you in check.
Well, we'll see. We got some claps earlier when we were chanting for Huni and the EU squad.
And
so
we have the microphone, so we will yell the loudest when Europe does well.
That's right. So we are going to jump into Champion Select for the first game of All-Star 2015. Team Ice versus Team Fire. What's the first ban going to be, boys?
Lulu! Because he's a try-hard champion. Now here's the way we're going to look at Champ Select. Get All-Star. There are levels of try-hard with certain picks. If you log in a Lulu, you are really trying to win big time. If you go like team or something, you're obviously having a bit more fun.
Yeah,
there's different levels.
It's really interesting because during preseason, a lot of these guys have put in a lot of time because they have time to relax and just practice up. And they have identified some extremely strong individual picks, but how much of it is that they just want to have fun as well? And as Bjergsen said,
help us
entertain the
understand.
fans.
What are these extremely strong picks on 523?
Okay, so Kindred's already up there, so that's a freebie. But also Mundo and Quinn, extremely strong right now as far as junglers go. AD carries Misfortune has risen really high in the ranks.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite there before.
We see a lot of Tristana as well over in Europe. Get the double, crit item, static shift, and rapid fire, and you go completely nuts on 3 items.
Somebody's gonna take Vayne.
This is still, I mean, we're just banning away some of the boring champions on the side of Team Ice here. I was gonna say Team Europe, but it's like, you know what? It's both.
Well, it's a European All-Stars representing Team Ice, but
man, I'm gonna have to keep you guys in
we've
check.
got this great position where we can actually see the players' screens, and Anivia was being practiced by Froggen.
Oh, really?
And the desk was talking about him being banned.
Great.
Come on, first pick, Froggen, Anivia?
No.
Why not?
So,
first pick is Huni.
I walked by Froggen before the show today, and he told me straight up, he's not going to play any of the boring champions. Now, obviously, Anivia is not boring for him, but he might consider too OP almost to play in this mode here. He wants to beat NA with something a little bit more fun. We could maybe see, what could Froggen play in mid?
Speaking of fun, we saw the Team Fire streaming ranked 5s games last night, and they had Jungle Bard, AD Carry, Poppy, so
Jungle Lucian at some
point.
But
is that just for everybody to enjoy, or do you think they're actually going to pull that out? I mean, come on, Koblar. What do you think?
I know Jungle Bard.
It's funny. I think the first couple picks will tell it because so far the bans are...
These are legit.
They're towing the line with the bans. These are definitely competitive bans for preseason on patch 5.23. All these champions are really strong.
Goes through. She's still... Okay, there we go. She gets banned. She's very strong as well. We have seen this one before. There was also a first pick, wasn't it?
Huni bringing real life memes here to the All-Stars with the Cassiopeia, but they don't do it. So try hard. Whatever you said, this is try hard start here for Team Ice.
It is. I mean, we don't know if it's going to be jungle Elise. Could obviously go different lanes, but I expect it. It is amazing.
It's amazing.
It's a German humor. We lock in. Champions like Elise.
There's not even a doubt in my mind that Amazing's going to play that. But for both of these teams having a little bit of fun. Jax is still up. Rageblade users are still very, very happy on this patch. And
But this is the patch where we introduced 300 gold cost increase for the Rageblade. It is still very strong, though.
It's just such a weird item to play with because it goes to me like 60% gold efficient when you have it in 0 stacks, like 180% when it's fully stacked. So unless you use that window properly, you don't really do too much with it. And I think the professional players will know how to play around it. Then again, we might get a very bloody game, and then you keep the stacks going, you know, you can just keep rolling over people.
I certainly hope we do, but
that is try hard as well.
Pick some bet. Look, this is legit. These guys are playing to win. There is a lot of bragging rights on the line.
Still, there it is.
Okay.
Classic Meteos.
I like it.
Back when Cloud9 just dominated North America.
And basically, he didn't learn anything the whole year. He's just playing the same old. I mean, that's fine. I understand it. I respect it. Amazing is doing the same, so we can't really say too much about the junglers here.
Well, we're going to have to say something about the rest of Team Ice's picks because they're still toying with the few options. Lucian, very strong. Essence Reaver first. Start ice skating around is a term the Australians used a lot during IWCA.
And that's the thing about these 80 carries now. This is still the patch where you can do both static shift and rapid fire. So that's 60% crit. Combine that with Essence Reaver or with Infinity Edge. So either you have the insane damage or you have the corpse in CDR. Like 80 carries on 3 items are so strong. Lucian is definitely one of the top picks. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
I'm watching Froggen's screen. He's not hovering over lock yet.
Is it too easy for him just to log in and
He should do it. He should do it.
Of course. You're
your signature champion on day 1. Well, Kasing's going to play another signature, and I think we're in for a very serious game here.
Yes.
Team Ice have got themselves a great composition to pick off champions and skirmish.
Yeah, Kalista is a little bit different now because Hurricane obviously offers crit, less attack speed, and so on. So we might see him go more like Infinity Edge Hurricane. As the builder, you rely more on critting, but it's still a very strong pick, and obviously she still offers all the utility she had before.
Yeah, Play the Ruin King first also popular with some of the crowd still. This bottom lane, though, so much versatility here. Team Ice have already locked in really scary early game, and a lot of dive potential as well with that Elise.
And it's smart. I mean, we are currently in a meta where games are a little bit faster, there's more gold coming in, getting down these towers, really start to snowball. So get a strong early game, and also try and tilt the North American team.
Well, they didn't insta-lock that Cassiopeia, so we're fine.
You can still insta-lock it. It just has Kasing needs to do it for him, and then they can swap.
Could do it later.
They could put that Thresh somewhere else, but for Team Fire, they know at least one of their solo lanes is going to get counted. And for Huni and for Froggen, they know they're going to be up against Bjergsen Syndra.
Yeah.
First pentakill of the EU LCS in 2013.
Oh, yeah.
Back when you were still relevant,
First game we won. That
Technically,
was the very
first second or third game he was playing, though. Because you did lose one of them on stage.
But that ruins the story.
Everyone forgets that.
Yeah, it's a lot better to just say we were 0-9. He jumps in, he comes on stage, 17 years old, gets a pentakill, we win the first game, and we won like 4 games in a row, and everyone was super happy. Then we weren't relevant and got relegated anyway. Who cares?
Yes, who cares about ancient
You just
times?
said you wanted to hear the story.
Right now, Team Fire, they have so much pick potential. Bard is insane right now with the mobility that he has and being able to build the Spell Thieves into Frost Queens. Once you get Frost Queens, it's guaranteed picks with your team because Bard has so much mobility. You can follow up on those slows. And Zac and Syndra, some of the longest range engage that you can have in the game right now.
Very biased.
There's a lot of potential.
We saw so much cool Bard down from IWCA. And we'll see what Afromu's going to do with it. But it is going to be Jax in the top lane, so we are going to see that Rage Blade in Huni's hands. And Froggen on screen, he's ecstatic because he's got Bird is the word. Team Ice and Nivea, Freljord, it's meant to be.
Froggen's Anivia versus Bjergsen Syndra. This is a matchup for the ages. And Dyrus Singe! There it is.
Okay. We're really going to see for the EU team here. I mean, this is really just camp for Huni. Get the Jax rolling against the Singe, who's not running Flash, up in that top lane. And then you have so much pick potential as well, and a split pusher compared to what the North American team here is bringing.
As they said, playing for the fans.
Gonna quote Crepo from the analyst desk. It'll be the first time that Amazing's gonna gank for Dyrus.
Yeah.
We're going to see it, and we'll see whether or not Camp Dyrus is the way to win.
And if also, for the viewers who have recently tuned into League of Legends, Dyrus was always known as a Singed main, spamming the laugh even pre-season, before even Season 1.
Yeah.
He was a Singed as well as a Jax player, so he'll be able to know the matchup on both sides.
Well, on this patch, I much prefer the Jax.
Singed is actually pretty strong on this patch as well. Trevor.
Yeah. Singed got a few buffs also some patches ago
Trevor.
coming into this.
Rod of Ages is extremely strong right now.
Are we really going to see an AP
Rylai's is still good.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of good stuff working for Dyrus.
If he goes Rylai's and Rod of Ages,
I'd love to see that.
He might just get completely destroyed. Like 2 seconds into the team fight, into the gank, he's just dead.
Also, Dyrus is immune to tilting when playing Singed, so we'll see who gets the
How can you say that? How is that even a
First of all,
thing?
this is all-star. You can't tilt here. I mean,
exactly.
You can always just go out
Everybody's
after and say,
having
hey,
fun.
I was just having fun. Yes, 0-10, I flashed into the wall. It's okay. It's all part of the joke. And then it's okay. Nobody's going to blame you.
I like that. Everyone's got an opt-out. Opt-out if you do those wall flashes.
Except for the European players if they lose.
We did have a client crash on stage, guys, so we're just going to get everybody back into the matchup and then get this picks and bans underway. Team Ice, I think it got a little bit more of a legit team comp, but I think if Afro's Bard can pull off some of those sick roams, get Bjergsen up as well.
The Afro Bard plus the Meteos Zac is really, really strong at ganking mid lane. And teams that gank around mid lane for Bjergsen have a lot of success in North America. And we're currently in North America.
Oh, wouldn't you say had?
Wouldn't
past tense be a little bit more applicable? But yeah, Picks and Bans is up and running. The guys are going to run through that as quickly as possible. But I mean, Defisho, I saw a little bit of doubt there when you're looking at Team Fire's
you're getting
team
a little worried there?
composition there. You're a little nervous.
I mean, it does have potential. I'll say so much. It has potential. I think it's pretty bad compared to the European one.
But isn't this bias? Isn't this bias? Aren't you just saying that because you're a shoutcaster?
Ignore the
in
teams.
LCS?
Ignore the teams, okay? Just look at the champions. EU has the best comp. But that doesn't mean
Ignore
anything.
the teams. EU as the best
some people
comp.
know, okay, the team on the left side, I'm going to say it like that.
Hey, take a deep breath, guys. You're getting a little excited here. Explain yourself, Defish. You can't just say they have a better comp.
Okay. I think Darius is going to die like probably 100 times.
Okay.
And that's obviously going to mean that
That's due to the team comp, right?
Yeah, due to team comp. That's the team comp, guys. Come on. Amazing's looking at us right now. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, get a bit of an awkward look here from Mr. Stuckenschneider.
Now Hooney as well, man. We never
By the
been
way,
close to
can
the
you
players.
can you actually say amazing surname?
Stuckenschneider?
Nice.
That's good.
nice. I
That's
like
good.
that.
That's good.
Best surname LCS.
My last name is Kensler.
Yeah, that's easy. That's not impressive at all.
It's German.
Yeah, it was.
Why so?
Was at some point. I don't think that counts anymore.
Does it, Kobe?
As soon as you migrate.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be loading on the rift very, very shortly. The champions are locked in. Jump onto Twitter. Let us know who you think is actually going to be victorious for this first one.
Yeah.
There is 100 points on the line. Every one of these 5v5 rift matchups that is not a fun mode is worth 100 points. Come on! I'm getting animated.
We're in it.
Remember the hashtags. Come on,
We're
Trevor.
backing you
No,
up.
I can't remember.
Okay.
What are the hashtags?
Team Ice, hashtag Team Fire. Or is it just Ice win or Fire win?
There we go. See, second ball. You nailed
it. Go on Twitter.
Defisho sucks at
Ice win. Hashtag Ice win.
He absolutely sucks at
You
hashtags.
said he was going to fumble it.
Yeah.
I did, and you were going to pick it up, and you didn't. What's the help, Kobe?
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. For the first match on the rift.
There it is. Okay.
By the way, these are
Hashtag
all,
Ice
look at
win.
this.
Yeah.
Team Ice
see it.
is even synchronizing their skin choice, color,
Coordination.
theme. I mean, they are taking this very
Everything about
seriously.
this says try hard, right?
That's what we expect.
You could see North America try to join, also had the Ice skins, and then Darius ruined everything in the very end.
This is a lot of bragging rights on the line. And we are on Summoner's Rift 5.23 for All-Stars 2015.
And
Let's
now,
take a look. Nothing really surprising from your starting items.
no, seems fairly standard. Hooney definitely looking to be aggressive, but now we got to see, is anyone going to lane swap? Are we just going to say, no, we do standard lanes,
Well,
get the 2v2, get the 1-on-1, and try and play it up more normal?
Looks like they are going to go get deep vision right now, so.
Both teams.
Come on.
the same. This is what we saw at Worlds.
We had a fantastic discussion about the perfect level 1 comp. And Anivia was in there quite a lot when we talked about that.
Yeah.
But there's not going to be a level 1, sadly, because they're running away from each other.
I mean, Bard is pretty strong in level 1 as well, in case there was a fight. Not gonna happen. So standard invade.
Oh, well, you say that now. Defensive ward was placed by Fire. They might see Team Ice run through the river here. If they stay in the brush, they can have the...
Oh, they've got to do it. They've got to do it.
Why would Ice go back into their own jungle here? They didn't even place a single ward in the jungle.
Yeah. There's the emote.
They
I
don't
like
want
the
it.
double lift. Come on, fight.
They're gonna sneak in. Their spot is still. There's a ward in the river. They've seen everything.
Oh, baby.
We're gonna get a fight.
No, I'm not hopeful.
I mean, come on. They're all behind the enemy
not
line.
hopeful.
There will be a fight unless they're all recall right now.
Yes.
Do it.
Hide in the
Do
bush.
it. Come on, Huni.
Hooni's
Did they
baiting
see
it.
him? I don't
This is
think
too obvious.
Grump is spawning in.
They're waiting for him to start it.
Okay, so let's see. Bjergsen's going to be a little late.
Trevor, you still think there's going to be no fight?
They're going to recall. Ah, they missed
Yes,
it.
they've missed every skill shot. Look.
Froggen hit. Froggen hit.
Blue buff got picked up by Amazing. And then everyone like walks away.
All right, 1-0 to Europe.
Yeah, they got the buff.
Team
dude.
Ice with a successful invade here.
Level 1 strats, OP.
I have to say, though, Zach, not too sad about his blue buff being taken. Doesn't hurt him too much.
Favoritism. Okay. Well, I'm going to see a little bit of a trade yet. Double and Afro.
Zoning him off.
The best friends club.
Ow.
Sing, Reckless, going to move in yet. Double Lift's getting a lot of damage onto Kasing.
This is two ex-girlfriends of Double Lift fighting.
Not connect.
Double Lift got experience there, though. They were zoning them and hovering on experience range, so he gets the early level,
Hey! Huni's in trouble. Come on, Darius, chase him down.
too. Isn't spammed to laugh yet. Darius not tryharding yet.
Get that poison trail out. He's burned through his mana. He's in trouble, boys.
Yeah.
Remember as well, teleport now is 300-second cooldown no matter where you go. So obviously it's a nerf summon. I suppose so it's extremely strong here in 5-on-5. And as the teams have shown, we're not just fooling around in this 5-on-5.
No.
Again, 100 points and it's Pride, of course. Huni,
of course.
Bit of a spy, secret agent. We're not too sure. Technically in North America, but now playing for Europe still.
It's competitive research.
Maybe he went over, learned a bit from NA Solo Queue, where you obviously can learn so much.
Ah, yes.
And then he brings it on stage here.
I'm looking forward to seeing the quotes that come out next year. Huni at Madrid was saying he just wants to prove EU's better at MSI, and then now playing in NA.
And he did.
Interesting.
And he did.
Amazing. Trying to camp bottom lane here. For Kasing and Reckless. Seen by the ward, though.
So these lane matchups, Darius is obviously just looking to farm. Down bottom, kind of feel like if someone gets caught by CC from a support, they're in trouble, but there's a lot of tools to deal with that CC.
Well, I think you're going to see at least here this tournament.
See if they go for this dive, because it's pretty risky right now. I don't think they would want to try that too early.
A little bit too early, but playing just for farming doesn't really count here. We're going to see a lot of action in the lanes. Darius double Dorans as well. I mean, you're never going to let the Jax just sit and farm. You obviously want to go and try and trade with him. And if you do spot Amazing, Meteors can always come up. You fling him back, and you do have a lot of room to gank.
Yeah. Again, I really want to highlight the mid lane, though, because Anivia is so slow, slowest champion in the game. And Syndra plus Zac, a lot of early CC there. They can make it happen. So the deep ward, that Amazing placed when he went to go for that invade, is actually paying off a lot right now. You can see that's why Froggen is hovering on the top side. Because Meteos walked over that ward, Amazing place.
See him.
Well, Cocoon being held there by Amazing. Froggen gets chunked out by Bjergsen. Not a whole lot comes from that one. Still potions for Froggen to play with, so he's going to at least regen back up.
I want to see if we get Frost Queens playing here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I've seen it on Anivia. There's basically a decision you have to make. Do you want Rod of Ages first and then you want the Frost Queens? Or do you want the Frost Queens to get the gold running early on? You can still get a Rod of Ages later because it also gives more base AP, so it's not as bad to get it and then stack it later on in the game. And also, obviously, it helps you a lot when you have to avoid the ganks, get the spooky ghost, 40% slow and so on.
The ghosts are great for setting up these hard-to-land skill shots. So it does help Anivia a bit more than Syndra, because Syndra's stun is pretty easy to land. It's so fast. And especially an experienced player like Bjergsen should be able to land it pretty easily. But Froggen can set up the Anivia skill shots very easily with the slow that are usually really hard to land.
Due to the fact we have two mid laners with no extra mobility, again, the ghost will be even more effective to time it. Meteors flying in or Amazing with Cocoon, it's so easy to land on 40% slow. And then you just basically win that one-on-one or 2v2 very, very easily.
So first invade here after the laning phases played out for about 5.5 minutes. Everybody's got a really large lead. Double Lift and Afro shoved in.
That dive.
This is the mid lane dive and mid lane ganks you were talking about. Kobe, but they've got to get through Egg as well as Froggen's life bar.
And we also have Amazing going to the top side here. He's not doing
Oh,
anything.
missed!
He's going in!
Froggen is going to flash away. He gets egged under the tower. Meteos continues to tank it up. The Thunderlords procs. Froggen is about to reach it. Flash forward, but it won't be enough. Bjergsen gets first blood. It's North America.
And he's coming down from top lane too. They got to run.
Rappel up. Amazing. Sinks the fangs. Gets one. Cocoon doesn't find a target. Flash. Leap. Hooney's now got one, but here comes Double Lift. He's looking for the Light Slinger. He's got a kill. It's North America in a 2-for-2. Kasing, no Kaching. Death sentence. Flies over the wall and he pulls Hooney. Flash forward. Leap comes out. They're continuing to chase. 4 kills in less than a minute. But Hooney taking a turret shot. Double Left has got his double kill. And that's it.
So in the end, it was the first gang from North America to get the kill on the tower, use flashes.
In the mid lane.
In the mid lane, Kobe, you predicted everything. Did you predict the 4 kills after or 3 kills later?
The early roam from Double Lift, that is not what we used to see from Double Lift. He roams up really early, gets a bunch of kills for his trouble as well. Reckless did get more CS down there, but big cash in there for Team Fire in North America.
Ooh. So first pick up for Bjergsen is that Frostbeam's Afro.
He's dead.
He is just a dead kitten.
Golden rule for supports. If you don't have your flash, bring a friend if you want to place any ward.
I don't know.
Bard
doesn't really play by the rules since he has so much mobility. Sometimes
it doesn't really matter.
Sometimes if you don't play by the rules,
straight
you
into
die.
it. So Kasing
it's a blind
holds
hook.
on with the Mad Life, gets Double Lift, and then it's just fighting on the turret.
Yeah, he baited his teammate here. Quite. Hooney goes in to tower range there for 2 tower shots.
He just likes passive, right?
No, he used his passive
Really?
on the tower dive.
Okay,
So he was on the front lines there just...
like a man.
Just soaking. Yeah. Just soaking it up.
All right, and with all of that, Dyrus was farming as well on the top side, so Hooney going to have a little bit of trouble. He did get 1 kill for his trouble, so...
If Hooney's going to have a little bit of trouble, Reckless and Kasing are going to have a heap of trouble. BF Sword...
A BF trouble?
A BF amount of trouble. Meteos has even snuck his way down here.
Kasing
Wicklet bounce. Kasing just gets jumped on. And he's going to get dropped. Reckless doesn't have access to the ultimate double. If he's going to land a lot of shots of the culling.
Yeah. The damage from the Spell Thief's Bard here with the combo. One
what you take from that?
His
damage?
Thunderlords. Yeah, man.
Dude, did you see that coordination? That's why they played rank 5 yesterday. There's the pink ward in the river. Aphro was standing there waiting, so he wasn't in lane. So Europe felt like, okay, fairly safe, we can maybe shove it out, we don't have to worry. And then suddenly he just moves over, jumps over the wall, Zach comes in. Great coordination.
Right here.
Well, Bjergsen gets caught by the Cocoon. Froggen needs to land a stun as well. Bjergsen is in a lot of trouble. Teleport comes out from Darius. Scatter the weak. Sends Amazing to safety. He's on just over 100 HP, but surrounded. Froggen finds the stun onto Darius. Amazing's continuing to run. The Cocoon comes out. Ignite burns through, and Froggen's got his first of the game. Now he's in trouble. The wall will slow Afro move, but there's so many North American players around. And it's Bjergsen, 3-1.
Europe is sitting in the lanes farming. Hooney's gonna hit the tower. Rick is gonna push the bottom lane, but it's North America again, just roaming instantly. Getting all the kills. And Hooney, yes, you get a tower. That's 4-0 for Double Lift now.
So about this European team composition
I don't know about
being
Zach solo.
so much better. Meteos is gonna bounce up and down, trying to get some damage onto Hooney, but he saves the tower for at least a few more seconds. Oh, Hooney is desperately trying to shove it in.
North America just plays better as a team, not the team comp. Like, look at the map. They got
even you got excuses.
Yeah, you were saying that North America was
I'm
low.
praising North America here. They practiced yesterday. It clearly paid off. Look at the defensive pink wards in the river, the coordination we have seen, the communication for
so
the
much
team.
backpedaling here. I'm getting dizzy. Where?
We are in North America. Europe is sleeping right now. We might as well jump on that one.
Oh, wow. Got a little bit of pie on your face and feeling sensitive there, Deficio. Well, Bjergsen gonna get ganked here once again. You can see if the stun can find either Amazing or Froggen.
Told you that
there it is,
queen.
man.
There you go. There's Ice Ghost.
That one I predict.
Okay,
so you get one, I get one. Okay, Trevor, where's yours?
I don't need to predict. You're the smart guy.
He did. He predicted the Anivia.
Debatable.
Yeah, I learned my lesson before Worlds.
Dyrus, though.
Now
might die
let's
for
see.
a pink ward.
Death sentence. Will it find? Kasing actually holds on to it. decides against flinging it out, and Dyrus has got himself a Haunting Guy's first item, so
interesting
where that goes. Not the Rylai's yet.
No.
Not the Rod yet either. Disappointing us.
Yeah, no tier either. Changing up everything. I mean, Leandry's Torment with Rylai's is super strong. Like, there's a lot of damage if you ever chase him. A lot of, obviously, extra CC coming in, a soft CC with the slow. So that might be the build path he's aiming for.
You know, I'm actually impressed down on the bottom side of the map that, you know, Reckless is able to keep up this CS lead versus Double Lift.
Well, he's kind of been farming the lane while Double Lift were roaming.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
Double Lift hasn't been in the lane for
yeah, he's just been
3
running
minutes
it.
of.
Yeah, but then when you return to lane to be able to keep that CS lead as Kalista versus Lucian.
Always just push it out. Double Lift returns. He's very greedy, obviously getting everything he wants.
Ooh. Wow, that damage.
I guess Aphromoo has been doing a lot of roaming as well.
And Afromoo's got access to the ultimate, whereas Kasing is still waiting for level 6. There's some support down bottom. Great use of the magical journey. And even gets away with a swagger.
Still though, again, it's North America. Every time they try and make a play, they have like guys roaming from other lanes. Bjergsen was moving down, Meteors were there from the jungle. They're always just in a numbers advantage. And Europe is just trying their luck, trying, okay, to pull the trigger, see if we can get something, and then suddenly North America's there with like 4 guys.
So Dragon number 1 looks to be uncontested as Europe is late to the party.
And I want to see now also, with some of the new changes to Vision, obviously Sidestone is only now 3 charges on your ward.
Yeah.
How do teams use it properly? Because if you want to ward your lane, you suddenly only have like 1 or maybe 2 wards you can place in the enemy jungle. So suddenly that is a big decision you have to make. Do you want to use all 3 wards in the enemy jungle and get them as deep as possible to get more information?
Yeah, that game does completely change once people start hitting level 9 and they pick up the blue trinket though. This is pre-blue trinket nerf.
Yeah.
So I would expect to see a lot of
Huni is just dumpstering Dyrus.
So,
Rage Blade complete, and he instantly goes for the all-in.
Get your 8 stacks and just take the trade. Nobody can deal with the Jax. You need to CC him, you need to kite him around, and then burst him down. Huni's just gonna split push all day long.
Now look at the bottom lane though. We did see Bjergsen roaming. They take the tower down bottom and steal away a red buff. So North Americans for Team Fire cement control of the bottom half of the map. And of course, Huni's going to get some damage on the inner turret before recalling.
Yeah, it's the vision also pretty much mirrors exactly that control you're talking about.
They're going to go in. Reckless is dead. Reckless is dead.
Can we see a good Bard ultimate though?
Let's find out. Let's bounce. Reckless flashes away.
He's dead. He's
and
dead.
they back away. They should have gone for it. I thought they were going to dive after seeing the mid lane play.
They got a flash, Trevor. You got
They
that
did.
much
They
flash.
did.
They got the flash. And now, once again, Double
Wow.
is the bully.
Death Sentence not going to find a target. Double Lift is just using the culling on cooldown.
That did cost Huni his teleport there, even though it was canceled. Dyrus does now have teleport advantage.
Oh yeah, this guy's in the game.
So at this point, I do commend them for going for Rift Herald just because, yes, I will always choose an outer turret over Rift Herald if you have the choice. But the top outer turret's already down, so.
Interrupts Meteos.
Well, the thing about getting the Rift Herald here is the fact that obviously Huni's lane is going to push so effectively. It's going to be harder for Dyrus to wave clear it. So if he can stay top and push it in, it's fine. But they just gave up bot lane tower. NA can now swap Double Lift to the top side, and then suddenly that doesn't matter.
And Deficio, the hashtags that you set up so nicely at the beginning of the day.
Only messed them up a few times.
Favoring Team Fire. 69% of the vote.
Yeah, because the vote after 14 minutes.
And also because a lot of Europe is asleep, probably. But
yeah, thanks.
Remember Team Fire, they do have a lot of pick potential, especially with Bjergsen going to Frost Queen. So if they try and roam up here through the Fog of War on the top side of the map, they can't attack Huni. Huni, no flash right now.
And I also want to see how the trinkets play out. From IWCA, we saw a number of teams running 4, sometimes even 5 of the blue trinkets. So
that would be bad.
I want to find out.
You could do 4. You could do 4. You need Oracle Lens. You need one of those. And then obviously because late game, the problem is when you have the 6 items, you can't buy any picks. So there's no way for you to deny vision other than obviously the blue trinkets you can see. Perfect.
Heard you like
Recall
fools
animation.
in the river.
Well, Meteor's going full tank support build right now. Cinderhulk got the Sightstone versus the Runeglave's Sightstone from Amazing. No real front line on the EU side, so they're very, very reliant on picks and numbers advantage.
That is really a big problem. When you have to rely basically on Huni right now to split pushing all the way to victory, but you've lost the other lanes, especially the bot side where 2 towers is down. Remember, again, the average level of the team and power advantage will make minions stronger in those lanes. So suddenly you might have minions in bot lane just constantly pushing down, and then you lose so much map control, and then Huni can't really push up to the tier 2 tower. So like, putting all your eggs in his basket here might not be smart.
Well, yeah, Team Fire actually, they're opting into trading objectives right now, even though they're so far ahead. And Team Ice will be happy to trade outer turrets and just trade global gold right now, since they are a bit behind.
I mean, this is what you want to see in solo queue, right? If one guy is losing his lane,
If you're on the losing side.
if you're on the losing side, right, go to somewhere else on the map where you might be winning or you should be winning. Play on that side, get some towers down, double it to 4 early kills. He's just constantly moving around, killing towers, abusing how strong Illusion is, the try-hard pick, obviously.
Yeah.
The try-hard.
Team Ice are happy to trade, and they're going to continue trading
how
here as
long-
Fire go for 2.
How long does this continue? No one from Europe or Team Ice is back yet. They're about to take down the tower, but it's North America and Team Fire
It is a
that
Jack
has the
break
advantage. And it's Team Fire that's actually backing away first.
Oh, he stopped the recall.
Recall animations were coming. I think Bjergsen made it back.
Team Ice definitely come out ahead
Yeah,
in
again,
that.
it's a Jack
Look at
break
this.
play. He's going nuts on the tower. Wave plays here from Bjergsen, not enough.
Are they going
Dyrus
to
is
stick
behind
around?
them.
Stun only hits amazing. We're only 17 minutes into the game. The rest of North American Team Fire are here. Dyrus could get in behind Team Ice. Huni is in trouble.
Oh, they
but
missed
the
time.
Cosmic Binding does not connect. Huni is going to get away for a few seconds longer. Bjergsen is going to let Ignite do the damage as Dyrus flings amazing backwards. The rappel comes up, but what goes up must come down. He flashes away.
Oh!
Meteos has the mechanics.
Practice for you 1 year just for that one flash.
Hashtag worth. EU open up the base of North America, but they lose another outer turret and 3 in the process.
Yep, Froggen will be slow to rotate over here towards mid lane. And Fire can keep up the pressure as they call in Meteos as well.
Now we're gonna go way, way back to when Froggen held off Gambit for the better part of 12 years.
I feel like we
on
always
Nivea.
say that when we have a Nivea and Froggen.
Well,
that's
now
story
it has to
every
happen. Now
game.
it's relevant. Now it's relevant.
Well,
Because
this
it has to happen.
is probably the hardest patch to do that on ever in League of Legends, as the average game time has dropped down for among challenger players to around 25 minutes. Very difficult to hold off, but doing his darndest. Team Fire though, they'll easily take that sense. Death timers have been increased during this period. 18 minutes in, they'll be able to get the second dragon pretty easily.
And the funny thing is, Dragon, if we mentioned the fact, we just mentioned how games are faster, 25 minutes or whatever, like 5 dragons never happen.
No.
So in a game like this, it's basically get the first one for the buff, and then you don't really need anything else, unless it's right there and you have nothing else to do, you grab it.
There is something to be said for denying just the first one to the other
yeah.
team, so there still is that. But you definitely have to be a bit more cautious about what you're giving up. What's the opportunity cost of taking, Dragon 2 and 3?
But if you are North American now, I mean, we're only 19 minutes in. We have like so many towers down. Double got his rapid fire now.
Ooh.
Might go for static shift as the third one and then just have 80% crit like insane. He's gonna get the 40% cooldown reduction as well.
Yeah, and the other thing, double with the super fire head,
Oh,
he's
30%
getting
cooldown.
he's getting to his build really quickly. Bjergsen also, by going this Frost Queens right into Void Staff build, it's a really, really early spiking build, so Bjergsen's also going to have a lot of early power here on Syndra.
And it really is one of the
There's
key
the
things.
first part of the pick, and he missed.
Side steps, so Kasink dodged actually, I'll have you know.
He was slowed, so
he dodged.
I give, it's like time goes to the runner. I give the credit there. Well, he's just going to find nothing.
Oh, this is bad for Huni. He's
And
still-
amazing.
He's so far
surrounded.
behind.
The rest of Team Fire not following up on this.
Yeah, look at the middle. I think Reckless may be in trouble this time around. Bjergsen is going to find the stun. He unleashes his power. And that's a kill. Froggen will at least crystallize off the wall from Dyrus. Stun still hits Bjergsen, as does the Cosmic Binding. Now Froggen's in trouble. I think he's got egg. If it gets popped, Dyrus will get caught by the cocoon, and Froggen throws out one more flash frost. The culling eggs him. Body block comes up from Kasing and Huni. They do not throw Froggen to the wind, but Reckless, now he died.
Again though, North America is playing so well around the pink wards. They always have a few down on the map. They know where to deal with them. Bjergsen is sitting hiding in the bush with the pink. and then you just catch someone near the
Oh,
Baron.
this is
They're
not
going to do it
working.
again, exactly the same.
Let's find out. This is a 5-on-3. Meteos is going to find the slingshot, slows Meteos, slows Froggen down. Froggen double lift and kills him. 1 for 1. And EU, they are in trouble.
The heat of the moment, you get the double damage from Q.
And they get the bounty.
Down.
And they get the bounty.
True, global bounty for the team.
Go
Makes
look
a
for the
goal.
silver lining here if you're a Team Ice or EU fan.
Fair enough.
We got the Rylai's build for Darius as well. He's obviously not been able to split push a whole lot because of Huni.
Now, let's take a look. Huni, Counter-Strike is charging. That's a 4-man stun. Bjergsen's already down. The Glacial Path is up. Now Meteos is in trouble. He's going to look for the travel. Not going to find it. Gets blobulated. And Team Ice pick up 2 kills. I'm not sure that's a word, but I'll go with it.
So you have a Rage Blade Jax here. 21 minutes in. Baron is alive. You also have a Kalista.
Soon to be
and you have
Deathblade,
also
too.
Elite. I mean, you can go for Baron right here.
So this
Bjergsen
is-
is dead for 20 seconds. 20 seconds on Meteors as well.
So this is just some overconfidence from NA, putting them in a position where they can get chunked. Death Sentence finds no one. Kasing's not having the most impact this game. Reckless has landed a few spears into Dyrus. They've split their attention. There goes the Tempered Fate. Afromu has stalled out the Baron. I think enough to reset the spears from Kalista. They're going to focus it down. Baron secured by Amazing as Froggen is playing distraction duty. And all of a sudden, Europe closed the gold gap.
Yeah, right now, Fire are just trying to delay them to get more damage on the bottom turret because there's a huge wave from Team Fire taking it out a bit. Huni does get off the Baron Empowered Recall to go clean up a lot of that money. It is at half, though.
So about these team comps, guys. There we see it. Now we see it.
No, that was a play call right there.
It was. That's true.
That was North America trying to shove up with double if dead, 4-man, and then Huni goes in with the flash 4-man stun. Bjergsen's down. That's both carries for Team Fire already dead, so there's no chance. It's every man for himself, and they try and run for the hills.
Team coordination with the comps.
Ah, okay.
Well played from Europe to serve it, get the Baron. Still very, very even. And double if is super strong. Bjergsen can one-shot someone.
Froggen can one-shot someone as well.
I feel like a lot of people here can one-shot each other.
Everybody can one-shot everybody.
One guy gets caught out and suddenly he's dead.
So many shots, eh?
Look at Huni, split pushing down the bottom lane. He's got teleport up, and a little challenging as NA's wave clear.
It's
not in that
gonna
bottom lane.
have to be a one-shot on Huni because with Gunblade plus Rageblade, he has so much sustain. If you let him auto-attack. Oh,
Sorry
Froggen's
to
down.
interrupt you. All of a sudden, Froggen's the one that's caught
Oh,
down.
Afromu
is looking for the stun. The Cosmic Binding finds no one. Friend will not be enough to secure a kill, but Huni found Dyrus. He's hammering away on the next. The inhibitor has secured it. Kasing finally finds a hook as Reckless is looking to kill Bjergsen. An auto attack from Kasing secures it. The Nexus turret is focused. Kasing goes on a journey, and it's not magical enough to find a kill, but a Nexus turret is down. You see Huni, he's jumped onto the fountain. Double lift is healing under the fountain. Is now Huni is going to empower those autos onto the second Nexus turret. The lead shut down onto double lift. Huni's still going. Now he's looking for the Globulator. Meteos is looking for the fight. Huni's Counter-Strike wears off, and Afro shuts him down. Europe are in the gold lead, and they've got another tower.
Again, it's this Jax here. Huni just split pushing. Dyrus can't do anything against him. Goes down. The base is almost dead. There's one Nexus turret on what? 10% HP? It all looked good for NA though in the mid lane. Got the pick on Froggen. Then Afromu went ham, he followed it.
Bjergsen and Afro missed a few skill shots there, and it went sour for them fairly quickly. Reckless strikes back, able to get some for himself.
Well, that's been the only thing he's done this game. I'm pretty sure the Play the Ruin King Hurricane as well is kind of outdated on Kalista. I haven't done the math on it, but the fact that you get the crit now from
Even if you
Hurricane
had,
and so on-
I don't know if I trust your math.
Are you sure? In fact, I go to Freak and say do math for me, and then I get all the numbers and I can say it.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the Rageblade, Gunblade combo.
And obviously no flash or anything. Slowed down and dead.
Dyrus picking the Singe for the fans. Not really working out as this game has played out.
The biggest difference was the mid-game shot calling there. North America had a giant lead.
And team comp.
Yeah.
And team
No,
comp.
yeah, there you
Seiko,
go,
Seiko.
there you go.
Well,
also double lift going face-to-face with multiple EU carries.
yeah, that can be a bit of a problem.
True.
Can be a problem. And we are seeing NA. 4 blue trinkets, 1 red. Something we're seeing.
Yeah,
we saw a lot more in IWCA.
Oh, the Guardian Angel picked up here for Huni. So he's going to have to be killed twice. Definitely a tall task, as
Great analysis.
Froggen will be. Well, you kill him one time, he revives.
Oh, really?
Then what do?
Kill him again.
Ah, there you go.
Let's make it simple. Well, Team Fire.
Well done, fellows.
Opportunistic.
We should be proud about that one.
Yeah, that was high five.
High five. Yeah.
Come on, high five.
Well done.
Yeah,
well
high
done.
five. Nice.
Great.
That's teamwork there. Let's see if they can pick up this siege.
That's pretty good coordination, by the way.
Yeah, it wasn't bad
Yeah,
actually.
that was
Nobody missed. I really thought we would. But Huni's going to take another inner turret. The rest of EU and Team Ice pushing through the middle lane. Meteor's hanging out in the wings, that elastic swing
They got to
shot.
go all in.
If they get a good engage, there is still hope here for North America.
Again, they can one-shot with Bjergsen. Double if, I mean, yeah, he can take someone down pretty quick as well.
So,
That's basically the damage.
Death Sentence finds Dyrus. Scatter the weak comes down. Dyrus is just butter.
He's retired.
Gets melted. Gets melted.
Oh, that's not wrong, he is.
True. All right, Team Ice. Flash Frost finds no one from Froggen in Europe. Flash Cocoon will trade flashes with Bjergsen. I call worth with all the pick opportunities that EU has, and that's why it's worth. Huni finds the kill. It is a golden bird of Anivia by Froggen. Afromu is taken out, and Europe, as well as Team Ice, are onto the spree. The Nexus will go down. 100 points for the blue side and Team Ice.
So both teams came in. I mean, it wasn't just all fun in the pick and ban phase. There were some very serious picks. We had like Lucian, obviously Nivea from Froggen, the Jax up top lane for Huni. I think we saw more coordination than I expected as well in the game. Like some of the gangsters were setting up and the way North America were using pink wards to create picks and so on. Definitely paid off with the practice yesterday.
Early game clearly in favor of NA.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But a little bit of bravado maybe in their positioning. Feeling overconfident. Some hugs all around there from Bjergsen.
I wish he would hug me as well now. But never happened.
We're right here. He could come over.
He could come over.
He could, yeah.
But
he's ignoring.
Yeah, there is a very serious tournament that they need to start preparing for. Bjergsen will be playing in the 1v1 a little later today against Smurf from CIS. But yeah, Europe and Team Ice overcome the odds of the home crowd.
1-0.
1-0, 100 points. Now, the last time that happened at Battle of the Atlantic, despite winning 3 of the 5 series, EU still lost because of points.
You have to pay attention. You know, some matches are worth more than other matches. North America wins the ones that matter.
Well, this one did matter.
This did matter, and you lost.
It mattered.
Europe has struck first blood. Fact.
Congratulations.
Yay! Still a very fun game.
It was. It was really,
super entertaining.
And it was like you mentioned as well. There were a lot of kills. I think it was slightly over 1 a minute.
Yeah.
Teams playing a little fast and loose, maybe.
A lot of roaming. I like North America, the strategy here. Like, oh, it's a fight mid lane, roam. It's a fight top lane, let's run up top anyway. And just join in, man. Just be part of the fights. Work for double lift. Didn't work for North America.
The split pushing just got out of control. The Jax with Rage Blade
man. The team
talked up for a big reason.
Yeah, but are we going to see Jax bans? Because it
possibly.
trended that way.
I like the bans that they threw out.
We saw on 522, we saw Fiora going through and Jax being banned out after a couple of games of seeing the Rage Blade. It was like, nope, don't want to deal with that. Change.
I mean, Fiora is still super, super strong. And you can do somewhat the same, just not as insane as the Jax here. But Fiora can also snowball and become the one-on-one monster, basically.
Could.
I mean, Jax could also snowball. He could also just die and do nothing.
All right, so we got a few points on the board. Next match will, of course, be the pick 10. But for now, we're going to head over to Dash.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. After our first victory here in the arena, going over to EU, I have to say, a little painful as an NA caster myself. But we're here standing by with amazing after that victory. I want to come to you first because when I spoke to Huni, he said you guys didn't do any practice and you're going to rely on individual skill. It ended up working out. If anything, what does that say about Team Fire and the fact that they have been practicing for this event?
I mean, NA, they didn't practice that much. It is ranked 5, you know, so I wouldn't rate it that highly, you know, their practice. But I think EU has a bit of talent there, you know. So we've been exporting pretty much, but we still have some left. So I'm pretty happy with the outcome.
You're being too nice to Team Fire right now. Now, a lot of players, though, did look at this tournament, and certain ones were saying, well, it's going to be a very fun event. I'm going to try and pick out their champions. Others were saying, I don't care if it's All-Stars. I want to win. On which side of the fence are you? Because we saw a fair number of, top-tier champions being picked up there in picks and bans.
Yeah, well, obviously tryharding, no? Nah. It was like, you go on stage, you're like, I kind of want to troll. Kind of want to troll a bit, and then you see the other players, you stare them down, you're on the other side, and then you see it in their eyes, their competitive nature, and you just want to beat them.
What's that like? Because you guys, we've done in the round a couple times now, but here in this arena, extraordinarily close with each other. Are you sharing looks in the middle of the game and using some intimidation tactics?
Obviously, I told Darius before the game that I was going to gank him, and I'm actually going to stare him down while ganking him. Didn't happen, but I still kind of interchanged a bit of looks, that kind of shit.
Yeah, definitely got to be intimidating. Well, a great start there by Team Ice. Thank you, Amazing, for the interview. And we're going to send this back over to the desk to finish out the post-game analysis for that game.
Thank you so much. It's All-Star. Amazing. It's all good. We also tried to interview Huni after as well, but he just sat in his chair and he was like, I made a horrible, horrible mistake after playing against that NA team. That's what happened.
The best performing members in this game were playing in the North American LCS.
Not yet.
I'm happy, regardless of the result. NA may have not won, but we actually did win.
Yeah, there's one player that really stands out in this series, and is North American LCS's own Huni. If Europe's gonna claim him in the first place, let's be real here. We was exactly as much claim as you guys do. So
you don't. Right now, you don't. It's All-Star. It's still the season. He is playing for Team Europe. Let's take a look at what they decided to play with, though. Let's take a look at the team comps. Beforehand, Fisho was very adamant. It's actually the replay.
Yeah,
well, let's talk about
going
that
straight
instead.
into the Cloud Fiesta here in mid lane. Aframo did not want to lane with double lift, so that why he was constantly roaming, and it worked at the start. Some really good engage here, but Frogger managed to just buy enough time, and then eventually people joined in. Amazing. I actually like some of these plays here, dodges a couple things, but then the greed happens. Casino will come in with a blind hook later on. Very long play overall, but I kind of like the chaos, the accelerated gameplay. Chaos style. Monty sadly isn't here, so he can't really appreciate the genius of this, although Casino should have played later.
Yeah, and this is where Huni, I thought he was batting for NA here. I was like, yeah, Huni, just jump back in there, get him. And,
Yeah, unlucky. Never lucky.
Unlucky. One thing I'm actually realizing now as we get into this game is I feel like Meteos on this champion should be in every single fight, because when ice meets fire, all you get is a bunch of water. So, Zach going to be kind of global, I think, in this tournament.
Or Steam, depending,
how far depending how much fire comes in. But if you win more than one game.
Well, instrumental after that replay, as we see the team comp here as well, is we talked about the Anivia being picked up yesterday. Frog was like, you think I'm not going to pick Anivia? And up against Syndra, but Bjergsen was so fed so early.
Yeah, Syndra does fall off, though. She suffers from problems where people get a little bit tankier, and then she has that mid-range, and then her wave clear is a little questionable. But at the same time, I honestly think that this Anivia is so hard to deal with. The wave clear, and when they were going for the pushes on the other sides, where it looked like it was going to be a base race, right? Yep. The Anivia just shows up and the wave's gone.
Hilarious.
But I love, actually, just in pure analysis, this matchup's very interesting. Just how it flows, because it's so dependent on the items. Froggen obviously went Mercury Threads into Athenes after his Rod of Ages because he was on to stack MR. Then Bjergsen had the new build where he goes for the tier 3 Spell Thieves, where you can actually proc the Spell Thieves procs even though you're lasting at the same time. Go for catch with Spooky Ghost. But then Bjergsen adapted to Froggen's build by rushing the Void Staff early. So it was actually really smart from both players. Eventually, Froggen did outscale. Bjergsen couldn't find the picks. But overall, I liked NA's whatever team Ice Fire. Fire. I'm fired. But yeah, I should know this. I keep forgetting. I just like the roaming style they played. Especially Zach and Bard together, portals and jumping over walls. You can actually ward against that. I really like that what they're bringing to the table, but just not crisp enough, and then eventually...
Not crisp enough. Reflecting actually on his performance at Worlds in week 1, that was the first 10 minutes of the game, and then week 2 we came in and we saw the comeback from EU.
It's great because it scales based on the situation you're in, right? At Worlds, the first week is good, the second week is bad. We go over to IEM Standard, the first day is good, the second day is bad. Now we get into a single game, we get 10 minutes, and the other 20 suck. So, I don't know if our studio is going to blow up partway through the split next time or something. I don't know, but NA really just stamina issues all across the board.
Well, let's take a look at the specific moment in which EU was able to fight back. Let's take a look at that replay where NA is on the tower, but EU realizes, hey, we still have a Dengu comp.
This play is just orchestrated beautifully by an NA LCS player. You're gonna see Huni jump in here. He just flash, leaps in, 4 people, absolutely incredible. Let's roll this clip because Huni, yeah, I'm excited for him next, but hold on, who jumps in 4 people? I don't even get that. No, I don't know how many people get 4 people in a Jack stun.
And then former TSM star Kasing comes in with the like massive like boom. The ult from Kalista as well. You know, lots of knockups through. And yeah, I mean this is to be fair, this is NA pushing without double lift. Like, and the thing is, these guys should be used to this, right? Like, most of this team has played a double lift before. Like, half the time he's doing Raptors, this time he's dead, and they're like, he doesn't even have a choice. Double lift can't join the team. Like, yeah, let's just siege into Fog of War, into an Anivia as though it's going to work.
We learned a lot. Although we also saw a lot that we already knew, but it does mean that with that victory, Team Ice, they're on the board. They have 100 tournament points. Team Ice is on the board.
Yeah, but
Suck
you
it,
know,
Team Fire.
Oh man,
I mean, we're on the board. Just
we're there. But you know what? We're down in points. We're used to this as NA. We're gonna do what we always do. We're gonna call some Koreans, and they're gonna bail us out.
Calling a Koreans.
We still got this.
Or reverse sweep in the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, on that note, we are only just getting warmed up here at All-Star 2015. I know, it's pretty warm already. But when we return, Korea and China will face off with the champions you've chosen in our Pick 10 game mode. Stay with us.
Oh no, he's gonna tilt
Not
it.
again.
No, guys, we were just getting over it.
Oh, God.
4 kills in less than a minute. But Huni takes a current shot. Double left has got his double kill. And that's it. The rappel comes up, but what goes up must come down. He flashes away. Meteos has the mechanics. Counter-Strike is charging. That's a 4-man stun. Bjergsen's already down.
Let's join him on the end.
No,
Okay.
response. It's bad.
Huni finds the kill. It is a golden bird of Anivia by Froggen. Afromu is taken out. 100 points to the blue side and Team Ice.
일단 저희가 이제 LA에 딱 도착하자마자 제일 처음 해본 게 중국 선수분들이었는데 너무너무 듣기로는 합숙을 했다고 들었거든요. 아 정말 갈고 왔구나, 일을 갈고 왔구나 그런 게 좀 느껴서 하필 또 첫 경기라서 좀 두렵긴 한데 뭐 잘해봐야죠.
Welcome back to the 2015 All-Star event, coming to you live from Los Angeles. And for those of you that want to support your favorite teams and players, be sure to check out the Team Fire and Ice icons and awards over in the client. If you have a Team Fire or Team Fire or Ice icon equipped during the All-Star event, you can display a special in-game emote, and you'll also unlock a fiery or icy finisher. That's cool.
Yep. We got to see, unfortunately, way more icy finishers than fire ones in the last game. So, okay, E is winning in kills so far, but Fire's looks better. So I'm going to say that
Started off in a blaze of glory, but then things cooled down.
There you go. Good job. You're running well.
We have another matchup coming up to equal out the points maybe or get them a little closer together. We're going to dive into our next matchup, which puts you in charge of the picks as the regions that took the year's 2 largest international tournaments go head-to-head. And that is, of course, first representing Team Fire on the blue side, Korea's LCK, with Marin, Score, Faker, Prey, and Madlife, who we just heard from, always his own jolly self. And on the red side, and playing for Team Ice, is China's LPL, with Koro1, Clearlove, Rookie, Uzi, and PYL. So this means that this game will feature the team comps entirely voted for by you at home, and the winner will walk away with 50 tournament points. So it was pick 10, so you could go on LOL Esports and just pick all the champions that the guys had to play. Not who had to play what though, so you can play with that, and there are 50 points on the line for Fire or Ice in this one.
Yeah, and it kind of turned out to be interesting champions from what I understand. There's a couple of double roll things going on, so that'll be kind of fun to deal with.
I do think we're going to take a look at them immediately at the champions that were picked. Some team comps actually look pretty good on paper. I think we're going to get the graphic on in just a second. For Fire, Darius, Fiora, Lee Sin, Braum, Alistar, and for Ice, Ashe, Anivia, Azir, Graves, and Thresh.
This is rigged. Why do we have all melee, all physical damage, 2 supports, no hard engage, and look at except for Alistar. Like hopefully they throw that over to Madlife. But look at this pick 10 comp for Ice. They have so much range, carries, and they're mixed.
I mean, how?
So Graves is jungling, and what, like Azir's top lane, I guess?
I mean, how often have you played a game where somebody goes like, I'm support, no, I'm support, and they both lock it in, obviously. And that's what you got to do here, bro.
It happens all the time.
Yeah,
So the thing for me
literally
is great. Sorry, finish your thought.
Literally all the time that happens in solo queue, and actually now we get to see how the pros deal with like the multi-locks.
Well, see, over in NA, all the players are way more gracious. So when I have like 2 support mains, they're like, oh, sure, we're both support mains. Then one of them will like choose to dodge. To be like, go for it, guys. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like,
can't dodge at all stars though.
Nah, Cooney picked Jax.
Oh, jeez.
That's true.
Got him.
I love how you immediately already went like, we are in the disadvantage. I love that you're totally going with the Team Fire.
Yeah, NA.
And all the rest.
As a total unbiased analyst, I just look forward to this fun, joyous display of League of Legends where
once again your team gets to try hard comp.
Where our team,
And
our team will win.
ours doesn't have an AD carry for bot lane.
Sounds like NA.
All right. You voted. Look what you've done to us.
Well, things are heating up more and more. I think it is time to send things over to Quick Shot, the Fisho, and Kobe for the call.
I don't know if I'm more disappointed in the Fire and Ice puns, Freaks puns,
The
just
train wreck
all of
on
it,
that.
just the
You know,
saltiness.
Yeah, that's why we tossed it over here so we can talk instead. Team Ice, that team comp, that's pretty decent. Graves jungle is super strong. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can knock back a lot of the camps.
Whoa!
Wait, but hang on. Are you
without
just?
taking
Is
a
it
lot
just
of damage.
guaranteed auto that Graves is going to go into the jungle for this comp? Because you don't actually know who they're going to put
I would
in there.
expect that's the highest
so.
chance. Yeah. Plus, we know that the LPL and LCK teams are going to try fairly hard. We've talked to a lot of the players. Even in that video they're talking about, they actually practice.
Mad Life is afraid.
They actually practice. They even had a coach with them. So we're forcing them to have these champions, but they're going to try extremely hard to win with the champions they're given.
Yeah, basically, China, before coming here, had like 5 days in a gaming house where they were playing with a coach. They got here, and then every day they've been practicing as well. Every other team has been playing like solo queue and a bit of rank 5, but Chinese team.
Why are you building expectations now? Because now Team
Because it
Ice.
worked for Europe.
Exactly.
I built up Europe, they won.
It was great seeing the entire team though backstage just before they walked on stage, laughing, joking, high-fiving, like they're in really good spirits. So.
Talking about the names, Uzi I, we don't know.
Yeah.
He said he likes both.
Yes,
now.
it doesn't matter why.
2 years ago, he said Uzi.
We keep bringing up all of these old, painful memories. Uzi I, of course, we'll see what he's going to get his hands on.
Okay.
And reminder, so the champions are forced, but where they get placed and who runs them is not.
The questions for Team Ice is Anivia going to be mid or top lane? I would most likely put a Zia top just for extra mobility to escape a gank, and then have Anivia sit mid.
Yeah, everyone's focusing on Team Fire and they're, oh, they don't have any range. This is a team that can dive very easily. Team Ice have all range, which is also can pose a problem. And they don't really have a main tank here for Ice for a person to build full armor. So it's not a really big problem. Thresh is probably going to be the one to try and go that route, though.
Rogan did play tank Anivia a few years ago. It could be an option top, not expecting it. But for Team Fire, I think putting the 2 support spot lane is the best. And I can see they're doing it as well now.
They don't really do well by themselves as
Exactly,
champions,
like
so
they was talking about, could it be AP Alistar maybe, but it's not very strong anymore. Put them together, double relic shield, hard to kill them, and okay, yes, they're gonna lose the lane, but then roam to the mid lane with the Alistar where you have a Fiora or something where you can try and snowball that.
Yeah, I think this is mostly what we expected, but I am excited to see this jungle Darius where Lee Sin, I was expecting him to be in the jungle and the 2 solos to be the Darius and the Fiora, but Faker on Lee Sin in the mid lane can snowball very quickly.
So Korea is definitely having some fun here. Switching it around, score obviously could have taken the Lee Sin. When it comes to Team Ice here with Koro playing either Nivea or Azir, obviously again, which one do you prefer to play? That's probably the #1 thing you're gonna look at here as a team. Do you want a Nivea or not? And then you look at how good is the top lane, how good is the bot lane, how good is the mid lane. And Nivea is probably gonna get ganked pretty heavily top lane.
So we'll find out whether or not Score can make that work. On to Koro 1. There are your 2 team comps for the pick 10. Fire and Ice.
Yep. Just send your tweets to @LOL Esports, either #Team Fire or #Team Ice. Win.
How can you both mess it up?
Oh yeah, we put team in front, we put Team Ice and Team Fire. It's just Ice win and Fire win with the hashtag.
I'm so disappointed in you guys.
This is why you do it normally. We can't do that, man.
Written in the graphic.
Oh, look at those giant shotgun shells. What?
Is that what you got? Like that's
straight out of the game.
How are we meant to follow
They're
that?
larger than usual.
Corruption, Potion, and Nivea. We're gonna get auto attack trading from Koro. He's super squishy up in that top
Such a
lane.
slow auto attack.
It's like
it flies so
it's
slow.
very easy to click the auto attack and then click a corruption potion while the auto attack is in the air to get some extra damage from it. But again, let's see. LCK, Mad Life said they were afraid of the LPL team. They've been practicing, they've been try-harding a little bit. They definitely want to go in here and show something.
What does a god really have to fear, though?
Nothing.
Mortality?
A level 1 clash?
A level 1 clash. Wow, Pro Mad Life, they've both gone for the Relic Shield. And we'll melee down bottom.
Yeah,
That's going to be such a tough lane against Uzi and PYL.
We talked about it. Okay, just give up the bot lane, because no matter what combo you have down there, you're not going to win the bot lane. Again, you're against a standard AD carry support. It's even Uzi and PYL, so it's a super strong bot lane from the LPL. Just sacrifice that one. Roam instead with these supports here.
Good ward.
They've been spotted.
So can they interrupt? Early roam from Faker already. Started Sonic Wave, and he's already found
No hesitation.
No skill shot connects. Prey score Mad Life. They're looking for Clear Love. He's pinned against the wall. Two flashes. The stun connects as well. Sonic Wave does not, so Faker will not get first blood. Secured by Mad Life.
Why on earth was LPL trying to invade? Graves jungle.
Exhaust comes out already. Faker flash for that.
Yeah, flash for exhaust trade right there. He does have Ignite as well. He's going for the early level 2 here. Faker does have his Trinket Ward, so remember, even though he burned his flash for that, he can cover the distance as soon as he hits level 2.
Sonic Wave is going to connect. Faker's in a little bit of trouble.
Well, that minion
the thing
still
is,
won.
Faker here, he had to leave the lane to try and be part of the first block. So obviously, Rookie got the first push. He would get level 2 first. Now you trade Flash for Exhaust as well. You run Jordan's Blade and go all aggressive. I don't know,
shield.
Faker.
That's a shield.
Jordan's Shield. And you go, that's
very
what I mean,
round
right?
blade.
You don't build a defensive item and go all in level 2. I mean, Faker, come on, step it up.
Whoa.
Calling him out right there.
Well, he does have a 4 to 12 CS deficit that he's working with.
Well, he does have a big minion wave as well.
That he does. And he's going to be left alone to farm it. Rookie's backed away. Doesn't want to go too far, but the ganking power of this Graves will be slow to build up for the time being. Just to get some AD stacked up. And missing a fair few of those CS for Faker.
Oh, you're calling him out?
But if
Wow,
it-
Trevor.
No, there's a difference. But
Bjergsen wouldn't have missed those.
at the very least, at the very least,
Got to put it out there very early.
Faker's going to get some free time to play. Now, these Relic Shields going to have to do a whole lot of work for Mad Life and Prey to stay relevant. 3 CS to 22, and Prey, he's been blocked, is in trouble. Light is burning, going to turn their attention to Uzi. Uzi's been stunned up, and now he's been exhausted. Score apprehends him backwards. Uzi is still alive for a few more seconds. The burning will go to Score.
But while they got that kill, they lost a lot of minions to the turret as well.
This is going to be so hard for Prey.
So, I mean, we got the first part about putting two supports bot lane and then kind of roam. Obviously, you need a few levels. That part we didn't touch. And that's really where LCK got punished.
Well, the other thing is Uzi didn't use his flash there.
No, I mean,
and he is with a Thresh, so...
Yeah, and the wave is
play a bit
pushing
safer
back to
later.
him as well now. Because the tower cleared them out, so the wave is pushing to him in the bot lane. Prey is only level 2 at this point.
Faker, that item build and the decision making early is putting him a little behind. Some support comes in from the roaming AD carry of Prey on Alistar.
Yeah, it was just for some safety. Definitely a wise decision not to overextend there and try and force that fight, because Clear Love had just counter jungled topside and was waiting.
Alright, taking a lot of damage. Not going to be able to parry the Flash Frost, so Koro ends up coming out much better in that trade, and it looks like the wave's pushing towards him, so also going to be a little bit more comfortable for any potential ganks.
And this right here is the pick for Team Fire. Like, they played Fiora all the worlds. Marin played it, he was fantastic, Smep played it. That's the pick that needs to win the game for LCK. It's not going to be the Braum, it's not going to be the Alistar. Especially not with the start we have seen Prey and
The
Mad Life
first
get.
blood Braum, thank you very much.
It's very true. They get the first.
Game changing. Absolutely game changing.
Uh-oh. The zoning is going to...
This is horrible. Level
a lot to
4
break here.
on PYL.
I mean,
to Prey's level 2.
This is the problem. First of all, all the way back to level 1. Faker obviously going down, losing some experience, losing the push for level 2, and then wasting his flash as well. So suddenly he had to just constantly have the wave push down to his tower. they need to have a situation where Prey can leave the lane and he can make something happen in the mid lane. Or he can make something happen in the enemy jungle where Faker can roam as well. But then he needs to push the wave. So he's in a really, really tough situation. He needs level 6, maybe try and go for an all-in. Or have that Darius come in with the gank. You have Flash, pull in Rookie, try and get something going.
Well, Rookie's giving Faker a lot of respect. Backing away as Faker steps forward. First one to level 6. Koro's also already recalled, and that Death Sentence finds Prey. The Flay pulls him into a couple autos from Uzi, and Uzi is now charged up. Starts auto attacking Prey and Madlife. Once again, going to be under the tower. Once again, just truthfully praying for some CS.
It's going to be difficult for them.
Living the mad life.
To get any of this under turret.
At the very least, BYL and Uzi going to back away. Last time they pushed in, Score was there to gank. This time around, Score and Faker, they've set their sights. A little bit of Eggs Benedict.
First time Faker got to push out his lane. Now he's roaming. This is what we need to see from LCK. Oh, Koro!
Sonic Wave connects.
So curious.
And Koro forced to flash early. Down bottom, gank coming in from Clearlab. Doesn't have access to his ultimate, but Prey's gone forward. He's already used the forward headbutt pulverize combo. Now it's 3v2. Madlife is in trouble. The Unbreakable is now broken. Shield is popped. Down to our 50 hit points. Down to double digits, and he's got away. Prey is now in trouble. 110. Tower aggro. Uzi flashes for the kill. Not going to be in range for the volley. But the 3v2 in LPL and Team Ice even up the kills.
You jelly, Kobe?
Nah, I'm good. Faker in the mid lane gets pushed under turret as well. I mean, the lane phase here for an all melee team is going to be difficult.
And 2 support.
Pretty much what you're expecting to happen. So I'm just waiting for the turnaround where the full melee team goes 5 men, all in, try and dive, and snowball.
Yeah. Oh, I thought there may have been a dive there, but I didn't look at HP bars. And you know, you talk about the team comps. I think a lot of kudos has to be given to the Team Ice fans. Because it's the fans that voted for these champions. We'll expand on that idea as here's the replay.
I mean, obviously the first problem here for Team Fire was they went for the all-in at first, and now they'll use some summoners, cooldowns. Who it is, yeah.
What combat?
That's a new move now, flashing in ability.
Well, in the Meteors. I can get behind that. But yeah, you know, to expand on the idea, these were champions that were voted for by the fans, by everybody at home.
And I gotta say, I'm surprised that... See, Corey's out of mana. But I'm surprised that the fans voted for so many picks we see very often. I was expecting, like, you know, Timo and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I voted for a Mumu, actually. All right, Morin, will he get interrupted? He knows Koro's got no mana. Throws out a grand challenge. 1 vital down, 2 vitals down. Flashes for the 3rd, the 4th, for the heal. Koro's in trouble. He finds the stun. And Morin just regens back up and he can stay in lane.
Yeah, he didn't have any mana either for another dash, though. And Koro just walks away.
That's the man that Deficio says has to carry the Team Fire in the LCK. Score coming down bottom. PYL will get stunned up. As those spins to wins comes out. Few seconds. Apprehend. Pulls Uzi back in. Noxian Might is up. Score is looking for the gun. The burn is firing. Turret shot goes through. Uzi's not dead yet. Burn will time shortly, and he survives the all-in. Here comes Rookie. Is Bird the word? No! He finds himself a cow. Stun will fire shortly. Exhaust comes up. Prey still alive. Rookie's got 1. The second goes to Uzi, and Madlife Shield will not save him from the soldiers. 3 for LPL.
Oh, it took a little bit of time for Rookie. He roamed all the way down. I like the first gank for LCK. Again, you got double CC with the support. You have the Darius, give him a kill.
Yeah, it's a melee. The all melee team has to go all in like that and try and bring multiple people there to go for it. But Rookie with the timely roam is able to make it happen. Martin this time around probably won't be able to bust egg open.
It's so painful though for Koro because the Q animation, Martin's just waiting for it and then he's gonna block it and then he obviously blocks the stun. And then you can just keep trading with Koro. And it's so hard to wall someone who's right in front of you. Like in melee range, the wall is very difficult to use.
Yeah, I really did like that skirmish down bottom lane though, because the faith there, Rookie had faith that Uzi would stick around even with such low health. If Rookie was by himself, they would have
he's going to stick around.
Yeah, Uzi was able to stick around and they got a bunch of kills out of it.
Worked in their favor. And of course, with Rookie getting those kills, he's already finished up that Nash's. Returns to lane, even on CS with Faker.
And now is the time for LCK. I mean, we're 10 minutes in. They are behind in gold, but it's not terrible yet. It's only been 5 kills for LPL. Now's the time to lead this lane.
So, Mad Life gets found by the death sentence. Support comes in from Clear Love. He rides a lantern into the fight.
Give up this tower. Go mid lane, set up a pink ward or something, and then have Score, have Prey come in and just 3v1 Rookie. He just used both summoners on the bottom lane and pushed the mid tower. You're never going to defend this tower down here anyway. Standing at Alistar and a Braum, I mean, nobody's afraid of that. Go mid lane.
See if they can get a chance. Lose the tower in the process. LPL got themselves a 2,000 gold lead. Prey and Mad Life getting close to level 6. Faker, Sonic Wave. Not going to take the Lee Syndrome. There was support from Clear Love down bottom, and the support against Koro. Score will be looking for the apprehend. Marin's found a slow.
This time around. 2
vitals down. Flash Frost actually finds a target. The Riposte does not. Apprehend into the dunk. And Koro's going to get cooked for breakfast. Good kill.
Yep, gives kill over to Marin there. Try and get your split push going.
So, down bottom, their sentence again finds a target. PYL is showing up. The box comes out. Mad Life has got the shield. It survived long enough, but it will not be enough. Prey is the next target. The arrow sends him to his grave. And LPL's bottom lane, 5-1-1.
You gotta leave that lane, man. You're doing nothing. You're just standing under the turret. LPL, though, taking advantage of the fact they saw Score on top side. Wasn't gets tower, gets kills. Faker still struggling in the lane.
Faker?
He's even in farm. He's even in farm.
What?
He's even on
He's been pushed down to his tower like all game long.
He has the summoner lead right now. He's
okay,
both
fair enough. I'll give you that one. He's also even in farm, so he's farming well, but his tower's down to 50%. And he's not been able to do anything as Lee said earlier. Dare you talk bad about Faker. I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Let's see what he can do with the mechanics, because Dragon number 1 will get secured by Team Ice. 1 or 2 more hits, not taken yet. Clear Love finally does. Now Faker and Rookie, they're going all in. Rookie will win the trade. And he won a 1v2. We need to see how that played out.
Yeah, all right, now you can talk.
I just want to say also Nash's Tooth right now is one of the best AP items in the game.
Rookie is going to dodge, actually not going to dodge the chair. Kill secured by Marin. But we need to see that 1v2 play out.
Again, it's the Nash's, man. Super goal efficient right now. Obviously, not one of the best in the game, but for his definitely is. Let's see what happens. Faker goes in, kicks him back, and then he knocks him so far back that he can't Sonic Wave or anything.
Rookie sending Team Fire to their graves with the Grave Lord skin. Just doing it in style.
Yeah, not a lot of coordination there. Score and Faker didn't get a chance to work together. Split up the entire time.
That was one of the storylines that came out of IWCA, the mixed team who could learn synergy throughout the weekend.
Or you could boot camp before coming into the event.
That's what it's about. I think the boot camp has less of an effect on this particular match than the double 80 carries.
Yeah, the picks obviously
the
is
zone
massive.
control.
The picks
a lot
will
of
be
tools. But now we need to see if LPL Team Ice can actually pick up a win and not make the same mistakes that NA did. Gusto, bravado. Although I can't see how.
That's not going to be a problem. They're behind.
Yeah, well, touche. Need to see how Team Fire handle
If
the
they lose
theoretical
this
team.
one though, LCK is a tough start for Team Fire. I mean, you're down 150 points already after 2 games. Obviously, the one-on-one tournament coming after.
Yeah, a lot of points if you make it to the
if you
end.
make top 4.
Yeah.
Obviously, you get some points for your team as well. Otherwise, it's a lot about the regional games, giving 100 points.
The Tandem one's a big one.
That goes on,
200
yeah.
points for the Tandem. So
and All-Stars.
That's I think 100. If memory serves correctly.
200.
Yeah, sorry. Tandem's 100. All-Star,
Yeah.
All-Star's 200. There we go. Too many numbers thrown around. That's why I didn't try math earlier today. But Kobe, you've been very quiet as this last few minutes has played out. What is your analysis?
Tell us how you really feel.
My analysis is the full range comp pushing in the full melees, and they're about to dive Faker as well.
What if
Misses
LCK
the
got
Q, though.
5 Tiamats for wave?
They would
like
die
that play.
trying to use them.
The eyes flashed away from the Winter's Bite, but he cannot flash away from the knockout.
there he goes,
Bray
all in.
sends him into Score's hands. And that was just well executed, but here comes Cleelove and PYL. They're looking for revenge. Score's got that Noxian might. The dunk will not be enough. The Lantern is going to pull in Rookie and Koro. Here they come. The wall is out. will find themselves 4 kills. Cloud will be the sacrificial lamb in the ensuing team fight.
LCK is pushing 2 lanes right now. Mid lane for Faker, bot lane for Marin, so they might be able to get some gold, despite giving up 3 kills. Intel also a tower, so obviously it's not going to be worth it. But you gotta get something.
Gotta get something. We'll close this gold lead. Actually, to 1,000 gold, 3,000 gold.
Careful with the map.
Yeah, exactly. We're learning this. It's challenging.
Yeah, the thing is for LCK, full melees doesn't scale too well, especially since Team Ice already has 1 dragon. There's not even a lot of neutral things they can fight over. They just have to hope for some really advantageous numbers in the jungle and some sort of skirmish there.
Yeah, we have to see like a flank. When LPL moves down to push a tower with like an Ashe or something, you get a massive flank from Alistar, Lee Sin, try and kill the backline of LPL, or you're trying to set up Marin to be a split push.
They're all backline.
Yeah,
there's no front,
right. Basically, just get one of the squishies and kill them, or Marin needs to become that split pusher. But obviously that's so difficult because now the minions are going to start just pushing down, and then suddenly he can't push out far enough, and he's just going to get ganked. Ashe Arrow also stops split pushing really effective. So LPL definitely can be happy with the team comp.
Well, we're using it very effectively. Take a look in the top lane. Moro's been challenged.
Man.
Dash over the wall by Marin.
That's a
Even
split
though the
push right
Flash
there.
Cross connects, Marin so easily wins. Still a lot of support for the LCK and Fire win, and it's going to be on Marin to pull it off. We'll talk about that in a moment. Rookie is going to use the walls. Score gets stunned up. The death sentence finds him as well. And the soldier behind the Unbreakable gets the kill. Clear Love bursts down Faker. And the LPL and Team Ice are now onto the inner turret. Prey gets interrupted as P-Wild flays him backwards. Uzi turns his attention back onto the cow. The Unbreakable will get broken as Rookie, still alive, finds a kill. Marin is TP'd in. The shield comes up for Rookie. It will not be enough. Prey will fall shortly. And LPL get the ace and get the tower.
We continue to watch these 2 supports under turret, fighting for their lives, scratching Team Ice, and they're unable to do any damage. Marin was able to claim 1 though.
He got an assist.
Yo, what do you...
Good guy, Marin. Hey, I mean, we talked about the Jax from the last game, and then Fiora as well. Like, these top lanes can still completely take over a game. Problem is when the rest of your team is kind of dying and losing.
I mean, not only is it a full melee team, but it's a full melee team versus Azir and Anivia on the other side, which are 2 of the best at controlling melee champions. Thresh as well, PYL here, doing a lot to help the LPL. Even with Uzi,
he's
taking so many tower shots, and then they're taking tower shots, almost 95% of the damage that Team Ice takes in this is all tower damage.
Well, Marin, maybe if he can split push, can buy some time, but that is a monumental maybe. It just looks like the fans have secured Team Ice 50 more points. You know, all credit to the LPL squad for theoretically winning this game, but they need to knock down the Nexus. We're only 20 minutes in.
It's gonna be easier for them at least. All the ranged champions coming in, pushing on the tower. Let's see. Is there any way LCK can flank here?
No, because no one's there.
No TPs or anything.
Rookie has found Faker. The death sentence connects, and that's another death. 0-3 for Faker's Lee Sin. Prey, ultimate is ticking. It's just a matter of time before he goes down as well. And there simply will not matter. The finisher freezes him up. Death sentence even finds Marin. PYL has hit every single skill shot. Another one sends him back to the fountain, and LPL, they may look to win. They've got a lot of minions. They've got a lot of ranged auto attackers, and another death sentence.
No mercy from LPL here. This is straight down 20 minutes into the game.
And that is going to be the match. The LPL use the pick 10 composition afforded to them. It's not over just yet, gentlemen. LCK will not go quietly. They are looking to get something back. And unfortunately, it's just a hurrah for nothing. The Nexus drops. Team Ice, 150
points. Game not 100% decided in champ select, but it was a big, big bonus.
Come on, yo. Come on.
They fixed the pick and ban problems they had doing Worlds. Showed up.
the fans took matters
The
into their
fans
own
said,
hands.
okay, the coaches can't do it, we will do it for you. There you go.
I think that's fair. I mean, the fans voted for these comps, so this is 50 points to Team Ice. Compliments of the guys at home. So
This whole event is about the fans, right? For the different regions.
And you, coach.
And they're rewarded. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So
that's because you're my fan, right?
Yeah, I'm your fan. Back, 5 years ago, I was only watching Kobe 24 straight.
Yeah, we quote you all the time. The immobile champions, the
rotation,
translations.
We got everything, man.
We even try to emulate your high-pitched squeals. It's real tough.
Let's hear it.
No. We don't need to hurt people right now. But yeah, Team Ice, another 50 points. So looking good.
I want to see the one-on-one tournament now. Because
We're about to have it.
We're about to, great.
What are the odds?
It's like almost I knew the schedule or something. Still.
Thanks for explaining it. I didn't understand.
Cool.
Now kiss.
This is weird.
Now kiss.
No, not go weird. But I just want to see which players want to really try hard as well in the 1v1 and like really show the skill. Or if it's more like I'm just gonna pick like a fun champion.
Everyone's gonna try hard in 1v1. That's for your personal honor.
I want to see that. I mean, some of the junglers maybe don't really care too much. They can pick like boring stuff like Lee Sin. We want only 80 carries.
Only 80 carries. That's if you're going to go real try
That's
hard.
the try hard.
We will find out who is going to try hard and who will not as we head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Well, Team Ice, but 50 more points for them.
But this proves again the notion that you can't beat Faker 5-on-5. You need like the Goku Spirit Bomb. You need the help of thousands, millions of people around the world to pick this horrible team composition, and then you can beat Faker.
I'm just surprised that he held equal in lane in Lee Sin versus Azir. And it's like rookies Azir, who's an incredible player in his own right. Like, how the hell did Faker not just get destroyed?
He just has really like good grasp on how to play these champions. It's in the really minute details when he like moves right in front of a creep. He didn't miss a single Q, has really good point-blank Qs in the middle of the minion wave, even flashes to go all in. He just was a little bit behind in experience. And this entire matchup, the way it plays out, it just relies around hitting level 2 first and all in, because otherwise there's no counterplay. Like everything is so easy to play for Rookie side. Rookie had the counter to the only way for Faker to go all in, which is like the insect. Rookie immediately just ultis backwards, and since they changed the ulti to grasp a little more from behind, it's impossible for Faker to get anything done there.
Yeah, the team comp just in general, low wave clear for Fire. You don't have any ranged champions on that entire lineup.
Yeah.
And Marin was trying to do his best in that top lane. He was actually taking it to the top laner. He was taking it to Koro.
He's supposed to win that matchup.
Yeah, right. If he's playing it correctly, he can win it. And there was a decent amount of ganks to come up there to get those summoner spells early. But, oh man, Rookie actually played that mid lane beautifully. I loved that 2v1 where he actually had no summoner spells and he got 2. And he got 2 kills. It was an incredible performance from him. But, of course, it's rigged.
Yeah, you know, it's just...
You guys did this.
We keep getting fun comps here on Team Fire. You know, we're trying to put on a good show for you guys, the fans. And, you know, just some tryhards here on Team Ice that just keep making it, a less enjoyable experience.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of the replays where Team Ice, or the Uppia in this case, was definitely tryharding, but they had everything going for them.
Yeah, and this is basically the story of this game. We can roll the clip immediately. Fire just, they want to go all in, and this bot lane as well. Played from behind level 1 because they use their flash in level 1 skirmish, and that is kind of the way they want to win the lane. So that flash all-in kill is all they have. It's like a shotgun, right? They have like 1 shell in there. But then the backup arrives and...
He's got 2 shells.
Yeah. He has multiple shells there, clearly out shotgunning the shotgun comp. But then once your CC and your all-in is used, you get kited. Rookie here comes in. There's nothing they can do. And I just really want to reiterate that Braum Alistar punished incredibly hard from having to use their flash level 1 in that skirmish, because they got denied a lot of CS early. You can get that CS under the tower if you have the zone that comes with your flash. The enemy has to respect the fact that you can flash pulverize headbutt. But if you no longer have that, they can just poke you out of every single CS. So actually using flash level 1 came to bite Mad Life and Prey in the behind really hard later on, and that forced them to roam in these very predictable play patterns, then got countered in the end. So it went downhill quickly.
Yeah, it was a hard comp for Fire to fight with, but let's see how that match has changed the leaderboard. That does mean that there are more points on Team Ice, 50 extra actually, so 150 so far for Team Ice. That's not a lot in the scope of things, a lot can happen. As you can see, a bunch of matches still. Only 2 matches played. We have 1 versus 1 today for points. We have the Tandem Mode later on, so there's a lot still to be done.
I love how it says fun modes. not for one team. That was...
I'm sure they had fun. No,
Winning is fun.
They,
I heard
had fun. They had
say.
fun with it, but.
I mean, Faker is going up against Froggen later. He already showed that he masters the Lee Sin as well. That adds some extra spice to that matchup, and there's enough of that already. So very interesting. And for a look ahead at those 1v1s, actually, we're going to check in with Dash.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm standing out on the 1v1 stage where that infamous LA rain is drizzling on our heads. No, I'm standing by next to Kira, and Vladimir is going to be helping us with the translations here. Kira, looking ahead to the 1v1s, you are the champion of the 1v1 tournament out from IWCA, and the reason why CIS was able to get enough points to make it to this tournament. So how does it feel to be here competing with the rest of these huge international teams?
Кира, кого ты себя ощущаешь здесь, на этом турнире, зная о том, что ты чемпион предыдущего турнира в режиме 1 на 1, ты та причина, по которой твоя команда здесь, как ты себя чувствуешь в связи с этим?
Ну, я очень рад, что мы смогли пройти сюда. Всем привет, кстати. Честно говоря, я не испытываю каких-то особых эмоций в плане того, что это теперь другой турнир. Это все так же очень сложный турнир 1 на 1, и я постараюсь показать хорошую игру.
So I'm really happy to be here. I wouldn't say that I'm super emotional because it's just another tournament for me, and I'm ready to prove myself here.
All right, fabulous. But part of proving yourself after all this, hype that's coming out of the 1v1 tournament from there, how does that feel? How is the pressure, weighing on you, going, zeroing in on just the 1v1 tournament, knowing that you were the champion and some people expect you to step up here?
Скажи просто, как ты справляешься с тем давлением, которое на этом турнире все-таки несколько выше уже после твоего триумфа на предыдущем?
Ну, честно говоря, из-за триумфа я волнуюсь, потому что первое поражение и сразу все, триумф никуда. Но это единственное давление, которое я испытываю. Если в первую игру выиграю, дальше легче.
Actually, I'm worried because if I lose my first game, all this hype will go away in the moment. So this is the only point of worry for me. If I win the first game, it will be much easier then.
Speaking of which, you'll be going up in our second match of the evening against Dyrus, who is currently getting his station set up. Is there anything in particular that you're expecting out of this 1v1, maybe given the fact that he's a top laner and you're a mid laner?
Тебе предстоит свою первую игру играть против Дайруса. Скажи, пожалуйста, что ты ожидаешь от этого матча? Может быть, учитывая то, что он играет на топе, ты играешь на средней линии.
Ну, обе линии соло, поэтому мы оба хороши в 1 на 1. Также, насколько я знаю, Дайрус хорош в 1 на 1, поэтому, мне кажется, матч будет довольно сложным.
So both lanes are solo lanes, so we both, in theory at least, should play well 1v1. And as far as I know, Dyrus is good in 1v1 matchups, so it means that the match will be interesting and it will be difficult.
All right, and one final question. If you are to make it all the way to the 1v1 finals, which player would you most like to face off for that title of champion?
Кира, если ты продвинешься дальше, с кем больше всего тебе хочется сыграть в турнире 1 на 1?
С победителем матча Froggen Faker.
Okay, so he wants to win. He wants to play against the winner of Froggen versus Faker matchup.
Well, that's not a bad pick at all. Well, best of luck in the tournament. I'm going to let you go set up in just a moment. And Vladimir, thank you very much for doing the translations. That's going to do it for us here. On the flip side of the break, though, we're coming right back to the 1v1 arena to get this thing fired up. Stick with us.
Noxian light is up. Score is looking for the jump. The burn is firing. Turret shot goes through. Pull in Rookie and corner. Here they come. The wall is out. And LPL will find themselves 4 kills. Still alive. Finds a kill. Morin is TP'd in. The shield comes up for Rookie. It will not be enough. It's not over just yet, gentlemen. LCK will not go quietly. They are looking to get something back. The Nexus drops. Team Ice, 150 points.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of All-Star 2015, coming to you live from the LCS Studio in Los Angeles, California. As you can see, the fans, a little bit of rain isn't going to spoil their fun. They're all fired up. And iced up, I guess I should say, not to be biased, because in just a few minutes we're going to get our first
Are those
look
baguettes?
at this year's 1v1 tournament.
Is that the evolution of the Thunder Stick? That's awesome.
Yeah, really awesome. As said, the guys out there, they are ready to go because the 1 versus 1 tournament is going to go here soon, and we're going to take a first look at it. That means that both Fire and Ice will get a chance to show what they've got mano a mano, Freak.
Yep, so basically 3-win conditions, get 100 CS first, which is how Frog is going to do it. Get first blood is how Faker's going to do it, or kill the turret first, which is how every AD carry is going to try to do it. Which tends to mean you often see ranged champions who are lane dominant, who can push, who can CS, who can kill the turret. Or you see a melee champion who goes hard for the all-in, and you have about 12 minutes to get that first blood kill before they outscale you with health items.
Yeah, there's never a very, very long game, although at IWCA we did see a couple of players going for the long game and then seeing, can I get the tower, or will I get to 100 CS, or will I just straight up kill him? Are there any secret tidbits here that we have to look out for that are not in those rules?
In terms of like what people are going to be running, I think we're going to see a lot of people going for like a 0, 12, 18 sustain build and getting Grasp of the Undying, where they can continually just get HP back and then also take the Mastery where you have more mana regen. So they're just getting both stats over time when they're trading. So I think we're going to see a little bit of that, and that might be the prevalent strategy here that starts winning games, because you open up more options where you can go for the CS, and then you put your opponent on the back foot where they say, oh, wait, well, I guess I have to fight him, and then you can just win those trades and then regen back up. So I think that opens so many options.
Yeah, and Flash as a summoner tends to lose a little bit of value, which then makes the fights a lot more scripted, which then in turn, just like Freaks pointed out, you know, those ranged zone champions that can focus on CS, that they will just run exhaust, and any all-in attempt will be incredibly scripted. You'll see it coming. You need kind of 2 all-ins, one where you fake out the exhaust and then go all-in again.
Yeah.
That's the entire reason that, this whole meta kind of gets, I wouldn't say boring, but just like more predictive. So I hope people come out with the snowballs, go for the all-in, just the Annie delivery system with the Tibbers, something like that.
Yeah, I believe both sides each get 3 bans, and it's blind pick. But once they're both locked in, you get time to adjust, and you see the other person's.
Rune's Mastery Summoners to make sure, Yeah,
let's take a look at the bracket and see all the players that will be going mano a mano here. And we're starting off with a very hyped first matchup. And then Martin versus Clear, Dyrus versus Kira, Bjergsen versus Smurf. Those are the first 3 that will come seeing up. But we have 7 here today. Prey, Huni, Madlife, Demonko, Meteos, Rookie, Westdoor, Lex. So a lot of good things to start off with in our first 7 matches. Any one of the first that you guys are really looking forward to? Dyrus, can he beat Kira? Big question.
I don't know. Kira seemed to take the IWCA one very seriously and came out with some strategies that I'm a big fan of. I want to see if he's got more. And if Dyrus watched those games, ban Lucian, ban Caitlyn, see what else he has and test his champion pool.
Might want to ban Jax.
Might want to ban Jax, just for the PTSD.
Yeah, is he now already tilted? Like, is Jax top all it took, and now Dyrus tilted for the rest of the tournament? I mean,
we'll have to find out.
We'll see.
Yeah, excuses already
Ban
piling
Cassio
up.
as well.
Yep.
We'll be good.
He's running out of bans at that point. So I just honestly,
I thought Preppo wanted to say something.
No, I had a point, but I totally lost it.
Oh, you lost
it became dull very fast.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Just that's the usual.
You lost the line. It's no longer okay.
Just carry on.
Point
Carry on,
and line
Freak.
are related. You know, they're similar dimensions. And okay. No, go ahead. Just please cut me off. I'm just.
Okay, I'm cutting you off.
Digging yourself deeper.
All games are best of 1 until we get to the final 4, and those are then best of 3, which is always a change of dynamic coming in there. But before that, we have to run through the entire bracket, which is very interesting. And we mentioned Kira already, and it's very interesting to me because he realized as the 1 versus 1 was going on that it would be more important for him to get further, and he really zoned in on those champions. And it wasn't that he picked Caitlyn and picked Lucian, and it was GG easy. I mean, they were facilitating his win, but he showed some incredible moves on that as well, which leads me to think, I mean, you guys have said a lot that junglers will be at the disadvantage in this bracket. But if anything, Clearlove versus Martin in that first one, that could prove the difference.
It really could. I don't know so much about what Clearlove's going to be able to pull off in this, but just junglers all around, I would be extraordinarily impressed if any jungler from any region makes top 4. Because that's crazy. And I'd say, why are you a jungler? Just go be a laner.
Pick a more skill-intensive role, have someone else. I mean, you saw, like Score was an AD carry, picks up the jungle role, becomes the all-star like the very next year. As we can tell, the truly gifted players, the marksmen, can just pick up an inferior role, no problem.
Yeah. Well, aren't you a jungler as well? You're both. So
I mean, that's the meme.
So
So here's how the whole Freaks of Jungle thing came out. I'm such a terrible top laner that I couldn't play top lane in like internal playtests for champion spotlights. Like, I couldn't win lane as Release Aurelia. Like, this is how bad I am at playing top lane, so I just made everything a jungler, and that became the joke.
And looking at the supports, really, they generally don't really thrive that well in 1v1s too. But we have some players like Afram who has former marksman experience. Madlife he's Madlife, so he can play anything. Unluckily for Afram though, he will end up, I believe, in the bracket that will have Froggen and Faker in.
at that side, so he will not make the top 4, I'm afraid, because I think whoever's going to be coming out of Frog and Faker duel is just likely to take the entire side of that bracket. Want to see how Doublelift plays? I think he has really good mechanics, but 1v1 is still a little bit about brain, so he may fall there a little bit. But yeah, it's just fun to see 1v1. It's just pure intricate skill that doesn't translate well to like 5v5. It doesn't matter who's the better player in general, but it just highlights one aspect of the play.
Yeah, you say it's skill. A lot of it is also your setup and what your plan is coming in. Yeah. Because some people, I think we're going to see it a lot, will come in and be like, oh, I'm just going to play AD Malzahar and I'll kill him. And then after you do like the first trade, you go, oh God, I've made a terrible mistake. And then you realize you're going to slowly lose that game. And I think we're going to see a decent amount of that. But I want to see what Faker comes out with here, because Faker, this gives you just full sandbox mode. Nothing's going to happen. You go straight at the guy. 1v1. What is your setup? Have you crunched the numbers? Also, his 1v1s haven't been too great. He died to Westor 1v1. He died to Febivin 1v1. Last 1v1, he really, I remember him killing Pawn as Ryze, right? So I want to see what Faker can do 1v1.
It was all the build-ups for this.
I know.
It was all planned from Faker.
Give him hope so you could tear him down.
I do think that the players are ready, so we're going to head outside and look at those players facing off.
Some measure greatness by KDA, others by solo queue ranking. Some measure it by the number of regional accomplishments someone has, and others by the number of world championships they've won. But the true test of a champion lies in some of the greatest words spoken by some of the most historic minds in solo queue. 1v1 me, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2015 All-Star 1v1 Tournament. Now, you may have noticed that there are 4 men on the stage at any given moment. That is because one pair is warming up while the other one is doing battle for glory. So do me a favor, ignore the ones on my right and join me in welcoming our first 2 combatants to take to the Howling Abyss. On the blue side, representing Team Fire, reigning world champion and 2015 World's MVP, Marksman! And on the red side, representing Team Ice and China's LPL, he made a quarterfinal appearance at Worlds. I love him. You love him. It's Clear Love! Well, gentlemen, it's time to go. So good luck. Have fun. You're gonna need it.
Oh, what's hotter right now? These 2 players or Dash's pipes after that intro. Stress, this is going to be a good one.
I thought you were going to say, or his hair, his hot pink hair.
Oh, and that's fantastic too, but we'll get into it a little bit later. We can talk about the Dash Chromas all we want, but this matchup right now, this is a world champion, an MVP of this world versus the MSI champion, China's favorite jungler. This is Clear Love, man. It may be a disadvantage for him, but he's got a lot going for him.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying, Clear Love can do well, Clear Love can do well. Marin got MVP at Worlds by wrecking nerds. 1 versus 1, sometimes 1 versus 2 in the top lane. It was like, Smeb, who's that? Crush him in the top lane. 1 versus 1. Well, all I'm saying is
right.
At IWCA, which was the last 1v1 tournament, there was only 1 jungler that really even bungled his way through the bracket. And that was Carbon, because he kind of lucked his way through with a couple of, kind of lucky plays in the 1 versus 1. But nevertheless, he declared himself as the O's Faker. But we're going to see a real hype matchup here for our first one of the day. I'm looking forward to this one, and we are into the picks and bans.
Already Gangplank taken off the board for Team Fire. Marin does not want to have to deal with that one. And Lulu, of course. We talked about the try-hard picks. Maybe we'll see some fun in here. But we have been seeing a lot of the AD carries, so I wouldn't be surprised to see those.
Lulu is super annoying in 1v1s. You just pick up a Doran's Blade to start, and between the picks damage on your auto attacks plus just the added damage from the Doran's Blade, just so annoying to deal with. You can never kill her when she gets to 6E.
Speaking of annoying though, Lucian, he's been a very, very popular pick in the 1v1s we recently did see with, some fantastic plays coming out of Kira alone on that champion. Kennen is also banned away. So Marin just has 1 left. He decides to spend it on the Quinn. What does Clearlove decide to get rid of?
It's got to be Caitlyn here. I mean, we also saw a lot of Urgot bans. Urgot on Howling Abyss tends to be pretty good. Nunu as well is another one of those champions that is very annoying to deal with. He just consumes up a minion every time he trades, throws a snowball at you and just waddles away and just says, okay, well, you're never going to beat me. There's a lot available right now that can be picked and probably should be picked as well. Caitlyn is pretty much the quintessential neutralize everything champion in a 1v1. You just farm to 100 CS and just win the game.
That's not going to be happening on Team Ice's side, though. Clearlove goes all out, goes against his own element here, and he picks up the Brand.
He does, but Brand is super annoying. I actually tried to cheese pulse with this in a 1v1.
How'd that work for you?
He played Heimerdinger and cheesed me back, and it really outplayed me. Brand, with the added damage that you get from the Deathfire touch, just means you burn people down time and time again. And as you said, they've kind of gone against their element here.
Well, you know, just because they're both out of their element doesn't mean they can't lay the smackdown. Lissandra's picked up. She's on her home turf here on the Howling Abyss. And we'll have to see if Marin is up to the task to dousing the fire of Clearlove this time around.
So as a reminder, both picks, once they've been locked in, will be shown to the opponents. You can change your summoners and just, you know, change your runes and masteries to depend on exactly what you want for the matchup. Also something, the summoners will get updated just before we go into game as well, so it will not just be what you see on the screen. Generally, we saw a lot of Exhaust Ignite just to go all in.
But Snowball's enabled too, that's worth noting. You always have the
is.
possibility, but you don't necessarily need it on these two champions.
It's nice for the true damage that you get from it and a gap close if you need that kind of added functionality on a champion's kit, but generally, Exhaust Ignite just shuts down any kind of all-in, and if you manage to hold your Ignite while the opponent uses both summoners, you have a massive advantage in that 1v1 situation.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to see who takes this one out. It really is a matchup of two heavyweight players out of two very powerful regions, and I have a feeling that whoever wins this one has the potential to go very far in this 1v1 tournament. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Howling Abyss. It's Marin versus Clearlove.
Oh, this is disgusting from Clearlove already. I like it. We were saying, you know, with the cheese picks coming out of the jungler, even running Spirit Fire Brand as well. The best Brand skin, I feel, since it got released. But Corrupting Potion as well. Everything about this build seems to be all about the tick damage. You hit them with one ability, the burn from Brand's passive, already 2% of your max health every second for 4 seconds, up to 8%. Plus you add Corrupting Potion, plus you add Deathfire Touch. Oh, just... Oh. This just makes my skin crawl even thinking about how hard it's going to hit with the first Pillar of Flame.
Well, you know, if there's anything I learned from playing Pokemon, fire is usually pretty strong against ice. And we're just going to go ahead and see what Clearlove's able to pull off. But Marin, you know, he didn't get that MVP for nothing. He's playing an actual top lane champion.
Ooh, sidestep already out of Marin. Dancing Shoes are on. The other key thing here is we're on Howling Abyss, but wards are actually enabled from the trinket slot. It's really important to get that first ward down into the bush. You can see that it's already been established by Clearlove, but the response here out of Marin with Lissandra, he's just been queuing the wave. Clearlove's been trying to land the Pillar of Flame, and the experience difference between the two champions early on is going to potentially punish Clearlove, but Marin is taking a few pillars here, and it is starting to chunk through his health.
It is. However, as you mentioned, there is that CS differential going for Marin right now. It's very, very slight, but of course, that is one of your win conditions, getting first to 100. He's already healed back up. Post is coming in handy early, but he does take a little bit more damage. The Ice Claw comes out. Clearlove's just out of range, though, and he's dodging away from it.
Oh, Marin also just judging the tower distance as well, making sure he didn't get hit. Another key thing for anybody that, you know, this is their first time watching a 1v1, Marin is actually in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, there's that pillar again, and he's got to be very careful here. Clearlove does not take nearly as much in return, a bit lower on the mana scale, but he's very low on the CS.
And that is actually all of Marin's potions used here as well. So Marin, even though he now has a level advantage, cannot really trade with Clearlove. Recall is enabled. And the other really key thing as minions push up to a tower, Marin gets hit and stunned!
Ignite! Exhaust is down, he's gonna try to claw his way to freedom, but he's burning!
He's done it!
First blood! 2.5 minutes!
Oh, Clearlove, I doubted you. I doubted you to begin this 1v1 tournament. And that's the world's MVP down already.
Yeah, and we got a jungler moving on to the next round. I mean, we didn't always expect that was gonna happen, but smile on Clearlove's face. He takes one for Team Ice, chalk it on the board.
It's the brand, man, this champion. If you just hit those pillars, that's all it is. Pillar into a stun. Oh, they just burn down. Yeah. Disgusting.
Well, that sets up a jungle battle, too, in the next round, because he goes up against the Flash Wolves Karza.
Yeah, looking at it, yeah, Kaze was the player that got the
First
buy
buy,
on the
yes.
top side of the bracket for this one. So that is a good start now if your Team Ice managing to at least put that first player up against Kaze, because otherwise you then look at it, Team Fire would actually have a player immediately into the quarterfinals if Team Ice didn't win that one. So a good pickup to start this one off.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Ice has really been just kind of wrecking through the competition in all of our tournaments, or all of this tournament so far. But there's plenty more 1v1s to play, and we're going to keep on going with it. But really, fantastic start to this one. It was quick, but it was clean.
It was quick. And that's the thing is you'll either see games be like 2.5 minutes long, or 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 minutes when you get up to 100 CS. So there really is a big disparity. It's either all before 6 or nothing until 100 CS.
Absolutely. Now, as we look towards our next match, we're going to hear Dyrus' game plan for this 1v1.
I have absolutely no plan for 1v1s. It's something I'm most terrible at. And if anything, if I see something good done by any other players in 1v1, I'm just going to straight up copy them and then play that way.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a start to our 1v1 tournament, but it's time to move on to our second battle of the evening. Now, first up, on the blue side, representing Team Fire, one of 2 players to compete at every single World Championship. He just wants to play League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Pillow himself, it's Dyrus! And on the red side for Team Ice, hot off his victory in the 1v1 tournament at the International Wildcard All-Stars in Melbourne, representing the Commonwealth of Independent States, it's Kira! Well, it's time to load up and come out fighting.
Come out fighting indeed, the crowd favorite. You can hear it, Dyrus. They won't let him retire, man. They want him to keep trying to play League of Legends.
They do, but it's all about my boy Kira from the IWCA International Wildcard, defending 1v1 champion. The weather is not so great here, but as the Prince of Wales, I decided to bring the rain over. You can thank me later, California. I've got my scarf, IWCA, repping the pride. It's all about Kira, the champion, is gonna dumpster retire us in this one.
Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you here, Stress, because Dyrus is going to be bringing the heat for Team Fire this time around. Let's see how it happens in Picks Advance. We're already through it.
Yeah, already
Lucian
through.
Quinn got off the board.
The insta-lock for Caitlyn by Kira. Put this in perspective. Kira literally played 2 champions.
Why is this guy not an AD carry?
It beats me. He beats some of the best wildcard AD carries. BRTT lost and got outplayed by Kira in a Caitlyn mirror matchup at IWCA. So at this point, I really don't know. Dyrus, this one should have been an easy read.
Well, you know, you heard in his game plan he was just going to try to go for the copy, but he can't copy what's blind. So let's see what he decides to pick up and if it's going to work out. There's still that Caitlyn available, some other AD carries, but Lucian, Quinn, all these off the board. If he locks this Malzahar, though.
Well, we heard Zyrene talk about it, the AD Malzahar, where you just try and all in at like level 2, level 3.
He's going for it.
It brand works. Mal's, for the very similar reason, with the dot, does do a lot of damage. I guess this was the result of Dyrus crowdsourcing earlier. You heard Crepo talk about it, Dyrus tweeting. I don't know what to pick for 1v1s. He's pretty much never had them. So he really is just going to go all in on this kind of half-cheese strat. I like it. I like the strat with the Malzahar. It's pretty good. But there is one problem with Malzahar, is if you don't have a sufficient size Voidling, when you actually go aggressive, the Voidling just dies and you lose a lot of damage. And you end up just giving CS for free. So you need a heavily stacked Voidling, which is fairly difficult to do in the early onset of the game. So wondering how this is going to go for Dyrus.
Yeah, well, Kira's definitely got a lot of experience under his belt for this one, coming out as that reigning champion in Melbourne. But, you know, taking on Dyrus as Malzahar, he's still got to be able to sidestep these shots that are going to be flying at him. And I really think that this is going to be a test of will for Dyrus.
Yeah, it will be. And, you know, it's going to be a test of his knowledge of the 1v1 map. Because Kira, one of the reasons why he dominated the 1v1 bracket is he actually knows this map to a T, which is a very weird thing to say about a pro player.
He plays ARAM a lot.
No, but specifically this scenario where towers deal extra damage to minions, so the actual last hitting mechanics are messed up under tower compared to Summoner's Rift. Also, Kira will go very aggressive over the health packs as they spawn.
All right, well, we are once again on the Abyss, the Murder Bridge, And so far, it's been true to its name. 1 kill has been claimed. Will there be another? Will we go to CS? Kira's gonna fire that Peacemaker. It's silenced up for just a second, but Dyrus is already losing the trade in an instant recall out of Kira.
All about the map control for Kira. He sets up that ward straight away. He's able to judge exactly the distance on the Peacemaker. It's actually quite impressive how Kira was able to dominate the competition. As I was saying, watch for the health pack spawns around that 2-minute 30 mark. He'll just get himself onto the actual health relic and force his opponent away.
Yeah. Now, by the way, you were talking about the 80 Malzahar pick and how a little early on it can do a lot of damage. This isn't the way Dyrus is going. He's built himself a Doran's Ring, and he's going to be going the much more traditional AP path. Now, let's see if it works out. He does have that Q available. The silence doesn't do a ton to Caitlyn, but Kira is abusing the ability on his passive to get more headshot stacks in the brush.
Yes, and again, this is another thing that we saw Kira consistently do, is utilize the brush, make sure he's stacking up that passive very quickly. I'm interested now to see whether Dyrus tries somehow to shove Kira in later on in this matchup, because Dyrus has already lost the pushing game. There you can see the first voidling of the game dies to Kira very quickly. Dyrus could be in trouble here as Kira is about to hit level 2 off that front minion. Will he go aggressive? Will be able to just chunk Dyrus down from the brush.
Those headshots are starting to sting. He has been hitting the Call of the Voids though, and now he's back up to level 2 himself. But Kira is just staying so safe on the superior range of this Caitlyn. He's relying on it, and it's not really being punished.
No, well, I mean, it's very difficult to punish at this point. The only way that Kira gets punished is if he's standing in his minion line when the Malefic Visions actually just spreads throughout the wave. So unless Kira somehow makes a mistake on that, I don't think he's going to get punished too hard in these early levels, just from the sheer range difference.
Yeah, it's just so hard for Dyrus to be able to combat this, and you can see the CS differential is still creeping up there. The Malefic Visions are chugging away on that cannon minion, but since it doesn't go down, it's not going to spread level difference. Kira just keeps stepping forward.
And look at him force Dyrus away from the health relic. Kira is fine to trade. He sits on the relic. He has Grasp of the Undying as well. That's one key thing that he always runs on these AD carries. He just constantly ticks the timer up on the minions and then auto-attacks the enemy champion because he has that massive range. And any damage that he takes just gets traded straight back with the health that comes to it.
Yeah, so even if Dyrus is able to land a little bit of damage on him, it just goes right back to it. Does get a nice Q between the minion waves. Kira's still able to chunk him out though. But Dyrus actually has a level advantage here for just a moment. We'll see if he goes a little farther forward with it. The Grasp of the Undying's flying back and forth, but I feel like Kira is able to just come a little bit further ahead on it. And then not only his main mastery here, but he's got that lifesteal on the Doran's Blade.
But it's so difficult right now for Dyrus to do anything. His health relic isn't up yet, and it's not due up for another good few seconds here. It's another about 15 to 20 seconds before it's due up. I believe it's 75 seconds on the map, so
Kira
it's actually
3:45
it's due up. You can see Kira shoving it in. He knows that the minion wave is coming. He has to shove this in the next 10 seconds and force Dyrus back, because then there's no way for Dyrus to do anything. He forces the recall and is going to get turret damage out pretty safely here as Dyrus has to get away.
Well, he's not going to back just yet. He's got his Voidling available, but he's running out of minions fast. Kira steps up, gets the health relic. Yes, he burns it away on a shot from the tower, but Dyrus is just zoned out of this farm. It is 30-16, and he is not looking too healthy. The Voidling's going to go down. Kira's still just trying to keep the minions within tower range so he can just keep on firing it down, and Dyrus has got nothing to do.
And this is the kind of situation that a big timer goes on to Dyrus now. He has to all-in Kira before he gets to 100 CS. There's a lot of time left here, and we'll see what Dyrus actually manages to pick up when he goes back, but Kira is going to win this at 100 CS. There is almost no way for Dyrus without a massive all-in, using the Ignite, using that barrier, and getting the ultimate down, for Dyrus actually to come back into this CS game. Caitlyn is just too punishing when it comes to having a lead on CS.
This is exactly what he's got to do. If he can ding 6 in time, he's going to get back to lane before Kira can. If he can manage to get up to that, land the Nether Grasp, finish the channel, and go Ignite, it's the only chance he's got, because otherwise Kira's just going to net away and keep kiting it.
And the key thing is that, you know, people are saying, oh, just build damage, that's all you need, you're an AD carry, you'll win the trades, it's great. Kira knows he doesn't need it. He's got a Doran shield, he's got himself a null magic. All he needs to do is not die in this matchup, and he wins this game. And that is what made him so difficult to deal with in IWCA, because nobody seemed to ban both of the AD carries away from him, and Kira would just play for the late game, and if you made a mistake, he'd punish you before.
Now Dyrus did manage to get his other health relic there. He is going to land the Q. He does get Malefic Visions on, but More CS traded over to Kira, and that's an ace in the hole. Dyrus takes a little bit more, throws down the null zone as well, and he's not 6 yet. He can't get another grasp. He does get some serious damage, and Kira's got to be careful playing with fire there against the Team Fire top laner.
Yeah, that was messy out of Kira. Dyrus actually just getting a lot of free damage up.
He's
He
got
has to be
6.
careful.
He's
Dyrus,
going in.
as long as he doesn't go
He's
into the turret.
exhausted. Oh, this could be dangerous, though. Kira steps forward. Dyrus is in the bush. He's heading straight for a trap, but he sidesteps it. Headshots are flying, though, and he has to back away.
Yeah, he has to back away. Dyrus even used his ultimate in that engage, and Kira was just able to get himself basically taking no damage during the entire thing, and that means that Kira is just able to consistently farm this up. Dyrus now has to rethink his strategy.
Oh no, he's on the
oh,
trap.
the trap.
Headshots, vision, Kira just keeps trading back, and he gets the health back. On that last trade, too, Dyrus, he canceled his ultimate. It really was an inopportune moment for him, but he had the chance, he just didn't quite get it. Now Kira's just gonna keep on stacking the CS, 54-31. Dyrus is staying alive, but this game could be over.
This game is pretty difficult for Dyrus.
Goes for the net, picks
Yep.
it up. Dyrus just can't get there in time, and he takes a Peacemaker to the back of the head.
Again, it's just all about control over those relics. No potions for Dyrus, there's potions for Kira, so all he has to do, take the relic, chug a pot. The actual effective health he gains from that, it just outweighs everything Dyrus can throw at him. The one thing to keep in mind, Exhaust is on cooldown for Kira. Dyrus has his Ignite, has his Barrier, and the ultimate is going to be up before Exhaust is available once again. So Kira has to respect that, because Dyrus can look to go for an all-in. It just is going to have to be a very well-placed all-in, because he's going to need probably a little bit of help from minions as well in order to take down Kira.
Kira's gonna back here. He's got almost no mana. He's standing on the Hell Shrine, but Dyrus is going straight for him. Throws down the Null Sphere to stop that, and takes a little bit of minion damage, but he might look to go all in here. No, has to back away. A lot of damage from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's because he doesn't have his ultimate. If Dyrus had his ult, I think he may have gone all in there. Although he will pretty much need his full rotation to be able to do that.
try.
See,
Not
the
quite.
Boiling is starting to charge up, but is losing a lot of the potency as it's attacking the minions. It is, it's a decent trade, but remember, Kira's got the pots. Kira's just going to sustain up here. Ooh,
Takes a lot of damage there. However, Dyrus still wants to trade back. He's going to throw down the barrier. Kira wants to try and push him further back, but Dyrus has got his ultimate up and available. Ace in the hole. Barrier is also popped on him. And he decides to go for it.
All of this is Kira buying time for his exhaust. That's really everything that Kira is doing here, is just throwing as much at Dyrus to force him not to engage. And as soon as that exhaust is back up, Kira knows that the game is done.
It's really just like a game of chess at this point. Dyrus, unfortunately, doesn't have as many winning moves.
The other thing here is Kira can recall very freely. The CS lead he has built up here, 72-47, means that Kira is never going to miss more than a wave and a half. He backs away, still maintains the lead, gets his Hex Drinker now, and is able to survive any kind of all-in that Dyrus should throw at him. And you can see now Dyrus has only just gone up to 50. And the turret is going to take damage, but it is not going to be enough to take the turret down. Of course, remember, 100 CS, turret kill, or first blood will win you a 1 versus 1.
Kira is intent on winning as much of it as he can. The reigning champion from the IWCA 1v1 tournament. Dyrus will go back and get himself the health pot to try and compete, but Kira's exhaust is almost back up. This is a dangerous moment for Dyrus.
It is, and you know, I'm actually wondering what Kira has for the rest of the tournament here as well, because he got one of the picks he was just proficient at anyway, and Kira does take a damage.
That's a big one.
Kira,
Nice down. Nether Grasp is going. Dyrus is going all for it. Can he eliminate the All-Star champion? The Hex Drinker shield is on. Dyrus is out of mana and out of options. He's got to back away.
Whew, Kira playing that a little bit greedy. Couldn't get the exhaust off to begin, but he knows that Dyrus doesn't have the damage right now, and that may very well have been Dyrus' last hurrah in this 1 versus 1 tournament, because up to 87 CS now is Kira. It means all he's got to do is get 2 waves and 1 more creep, and that will be the end of the game. Dyrus actually may just lose. No, the minions, there's not enough minions there for him to take the turret down here. So Kira, does he recall away and just take the safe victory on this after taking his health relic? Okay, yeah, he does.
Just gonna let the wave bounce its way into the turret. Dyrus will pick up a decent chunk of this, but he is just so far behind. Kira needs 6 minions to seal the deal here. Thanks to that Hex Drinker, it is so hard for Dyrus to try and all in him. That attempt just wasn't enough.
1 wave to win, which means Dyrus has to go all in on this next minion wave. There is no real option for Dyrus to win this. unless he can somehow kill Kira with no summoners for both of them. Dyrus has to go here.
He's trying to keep him off the wave of minions. He does throw a lot of damage. Dyrus is dancing just outside of the turret range, but the trap is down. Dyrus narrowly avoids it, takes a Peacemaker, takes a shot from the 90 caliber net, but Kira's got a headshot loaded, and he keeps firing. Gets another CS. Ace in the hole to Dyrus. There's the null zone, but Dyrus is so low here. How long can he afford to zone him out? Kira's having a couple of bad dreams, but Dyrus, he might be done dreaming for this 1v1 tournament. 4 more CS is all Kira needs. Dukes the Peacemaker, nets away. Dyrus takes even more damage on the backside of it, but he's still trying to hold strong. Unfortunately, the Voidling's going right in. Dyrus is so low here. 1 level down, the Malefic Vision still burning through.
All Kira's got to do, 4 minions, 1 more auto could do it.
Dyrus can't get out of the brush there. He's trying to get away, but there's the headshot. He wants to finish it in style. Not enough damage. Dyrus hangs on by a thread, but that is going to be the Nether Grasp. But that's it. Poros go flying. First blood and another victory for Team Ice.
Whew, as if it wasn't close enough on the CS. Kira goes for the kill. Played it a little bit riskier perhaps than he needed to, but I mean, this is what made it so difficult to beat Kira if you don't ban Caitlyn and Lucian. He's just gonna pick one of the 2 of them and do that every single time.
It's a lesson hard learned. However, for Kira, he played with fire for a few seconds, and when that happens, you get burned just a little bit. So that one is all she wrote. Kira, the reigning champion from Melbourne, Australia there in that IWCA, CIS region representing, still going through this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, if I were Kira, we were talking about this a little backstage before. I was like, if I'm Kira, I'm just like, you guys practice for the 5s, I'm practicing for the 1v1. I've already won 1, gotta keep on going.
I mean, they didn't win the 5v5 out in Melbourne either. I mean, that went to Turkey.
Yeah, that did, but the amount of points that...
Spoiler, sorry.
Yeah, spoilers if you missed it from 2 weeks ago. But, you know, that was the key thing, was that Turkey put no players into the round of 8 for the 1 versus 1. If they'd have got 1 player, it would have been very different, but Kira just dominated that bracket. He's well on the way on this one, but he now has to go potentially either up against a teammate or up against, well, formerly Europe's one of their best mid laners, but now I guess he's North America, even though he's...
too soon, man.
We're going to
have to find out, but let's go ahead and send it side to Dash for just a little bit.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, with 0 points on the board for Team Fire, things are looking dire, us. But let's see if our next combatant can make a change here. On the blue side, representing Team Fire, Team Solo Mid himself, the Great Dane in the mid lane, it's Bjergsen! And his opponent on the red side from the Commonwealth of Independent States for Team Ice, don't worry, his main's a challenger. It's Smurf! All right, gentlemen, it's time to hit the Howling Abyss.
Well, he may be smurfing, but let's see if he can take out the Burger King himself this time around.
Oh, no. Freak is inside. Freak's inside, we're outside.
Somebody's got to do it out here. Oh, wait. Oh, we've got a... somebody dressed up out here. Is that a Danish flag?
What is going on today? Like, Freak with these puns.
Yeah, all right.
Security.
He's trying to cheer him on. Yeah, can we... Hold on. We're having some technical difficulties, guys.
This is like...
Oh, he's getting him amped up, though. All right.
Okay.
Yeah? All right, we'll allow it.
Well, I mean, what I was going to say was Smurf, when it came to 1v1s over at IWC, he was okay when it... You know, he played a couple of decent games, but I wonder whether Kira has just kind of put his team together and been like, this is how you win the 1v1s, guys. This is how you do it.
Yes. But Bjergsen has not just 1v1 outplayed. He's 1v2, 1v3.
Yeah.
You've seen a couple 1v4s. This guy isn't one of the most popular NA players without any reason.
True, but you know, there's actually one good thing that favors Bjergsen here is he actually now will get 100% of resources from his team here in this game. It's not just going to be like, well,
nobody actually has to give anything up for it. That's the best part. But we're in picks and bans already. You know, we didn't talk about it as much, but we expected this Kindred to be pretty much pick banned a lot of the time. Wasn't the first game, but since then it has been. Varus Caitlyn also off the board for Team Fire, and Urgot Quinn is taken off on the side of Team Ice.
Lucian's still available if
Not
he wants
anymore.
it. So Smurf is not playing by the Kira rules here, so looking to set his own setup. So if that Draven gets locked in, if that is locked in for Bjergsen, that was a pick that we saw BRTT pull out when he needed to. in his own words. I don't think I've ever seen Bjergsen really play Draven.
No, we haven't seen a lot of people play Draven at the highest level, but if anyone's confident enough to do it, it is Bjergsen. He will lock it in. Maybe that's what he was getting whispered to earlier, but Smurf's going to be picking up Misfortune, and since she's been retooled, definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, double up damage is insane. I'm just going to put that out there, double up damage.
Well, and the thing is, Smurf's going to know where Bjergsen's going to go because he has to catch those axes if he wants to keep them spinning.
He does, but, you know, Draven has a lot of damage in the early game, so
true.
I wonder if Bjerg can kind of dodge around that cone of projectiles against Misfortune, where, you know, double up can only go within the
He's got a speed boost built in, too, when you think about it. He should be able to do it. I mean, this is a guy that's definitely been able to sidestep quite a lot. I think the fans are ready for this one. They need a Team Fire win on the board. So far in this 1v1 tournament, it's 2 to ice. We're going to be freezing out here if it's not going to change anytime soon. I like weather puns.
I'm giving you an ice-cold reception.
Yeah,
so.
I know. Well, we'll see what happens in this one. Is Smurf going to keep things cool? I don't know.
Just stop it. Stop it, Pirates.
I really do have a lot of them, but I've been spending a little bit too much time with Freak.
Oh, dear. This
Can't help
happens. You bring us all over here, just Freak's puns just start infecting our entire broadcast.
It does, but
can we not like take the puns back in exchange for our EU players? I'm completely fine on leaving the puns in North America.
Yeah, but they're a dime a dozen. What isn't right now is going to be Bjergsen's axis spinning away. Smurf goes ahead and throws down the ward early on. Both of them rocking identical builds. Some Biscuits and the Doran's Blade. No surprise there with the pair of AD carries.
But I wonder if anybody's running Grasp of the Undying in this situation, or whether they're running the Fervor Mastery. This is 523 that we are playing on as well, so it hasn't been changed yet.
It's a real crowd pleaser, Bjergsen is.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say. I mean, Draven is always a crowd pleaser, mainly because he actually imagines the crowd are chanting his name. So he always pleases a crowd, regardless of whether there even is one.
Well, there's always somebody watching. That's definitely the case. Starting off, Bjergsen will be hitting up those minions as Smurf steps a little bit outside the range of the axes, but Bjergsen's going forward, gets one, does have Grasp of the Undying, and he gets a first tick of it already.
Both actually.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
You can actually see Grasp of the Undying when it's active by the kind of blue, ghostly, wispy indicator.
We'll talk about that in a minute. We still got the axes of spinning. Smurf's trying to heal back up. Bjergsen just keeps on taking the shots as he goes forward very low to start this game off.
No summoners traded, both running Exhaust Ignite, but the CS lead is in favor of Bjergsen and that effective health lead as well. Bjergsen only just taken his potion, so Bjergsen has to be careful he doesn't take too much
Stand aside. Smurf's got to be careful right now, but he does take a lot of damage. Ignites on, Exhaust. This is going to be over quick, and it's first blood. Bjergsen takes the win for Team Fire.
And that was controlled and calculated from Bjergsen. Didn't even use his exhaust. Held onto it. He knew if he just holds that summoner, that is that game done.
Yeah.
Just continues to trade against Smurf, and Smurf drops very, very quickly. That was blink and you miss it on that 1v1.
Total time 153, and after that last game, we really had a quick one there. So Smurf will drop down, and that of course means Bjergsen is going to be advancing to face off against Kira. So there will be no team killing this time around.
There won't be, but I mean, Kira against Bjergsen. It's kind of like, well, I guess we were talking about Bjergsen, formerly Europe's best potential, one of their mid laners.
Yeah.
Now Kira, seemingly the IWCA region's best mid laner.
Well, he took out TSM's old top laner. Let's see if he can do the same to their mid. I mean, we'll have to find out tomorrow, of course, but still, a very convincing win on the board for Bjergsen.
I was going to say, I'm wondering whether Kira can, like, all-kill the North American team here. Because Meteos is in this bracket. He'd then have to go through double lifts coming from the other side. So the only way he could do that is if he meets him in the final. So.
Which could happen.
Yeah, and then
always possible.
Believe,
Believe.
Yeah, I believe. I'm trying to see what we can get from the bracket here and kind of figure out exactly what matchups. I'm looking forward to Bjergsen versus Kira, but I'm also looking forward to Prey and Huni. That is going to be a pretty sweet matchup.
We've got some great ones coming forward, but it's already been really fantastic. Now, as Huni and Prey settle in on the stage for their next matchup, let's hear your thoughts on this clearing clash.
오늘 좀 얘기 좀 나눴거든요, 훈이 선수랑. Before I came here, I was talking with him a bit, like, what are you going to play with champion like this? But
He doesn't say anything.
저도 게임을 워낙 오래 했던 선수이기 때문에 어느 정도 자신감이 좀 있긴 했는데 보통 탑라이너들이 계속 제일 라인전을 잘하거든요.
His mechanical is really nice because he say the carry and then I'm just thumbnail.
좀 살살 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Let's try win.
Well, Team Fire's finally on the board. We'll see if they can keep the points rolling in our next matchup here. And ladies and gentlemen, on the blue side of the abyss for Team Fire, the deadliest AD carry in LCK Summer, it's Prey! And on the other side of the rift for Team Ice, you know him for his moves, both on and off the rift. Do it with me. Holo, 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 it's Hune! It's time to lock in your picks and come out swinging, gentlemen.
I'm going to miss those holos, but, you know, they can enjoy them here in North America next year. But Huni has definitely, I think, got a fantastic chance to do something we know he wanted to do if he picks up an AD carry against Prey this time.
He does. I mean, Huni's one of those players where when you kind of speak to people that used to, you know, work for Fnatic and work with Fnatic, there was always this, Huni's playing this. And you're like, no, Huni's not playing things like Heimerdinger. Don't be silly. It's not happening. That you're not preparing seriously. No, Huni actually prepares these kind of things. So Huni just could pick anything here, and I actually kind of trust in his 1v1. But now he's going to North America, and I'm not so sure. I think I have to go with Prey here.
You know, it's going to be a hard one to call because we really haven't seen Prey's true potential since he was kind of forced to play support in that last matchup. And now when it's 1v1, maybe he can let out that pent-up ADC rage that he's probably got building inside him as we get ready for this pick and ban phase. Quinn off the board, Caitlyn as well. Will the Lucian go? Not yet, but we have a Kindred to win.
This is like the happiest 1v1. Both of them already smiling. Like, I wonder when we've still got Cassiopeia up. That is a legitimate pick, by the way, in 1 versus 1. And I just wonder whether Huni is going to tilt the entire LCK region.
I mean,
by
it's
picking
one thing to tilt
Cassiopeia.
TSM. I don't know if you can tilt LCK as either.
That is true. We get to see that North American
that's true.
LCS next split. I'm looking forward to that. But it's all about this 1 versus 1 now.
Only
Team
80
Fire-
carries in, well, jungler. Now the Lulu banned away too by Prey.
Yeah, Lulu. Yeah, Draven is gone. So I actually don't know whether Draven is that good. I'm not going to say it's not a good ban, but I just don't know whether it's that proficient. Just
okay.
tilt him. Hashtag tilt him.
He's going to do his best, but he's not locked it in just yet. Prey's heavily considering this Kalista right now. And if he can get enough spears sticking in Huni, he may be able to take him down quick.
So it's a really interesting thing. We actually, talking to Rusty and some of the Oceanic casters when we were preparing for the 1 versus 1 tournament, we weren't actually expecting a whole lot of Kalista. It has been locked in. Just because Kalista depends so much on support synergy. The ultimate requires a support. The extra damage proc from W requires a support. But just the sheer mobility and ability to stack up Rend and then rip it back out for these early trades makes Kalista a very viable one-on-one champion, even though she only has 2 abilities.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. Now, on the other hand, though, with the Ezreal locked in, I think this says one of 2 things. Well, 2 things, in fact. 1, I'm very, very confident. 2, I know I'm going to put myself at a disadvantage. I feel like this is not an optimal pick in this situation.
No, and I don't like Ezreal in 1 versus 1 because the minion wave manipulation is what 1 versus 1 is all about. So Huni now really isn't going to be able to hit a whole lot of Mystic shots. I mean, that's just going to bounce off the minion wave and, you know, oh, you did a little bit of damage.
There
but
is
it's
an
all
option
about
here.
the trading.
What if he goes AP and just shoots Essence Flux through the waves?
No, I don't want to see that.
Full harass.
I
Come
don't want
on.
to see that.
Come on. Do it, Huni.
If you were going to go something like that on AP, just pick Cassiopeia and farm
Well,
for
he almost
100.
did. But yeah.
Just farm for
That's not a Huni way to win, man.
True, that isn't a Huni way to win. And as I said, he could just pick anything and be fine with it. But now he's going up against Prey's Kalista. I mean, this would actually be an upset.
Combination.
Like, this actually is an upset if Huni wins this as Ezreal.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time he's done something like that. However, he's going to stay frosty as we take to the Howling Abyss. Prey on Kalista this time around. He's got 1 extra item, but he's got no money to stick it to.
Yeah, he's just going to put it
It's a
there
sad
as
Kalista
on
right now.
display, just like as a medal. It's like, this is what I'm going to use to kill you with. But You know, at this point, you can see exactly how confident Prey is in this matchup as well, because no Ignite. Prey knows that the Ren damage is just going to do too much to Huni, plus the barrier will keep Prey alive. So in any of these early trades, if it goes all in, Prey should theoretically win this. Just pop the barrier in exchange for the Ignite, and he should be fine.
Huni's going to take a forward position here in this brush and hope to catch Prey with a straight cube, but Prey's sticking behind the minion line just barely, so Huni's not going to have a chance to do it.
All he's got to do.
There we go. Oh, exactly. There we go.
Yeah, but he trades back against Kalista.
Yeah.
I mean, Prey, you know, could easily just look to Rend at level 2 here if he can just continue building the stacks, but there will be a lot of time. Oh, actually takes Rend at level 1 in this situation. I do like that, just in case you end up kind of face checking into each other. And you can see Prey just taking the advantage already. Ezreal is such a difficult pick to make work on this match, especially against a Kalista, because Prey is just going to dodge around every Mystic shot.
To be fair, I didn't know Prey was going to pick Kalista, but at the same time, it's so hard to land the skill shots. It's so hard to be able to trade effectively. It's so hard to farm. Huni has just got so many things going against him this time around, and Prey just keeps behind the minions, has himself not too much of a CS advantage, but he does have a health bar one, and Huni will be able to land a Mystic shot.
Yeah, he will, but it's, you know, trade it back. It's one of these situations I'm like, I really don't know.
Oh, nice. That's early. Huni's going all in. There's the barrier. There's the exhaust. Huni's exhausted as well, and he's just going to keep going for it. The minions keep attacking. That's it. Prey takes it. GG at 2 minutes.
I mean, there's the confidence in just running the barrier as well there. You know, all you have to do is outlast the Ignite. And good sportsmanship. Good sportsmanship between the two. I mean, you know, Huni banned away the Draven from Prey. Didn't want him to play his old main. Just making sure he puts him on his new main. But Kalista.
Huni did get to play AD carry.
He did.
Oh,
that took a little too long for me to
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's the cold out here.
Yep. Yeah, well, you know, it's your weather, man.
I know. I should be used to it, to be honest. But.
Just figures. One time.
Hey, look, it's fine. We're fixing a drought.
Yes, there we go. No, that's always look for the silver lining. That's what this guy does. And with that one locked up, though, you know, Prey's going to be moving on next. We're starting to get a little bit more balanced out here with Fire taking a couple more wins, scratching them up on the board. And I can't wait to see what happens next, to be honest.
Well, what's happening next is Madlife is taking on Demonko.
We have actual supportal combat this time.
But Madlife does have one checked up on his list here because he did win in 2013, and I believe it was the 2v2 competition. So, you know, a little bit of accustomed to almost this kind of format.
Yeah, just have to subtract one from both sides. Now, as the support from the CIS All-Stars gears up to take on Korea's Madlife, let's hear his thoughts on what it's like to be going up against the best of the bot lane's best.
Ну, Madlife на самом деле для меня почти всегда был каким-то эталоном саппорта. Он, наверное, считается самым известным игроком в регионе, в мире. Ну, всегда считался за, так сказать, своих хуковых героев. Против него, я не знаю, если будет какой-то зеркальный матчап, то шансов у меня будет довольно мало, поэтому буду стараться как-то на пиках переиграть и уже в игре не облажаться.
All right, well, things are definitely starting to heat up here in the 1v1 tournament. Team Fire themselves picking up steam. Let's waste no time, get into our 5th matchup of the evening. On the blue side for Team Fire, back for his 3rd All-Star appearance, the OG Chain Warden himself, Madlife! And on the red side for Team Ice, looking to coin his own support play, it's Demonko! Gentlemen, start your clients.
The first time this 1v1 tournament, we will get to see 2 players from the same role going up, but we probably won't see 2 supports.
No, support champions not
80 Thresh, though. Could happen.
80?
It's Madlife, man.
Again,
I can dream.
Again, skill shot champions.
Yeah.
Not so amazing in this format, especially like hook champions, because like hooking a minion tends not to be
Is that
all
kind of
that useful. I think so. I think that actually would be.
We're going to see Kindred Kennen banned off the way. And see it goes back to Madlife's side as things are starting to heat up. Tying scores here. Team Fire, Team Ice in the 1v1. Kalista's off the board. Quinn as well. We won't see any Valor this game.
No, none. Kennen is the reason Kennan's banned, very good into melee matchups. Not so great into AD carries just because of his shorter range, but the stun really means you can punish any kind of melee matchup. We saw a couple of Renekton's coming out, but honestly, this time we're seeing so much just from AD carries in general, and Lucian's available.
Instantly. Both hovered by Madlife and Demonko. We could be in for our first mirror matchup. It's locked in by the CIS All-Star support. Will Madlife follow suit? Same pickups on the Summoner spell so far too. Now they will have some chance to change it, but I think this is exactly what they want.
Oh yeah, I think this is exactly, as you said, what these two supports want. Lucian support.
Yeah, every support
I think
secretly wants to play AD carries.
You know, there's enough gold generation these days on supports. They can just get an Essence Reaver. Just throw it in there.
First buy.
Yeah, just get it as a first buy. Who even needs wards? Just 5 blue trinkets on your team.
I know, and that definitely has a lot of meaning in this particular game. Since the changes have gone in with those items, and Lucian has just become such a bully. This is why he's so popular. So he slips through the cracks in the bans, and he's instantly picked up between these two.
In 1 versus 1, it's all to do with the piercing light, clipping it through a minion, making sure you hit the enemy, plus then following it up with the double tap passive. He just has so much early game trading, and the fact of the matter is 1 versus 1s, you just go the most efficient items. You are restricted to 2 Doran's blades, so you'll see people go Doran's, longsword, and then just go all in.
Yeah, and pretty much, you don't need to worry about the builds after that because someone's going to die before it's over.
Lucian Mirror as well is just going to snowball super heavy.
Yeah.
So if you even get a lead at this point, it's so difficult to trade it back.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a test of will for both these guys, but Madlife is a name that carries a lot of respect, as we heard Demonko saying, and they'll get a chance to play Mirror against him. He can take him down. That's a big start for Team Ice.
It will be a big start. I wonder whether they're both running the same keystone. I would imagine Demonko is going to be running Grasp of the Undying. Demonko actually showing just how important getting bush control is to start this. Madlife now is forced around the outside. He knows he has to respect Demonko. And at this point, means that he isn't able to establish the first set of hits on the wave. So Demonko will get the first push on. Does Madlife trade back, or does he try and trade into Demonko as Demonko hits the wave? That's the question.
Well, that's going to be riding on this early level 1. When you have these mirror matchups, it really just comes down to execution. And now there's a little bit more experience for the CIS All-Stars on the 1v1 map so far, but Demonko reveals early. It's a tap on the minion, but Madlife now is able to push forward. It's the piercing light first on him.
Yeah, but Demonko's trading it back onto the wave, so that's the thing to look for. It's all about level 2. It actually doesn't matter if you get the CS as much right now as it is to just get level 2. Just rush to that level 2 point. You can see he's a whole minion up on this wave. So what it means is Madlife, yes, he will be able to trade it back effectively because there is no second wave to push it forward. But Madlife will hit that level 2 just a little behind Demonko, but he's taken a lot of damage for it as Demonko.
Yep, there's that level 2. Madlife just needs one more.
He
Relentless
dropped
Pursuit,
vision.
but he didn't quite get it as Madlife got his way into the bush, synchronizes it up. He's got the Relentless Pursuit, he's got the double tap, but Demonko's trading back, piercing light flying back and forth. And at the end of the day, it's still tied.
It is just about even. Demonko a little bit ahead in that kind of situation. Madlife a little lower on mana. Demonko has a little more health, but does trade it away with that piercing light. Also interesting, I believe when the CIS region were playing, if they're still playing Takira's rules, I think Demonko takes a little bit of mana regen runes as well in this situation. So it'll be interesting to see whether the mana gets punished here, because you can see just how low Madlife is getting. Demonko is able to trade the damage pretty effectively, but neither of them has used their potion yet.
Now, hanging on to that one just in case they need it. There's the Hell Shrine. It's going to spawn. Madlife is just going to have to settle for a shot in the dark as Demonko now takes a piercing light as well, but he's still healthier than Madlife, and he's got more mana to boot.
Yeah, he does, and you can see the Grasp of the Undying still active for both of them. The indicator on the hands there looks a bit like an airbender. But at this point, Madlife is so far... I know, right? That's the first thing I thought.
I didn't notice it till you said it, but we'll just have to wait. Madlife's taken a lot of shots here. And Demonko now finds himself a bit lower on the mana scale, but as you mentioned, he probably does have that extra mana regen to just keep it going a little bit more on this Lucian.
And at this point, Demonko is fine being 2 CS down in this matchup just because of the pressure he has on Madlife. He can go aggressive and force the trade. Just as long as he's able to stay ahead in health right now, because 2-3 CS is fine. It's when you start getting a wave, 2 waves, 3 waves ahead that it becomes unmanageable.
Demonko's a lot healthier right now. He can just push these low health minions in. He's going to Relentless Pursuit, jump forward, gets that heal back from the Graspy and Dying. Mad Life is almost out of mana. He's zoned backwards. Demonko may be as well, but it's not going to matter as much because he's got the positional advantage.
He does right now. Demonko's mana regen is not actually that much. I would love to see his runes, just to see exactly what he's running.
Clutch Health
Mad Life will be able to get the Health Shrine. Remember, 75 seconds is the respawn timer on those. Demonko not quite as good as his teammate Kira at actually pressuring that out. I'm a little surprised that they didn't put a bit more focus into the 1v1s, which sounds silly, but...
put it all on Kira, man.
Yeah, but just put it
still playing all right here. Now, Mad Life is going to get a Grasp the Undying proc, but Demonko will be able to heal up on the Health Shrine of his own. So far, it really has been this full mirror. Mad Life CSing just a little bit better, but both of these AD carries now having spent their biscuits, daring each other to back away if they can get just a good trade.
And this is a bit of almost a preview for later, when we actually have LCK taking on IWCA. So I'm interested to see how that matchup goes. It won't be two Lucians later, but it will, however, be Demonko versus Mad Life. So this one is for the bragging rights going into that matchup. And, Demonko is just not quite trading efficiently because Mad Life is dipping into the brushes every single time Demonko actually dashes forward.
Yeah, brush control very, very important here. And Mad Life knows how to use it. Demonko a little bit lower, but he does manage to get the Graspy and Dying proc. Now he's the one who's zoned into the tower. Mad Life's starting to push forward, and he's got a serious CS advantage here. Well, now down to 7 or 6 minions, but still, Demonko can't quite get the shot. But Mad Life keeps stepping in the brush.
It's still a whole wave, and Demonko's trying to... He's not actually recalling, but he's just trying to bait Mad Life to come forward, try and trade damage while the cannon minion is there, so the minion re-aggroes onto Mad Life, but it's not really going to work. I don't think Mad Life's going to fall for that. Honestly, this is starting to get to that kind of CS lead where Mad Life has a significant advantage now. Demonko, even though he had the health advantage earlier on in this match, wasn't able to convert it into a CS lead, just from how efficiently Mad Life was ducking into the brush.
Yeah, now there's the calling out. Mad Life's just going all forward. He wants to push these in. Demonko's going to shoot his own ray of bullets, and they almost miss each other completely. It's like I'm watching The Matrix.
But look at this Demonko. The last hitting under the turret just isn't there. It's different from Summoner's Rift, remember, where, you know, normally it's 2 hits onto a melee and one last hit from a champion to knock it off from the tower. But Demonko will go aggressive, land a little bit of damage, but I think he actually probably should have just recalled. If he's looking to recall at all, he should have done it then and let Mad Life back away because the whole wave wasn't there in time. Now Demonko is forced onto the back foot. Mad Life will shove this into the tower. Demonko is going to have to stay here to make sure he cleans the wave up.
Mad Life just continues to keep the farm advantage going. It's still very slight, but when you're first to 100, it's going to make all the difference. Trying to zone Demonko off of these last couple of minions, or at least just until they get into the tower range. Mad Life's on 62 to the 52 of Demonko, and he's heading for the tower.
Yeah, this looks like a Mad Life, being well in control of this situation for now. I don't think Demonko is going to be able to turn this one without somehow getting significant damage down onto Mad Life, then pushing the wave into Mad Life's turret and somehow getting back in time. That's a tough ask, though.
Neither support has gone for the all-in, playing very cautiously. However, Mad Life now has to contend with the ward that's in the brush. If Demonko can step forward, he can start punishing him again because he can't dip in and get the vision denial anymore. Unfortunately for Demonko, Mad Life just has that CS advantage. Double taps coming in, but still, it's not going to trade that much. There's the exhaust down. Finally spending summoner spells here. Double exhaust down. Mad Life getting low, but so is Demonko as he stepped forward into the minions.
It was starting to look good for Demonko.
Mad Life. He's got ignited down, and there is a calling out, but it wasn't used by Mad Life. Just a little low on the mana.
Demonko needs to recall now, and he actually has the advantage when these two get back into lane. Mad Life needed to try and stop that recall because the ignite being available means that Demonko goes back, picks himself up extra. Damage is what he needs right now. It will not be enough to go tanky. He needs damage with that ignite to kill Mad Life the next time these two trade. He's opted for a Doran's Shield and the Serrated Dirk at this situation, and a Cloth Armor. Demonko, you can't win this one on farming alone. You are 19 CS behind. You have to go all in with this Ignite. Mad Life, if he just goes flat damage, oh my goodness, that is flat damage.
I don't think he's got enough swords there, Stress.
BF Sword into double Dorans, into double Longsword. So...
And a biscuit, just in case he gets hungry.
Yeah, one for the road. But Mad Life actually could have just gone tank and won this game on CS. That's just how it is.
I mean, he's just going to have fun this way. He's got so much damage here. Demonko's going to go forward. He's got his Ignite. He knows this is his chance. He's going to send out everything he's got, but the culling only half hits. Madlife steps forward, dashes his way back. Demonko wins the trade, but there's still a CS differential to contend with.
In this situation, Demonko going tank actually isn't the worst right now because he can output more damage. He can output a fair amount of damage onto Madlife because Madlife has no resistances here, or at least no extra armor.
Dashing
There's
forward,
the
he's got the Ignite spent. Now it's all even, and Madlife can get back to his health.
Madlife
Wait,
can't
he
get it.
can't because Demonko is right there. Madlife, he's got to back away now, and that's going to give Demonko a chance to shove in the wave and take even more minions. But wait, Madlife's not going.
But this is so good for Demonko because the fact that Madlife didn't try and go for the 100 CS win when he was so close means that Madlife now has to stick around to keep this CS lead and now risk Demonko going all in.
Yeah, gets another grasp of the Undying proc. Madlife just trying to get a little bit of farm on the back half of it, but still, he has a CS lead, but the gap is starting to close. Demonko continuing to force him away from this. The biscuit's been popped. Demonko already ate his, but Madlife's a lot lower on health.
I feel like BF Sword, as good an item as it normally is for a bit of a damage spike on Summoner's Rift.
Not enough.
I actually feel like if he'd have just gone Giant Spelt here, Madlife would have been okay.
It's a good trade, but Demonko is going to have his back pretty soon. He's got to be careful not to get wiped before Madlife is smelling blood in the water, and he tries to go for it. Now it's Demonko that's turned away, and there's 6 CS to go before Madlife can lock this game up. There is going to be only 4 available on the field. Even if he gets the perfect here, he's got to be careful, but Demonko, clock is ticking. He's got to shut him down. Goes for the all-in, but he's that much lower. Madlife ducking and diving and dodging, but it's not enough. Madlife will secure the win. Just like that.
Demonko had the window to get back in and took so much damage from Madlife there in that last little end bit. That was a bit of a messy 1v1 as it got later. Madlife opting for the very risky damage play in that kind of situation. You know, it paid off. Having the CS lead, you could win by 100 CS, but why win with CS when you can get that kill?
Stylish. That's the way you always want to win it. If you look at those 3, well, I suppose there's a few people on this bracket that might agree with you on that one, but I personally like to see that 1v1. I'm glad Madlife went for it, but it was very messy. It was very risky, and Demonko almost chalked up another win on the board.
Almost, but didn't.
Not quite. It's a team fire right now. I mean, they're on fire.
They're looking pretty good. Prey won, Bjergsen won. I mean, Marin and Dyrus didn't. And Kaza got a bye, so I don't think that counts.
Yeah, that one doesn't count. That's okay. But it really only matters at the finish line. But still, Team Fire definitely starting to scratch some back here. We've got some excellent matches coming up next, though. I really can't wait to see who comes out on top with Meteos, Rookie, and just going down for the rest of this bracket.
I mean, Rookie 2v1'd earlier. Or 1v2'd and won with no summoners. Got 2 kills and 2 summoners from that little exchange.
Hey, we've been surprised by junglers today already, though.
We have. I'll give you that.
Just saying.
I don't think Zach's going to be particularly...
No, probably not. But, you know, we'll have to see if we want to bounce around. But for now, we're going to go ahead and bounce it back down to Dash.
Thank you, gentlemen. You mentioned it. Team Fire starting to roll in the points here. Let's see if they can keep it going with our next matchup. On the blue side, representing Team Fire, the once and future king of the jungle, Zaan's real secret weapon. It's Meteos! And his opponent on the red side for Team Ice, from China's LPL. Don't let the name fool you. He's no noob. It's Rookie! Let's keep this a GG, boys.
Well, and there we have it. Rookie taking on Meteos. As we just said a moment ago, it's going to be a tough match for the former Cloud9 jungler. But, you know, we've seen surprises today already. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, we have. This is another one where I'm like, I think a Rookie has this. I was proved wrong earlier, though. I thought Marin had it against Clear Love. So, I don't know.
Well, that was a very close match. And if this one is half that close, that will be a hell of a 1v1.
I just feel like Meteos has to come out with some cheese. Come out either with the brand, something with like a Heimerdinger.
Could happen. Well, we're going to find out. Pick some bands coming up right now.
Give me something...
Lucian band, Caitlyn band, just got to take them away. Let's get some variety in.
Give me something spicy here, Meteos. That's what I want. I want something with a little bit of bite to it. What's he got?
Pick up.
Rookie's giving it a little while, though. He's not quite sure. He's like, oh, what do I want to burn? What don't I like? Mid-lane Lulu. Ryze is going to get taken away. Not the best champion in one. We saw it a couple of times in IWCA. Didn't do amazingly well.
No, definitely not. Now, Kindred was very, very popular as well, and that's going to continue the trend of being banned. Misfortune also banned away, and that means Meteos just takes away the Caitlyn. So we will see some slightly different things this time, and unfortunately, we can't go in it to win it. But Rookie knows exactly what he wants, goes straight for it with the Kalista. Meteos takes a little bit longer to think about what he's going to take.
Urgot would be a fairly decent pick just from the way that Urgot's passive works. Get pretty tanky, just land those autos. Against Kalista, though, now they will be revealed. You can see Rookie is like, oh, Urgot. Oh.
Yeah.
Rookie's like, well, I gotta win at level 3. If I don't win at level 2, level 3, this one is dunzo. I'm gonna get like position reverse it onto tower.
Well, I mean, you can't dodge acid hunters when they're locked on.
Oh yeah, but you know, at that point, how good is Meteos' Urgot? Has he been practicing it?
Well, you know, he's had a whole year off to really just kind of play that solo queue game, so maybe, just maybe.
It's all been for this moment.
Yes.
This is what
exactly what he was for, preparing right now. That whole game earlier, that was all just a ruse. The 1v1, that's the real tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's, Urgot Zed, basically in the same kind of prevalence of champions.
I'm just going to let that one.
I'm saying is neither of them are picked very often in competitive.
No, that's true. That's very true. So. Well, we didn't see Urgot. You know, funny, we saw Urgot very, very early on in this last season as a very popular AD carry pick just because it was such an oppressive force that couldn't be killed easily.
I remember the old Tarek Urgot days. Those are the best.
Oh.
The whole, that's
really had to remind me of
basically how like Team Mon went into the LCS.
Uh-oh, crab people. Here we go. On into the Howling Abyss. And another Kalista comes out, this time in the hands of Rookie. He's got the barrier to Meteos' exhaust, which would be coming a little more in handy, I would think, against the Kalista. Stop that hopping.
But all you saw earlier in the matchup that we saw, I believe it was Prey against Huni, where, you know, Prey just held the exhaust and outlasted all of the damage that came from Huni and then just rendered. So all you got to do with the exhaust against, when you're playing Kalista against an exhaust, is just outlast the exhaust and rend after. As long as you don't die during the exhaust, you're fine.
Yeah. Well, I feel like this is just a very defensive move, too, if Rookie does decide to go all in and try to stack up those spears so he can get a big rend for the finisher. But Meteos should be able to poke him out if he can land the lock-on. So far, it's just going to be a bit of a farm fest, but there's a quick rend and Meteos takes a little bit of damage.
Yeah, only a little bit right now. If Meteos gets the auto attack, he's like, my passive's active. Got this.
There you go.
Got it.
Taking a little bit more damage, though, too.
Yeah, I wonder what Meteos is actually going to do. Is he going to go towards the actual tank build, is what I assume? Oh, that's a fair amount of damage. He's got to respect the red.
He's really taking a lot early. The barrier's on. I don't think he's going to win this level 1. The spears were just enough, and Rookie will finish it in a minute and a half.
Barrier into the exhaust is so good for Kalista. All you do, pop the barrier. They can't chunk through it in the early levels. Wait through the exhaust. Boom, pull those spears out. GG.
Stack him up, and he takes the win. Another one on the board for Team Ice. Fire was put out.
That is now stops the killing spree.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a good shutdown there for him.
Global shutdown there.
So, I mean, a big win on the board there. He's going to be facing off, of course. Looks like we could be in for some more Korean all-kill stuff action soon. And, of course, the LPL side is showing up big today.
Yeah, in fact, something we overlooked, actually, is Prey and Madlife go against each other now.
Yeah, I wanted to stick that in now because I was like, wait a minute, that's going to happen too.
I'm trying to follow the bracket
I had two different things going on at once, so my bad.
That's what's going on down here. I'm not like sketching something. Yeah, well, I'm like, this is how the outcome is going to be. No.
I see tic-tac-toe.
No, yeah, yeah, you know, it's fine. It's basically how we're determining some of these 1v1s is I'm like, Madlife's going to win.
Of course.
That's how my predictions go. Yeah. Do I have a prop like a Scarf for Kira? Do I have that kind of trust? Or do I just kind of roll a dice? And I'm like, that's who I predict.
Your trust in Kira was very, very well
played it was.
So far,
it was.
I don't know if anyone else from CIS is going to be able to replicate that success. We'll have to find out.
We will have to find out. And we got another player from CIS coming up next.
Oh, yeah.
And that is Lex against Westor.
On that note, we're going to send it over to Dash to talk about that one.
And talk about it I will. Rookie wasting no time getting some revenge there for Team Ice, but it's time to move on to our 7th battle of the evening. Spawning on the blue side for Team Fire, 2-time world champion contender, the top trickster himself, it's Westor! And his opponent on the red side for Team Ice, representing the Commonwealth of Independent States, he's here to be the Doors' next kryptonite. It's Lex! Gentlemen, let's get in there and have a GG.
And here we go, ready to kick this one off. The 7th one we've got going today. And if there's one thing I love watching, it's Westor trying to 1v1 people.
Yeah, I just hope that unlike the Batman vs. Superman trailer, we haven't spoiled everything in the preview to this matchup, because I don't think Lex is going to do too hot here. So, I mean, at this point, Westor, he's used to his 1v1s. You know, Lex, his champion pool is not the Lucian Caitlyn. He plays Trist, he plays Vayne.
He did play Lucian, though.
He did.
But he may not get a chance this time. We've been seeing it banned hot and heavy here. Caitlyn's going to be taken off the board by Westor right away. And there is the Fizz ban. Lex says, no, you're not going to do that to me.
No, he's like, I could just play 80 carries into it, but fine, I'll just get rid of it. Don't want you to pick it. Don't give you your moment in the sun. Yeah. Or in the moon, I guess.
That's the look that just, oh, wait, that was banned? That one, okay. Well, you know, he's still got some options on the board. There's the Morgana banned away. That's an interesting choice.
Westor's like, Fizz is out, can I play TF? Is TF good in this game mode?
Zed is still out.
So I actually would be interested to see him pick TF here. Lulu out as well.
There's a Lucian taken off as well.
And as you said, Zed is available. So will
so
we
is
see...
Kindred. But
Don't,
get picked
no,
up.
Lex don't.
He did this before, didn't he?
Okay, so at this point, Westor either goes something like a Twisted Fate, something with range. Like, oh, Kindred is available.
Yeah,
Let's
he picks it up.
So
it's a quick pickup.
I like that.
Plays a bit like the
Kindred
Callista,
has
too.
been locked in. It is more effective than Callista as well, because Kindred actually has all of her abilities available.
Yes, there.
So there.
Plural.
Yes,
It's a plural
thank you very
champions
much.
class.
Lem and Wolf. And it is
And
plural.
it is going to be a LeBlanc lock-in. First, we're going to see this side of the 1v1.
Also plural when the passive pops.
Very true.
I don't know where I was going with that other than that. I'm kind of
Okay, let's move on somewhere else. Classic misdirection. The Ignite locked in, though, too. We've got a few more seconds before that could possibly be changed. I don't see that happening, though. That's pretty much like Westor's, like, Spirit Summoner spell.
I'm a little surprised at the Morg ban.
Yeah, it was a bit odd. It was a bit odd, wasn't it?
She's not the best at 1v1s. I mean, you can just shove Tormented Soil down and just constantly
you can
push
pretty much
in.
CS for days as long as you don't
You
forget.
can. It's not really a Lex champion. I mean, I know CIS played a little bit of Morg, IWCA, but that was in 5v5s, not in the 1 versus 1.
Maybe he was watching the wrong VODs.
Why are there 5 people on this 1 versus 1?
That's okay. Westor, you know, he still managed to get his hands on an assassin. We know that he just loves these to death, and him playing LeBlanc, I think, is a scary, scary thing, even up against Kindred. However, you can't get too close to the Wolf's Frenzy, because that is a very, very powerful tool in this 1v1 as we load up once again for the 7th time today onto the Howling Abyss. Westor on LeBlanc, Team Fire representing, taking on the Kindred of Lex.
I really wanted to see Doran's Blade LeBlanc. This is something that, you know, we were talking about.
You want AD on everything.
Just go AD to begin the game. It's so strong.
Oh, going in. There we go. Very quick Wolf's
Look at
Frenzy.
that trade. Look
crazy.
at that disgusting trade.
Oh, and the
Back
manner
to Lex.
spam. He's a happy camper.
Ugh, it's disgusting. I mean, it's not like AD would have done too much more for Westor in that situation. He would have a little bit more damage that Lex just would have gone straight back, so it's not that big of a difference, but still, Lex is going to have an insane amount of damage in this early game.
Yeah. And he's showing why he didn't take the Ignite either. He really just doesn't need it to dish out a whole lot. He can just wait for Westor to go for the all-in and just outfight him in the zone. Westor's back, clears away the ward, though.
Westor's picked up the sweeper. He's like, no, you don't get map control. You are never having map control at this point. So, good on you, Westor. Changing the meta.
Vision denial.
Yeah,
what he's all about. Lex is going to go jump for him, though. Force him back away from the minions.
You know, the other thing that makes Kindred really strong on 1 versus 1. Not only is it just her kit and how good it is, just at outputting damage early, and the ultimate that keeps you alive. Keep in mind, with Grasp of the Undying, plus the E ability that is going to come from Lex, that third proc, where you get health back, plus you have Grasp of the Undying, you get health back. Everything around Lex's kit is about getting health back and dealing a lot of damage in return. So the masteries play into Lex's favor as well.
Westor is definitely going to have his work cut out for him here. He's got some juicy farm that he's trying to pick up, but there is a lead already for the CIS AD carry. He's going to back off, give Westor a little bit of room to start working this one. Level 2s all around, but Lex should be able to counter-engage anytime he wants. A little bit more damage, does trade back, and he steps out of the Wolf's Frenzy. That was actually a good trade for the door.
Yeah, that was a good trade. That was a really good trade, and Lex was taking damage from the cannon minion there as well, so even at the end of that little trade, Lex was still taking damage. And that puts Westor a fair amount ahead. Lex, his health one isn't going to go for it.
He might need to now, though. Another good trade for Westor, as he's just able to jump out of the Wolf's Frenzy just outside the zone. Lex could not return fire onto him as effectively, but he will be all right. Not munching the biscuit, but he's getting the health back, as Westor has to do that himself.
Yeah, very difficult for Lex, actually, to read Westor's aggression attempts using distortion to get himself in. So Lex has to be careful, but Westor cannot really step inside that zone. Ooh, gets the passive.
Yeah, Lex definitely took the good trade there, and he has a slight level advantage. Westor needs just a few more ticks on the experience bar to be able to match that one, but for the moment, Lex has the advantage.
Yeah, Lex has, well, both of them have summoners up, but health potion still on for Lex. Everything is about the sustain game. 22 CS up against 16 right now. There are a few minions extra in that wave for Westor as it pushes in, and Westor does manage to get that first one. These back minions are pretty easy to get. It's just one tower hit, one auto attack.
Lex is controlling this health shrine, though, and he manages to pick that up right as it respawns. 3.5 minutes into this game here. Westor has evened up the level game, but he's still behind in the CS department. It just goes up. I completely missed that. I thought it went up earlier.
75, so you're looking at 230 and then 345.
I was reading the Grasp of the Undying. Funny enough, they look a little similar when it goes back to you.
A little bit.
I got juked.
Right.
That's what happened right there, Scraps.
Yeah, you did.
So
But it's
Malice
okay.
jumping in, a little bit more damage. Not too much, though.
Not too much, but you can see Westor is trying to just stay up, keep the CS as close as he can right now. Lex is focused just on getting to that 100 mark. No real way right now for Westor to do too much. When he hits 6, may decide to go all in, or at least throw out like a double distortion onto Lex. See if he can land the chains. That really is going to be what is the indicator for Westor to see whether he can actually go aggressive, is if one of those chains lands. But Westor back to farming under tower.
That's pretty much what he's been having to do since the start of this game, but we definitely could be in for a longer one if Lex sticks to that CS strategy. He has the advantage of about 6 minions right now to make that 7. Throws down the domain, or the frenzy, I should say, and Westor takes a lot of it, but he's able to throw the chains down, gets the stun up. Lex does not have the minion aggro, though, and he's not too worried about that.
Yeah, not worried right now. Lex actually going to have to back away and pick up his own health relic. So now he's got 2 very different timers to keep track of. Doesn't pressure out Westor's. I think Lex actually could have played that very differently and tried to push Westor back for his health relic rather than Lex peeling back to go for the defensive one. But Lex does hit 6 first. Westor still a little way away from that level 6. Does manage to hit.
Westor has to ult himself away as well. Unfortunate. Lex doesn't have too much mana, but he's hung onto his ultimate, hung onto his summoner spells, and he has got a lot in his pocket with this mini wave sending crashing towards the tower.
And at this point, you can see Lex pretty much out of mana. Westor has enough for about 2-3 spells to come out, so he can kind of force Lex back. Lex should just have enough for his ultimate to keep himself alive. Also has barrier to keep himself alive as well. So as soon as Westor goes in, if Lex feels like the trade is winnable for himself and actually would win him the game, just hits that exhaust, hits that barrier, and trades against Westor. The only problem with that is Westor goes instantly back to his initial position, and then you just wasted 2 summoners. So Lex has to be careful on exactly when he reads Westor's order.
Jumps in, gets some arrows. Westor's going to go for it. That is a massive burst. He's going to get some back, but a great trade for Westor.
And there you can see, Lex knows Westor isn't going to kill him, so can't afford to use his summoners. He has to hold on to them and just hope that Westor doesn't go for the all-in right after the first one. Lex does pick up the health relic, so we'll pick that up, be able to go back. Does still have 10 CS in the lead, so Westor will be slower on the recall and won't be able to make up the CS difference here, but Westor is just going to have to shove this into tower. It's a cannon wave, though, so that isn't going to happen anytime soon. So Lex will come out ahead from this little minion push trade that's going on here.
It does give Westor a little bit of an opportunity to grab some of the minions, reclaim the CS differential as he jumps forward, pushes that one in. Unfortunately, Lex is just about due to arrive, and that means he will be able to pick up a bit of this. 1, maybe 2. Nope, not even. There goes the
gets
cannon
it.
over to Lex. Continues his lead, continues growing it as Westor's had to back away. Let's see what he does go ahead and pick up. Not quite enough for the Morello Nomicon.
Yeah, still a way away from that Morello Nomicon right now. You can see he does pick up a couple of health potions to go alongside the parts of the Morellos. Hex Drinker on the side of Lex is going to keep him pretty healthy here.
It's a sustained battle. That's what we're in for.
It is. I just wonder, can Westor actually burst Lex down with these items? I'm looking at it.
It's going to be hard with the Hex Drinker shield, though.
Yeah.
That's the really difficult thing. And he's going to go ahead and start trading. Not too much traded back. He even avoids some of the minion damage. And Lex will be able to return a little bit of health to himself thanks to the Grasp of the Undying. But Westor just, the threat is ever present. This guy is just so dangerous when you give him an assassin.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to read the damage that Westor has. The first distortion did about 200.
That one did a bit
now
more.
He goes
but
all in.
There's the Wolf's Frenzy. The chains are on. It's going to be stunning up. And he takes a good trade against Lex, but Lex is going to try to get a little bit more back as the Sigil of Malice flies in his face.
Oh, Lex is having to just make really tough decisions here because Lex has to basically wait for Westor to use his summoners before he can react. Then Lex uses his in response, and the cooldowns are basically the same.
Westor
No
sticks
summoners yet.
around a
There's the
little bit too
exhaust.
long. Double exhaust is down. Westor, the clone's ahead of him, and he has to back away. Lex wins that one handily, and the Ignite's down.
Lex comes up so
wait,
big in
baby,
that trade
not
barrier.
yet. Lamb's Respite instantly staying alive.
And gets the health back from it. Barrier is still available for Lex, so keeping his cool, knowing his ultimate was there.
Still got barrier too.
Yeah, exactly. He has that barrier available, double Dorans, and the Hex Drinker shield was popped. So it's very difficult to kill Lex right now, but
a lot
2 out of his 3 defensive abilities are no longer available. Only that barrier remains. And at this point, Lex just stays in lane. I actually am not too sold on him going back for his health relic there. I mean, he didn't have too much to do there. And sure, it takes it away if Westor ever manages to get up there, but I kind of prefer having that available. He will get a little extra mana from it, but he wasn't suffering all that much to begin with, and he hasn't forced Westor off his own once again. I'd like to have seen Lex hold the map position and force Westor not to be able to pick up his own health relic.
Despite the mistakes, however, he does maintain this very healthy CS lead, about 7 ahead, and that means only 15 minions to go before he can finish the game off with minion style. And with Westor having to go back here, it gives Lex another chance to send these minions crashing into the turret. Westor is going to try to jump for him, but he's not going to be able to get much there. Just has to double distort his way through to clear the wave.
At this point, Westor's best bet was not to push that wave out. Westor needed that wave to push towards his turret so that Westor could somehow try and drag Lex forward. Lex actually recalled there, and that is going to give Westor this wave, so that benefits Westor. I'm a little surprised that it let Westor basically even CS. Now, if any of these die to this turret, Lex could be in trouble. Westor did miss 1 creep off this wave, though.
Yeah, Lex is going to be up here, but...
That's 1 to the turret. So that kind of evens things up.
Just barely. Sigil of Malice not going to do too much. Grasp the Undying will heal it back up. So, all said and done, there's still that 5 CS differential. When it comes to this endgame scenario, that's still giving this advantage to Lex, and Westor knows it.
Oh,
he's got to go in, but he misses the combo, taking too much damage. The clone is popped. Lex finds the right one, wants to win it with the kill, but the health relic spawns at exactly the right moment. Nonetheless, Lex is so close to finishing this game. He's got the minions to do it. CS victory at 10 minutes, 50 seconds.
Yeah, that was Lex keeping his cool, keeping himself
staying alive
in this game, and actually now puts another CIS player into the round of 16.
2 out of 3 so far. Not too bad for the International Wildcard All-Star winners as he takes out the door.
Kicks the door down slowly.
But, well,
that's basically unscrewing the hinges and like doing it in just the most manual way possible. Takes off the handle, takes off the lock.
Slowly walks away with it.
Yeah. Just, I mean, that was a bit of an anticlimactic one, but honestly, we're still pushing the wave. Oh, that was painful to watch. I'm not so sold
mistakes
on
were made all around, but they'll have some time to review it, look back to it. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Great casting of those 1 versus 1s. It's All-Star. It's a whole lot of fun. We saw some interesting strategies, some different strategies. I do want to pull up a replay first of the Clearlove Marin kill because the jungle pride, it's still there.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, we can roll the clip out and see what happens. Kobe, you want to run us through this one?
I mean, this is the kill that he gets, so he lands the entire stun.
Well, thank
There's
you.
not much to see there,
Well,
Brand.
thank you.
Brand landed all 3 abilities, freak.
Whoa!
And
Two
he
of those
ignited.
skill shots.
Kaboom!
Why would you play Lissandra then?
Why would you play either of those
No,
champions?
Brand is good.
Yeah.
Brand is fun. You need something where at level 3 you can all in and you can take someone down. What is Lissandra going to do? Q, ha ha ha, run away. Like
Well,
that's it. You do nothing else.
He had the full wave control. He had the CS lead. Then the jungler goes for the kill, and he gets it. That was the only way, Clearlove is going to come up with that victory.
Because Brand at level 3.
Yeah.
There we go.
I actually like that as soon as Kira took to the stage and played his game, literally every player after him all picked like Marksman and Grasp the Undying.
Yeah.
And like Dyer said, oh, I didn't really look at it, and like these two did like whatever, but like as soon as that happened, it was like, you're right, that is better. Like as if like they didn't watch IWCA at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Why
a
didn't they
different
prepare
mode,
for the
so-
one-on-one tournament?
Definitely,
What
just
kind
to
of
watch
swag
the
is that?
VODs.
Not a lot of the players prepared for this. Some of them did, and you can tell who the ones who did are.
Well, and Kira, again, it's not just that he picks those champions like Caitlyn and Lucian, but the way he moves around the map, he knows exactly when those relics are
He's got the
spawning. He
timers.
gets in there.
Oh
Yeah.
man, it's great. Yeah.
I mean,
Good to see.
I mean, you can know relic timing. That's not like.
I mean, it's a great throwback because like Russians are known for being like really, really great Quake players, and that game was all about timing items respawning around the map. So Kira's just like keeping the tradition of like Cooler and all these guys alive.
I do think we're going to see him fall though, because he actually made a lot of mechanical missteps in
sure.
trades that he was taking. His strategy is unparalleled. That's the strategy to win.
Still.
I mean, what is it? 6-6-18 is the way to go. So as you get all of the sustain that you can possibly get, and then just
Isn't
pick
he
an
running
80 carry.
0, 12, 18?
No, it's 6-6-18
No,
because
6-6.
He's running
Feast is
6-6.
super important.
Okay,
Feast
so-
and potions
At the
and
wildcard
Grasp of the
tournament, yeah.
Undying. That's how you win in 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
He had the
Yes, it's
biscuits at the wildcard tournament for some of the matches.
But
Yeah,
you
well,
do-
that's 6 points in. You can get that anyway.
You do make a good point though, Kobe, because he does sometimes overstep his boundaries, so maybe people can get him there. Let's take a look at one of the other matchups. Bjergsen versus Smurf, again a CIS player, and that was a good one. It was Draven up versus Misfortune, and they just got straight into it.
I mean, Draven is going to be one of these AD carries that if you are really good at playing Draven and have good mechanics, you can pull him out in these one-on-one matches. We can just roll the clip and we can see Bjergsen get early level 2, which is another big deal. The guys who just aggressively push wave at level 1 to get early level 2 will always be able to do this. And it's so hard to trade back, and it's getting close, but under control.
He played it so well, too. He played exactly at turret range. If he takes one turret shot, Bjergsen loses the entire game instead of winning it right there. Also, I was surprised now it makes sense, of course, he learned stand aside at 2 to say, no, I'm going to keep you from getting to your turret as opposed to, like, Blood Rush to keep up. And it's like, no, this is when I can all in, right on the minion, here we go. I was just a really well-played fight.
Definitely, where I played, and of course Bjergsen had a little help from a spirit animal there who was helping him before getting into the game.
That weird Danish flag guy.
Oh wow, what was
Wonder
that?
who that was.
Probably Kobe.
He looked pretty buffed.
We gotta say. In any case,
So
that means
definitely not you.
Exactly, right? That's it.
Still might be Kobe.
It was Kobe.
Tons of damage.
we'll see if it pops up again. In any case, 7 duels down and 7 players have been knocked out. Let's pull up the bracket to see who is still in the competition. And well, that is Fire 3 wins, Ice 4 wins in the 1 versus 1.
Keep it a tradition.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never
What?
mind. No, we're
What?
just going to move
What?
on.
One cool
No.
thing is
Whoa,
CIS
Luke's actually back down.
Yeah. What is this?
Wait, no, yeah. Karsa beat Vi, so it's really 4-4.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling bad actually.
Man.
After that. No, in any case, but only the top 4 place players in the entire 1 versus 1 tournament do get the points. But it is, again, 4 wins for Ice, 3 for Fire, even in the 1 versus 1.
I think, I mean, the fact that CIS is coming in and Kira and Lex is winning, like, obviously for them going into the 5-on-5, it would be very difficult by taking on LCK and so on. So, like, the fact they're doing well here is super important for Team Ice, because people are obviously looking at them and saying, what can the wildcard team do? If they can keep this going for top 4, I mean, they got Rookie and Bjergsen in the next 2 matches here, so that's obviously going to be very difficult. But beat them, and then suddenly you are doing well.
Wouldn't count them out just yet. We've seen what they can do.
Win and
especially when
suddenly
it
you're
gets-
doing well. What great analysis.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
good
it.
stuff.
That's how it is.
Isn't Rookie on their squad too? He'll get points for Ice.
Oh, true.
So
yeah.
Win-win.
if you lose to Rookie,
That's right. It doesn't even matter. Move on.
All right, a lot of fun here. And as we celebrate the end of the 2015 competitive season, here's a sneak peek at the newest addition to the Challenger lineup that will hit the Rift to kick off 2016. Very beautiful art.
It's a bit like Kobe.
Looks a bit like everything.
You're
looks
just
like
you're
Kobe's on
constantly
you.
dreaming of me. You're
Yeah.
constantly seeing me in all of the art all across
The fact
the
I got
studio.
to cast with you for the first 2 games, that was like a dream coming true.
But you're also you're also the guy that calls the players and everyone else, oh, that's a handsome man, that's a handsome guy. So
Is
only
it
be
wrong?
fitting.
I mean,
And you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It's getting a little weird here.
Yeah, it is. So we're going to step away, but don't go anywhere because in just a few minutes, Pulse will reveal our North American big play of the year. And as we go, we'll get a look at some of the skills the LMS's Ole brings up to the Rift as he gears up for the next regional clash.
When I was kinda 10 years old, I just checked television, and then one day I found one guy just play beatboxing. I was, wow, how to do that? I was thinking like, oh, maybe he's doing magic. It's like he just using mouse and he just opened some sound, but actually he didn't use anything and he just used his mouse. And I was really, I really want to play like him, and then I searched many beatbox on internet, and actually I found some video to teach beatbox, and then every day when I go to school, I just try just like this, and then some days later my beatbox was getting better, and then finally I could do very well. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And earlier today, we looked at 3 of the biggest players from North America LCS and asked for you to vote on your favorite. And the results are in. The people have spoken, and it is Phoenix's Quadra, which has taken the top spot. So let's take a look at one more time at your 2015 NA LCS big play.
What's he gonna do?
Oh, he got 2! He's gonna get a triple kill! A quadra kill! An amazing play by Phoenix on Azir! The legacy of Shurima is real! Let's see this again.
All right, so they know he has his ult. COG is low. They tried flank from 2 sides. Double with next Smithy takes so much damage. They don't land the Bard CC. Triple Emperor's Divide into a soldier double. And I don't even know what happened to the last guy. Bard died off on the side as well for the 4th kill. Good Lord, Phoenix.
And now I can talk English again. Let's send it back to Shocks on the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pulsa. Well, amazing play from Phoenix there, but we are loading up for our next knockdown drag-out battle featuring the fan favorites from China's LPL and the League Master Series. Let's take a look at those lineups, starting off for Team Ice on the blue side. It is the LPL with Korowon, Clearlove, Rookie, Uzi, and PYL. And then on the other side, it is the LMS representing Team Fire with Ziv, Karsa, Westor, BB, and Ole. Very interesting, and we know that China, they came to play.
I mean, I want to see the LMS try hard also.
Yeah,
Because
but you can't just try hard now like that. Like, if they practice for 2 weeks coming into this?
Fair enough.
Not
I mean,
2 weeks, I thought it was
you
1
can't
week.
go back in time and practice hard, but you can pick the things that have emerged in the preseason as extremely strong.
Yeah, and what's cool actually about this as well is like if I contrast to Worlds, like the big downfall from the Chinese teams at Worlds is the fact that like they're speaking different languages, and you still got Rookie here in the mid lane, a Korean player, whereas LMS like you just got like the best top laner in the region, now the best jungler in the region, like one of the best mid laners as well. Like you got like a bunch of really good players, and they're all speaking the same language as well. So like communication-wise, they should still be on that like high level.
Sure, I think Rookie is one of the Koreans who is doing a good job learning Mandarin, so at least he can communicate. But also LMS, I mean, we know the players have very good mechanics normally. They've been a little bit behind strategically. If we look at international, they should be able to show up here, and if they get a good try-hard comp, they should be able to win.
We'll see what happens. The players are ready, so we're going to send it over to our casters and get on their way.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and we are getting ready to start another match of the 2015 All-Star Tournament, another 5v5 regional matchup. ICE has been winning a lot. Global warming is not affecting them, but we're going to get the match going soon anyways. I'm Rivington Bizen III, joined by Aiden Zyron Moon and Mitch Kreppel of Vorspools to get into this matchup. And gentlemen, we've seen a lot of game diversity already. We've seen some troll, we've seen some amazing, we've seen people try to troll, not really working out for them, but ICE, like I said, they are on the up and up right now.
I definitely think we're going to see more try-hard as the tournament goes on here. Those fun game modes, people are going to be like, that's the fun time, but you got to get to serious business here. You got to get your region that IP boost.
It's all
It's always the guy that kind of ruins the fun, right? Guys will all play for fun here in the tournament, and then someone starts try-harding a little harder, and then you don't want to lose, and then suddenly it's like the most sincere, like 5v5 pure try-hard mode.
It's like an Anivia pick. Like, what is that? Who picks Anivia when you're having fun? That's try-hard, right?
Man, it's so try-hard.
So looking into this game, we're going to get into Champion Select. So let's see what these teams have for each other. Fire and Ice, we have LPL versus the LMS going live in just a few seconds once they get this locked in. The picks and bans are on the board here. We've been seeing a lot of the Gangplank. Fizz getting locked out of this one along with Twisted Fate, but let's see what the picks become here.
Straight
bans.
at Westor with these bans, but it looks like the LMS are going to ban some meta champions here that are rather strong, but this is going to leave a lot up for both of these teams.
Yeah, Dr. Mundo, definitely a pick you want to be careful with because he just gets so incredibly tanky and the regen so hard to deal with in the jungle there, and then we've seen, you know what, Rage Blade on this patch, dude. It's not healthy.
We've already seen the Jax attack.
Yeah, the Jax attack. We needed to change that one out, and hopefully we'll see a more balanced top lane matchup.
There's a try-hard pick right there.
It's a try-hard hover. I don't know if they're going to go for it just yet, but I do think that it is a good pick up against Westor. No matter where it goes, it's going to shut down whatever assassin he ends up playing.
Yeah, it's the same. We saw that at All-Stars IWCA as well, just going up in priority again, back to just kind of Worlds vibe. Even though Kalista isn't that great anymore. I talked to Reckless earlier and it's like, yeah, dude, talking to him, why pick that when Blade of the Rune King is worse, Runons is worse, but it's just because Kalista is such it's a team comp pick. You still bring that utility, you bring that engage to the team, you still always have a play that you can make, so still rated very highly here at the LMS side.
But then Karsa on this Lee Sin. We saw him at Worlds with the Lee Sin. The kicks over the wall to stop the Gnar ulti coming in, saving his team. And now he has that aggressive jungler. He was going for the Nidalee, he's going for the Lee Sin. And this looks like Karsa, he wants to make some plays early. But speaking about plays, got that Rengar for Clear Love.
And surprisingly, no mage support that Braum goes through. They do need a bit of a tank line though. Rengar jumping in with the Wu ulti is still kind of an assassin, so that does put more emphasis on a tank support that you would want, even though this patch heavily favors mage supports overall, obviously with Thunderlords as your keystone and Spell Thieves as your goal per 10 item.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ale go for the Morgana here. He's an incredibly good Morgana player. I think he's actually the best Morgana player in the LMS region. Pairing that up with the Kalista.
I was going to say, I'd like to see the Morgana getting not picked here.
Yeah.
Could be that Fiora in the top lane. We've seen it since Worlds. Ziv, not super dominant in there, but definitely can make some plays, and that's what I like that I'm seeing from the LMS side. From Fire, they're looking to start a spark. They are looking to get players that can make plays. Like you said, kicks over the wall. You can do things with the Kalista ultimate as well. Definitely a lot of options that they're playing with here. Like you said, Assassin coming from the LPL. See what LMS feels like they can counter with here. Set up for themselves. It would be nice to be able to just bind that Rengar down and pick him off easy if it comes to it.
It's rather difficult. You're going to have to carry some pink wards with you because of the sweeper not being able to see people.
That's true.
You'll see like they're outlined, but you won't actually see them. And
But
get
they're
that
cheaper though. Just fill your pockets.
It's definitely so. Actually, ironically so, a Rengar technically could influence support itemization in the late game because you want to go for a pink ward slot. That leaves you with only 5 slots really for items. That may mean that you want to go for the hybrid sightstone item in following that because they're more slot efficient. Like, it all trickles down, even though the spooky ghosts are so incredible.
I don't think you're ever going to do that on Morgana.
Yep.
It's so powerful. 4 seconds slow, 40%. Yep. You pretty much guarantee ultimate, guarantee binding.
I thought it would have been the Caitlyn. Uzi really liking the lock in that Caitlyn we've seen in the recent past.
Just MF so strong with the change that you can just lost hit minions. The one auto attack arrest is what you're looking for in lane.
Yep.
Every time she switches target, she deals additional damage, and she just itemizes so well with the new AD carry itemization. Especially, this is still 5.23. This is not the patch that's currently live on servers, so definitely a bit of a change.
The MF has some new mechanics to her as well. The love tap actually applies on the second hit and the first hit of her double up, but also if you kill the first minion in a double up, it's going to do substantially more damage. So if Uzi or Uzi-I can actually kill a minion and hit them with that second part of the double up with the love tap, that's an incredible amount of damage during the laning phase.
We'll have to see if that can be avoided. Bebe and Ale in the bot lane. We'll see if Ale can beatbox them to safety once they're there. Crepo.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see if Karsa can shut down Clear in the jungle. Otherwise, he has pretty much free pickings because no real tank here on the LMS side. He can pretty much pick up any target if he goes into deep. He does get the support from that top lane Lulu. A lot of skirmishing on the LMS side though. Not really a team comp that wants to play together too much. You know, Fiora, duelist, good in these skirmish 1v1 situations. Ahri is an assassin. Kalista, Morgana really work together to get kills. Maybe Morgana can procure some picks, so very pick-oriented composition coming out from LMS. Not really looking for the coordinated team fight.
Yeah, it does also look that Team Ice, though, they have a little bit of a team composition where you want to have that 5-on-5,
Yeah.
but Rookie and Clear Love are just going to dive the backline. They're going to go after that squishy and try to eliminate them immediately.
They're diving, both Rookie there and Clear Love are diving in. They have a double security blanket with a Lulu buffing up one of them, and then Braum potentially shielding one other guy from harm. In the meanwhile, all the way in the back, it's bullet time reigning supreme like on the enemy there. So if the blue team can group here, definitely advantage.
Oh man, I want to see those loot speeds up on Rengar.
Puts them into a big pile. Hopefully they don't get picked off by the side of Fire. This game is definitely going to be electric between these two teams, and it's something that Fire needs to win. It's something 150 points towards Ice right now. There weren't points gained yet out of the 1v1 tournament as they were just going back and forth until we get to the final, but Fire definitely needs to step up soon.
Yeah, my boy is Fire. Come on, get in there.
I'm picking Fire, and there's NA love there, but definitely not showing up just yet. Remember, you can head over to Twitter at LOL Esports, Fire win, Ice win. Use the hashtag. Let it be known who you think is going to take this game right here. You can see these teams are absolutely stacked. This is going to be a good game. I like that we got kind of try-hard comps out of both. I'm not going to lie. Once both teams go try-hard, it gets a little more fun. We're going to be onto the Rift shortly, and we're going to see if these guys really bring out all of those tactics, all of those mechanics they talk about going crazy in scrims. Do they finally put it on the Rift, or do they stay kind of measured again? We'll see.
Yeah, China going full try-hard for this tournament. Hearing about how they've been boot camping for 5 days here. That's crazy. That's intense for the All-Stars.
It is. Sharpening their teeth, as Mad Life said.
Yeah, I think they even had Aaron with them, not just like any coach, one of the most established coaches in League of Legends history. And their draft is resembling that. They have a very, very well balanced draft, clearly a goal in mind. They can play the skirmish game, which is necessary on this patch. Very snowbally, a lot of gold.
Yep.
Gain has gone a lot quicker, but they can actually group up. So if they fall behind, they still have strength in numbers.
Let's be honest. We all want to see All-Stars beat Trolli. Like you guys said before, once you get on the stage, you are gunning for the finish line as fast as possible.
Yeah. I would still like, the one aspect that I do enjoy, if they go super serious, is the vision game, because it did get changed a lot, and there's so many layers to it. So, but I think I'm one of the few people that actually really enjoys that. So,
blue trinkets, man. Blue trinkets everywhere. Oh, coming up behind though. He does have Dark Binding back up.
Ollie, cashing in a little bit here. It looks like it's going to be the charm on PYL also. No follow-up though. Just kind of a back and forth here. Rookie's going to be able to get a quick Q out and a sphere of damage. So everybody backs off. Some love taps. They just say hi. We're going to get into our lanes.
Might be rough here in the middle for Westar playing from behind. Rookie launched his Q first, got the magic shield, then the charm applied. So Westar playing with charm level 1 into a Kassadin with a big HP disadvantage. That's going to be an incredibly rough laning phase for him. Because you can just hide behind your creeps, and by the time so you get the angle and the charm, well, you can land your Q and that. So the level 1 is absolutely free here for Rookie. Gets in the push, so he can definitely start snowballing this lane off the level 1.
Yeah, especially when you have that lane in your favor. You see the walk of the Ahri, where she's going. It's very easy to keep going behind your minions. So Rookie seems like he'll be fine. The binding onto PYL to make sure some CS can be easily taken here at the turret.
I think this is the most try-hard first 2 minutes of any game we've seen here.
Yeah.
Because everybody's been like, oh, just 5-man invade them, just have some fun. It's like, no, these two guys came to All-Stars to play some League of Legends, try to win.
Yeah, definitely try hard. Karsa, it's all on him right now because top lane should be in favor for Korra pushing here. Look at that trade he's putting on the Ziv. Mid lane already advantage for Rookie due to the level 1. And the lane with the melee support is actually pushing down a bot lane, ruining the whole poke trade advantage that BTN always should have. So triple push here, triple winning lanes. The only way you get it out of that is with a good jungle gank.
See Ziv and Korra on the top lane right now. Korra running Thunderlord's Decree. Ziv on the fervor of battle. Keep you updated on some of the masteries. PYL not in a good spot right now.
Uzi,
cooling him off.
Straightforward though.
Uzi looks like he's trying to fight it. He's definitely playing that mental game of we still have this fight, or is somebody coming? But once Fire figures out nobody else is coming, they go for the fight. Oh, they can't get taken down here. The Clear Love flashes in for the W. Uzi to the other cross. What a play coming in from Ice.
That was the only correct play Uzi could make, flashing forward into the lane.
There were no other choices.
Over-aggression there. Fantastic flash there. Uzi initially got caught while we see Karsa lurking here, trying to sneak a kill.
He's got flash too. It looks like he's actually going to get abandoned here. He
He's waiting for Clear Love to head back in without vision. No, he waits it.
Oh, he doesn't have vision in that bush.
Yeah, really hard. So initially we see overextending from PYL, Uzi responding by moving up, trying to get some aggro, but they find themselves kind of caught a little bit. Yeah, we see the replay right here. Oh yeah, sidestep onto PYL, good exhaust here. Now Bibba turns onto Uzi, gets the black shield too. Not really accomplishing much there. Could have saved it for later. Ren's actually a little early.
Gets him there. The second
and then Kula
fight
showing up. But look at this flash from Uzi here. So smart.
Right into that. Oh,
Vision. Talk
right
vision.
there.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, man. That gives such a lead to that bottom lane, though. 2 assists going over to Uzi, but he also has a gigantic CS advantage here. He came back with double longswords to the double dagger, so he's already on his way towards an Essence Reaver.
Also, Clearlove being in the right spot, picks himself up 2 kills throughout that, so 2-1 now. Baby, you can see he was a little taken back by that play, but he's still ahead in the game.
Yeah, it's paramount for Baby and Oi to keep pushing right now. Just get the Thunderlord's Decree proc with the Tormented Soil, just harass, keep the minion away. Because once they get pushed in, it's going to be the same story all over again. And Karsa just, yeah, he's still looking for that initial gank.
Clearlove on the flip side of that, though, getting those 2 kills and being so far ahead on Rengar. Whenever I'm looking at a Rengar player and they aren't doing anything in the early game, even if they're trading kills, I think it's advantageous for the Rengar because they're getting stacks of their passive. They're getting stacks on that necklace, which influences them mid-game, late game. So he's already well on his way.
So there's more control. Ziv did ping, so he knows the ward came over from a jungler. Karsa is still trying to play that cat and mouse game. We saw it once in the bot lane, now we're going to see it.
Oh, there's nothing there!
The Crux got taken! He's forced it over. The jump goes with Karsa. Everything happening in favor of Clearlove and Koro, but Koro, out of mana. He cannot do anything but throw glitter. Bot lane's getting a little bit of love here. Spell shield nicely coming out on the Winter's Bite, and Fire makes it out clean there.
Yeah.
Little trade back and forth, but
immediate aggression once you know that the jungle and the top laner are occupied.
Why not?
Yeah, strategic mistake here from the LMS, obviously. They saw Rengar move in and they still tried to challenge that area. It should have been wise for Ziv to just straight up base. And good reaction from the bot lane. So again, we see LPL as a team. They're working together, like actually in the top lane, crossing up in the bot. PYL tried to like mad life his Winter's Bite there, almost hit it, so.
Another thing too to keep notice of here is Ziv used his TP to get back to lane. So if the LPL and Ice have been on top of their strategies, Koro, he has a window here to make a play that cannot be answered by Ziv.
I was just going to mention that. I think the only caveat right now is the fact that he's not 6. They wait on that, double TP somewhere, and you have a safe dive. So could be waiting for it. That flash forward for Morg. I don't think they're going to get much out of this, though. Very nice, unbreakable. Ollie could go down. There's that TP we were looking for just now. They don't even need Koro to be level 6. Clearlove could be taken down by Westor, but he hops out of the brush, trying to gain a bit of that distance, and Clearlove looks like he's in a very sore position. Jumps back in. No power is coming, but yes, he is keeping that alive. That's going to be Baby going down. Another kill coming in for Rookie. He picks himself up too after the long con on that teleport.
Yeah, that was the TP from Rookie in the mid lane, and then Clearlove came up to try and hold that way, but Westor is there, and he doesn't even get a kill for it.
I think they were actually expecting Koro to come in. That's why they kept that distance. Surprise! It's Kassadin. We got refucked. Instant kill there. Really good initial opening move there. If it wasn't for that meddling teleport, it would have actually worked out. Really good aggression, but yeah. Good team player here from the LPL overall.
This is so scary for the LMS. You have 2 kills on a Kassadin, 2 kills on a Rengar already 7 minutes into the game, and you have CS advantage in the bot lane on Uzi. This is spelling disaster already.
More importantly, you're having all that against you when you're playing a skirmish composition. If you're playing teamfight, maybe there was a way out, you know, by our powers combined, we were greater than our individual pieces, but like you're playing skirmish and you're losing it. So this is where especially this patch, this meta game, the snowball will start going. Koro waiting for the repost, misses the Q afterwards, but definitely knows his matchup.
Painful stuff all around, Baby. Just hitting 5. Uzi's been 6 for quite a while here, so they're trying to just get back on par with the lane. 4-1 coming up on 8 minutes in. A lot of movements from the LPL here to put him on top. And like you said, with the Assassins already rolling, it's going to be very hard for Fire to do anything. 2v1 in the bot lane here. They knew PYL was coming, but they still can't even fight back with Uzi there.
Yeah, that level advantage and that CS advantage coming in. Has the crit cloak already. But if we look up at the top, it's actually quite interesting. Koro is going for the Frost Queen's claim, an item that we've seen on supports and mid laners. But since he has that mage top, he's is pretty much welcome to get it. The thing is, this helps out his team so much because they have those backline diving assassins. But also, they don't have to be assassins in teamfights. They can go pick you off in the jungle. So if Koro hits that, he sets up Clearlove and Rookie perfect.
Looking at the farm around the map, really top lane is that only, no, not top lane is the only disparity. Bot lane 70 to 38, really what's hitting BB where it counts right now, and he's got to get himself some safety. This stops Ollie from even roaming to help other lanes. He's so far behind as well.
Rookie pulling ahead right now. Once Kassadin comfortably stays even CS and gets a Catalyst, it's almost impossible. I would even say just impossible to do anything against him in lane in terms of denying him any additional CS, which means he will smoothly get his run of Aegis, and then the ball starts rolling. As Ahri, you really want to push out and roam, but looks like it's actually Ice here. Double roam, 2 off ultis.
This is that moment where you just grit your teeth and hope nothing bad happens. Maybe gets the call. Nice spell shield. Not going to last forever, but Ice's engage won't either, so they start to peel off of that. They don't have enough time. Ignite coming back up for Westor. He could get jumped and killed here, but Rookie will not be able to finish that one off.
That's this matchup. Just need to get ahead early, and if you don't get the jungle gank, doesn't matter if you have 8 or 10, 20 CS, eventually casting just...
It hurts. When we saw Westor take a lot of damage early, you already said that was going to be a tough lane for him, and it's only gone that way, falling downhill very quickly in that sense.
The one item disadvantage here in the top lane though, while you're building Crossqueen's Claim, you can't make use of the spell steep stack, so that actually gives Ziv some leeway to get even in the lane, but even with that inferior build, laning-wise, Koro still pulling ahead in CS, and he still has the pressure from the teleport. So overall, things are looking really, really grim here for Team Fire.
And now he has it completed as well, so he's going to be getting that extra income. Is this enough, though? Zip?
All does not. Does he have the chase?
Now, Koro's got flash.
Slow wears off, flash over the wall. He will be okay, but they have that call now. Both teleports are up. He won't lose too much off of this. And already has a lead in his lane, so not too terrible for him. A lot of pings to the bot lane, but it looks like everybody's starting to go towards that mid right now as the bot turret for LMS has fallen, and Fire's looking for a different opening.
Yeah, now they're just sending Uzi to the top lane with such a CS advantage. They got the bot lane turret. It's all about getting turrets in the preseason right now. It's so much local gold for you, and it just opens up the map. You could do so much with those extra minions pushed.
Yep, that minion strength.
Yeah. Especially since the cross-map play that there used to be, you know, we lose tower, we take dragon, just no longer is viable in this metagame, or sacrificing tower versus Rift.
PYL though, a little greedy here. This could hurt quite a bit. Throws out the Glacial Fissure, he's kicked back. That's what we remember from Karsa. Uzi might be able to do something here. He does make it rain onto Ollie. That's the TP from Koro, but they're not able to get too much. He gets hit under the turret, and Koro's practically out of this fight with Wild Growth down. The chase is still there from Ice. Spooky Ghosts are out, but here comes Westor with the charm. He's only got half a mana bar, and they take down BB. Both summoners there. Both summoners down on Ale, and LPL on Team Ice just take the lead. Very, very big. 6-1 now. 4,000 gold lead is what they're looking at. Fire is just being snuffed out at this point.
Tryhards.
Tryhards.
It's actually, I was sitting here, I'm like, man, this is a really try-hard cast for All-Stars. I was like, the game is really try-hard. They're just trying so hard to win this.
Yeah,
LPL are holding nothing back.
Yeah, decent game overall. He receded the rotation. You know, the bot tower goes down.
Bye-bye. Oh, hey!
And a Rengar.
Slippery Fox. Nice job by Westor. Flash was blown there. Bit of an NA Rengar. It rubs off when you're here. You know it does. He was saying 1v1 me, bro, but it didn't work. So no kill comes from that. However, that's still, the little things like that, giving Ice time to take down turrets unopposed. Little things where they blow another flash. That's 3 flashes in the past minute or so off of Fire they don't have to use for anything.
Yeah,
so.
Just their ability to immediately collapse with these teleports is what's pulling them ahead, because the initial move was a mistake. As we see Karsa going down here. PRL did place check, but wasn't executed perfectly from the LMS. Ziv did chose rather not to teleport in. Put them at a numbers disadvantage. They got cleaned up, and he couldn't cross map at all. He got some additional CS. Didn't get the tower, and now Koro's back in the bot lane, comfortably poking on Ziv. Ziv has to go for an all-in if he wants to win that, but it's not impossible.
Karsa trying to keep up in damage in the jungle. Surpasses the boots. Goes for all the damage to try and finish this warrior up. Rookie just dealing it out, dishing it to Westor in the mid lane, and easily Rift walking away.
And these are such, like, on the side lanes now, these are such long lanes that if you put Koro in it and he's popping his Frost Queen's Claim pretty much on cooldown now.
That's true.
To just try and get these picks, and they're pulling people to these side lanes. Rookie, they're pretty much fine with just having him in this mid lane, getting all of his CS as Kassadin, and extending his laning phase until he hits these item spikes that he's on.
Yeah, but we're definitely seeing the effect of these bans targeted at Westor.
Because Ari, in this meta, I think there are far better picks available here to play in the mid lane, especially with Cassidy open. You need a snowball early, and didn't happen. Rookie now really showing that he knows how much damage it is. Ripple can auto attack. You reset the auto attack with the W. You see Ollie and BB just under fire, and they just gotta pull back, playing split push, catch, assassin composition, but they're losing every single fight, which means they're just gonna slowly crumble away.
So here's something. Is there, at this point, besides a huge mistake, but I don't think Ice is going to make, a way for Fire to pull back in here? Could be Rookie going down at this point. May answer my question as we speak. Westdoor goes in, the orb coming back, does a bit of damage, but not enough for anybody else from Fire to follow through on that play. 15 minutes in, Ice is knocking on tier 2 turrets, and Fire can't do anything about it.
Those tier 2 turrets are rather squishy now. Those are actually squishier than previous turrets. The outer turrets are actually as durable, if not more durable than they previously were. So since they have 2 of those down, and now you're getting towards those juicy, easy-to-take turrets when somebody makes a mistake, that's going to be something that the LPL is looking for here.
I mean, look at where Bib is at compared to Uzi. 67 CS Kalista, rushing Runaan, one of the more inefficient items right now due to the changes.
Hey man, but it's got crit.
Yeah, it needs. Yeah, well, I don't think he's gonna ever get to.
But you have no damage to crit with.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
versus the Essence Weaver, where we're looking at the power spike here for Uzi. Like, he's still on a single item. He's actually gonna take a big leap forward once he gets additional crit, which means more CDR.
Dun-dun. 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 Dun-dun.
Look away!
Pop him like a sieve! Got it! He's down. 33 seconds on the clock for Civ. He will not be coming back up from that one too soon. And it looks like, again, Fire is down. One man. This power play Ice uses so efficiently could be another turret for them. However, the minions are lagging behind. They're moving a little too fast. That's what you get for trying hard.
Oh, they're just going to dive the turret here.
Yellow's doing a really good job with that shield. He's just constantly being annoying. Just soaking as much projectiles as he can.
Yeah.
Because he knows he won't die. Just don't have the damage to even kill the support.
Yeah, they're all looking at one item right now.
It's one of those moments you play inside your opponent's brain where you know they're not going to engage on you in one moment, but the next moment they may be right behind you, and that's what PYL faces. Rookie over the wall to actually hit the back line, disturbing any engage that Fire would have had coming back into that. But I don't know if Rookie, he's all right. Nobody's going to chase him out. I thought he was going to walk right to Ollie, but they have the wards to do everything they need on Fire's side.
And that's a TP for nothing here, so that just opens up more for LPL with their double TP. Rookie, though.
Oh, he walks right into it.
Okay, they get something maybe.
Wait a minute.
Oh!
No way. Oh, he could get out of here. That's going to be the dash forward. Ziv gets a retribution kill for himself. A little bit long, but he gets it.
Rookie gave Ollie too much credit. He wanted to jump out of the potential binding coming in, but Ollie didn't even know what was happening on. He probably wasn't looking at his own screen. He's like, oh, okay, there's gas in here. I'll just wait until we
My screen blinked red.
Why is this happening? Then lands the bind, flash used.
They're going to go pick up a dragon here.
Number 2, boys.
The first one here for Fire.
First one for Fire.
You definitely need that first dragon. That first dragon is probably the most important one saved for 5. So getting that at least in your pocket so they don't just keep denying it from you is good. Still 6k down though. So this is not ideal by any means.
Yeah, right here, Rookie's expecting the bind coming out after he does the damage.
It's funny because Ollie looked like he was just gonna walk away.
Yeah.
He started walking towards the bush, and Rookie's just like, no, he knows I'm here. Apparently, no.
Advantage Fire for once, but not for long. They can't use too much of it. They're still just on their own side of the court for the majority of this right now. Clear Love looks like he may even go in and try to make some trouble if he doesn't just go to the mid lane, and he will. See that ward over the wall, does some clearing of his own, fully stacked with those charges so he can get himself out of a sticky situation if necessary. And looks like the split push will begin. Rookie to the top lane. This is going to start being even more hell for Fire. They will not be able to do anything about this. Already can, really. 6,000 gold lead.
Rift Herald went over to Uzi. Actually didn't catch that.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear it go down.
Yeah. I was expecting to hear this.
We're just having too much fun over here.
I know. There's too much action. But, yeah, he's going to pick that up, so now they have that pushing power. Oh, man, he's not even going for another Zeal item. He goes straight for a BF here. So he's not looking for the extra cooldown reduction. He's just trying to kill people.
Yeah, he may just for the raw damage and just get the eye edge for the crit.
Yeah, that's true. The crit from the eye edge will actually help the S3. Good call.
Oh, Barca! half of his HP.
Don't need attack speed if you kill him in 2 bullets.
That's the new Q right there, the double up.
Ouch. When it hurts outside a game, you know it hurts inside the game. 19 on the clock, still running around. Will we have 20 minutes inside the base for Ice? They're looking to do that quite quick here. And this turret shouldn't be long for this world. Ollie's going to do what he can to break up the side here if there's any type of flank. It looks like they do save the turret.
Yeah, Ice playing pretty calm and collected here, always setting up the sideway pushes, not greeting, but just because they may be able to take the mid lane tower if they hardcore siege 5v5, they do set up their side waves every single time. We saw them go top, then go mid, wait for bot to push in, try the rotation. Doesn't really work immediately, well, fan out again. Just keep pushing these waves, keep making pressure. Because if you put pressure on assassins, you have vision of them. If you see them, well, they obviously will have a way harder time trying to assassinate you. And then it's so incredibly hard for the LMS here, Team Fire, to find a way out.
Yeah, when you know an assassin is coming.
Yeah. Half the...
They're not really an assassin anymore, then they're just a killer.
And then if you're...
That's how that works.
If you're 6,000 gold ahead, you're not going to be killing too much either.
What next? There's surplus of items in the inventory right now of LPL. They can do whatever they want. We're going to bring it back to this question because there's a very small chance it could ever happen, but we still want to know. What is that chance for Fire? Besides a big mistake, what can they organize?
I mean, keep control of your jungle and steal a Baron. I feel that's it. I think Team Ice here is likely going to continue this same style and either collapse on a tower, take one down. They'll probably go for one or two more tier 2s and then revert their attention to the Baron pit. They're clearing all these pink wards right now. Want to see a little more pinks there, but they just have their pick of the litter. They can do anything they want, especially when they're duped. Composition-wise, they already outmatch the LMS at 6,000 gold advantage and superior team play to that.
And they have more options as well. You were talking about all the options they have. They have double TP too.
Yep.
So even if you do a 1-3-1, they can't really answer it as effectively on the LMS side.
Fire getting a little movement towards the bot lane. This is going to obviously call down Koro, but that TP is still there for both teams. The play can be made if Fire gets caught out. Ice is going to start pressuring onto that mid lane here. PYL always in the front. Rookie has always as well been in and out with those force pulses, doing what he can and then flying back out every time it's up. No answer from Fire every time. It's just too fast and they're way too on their heels. 7-2, not looking good. And one fight could be finishing touches here for Ice if it comes down to an ace.
I think we're going to see a lot of this from the LPL in this tournament. I think they actually have a lot to prove just across the board. Last time we saw Koro, right, he was coming back in from a month of not playing in the quarters of Worlds.
Yeah.
And because of his back injury. So now he's like, okay, well, I'm trying to show that I'm in top shape right now. I can take on anybody that's an all-star at this tournament. And then you also have everybody else who's like, oh, did I not go to Worlds on Uzi's side? And then also PYL, there was so much on LGD's shoulders. So everybody on this lineup actually has something to prove and try to bring it home for China. That's why they're try-hard.
I would be too.
Oh, I'd be hella trying. If I was in this game...
Everybody knows you'd be try-harding.
Now the question is, would you...
Who plays for fun?
That's true.
It's that Elo.
The question is, would you be an EU or an NA All-Star?
Technically, I'm NA resident. So if I ever go back, I've declared NA residency. I like it more here.
Well, we might need to put you in at some point if Fire cannot start to pick things up, crap out. 7,000 gold. This is not looking good. 30 seconds on Dragon. It might be something that Fire can put on the plate here to get themselves back into the game. Already to the bot lane, though. Ziv looks like he's going down. He won't live for long. The repulse comes out, but it's only going to be a few more attacks here as he keeps jumping in and out of the brush. Uzi wants a piece. He actually gets to make it rain down.
Yeah, and Team Ice is playing with a lot of respect for Ziv. They started earlier, rotating slightly out to the bottom, making sure they're no longer there, killing him first before they set their eyes on the Baron. Vision control from LMS actually has been good. So no complete fog of war advantage from the LPL.
Oh, here's the TP flank.
This is what we were looking for. Glacial Fissure right onto Karsa. Westor makes it out alive, though. Karsa, Ziv already down from the previous fight, so Ice is working off of their power plays beautifully. Koro charmed up, cannot get the ult off in time. He actually goes down. We saw Wild Growth used there. And now Ice has 3 members in the mid lane to the 3 members of Fire. Look like it's going to be any type of push.
Rookie has to back out. It looks like they're trying to get as much damage as possible. Possibly a pick here. There's the TP.
Oh, PYL not respecting the catch potential
Rookie.
here. This is what Fire wanted, but they can't even control the fight once they get it. Rookie's going hard. This could be a triple kill coming up for him. Ziv does cancel one out, but the triple does go over to Rookie. He's now 7-1-2 on the game.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting damage coming out of Rookie.
Never mind, that's a Quadra. He just wanted to call me a liar. We don't have the button. We did the button.
But it looked like everybody was trying to push, try to chunk people out and get to this dragon. Everybody's actually going after these objectives. Nobody's just having that, oh, let's just have a bloodthirsty game. It's no, this is calculated. I've actually been looking over at the ICE players, and they are communicating. They have 2 shot callers on their team, ClearLove and PYL, and they just seem to be moving around the map perfectly. Rookie, though.
This was a great move if it wasn't for teleport, because they even had their teleport coming in from behind. Look at how far Ziv is. He's coming in with home guards right now. If Rookie did not have teleport, this fight would have gone entirely different. So again, a little oversight here from Fire. And if you enter a situation where you would normally win, but you forget about teleport, then this happens.
Yeah, I really like teleport on Cassidy, and there's a kill for Westor.
Okay. See what you're cooking here, Westor. Didn't expect any solo plays coming out of this game, but that is a bit promising. If Ice continues to kind of let things go to the wayside, they don't focus, that can happen more.
And I like this build from Rookie because you go for the Rod of Ages, and there was usually the problem of, oh, I don't have a Morellonomicon or an Athene's for cooldown reduction, but now there is some on Lichbane, so it's easy to transition into this build.
Yeah, and this is just one of the reasons Gaston has as Surge as the power pick. He was already coming back into the metagame, but all the traditional AP items got nerfed because they cost more gold or just give less AP, except for Rod of Ages and Lichbane now with the added CDR. So the 2 core items for Kassadin got buffed, so it just makes the life just so much easier to play this champion.
He's running a 12-18 down in Thunderlord's Decree right now on that cast.
Always want that burst, and I think Thunderlord's Decree is a great mastery that's put a lot. That was a big burst. Speaking of burst, that's what I want to talk about here. Thunderlord's Decree has put a lot of champions over the edge. We're seeing more Lux, more Syndra, more Kassadin in solo queue.
I love it on
and
Lux.
even Anivia, right? Because sometimes you would have that thing where you're bursting them, and then they get away with just a small portion of HP, and now this gives you that extra burst to put you at that break point where you start getting fed. But there's an engage.
Oh, here's a break point for Ice. They want the fight now. That's a flash and a kill on Barca. Bebe's going to get hit up here. They try to do a Fate's call, but it's not going to work. Their fate is to go down right here. And it does not look like they can get Westor or Ziv, but they're going to get much more. They're going for Baron.
And this was what we were talking about at times, like exactly, you know, Spooky Ghost getting used, the Whimsy Vanguard going in the backline, Uzi pulling up the guns, hitting the edge, Essence Weaver, double item power spike, blasting away, just immediately blowing up the enemy composition right there.
You go into a game knowing...
There's the Spooky Ghost!
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds too long!
They're still going to go after Ziv, though. He's getting chased around the map here. Can he get out?
I don't think so. This is going to be another finisher for them. That was a nice request, though. Another breath of life. Can't say no to the God of Death today, Ziv. Doesn't work like that.
What do we say to the God of Death? Not again, please.
Not again, please. It hurts. Please stop.
It's rookie time. Oh!
Westor Koro. There's the wild growth. If you can get the help pick Glitterlance, this could be the kill for him. Oh, it's never a 1v1.
That's later, bro.
Clear Love is everywhere right now.
Yeah, Westor did not get the memo. The 1v1s are after this game. This is free for all. Anybody can join in.
Rookie's already got it down. He got his win, 10-1-3. He knew what it was all about in the mid lane. Let's see, one of the final pushes here, if not the final. If Fire can put up a huge fight here on a mistake, you give them some room to work with, but they're on an iron lung here, and there's not a lot of room even if they get it.
They're going to push this out. Rookie is already pushing the bottom side, so they're going to be able to rotate straight to this bottom side, get to this tier 2 turret, chunk it out with the Kassadin Lichbane. It'll be gone, and they'll be knocking on this inhibitor turret very quickly.
Make it rain over the wall. Just being a nuisance right now. Uzi knows exactly what he's doing. Quicksilver Sash, so he can't get played by any types of stuns or locks. They're going for that inhibitor turret right now. And it looks like they're going to get the inhib after too, if Fire doesn't do something.
I really like QSS, and I really like Mercurial Scimitar right now because of the lifesteal on it. It's actually not a bad third item. It's extraordinarily good, and it shuts down a lot of options here. But look, they're going for the end game. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, bye, baby. Bye-bye. 19-6. Looks like Rookie's trying to do a bit more. He does have the vitals on him, so he doesn't want to get too close to Ziv. But Ziv's already hauling ass back towards the base. He goes down with a flash down as well. Carson could go down. PY. Oh, the turret focuses on him. Oh. He gets fired. They get iced. It's a shutdown onto Rookie. Finally. Ice is still in the base, and it's an ace onto Fire.
Oh, man, they're just going to go for the end here. 29 minutes in. LPL came to play. They're here to prove something.
Absolutely fantastic game. Another 100 points going to Ice as the LPL takes down the LMS. A 30-minute game. Man, what tryhards. Fantastic play, though. All jokes aside, they picked the composition and used it perfectly. Right? Even coming out of Champ Select, you guys said, they're going to use it like this. And usually that's how it happens if you don't mess everything up and have to play from behind, but it's exactly what they decided.
Yeah, the level 1 definitely influenced this game a lot, but then they played it out beautifully. Like Team IC have another win here on the board and just playing to their strength. The only thing you can maybe harp on is just kind of poor vision control around Baron, but that's if you're nitpicking, and this is All-Stars. This is not, this isn't Worlds, you know. At Worlds maybe we could have made that comment, but for an All-Stars team coming together from different teams here, maximum limit is 2 players from the same team overall here. Yeah, fantastic performance.
Yeah, and they had 5 days of practice together, so and under the coach Aaron, so they know what they're doing. They have that communication down, but 2 shot callers as well. I'm actually very interested in how they work that out. Is PYL calling? Is Clearlove calling? Are they just feeding each other information? Does one take over later in the game? I think this is really cool because they have a lot of force on their team, even in communication.
Makes sense. I mean, PYL, I always feel as a support, it's easier to call towards the late game, let the guys who are going to fight or the jungler do what he needs to do. We'll see. We can ask later. We'll interview. We have a ton of time. We have a long way to go here for the 2015 All-Star Weekend. But for right now, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much. Wow, let's talk about this game. You're not allowed to use the word try hard for the entire segment.
Serious.
Yeah. Yeah, they're taking it seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, after like a rough set at Worlds, then like LG have rough tournament, just a pretty rough tournament at Worlds for pretty much all of China. Then LGD gets pretty much wrecked at IM San Jose, and it's like Chinese fans like losing a lot of hope. Chinese teams, it's like, okay, look, we're done letting you guys down, like, and they go really hard, and good for them, right? Like, all right, like.
I mean, let's be real. They lost to NA at IM San Jose. That's a wake-up call.
That's embarrassing.
That's a wake-up call. Yeah. Then you come to All-Star now in LA, and you kick everyone's butt. That's what you do.
Kick everyone's butt. Let's take a look at the team comps, because indeed both teams actually went into this game pretty serious. The LMS as well. But the first pick, Lulu, you guys were immediately like, wow, that is a plan. Like that you're in this to win.
Yeah, I mean, it was like I was trying to think of the right word to say. As serious as you can get, right? Frost Queen's claim Lulu is about as serious as you can get right here at All Stars. I mean, you talk about catching people out, like you can already haste a Rengar, and how about they're slowed down for 4 seconds to really make sure we catch up to everyone else? It's a whole bunch of pain. I didn't know if this was actually normal or not. I haven't been looking at builds very heavily, but Max E first Misfortune from Uzi with Thunderlords, instant triggers, basically. You just hit E in lane, you're like, enjoy your 200 damage, punk, and it's just, oh, where's my counterplay? You just kind of take damage, so I learned a couple of cool things here.
Yeah, there's a lot of builds we can look at, but also when it comes to these picks, these serious picks and so on, as long as both teams are doing it, it's fine. I mean, then it's fun. And then we can keep sitting in here and looking at this patch and say, okay, this champion, oh, he's too strong, like the Jax with the Rage Blade and so on. But then Kassadin comes in from Rookie. Again, his item build is awesome. Rod of Ages, Lich Bane. I personally done a bit in solo queue. I think maybe he's been looking. Because right now these 2 items are very cost efficient, and then you can go Outlast third because it costs too much now to go second. Right, Kobe? Yeah, I know you've been watching as well. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
The other thing is that I really like the LPL. They were very quick to roam down bottom, and they collapse as soon as there's a fight. And that's what really got them ahead. Clearlove picks up 2 early kills on Rengar, the jungle assassin. Then Kassadin goes down, gets 2 kills as well for himself, and Rookie just takes over the entire game.
If only we had a replay of the bottom lane anything. Oh, we do. Let's get it on.
Definitely not planned at all.
Yeah, let's roll the clip out. Kobe, go ahead.
So yeah, this is actually PYL missing skill shots by he's baiting here. He's getting a little overextending here, and they actually lose the 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
But they know their jungler's in the river, just killed the crab, so Clearlove is on the way with stacks of ferocity. And he's gonna come in, clean up really easily here, and then Ooze is also able to flash out of range there and survive it.
Yeah, really perfect to land the slow flash into the other brush, and there's just no chance anymore for Baby to catch up. So yeah, mechanically awesome, and it's like really cool. Like, you know, I cast North American LCS, so I don't get to see this very often, but you come to like big events like this, and there's like some really, really good players making like the mechanically amazing stuff, and I'm like, man, these guys are so good.
Into a bush.
Look, again, I cast NA LCS. We don't even hit brushes sometimes.
Whoa.
So,
Where's your pipe? He's the NA caster, by the way. We didn't say anything.
Yeah.
We didn't say anything.
Everyone's beating up on NA, even the NA
I'm just becoming a
casters.
turn go real quick, you know, just.
I'll hold the pride.
Well, you have reason to, actually, because the stage is going to get set for our next round of 1 versus 1s.
We can do that.
No, I thought we were going to look at the points, actually, because Team Fire
No,
always
we
sees
can
it.
look at the points later.
No,
Let's
never
just
mind.
look at the
Okay,
points for
never
North
mind.
America and Team Fire.
Never mind, then. We're going to send it down to Dash, who's going to talk to 2 powerhouses in the mid lane who are preparing to face off in that 1 versus 1 tournament.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Yes, I'm standing by with Froggen, Faker, and Homin, of course, who's going to help us out with some translations. Team Ice coming out of the gate hot, so I'm going to go to Froggen first. When we turn our attention towards the 1v1 tournament, you've already been able to see 7 of the games play out. Have you picked up any tips and tricks from the other combatants so far that are going to help you hone your strategy?
Yeah, I have seen it's pretty much AD carries that's the strong thing, but I find that a bit boring, so I might go for something else.
I like it. Maybe ban them all out. What about on this end? Any tips and tricks, things you've picked up from the other games that have been played?
지금까지 1대1 경기가 총 7경기가 진행됐었는데 1대1 경기가 좀 남들 경기한 거 보면서 요령이나 좀 팁을 혹시 배운 게 있나요?
우선 원거리 챔피언이 지금 많이 괜찮은 것 같고 원거리 챔피언을 잘 활용하면 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
So I think so far all the AD carry champions are very hot. They're very good champions to pick, and so I think as long as I get to pick one of those AD champions, I should be able to play pretty well.
All right, so maybe thinking AD champions, but there's been some rumblings on the internet since we've got these 2 big mid laners in the game about a possible Anivia mirror matchup. Faker, what are your thoughts on that?
지금 뭐 비록 이제 원딜 챔피언들이 좋다고 얘기하셨지만 이제 인터넷 커뮤니티상에서는 좀 애니비아 미러 매치 같은 이런 경우의 수도 되게 많이 화제되고 있는데 혹시 그거에 대해서 좀 미리 얘기된 게 있나요?
우선 저는 원거리 챔피언이 좋긴 하지만 프로겐 선수랑 애니비아 미러 매치를 한번 해보고 싶기 때문에 프로겐 선수가 해볼 의향이 있으시면 저도 애니비아를 기꺼이 할 생각이 있습니다.
So even though I do think that AD champions are pretty good, if Froggen is willing to play the NVIDIA mirror match, I also have intentions to play that match.
All right, well, it was just laid down there, Froggen. What's your response? Are we going to see the Anivia mirror matchup?
I think we're going to see a Nivea matchup.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's gotten me more excited than I already was for this matchup. Now, knowing, I guess, ahead of time what the champions are going to be, any final words for your opponent here, Froggen, before we get into the 1v1s?
I just want to wish you best of luck.
That was very kind. We're keeping it very amicable so far. And then Faker, a response.
페이커 선수도 이제 경기 들어가기 앞서서 마지막으로 프로겐 선수한테 한마디 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Don't make me late.
Oh, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready for this 1v1 in just a moment. For now, though, we've got to throw it to a quick break before we come back and get into the action. Thank you, gentlemen.
This is going to be a good game. I'm not going to lie. Once both teams go try hard, it gets a little more fun.
And Clearlove flashes in for the W. Uzi to the other corner. What a play coming in. Spooky ghosts are out, but here comes Westroy with the charm. He's only got half a mana bar, and they take down BB. Both there. This is what Fire wanted, but they can't even control the fight once they get it. Rookie's going hard. This could be a triple kill coming up for him. Carson could go down. B-Way. Oh, the turret focuses on him. He gets fired. They get iced. It's a shutdown on the Rookie. Another 100 points going to Ice as the LPL takes down the LMS.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 All-Star event right here in Los Angeles, California. As we continue to zero in on the one big play to rule them all, we will turn to China's LPL. And up first, it's Godvi going toe-to-toe against Rookie, and spoiler alert, he comes out on top.
Godby and Rookie, this will be a duel in the mid lane. Parallel convergence goes down, Timewinder hits in there as well. Godby needs to wait, but the Chrono Break dodges the tornado. Rookie now going to dive back in, but Rookie chasing with the happening? Godby coming through. Timewinder gets cancelled. Glenn's flash there, Godby still out, still alive. Ulti there from TBQ.
Ridiculous. How do we even comment on this 1v1? Because it lasts so long. You can see 2 stacks on the tornado knocked up now by Yasuo. Actually dodges it with the ultimate. Turns back around, uses the dash to get in. The passive just ran out there from Echo though. Big factor in this 1v1. The wind wall stopping the second half of that Q. A massive save.
Oh my god.
But at the same time, the Rek'Sai knockup giving Yasuo the ultimate because his tornado missed.
And next up, Def lives up to his name with a skillful pentakill near Baron.
Mako's not here, and Def now peeled away, but Koro does so much work in the back line, but it might not be enough here. Pawn needs to find a kill to win, but he sets us out. Imp gets the kill. That's 2 kills. Def goes back in, flashes aggressive. Pawn needs to hide away. Def, what the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the pentakill. What on earth is going on?
And finally, Rocky works like clockwork to pick up a ballsy double kill.
No, he's not. I mean, he's been laughing a bit, but I think he's hiding the status. Whoa! Flash Shockwave destroys Endless. Rookie wants to make the highlight reels today. Godby, you may not win the best Orianna award today because Rookie is impressing.
So, to vote for your favorite play from China's LPL, vote on Twitter by sending your choice to @LOLEsports with the corresponding hashtag, and we'll tally up the votes in just a bit. So, while you start casting your votes, we're going to send it over to Dash to introduce our combatants in our next round of 1v1s.
All right, here we are back in the 1v1 arena, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get things rumbling again. Let's hear it. Come on. There it is. All right, well, you guys know the rules. 100 CS, a tower, a kill, whatever it takes to beat your opponent into submission. So let's not waste any time and meet our first 2 combatants here on the Howling Abyss. Ladies and gentlemen, on the blue side for Team Ice, trying to bring the Kissing effect to the Howling Abyss, it's Raymond Kissing Sing! And on the red side from Team Fire, top lane kill leader in the 2015 LMS Summer Split, it's Ziv! All right, gentlemen, lock and load, because we're ready to go.
I think it's absolutely appropriate that Kissing's on Team Ice this time. That guy is always cool as a cucumber.
He is these days. Didn't used to be. That's one thing
you
I'll
know
say.
him better than
I
a lot
know
of people.
Raymond
That's true,
pretty well.
Strauss.
I also know he's not exactly the greatest at 1v1s. Never used to be. Never used
We'll
to
have
be.
to find out because, you know, Ziv's coming off a bit of a rough match there in that last one, and maybe this is his chance to let a little bit of that out, but maybe he's kind of still feeling the sting. So
Maybe,
we'll have to see.
maybe. I just always, long ago back in the day, like 2013, I always used to watch Kissing go 1v1 against Cook, the old Team Dignitas mid laner when they had a UK team, and Raymond would never really come out on top. I kind of always watch him lose. So hopefully he's picked up his 1v1 game. It's
been a few years.
So the one thing is Kissing is always smiling, always happy. I just wonder whether he's watched enough of these to pick up these 80 carries, but we'll see. We'll see.
Hey, he's definitely played with some of the best out there, and you know I feel like.
Well, not recently.
Well, well, okay, no, but last year.
Last year.
Just
No,
last year.
that's not fair. I mean, obviously we saw him go over at IEM.
He's a fantastic individual player, but you're right. A big chunk of what he does so well is on a team, and in a 1v1 scenario, we'll have to see if he's got the raw power to just pull out the one against Ziv here.
But now he's got to go up against Ziv, somebody who is used to 1v1s, and typically played, you know, a good few bruises. Had some pretty good games at Worlds when you look at it.
Different picks is what you're telling me.
Well, no, I don't think we're going to see any different picks. I think we're going to see the same picks. But, you know, Ziv was pretty good when he could get get far ahead on picks like Nah. I don't really think we're going to see it too much. It's,
no. Well, so it's a possibility, but I think we're going to probably stick with the same tried and true stuff for everybody. But we have seen a couple of things slipping through. We have seen some crazy ADC duels, and I expect more of that to continue. However, the real tough thing, speaking of ADCs, is whoever wins this one's got to go up against Uzi.
Yes, yeah. Uzi got that bye into the second round, just like Kasa did up in the top hand, or the top side of the bracket. So this one, At least you got a guaranteed opponent. You know, you can start preparing for
but
that.
But the thing
one
is, you let that
away.
get in your head right away. I mean, the 1v1 bracket, there's really not as much time to think about. I feel like people just gotta, go for it as best you can. Use your instincts.
In this one, you get like a whole 5 minutes more to think about tomorrow's matchup. So, you know, you can really utilize that time even better, Pyra. Just 5 minutes of extra prep. It's the difference between banning Caitlyn and leaving it open.
That's just the difference.
That's about all I've got on
We're
that
going to find out if that's the case as we're hearing the Vixen bands. And, you know, Kasing on the left side, on the blue side. But he's in red, even though it's Team Ice.
I'm so ready. Maybe we'll see Kasing finally pick Zilean. He's been hovering it. Okay, see, this is what I mean about Kasing not being great at 1v1s. First ban of
Victor's not a good 1v1?
No, I'm not saying he's not a good 1v1. I'm
It's
just
just not
saying he's not the same level as every other champion we've seen.
There's the Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, so Ziv has been watching.
He's paying attention.
So. Well, so Aurelia, the problem with Aurelia in 1v1s is she loses super hard to like 80 carries. I mean, if she ever gets on top of you with like Mark, the snowball, can do pretty well. Or if you're stupid enough to sit next to your creep when it dies.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Teemo banned away now, Twisted Fate. There's a lot being left up. Unless the Lucian gets banned here, and it's not, could be picked up very quickly, but Kasing is actually taking his time, so is Ziv on the lock-in.
So Lucian is up. Ziv, don't go Soraka. You can't heal yourself, other than with your Qs. At this point, Lucian's
Quinn
available,
is up too.
Quinn is up, Urgot is up. What else have we seen? Lulu's available. Lulu is up. We saw a lot of Lulu bans.
Yeah, I mean, we really could have the chance to see some stuff we haven't seen just yet, but Kasing might be going for the Lucian, and it was a very, very hard-fought battle last time we saw one of those out there. But with the Quinn, I think Ziv might be going for this one.
It looks like it. No, well, he's still got about 10 seconds left on the timer. I got baited by the fact that the timer isn't over on the right-hand side. But will we see the change here?
2
has been locked in on Lucian.
So
first time
the Quinn to win.
Yeah. I haven't heard that in a very long time.
You haven't been playing enough solo queue.
No, I actually haven't been in Europe long enough to play solo queue. Because like, why would I want to play solo queue
Pretty
over
much
here?
just bounced straight over here. Oh, wow. Well, you know, that's what Kasing thought too.
Yeah, that's why he went home. That's why he's
That's the real reason.
Sticking with the EU LCS. He was like, this North America thing's not.
We got to keep a few players, guys. Come on.
We do. We gotta, you know,
Just
keep
well,
strong.
I'm not going to
pretty...
open that one, actually. That still kind of stings. But so based on what we have here with the Lucian versus Quinn, this matchup, talk me through it a little bit.
So this is 523 Quinn, which has the kind of almost blind, where it's very similar to like Graves' smoke screen, where within the area you have vision, but outside of it you don't. So very different mechanic here. Considering old Quinn just used to straight up blind you, then took it away, and then now they've kind of put it back on. So it is a champion we've seen a lot, as you said, in solo queue. A lot of it in North America, a lot of it in Europe as well. So interested to see how it works out in the 1v1.
Yeah, I am a bit curious about that one. Up against Lucian, too, because Lucian's a little bit more of a straightforward champion. Kasing onto this one. He does, of course, have the barrier and the exhaust. He's going very defensive here. Ziv has traded the barrier out for Ignite. See if that works out for him.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Kasing actually is not quite good. Yeah, Kasing can get the ward here if he pushes up. Ziv is not going to contest it. But at this point, you know, Kasing isn't going to drop the ward either. So just a waiting game here at the beginning. No biscuits for Ziv, though. Not going for the extra sustain that we've seen. You heard the analysts talk about it earlier after our first set of 1v1s. Going for that 6-6-18. Get Feast, get the extra biscuits, and then get Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, it's a slight advantage, but I feel like, well, they probably both go for Grasp of the Undying here. It makes perfect sense, since they're just going to be trading a lot of auto attacks back and forth. But Kasing hanging out in this brush, doesn't manage to land the Piercing Light on early to Ziv, so it's just going to be a bit of a farm fest for the moment.
Ziv does have Grasp of the Undying, as does Kasing. You are correct. Again, that is the blue indicator that is around the hands. So that is how you denote that it is active on both champions. Again, 4 seconds in combat, that can be built up by attacking minions.
You know, up until that moment, that was really like a gentleman's agreement. They hadn't really traded that much autos back and forth, and Ziv was only able just to get that one shot out, but Kasing's healed most of it back up already.
Yeah, and Kasing does have the push on as well, so he is going to hit level 2 early. Will he be able to pressure it out? I would expect he would. So much of bot lane is getting level 2 and then using it.
Oh,
in he
dash
goes.
forward.
Gets a double tap. Ziv does trade back with the grass the end diagonal, so it's a fairly even trade. So
you get the sense that they're just kind of feeling it out for a moment. Obviously, these aren't champions that they're both going to be extremely used to in their normal level of play. Well, I say that, but then there's
I was going to say, they're probably used to playing
oh,
against
there's
them.
the vault, though. There we go. Kasing's going to get ignited, though, as he relentlessly retreats. Ziv takes a big win on that trade, but Kasing wins in style points.
He does, but he's now just been pushed off and only has like 300 health to Ziv's 600-700. So at this point, Ziv pretty much has this game in full control. Level 3 means Ziv has his exhaust available, could go all in, but double summon is still up for Kasing.
He's taking a few shots off the minions, though, so it wasn't a total loss for Kasing, but he's going to be not quite zoned off. He gets the heal, but he gets vaulted, dodges the blind, and he's able to trade back another shot. Hard Blaze going, doesn't get the double tap. He dashes forward. Now he gets the double tap. One more shot, and that will mean Ziv goes back for the health. Still Kasing on the lower end of it.
Oh, and he tanked so many minions there as he went past the minion wave. Ziv actually coming out way ahead on that little exchange. Still the summoner down, though. That is the one thing you've got to keep a track of, because the summoner advantage pretty much is the difference between a one all-in in the early game. But Ziv right now does have about a 200 health lead. Is up by a wave and a minion, so
that's funny though.
Is up against it.
Stubbornly not gone back in this one. It's a bit early for him too, but when you take so much damage early, what can you do? He will manage to level up. He's still getting a bit of sustain off the grasp of the Undying. Piercing Light dodged out from Ziv, but there's a big wave of minions heading towards that tower, and the blind dodged again. So Kasing is getting a feel for the champion.
But it's costing him mana every single time. Look at Kasing's mana pool is
a lot lower than Ziv's.
Dropping pretty low. You can actually see that both of these players are perhaps not the most experienced in facing off each other, because you can Kasing is taking a lot of damage just from Ziv's trades, and Ziv isn't exactly dodging the piercing light all that often. So it's a little bit of a sloppy start to this matchup. A lot of damage traded back and forth, and Kasing is the first to recall.
I mean, this is just such a big advantage for Ziv, though. Despite the fact that he's made some of those mistakes as well, he's got a pretty solid lead. These minions are going to tank the tower, and they should pretty much go down by the time Kasing's able to arrive, at least 2 of them. And that's going to be a third. He's going to get a grand total of 1 CS off of that.
He got it, Pyro. He got the 1. It's
Word?
Oh, and he missed that one.
Oh,
so
no.
He doesn't
okay.
make
He got
up
the next.
for it. Okay, well, I mean,
Double
this is
longsword,
why
though.
supports have Relic Shield, okay? Like, that's that's why that item exists. Support's not the best at last hitting, but...
I mean, he's normally support. He could have built that. Oh, blinded. Oh, there's the vault. Ziv trying to bait him under tower. Not quite enough. And he does actually trade very effectively as a blind. Just within range, he was still able to make the shot.
Yeah, just able to. Of course, that Vault will mark Kasing, so is able to just throw out that empowered auto attack after. But Kasing's trading pretty effectively well. And honestly, at this point, the extra damage that Ziv has does have a pickaxe at this point. Not an item that you really see all that often. The build paths out of pickaxe, this now limits Ziv on where he can kind of go from here. It tends to be big ticket items that come out of pickaxe rather than longswords.
Ziv's going for the gold here, but it's Kasing that goes and dashes in. Double exhaust is down. There's the vault up, forcing the barrier. Ziv is low, and that's it. Kasing finishes it off in 5 minutes.
All on the side steps from Kasing. Just dodges the damage. He can't believe he even won. Look at that look on Kasing's face. He's so happy to win this. He's like, wow, I won?
Yeah. Hits keep on coming for Ziv, though, but he's all smiles as he shakes Kasing's hand. And that was an abrupt end. So it looked like it definitely could have gone a little while of a game.
Yeah, that one could have gone the distance there, I feel like. But, you know, that's a good win. It's another win for Europe. Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Well, and, you know, the best part for Kasing is he actually made that game last a little bit longer than his time in NA.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully it was more successful than his time in NA.
I mean, he got a win.
He only managed to win 1 series in NA, so he's tied it up. He's tied it up. Raymond's
the problem is he's going to have to go up against Uzi in the next round.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got a little bit of time. He can take a little bit of a break, and we'll see how it happens tomorrow. But that's going to be a good one, I think. And it will be an all-ice one as well. So no matter who wins that one, Team Ice is up ahead.
But at that point, you just got to look at the European performance against the LPL teams recently, and I think we've already got that one in the bags.
Well, I'm not going to make too many bold predictions, but you think you might be right there. Now, though, we're going to get ready to go to the next one. As we gear up for this next game, we want to hear what Doublelift has to say, because he thinks he's got his opponent all figured out.
All I know about PYL is he shot calls for LGD, and he's the support for Imp. And Imp is someone who I have a good amount of respect for because he has such sick mechanics. I don't know too much about PYL. I practiced a lot against him during Worlds, and he was okay. So I think I should be able to win.
Well, we saw what one small mistake can be capitalized on to pull a victory out there for Kasing, but now it's time to move on to our next matchup of the evening. On the blue end of the abyss for Team Ice, he brought brand support to the international stage. Thanks for that, by the way. It's PYL! And his opponent on the red side for Team Fire in his third All-Star appearance, TSM's newest bot lane ward, the man so nice they named him twice, Lift Lift! Let's have a good game, gentlemen.
Well, on paper, it may seem like double lift is going to be one to be favored in this one, but he might have to do some double lifting to get one over on PYL.
I just want to see POL go for the brand.
Oh,
Make it work this time. Make it work. That's what we need.
He doesn't
to
have
see.
to build in support even. That's the best part. He
Yeah,
can
he can just get Corrupting Potion. We saw it earlier. We saw it in our first matchup of the day. That was when Clearlove took down Marin. So very difficult to deal with. Let's see where the POL goes for that. But if there's one player that in an AD carry 1v1 meta should, in theory, kind of be head and shoulders above most of the players in this bracket, it should be double lift.
Well, he's been showing this off too in all of the matches that they've had, the non-1v1 matches, I mean. And I'm a little scared to face off against him, I think, but the brand is banned away. We won't get to see it. Kalista Caitlyn taken off the board, and Urgot as well.
Yeah, at this point, these are pretty much what you'd expect as the bans. I'm expecting Kindred to come out here.
This is like already the most strategically thought out pick and ban phase, and that is a wonderful anti-cosplay. Just want to say.
It's great. I love it. Channeling our inner LCK right now.
It happens from time to time. Now Varus is going to be taken away as well.
Ooh.
And this means Kindred, Lucian, a very quick pickup for double lift though, does not even hesitate insta-locks.
He does. Kindred is up though. I'm a little surprised that the cannon ban when Kindred was.
This is the difference between these two. Insta-lock and PYL is just like, you know, I'm going to take my time, think about what I want to do. This is a classic Brains versus Bronze matchup.
It is, and I really want to see something cheesy out of PYL. Don't just play into this AD carry meta, man. Pick something special.
I think he wants to double up.
Give us a little something. Don't double up. There's a joke in there somewhere. There's definitely one. But come on, PYL. Okay. Just give me something.
He's got
different.
6 seconds, but I think
don't give me an AD carry. I don't want to see that. It's not what we want. It's going to be Misfortune.
Misfortune versus Lucian.
Well, let's put it this way. If PYL wins this matchup in an AD carry against an AD carry main in double lift, long time AD carry main, this is going to be like a big win for Team
Well,
Ice.
you said a disadvantage here. I mean, that really is just, you're giving somebody the comfort level of being able to pick up that AD carry and not really getting rid of a lot of the other bits of his pool. And that's kind of the hard part because there wasn't so much he could get rid of, but then he goes and plays into that same game.
Yeah, he's playing right into double F's hands, but this is 1v1, so it's a little bit different from the 2v2. Last time we saw double F in this kind of competition in All-Stars, the 2013 2v2 tournament. This time double F can't blame it on X Special. That was the 2v2 that they did end up losing in the end of it, so we'll see if double F has any better luck this time around on his own. So I believe we heard him talk earlier about how there's nobody else to blame.
Hey, it's 1v1, man.
Yeah.
This is the true primal test. You know, you can talk about how cerebral of a game League of Legends is and how much forethought goes into it, how much teamwork, but right now, right here, it just comes down to these two players, one lane, one abyss, and we are starting off with the potion.
Corrupting Potion on Misfortune. I don't know how I feel about that. It's just, you're trying to play a sustained game, but you pick Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, the passive is already a disadvantage. You can't use it more than once effectively. You can't switch targets like that.
But
well, on minions, I suppose.
Yeah, at this point, I'm like, okay, you got if you get lucky double ups, you have enough damage, I guess, to kind of battle against Illusion, but that relies on double F being in the right spot for a double up to like kill the minion and bounce on him, and I would really have figured double F has probably spammed a little bit of Misfortune recently, too. just from how
Probably.
good she is right now.
I mean, he's taking the forward position, speaking to Doublelift, so it's going to be hard for PYL to really get in here, and Doublelift is just going to go ahead and start off with the Piercing Light. Makes it rain really quickly, though. Doublelift actually does not trade really any better than even right there.
No, Doublelift, but he does have the Grasp of the Undying. We'll just trade it back. Look at this damage.
There we go. There's the double tap.
And like, even though PYL has the potion, which he hasn't chugged yet, by the way, is going to wait until he can start outputting damage. But, I mean, Make It Rain, it just seems to be an odd choice right now. If you're not instantly pushing up to the brush to get the control of the minion wave to start, Make It Rain is not going to deal enough damage really to counter push against the Piercing Light double tap combo. The Doublelift is just spamming out onto the minion wave.
Every time he steps up, he's taking more damage. This game could be over so quickly. PYL, that's a lot of damage, and he's going to have to start chugging those potions, but Doublelift knows he's got him on the ropes.
Yeah, Doublelift knows that if you can get PYL just around 100 health, he should have the damage. Because there is no exhaust, there is a barrier on PYL, which will pretty much go toe-to-toe with that Ignite plus the double tap passive from Doublelift. So if you can chunk PYL a little bit lower, another 150 health off PYL, and he should be able to all-in him, but that is still difficult to do as PYL is hugging his turret.
Yeah, both of them rocking that Ignite too, so when you see the all-ins coming, you will know that it's about to happen. Doublelift playing close to the Hell Shrine, trying to do his best to deny it when it does come up. PYL down a level, down half his health bar, a big wave of minions comes in. Doublelift can take that health at his leisure at this point, and he just continues to try and punish PYL for his early mistakes.
And I like it. Doublelift doesn't instantly go for the health relic. PYL's dropping low.
Very low, pops the barrier. Doublelift's gonna go back. He knows the summoner spell is burnt, but he doesn't want to get ignited.
Here we go.
Trouble. Exhausted down. One more shot. The Poros go flying, and Lift comes up with the win.
Honestly, I think as soon as PYL popped his barrier and Doublelift turned to walk away, PYL knew it was over. Doublelift knew it was his game. At that point, barrier gone, Ignite's still available. Exhaust still up. Easy game, easy life at that point.
Cool guys walk away from explosion stress. And this time, Doublelift made sure he was oh so cool. Shock one on the board for Team Fire. Made that look easy.
Made it look easy. I wonder, has there been much 1v1 prep going on in the TSM house? I'd love to see.
I don't know, man. That looked like it was all natural.
It did look like it was all natural. I just love to see whether, you know, with this new coaching stuff for TSM, they're like, let's win this 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot more 1v1 experience coming up as well, too. I mean, you look at that next matchup, and it's got guys that have definitely done it both, even if that's not the primary role. But I feel like Doublelift is definitely one of those people that's looking to go very deep in this tournament, in this 1v1, and a lot of people expect that.
Oh, you have to feel that. In 80 carry versus basically
Yes.
80 carry meta, absolutely. Like, Doublelift, if I was putting my money on anybody as an 80 carry in this situation, it would be him. Still putting my money on Kira, but that's just from knowing the map inside out.
Well, we'll just have to see. For now, though, we're going to go send it back to the ring to see what Dash has got to say to the next contestants.
Thank you, gentlemen. Doublelift making a case for himself to be more than just a ward there, but it's time to move on to our next matchup. And starting in the blue corner of the map for Team Ice, it's reigning European KDA King and World semifinalist, Reckless. And his opponent in the red corner for Team Fire, hailing from Korea's LCK, the one, the only, the immortal, Score! Cue up, because it's time to leave it all on the Howling Abyss.
Well, we'll have to find out if this one's going to be a KT roller coaster, or will it be Reckless taking the win here?
Oh, I was not expecting that.
Nah, that's why
that
I hit
one
you
was
with it.
good. I'll give you that one,
surprise,
Pyra.
surprise, and then a good left. There we
Pyra,
go.
I'll give you that one, but, you know, don't throw out too many puns. Don't be reckless.
No, I can't. Oh. Right there. All right. Well, speaking of, you know, despite the name, this is a guy that's definitely known for being a little bit more cautious on that front. We could see this be another KDA battle.
I don't
Or a
know.
CS battle.
You know, as much as Reckless is famed for these bans.
Nasus, Fiddlesticks.
I mean, yeah, you got to get
throw
rid
your
of
point out
look,
the window really
look,
quick.
You don't want Nasus to get to 600 stacks and then one-shot you right as he
Okay.
hits
Caleb, I see the Caleb ban. Now things make sense again. And the Misfortune, but this leaves up Lucian, this leaves up Kindred. Lulu is still on the board, and there's a Kindred right now. I mean, Hubbard for Reckless.
This was the name of the game. He throws away 2 bans, knows that he can basically get one of the OP champions that he wants, and then play it. I like it. I like it, Reckless. It's good.
I mean, it works in 5v5s. It can work in 1v1. Why not? Still don't agree with the Ezreal, but Score definitely seems to be setting his sights on Lucian.
I don't want to see Ezreal. Nah. I don't want to see it. Saw it earlier, wasn't impressed. Huni died to praise Kalista. That was all she wrote back then.
Okay, Kennen. And now, by the way, Reckless is definitely no stranger.
Oh,
to AD
yeah.
carry Kennen. Use that to fantastic effect. It has been banned out a lot today already in this 1v1. And looks like we're going to be seeing it going up against Solution.
So at this point, Kennen is very strong in 1v1s, specifically into melee matchups, because they find it very difficult to dodge the ability of Kennen just to get on top of you and then use the ultimate. AD carry is a little bit easier to back away from that Slicing Maelstrom once you hit 6. The stun is problematic for most champions in 1v1.
If it lands.
If it lands. Stuns in 1v1 are insanely strong, especially anything that's like a point and click or almost point and click like Brand.
Yeah, but the thing that seems to be the case with this 1v1 tournament so far has been a lot of it on the backs of comfort level. And if you have to pit that side by side, I've got to give this one to Reckless. He knows this champion. This is his role.
I don't think the matchup is favored, though. I think Kennen in Solution is, at best, kind of even skill matchup. I don't think it's a favored one. I actually would probably give it to Lucian if Score can actually, you know, utilize the piercing light, dodge out of the way of the shuriken that's going to come out. Yeah. We'll see, though. I've been proved wrong before.
Though. There's a cool movie in here somewhere.
I've been proved wrong before on these 1v1s. I am not above being proved wrong again. Exhaust, Ignite for both players. Reckless once again, or, well, again, not opting, as one of our players, not opting for the biscuits. So not going 6-6-12, 18.
Score doing that himself. So a little bit forward vision. Took one shot as Score saw it just in nick of time. And those very cool emotes coming out to start this one off. Having a good time here. Reckless is a bit more animated, though.
He is. I mean, at this point, he wishes he could throw up the Worlds Fnatic one, just to be like, look, we got pretty far in Worlds this year. We got it. But, you know, at this point, you mentioned the Kennen that came out at Worlds was pretty impressive. I don't think he's going to get to the point where he can get a Runan's Hurricane.
Played a lot of LCS, too.
Oh, see, like, Reckless just taking that piercing light to start. And he can't actually push the wave super fast because you don't want to lightning rush into it when you actually have that. He is a little behind, like one auto behind on this push, but that will even itself up.
Yeah. Score playing pretty far forward, very aggressive. See if he can maybe deny a minion. It's so hard to do, but it's possible. It looks like it's going to happen here. Reckless has to back away from the piercing light. Still on the level 1s, though. It's very, very early to start this one off, and you know it's all about building those slow little advantages. Just not taking early deaths. Reckless, big shot there, though. Grasp the Undying will give him a little bit back. However, Score is on the offensive.
So it's Grasp the Undying for Score. I'm yet to see Grasp proc for... Ah, there it is, for Reckless. Okay, he hasn't actually been in combat for 4 seconds, so...
Yeah.
I was like...
That's not a good sign, by the way.
I was like, Reckless, what have you taken here? Apart from a lot of damage. That's all he's taken so far. I was glad it wasn't like Underlords at this point. Reckless, oh, he's...
Double tap, gets the exhaust. Double exhaust is down. They are starting this one early. Ignite for Score. He wants to finish this up. Can he do it? The stun! The outplay! The Poros go flying! And Reckless picks one up for Team Ice.
And that's the thing, is if you're on top of Kennen and he gets the stun off easily like that, that is when Kennen is very, very good in these matchups. And the Score plays right into his hands. Goes right into melee range against Kennen. The stun lands, easy follow-up damage. Goodbye, Score, from this bracket.
Yeah, well, the Score right there is one more on Team Ice's side. And that sets up a double if Reckless match tomorrow. I can't wait for that.
I can't wait for that, but please, that one could be a Caitlyn mirror. I don't want to see that, but
well,
it could be.
I think they're going to ban it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so in that situation. But yeah, Reckless knows Kennen pretty much inside out. Showed it there. Knew he could get that stun off, get the damage out with his summoner. So pretty convincing win there for Reckless. Looked a little touch and go, but he knew exactly what was happening.
Oh, yeah. Well, with all that now, we're going to go ahead and check out the next one. Before, though, he hits the Abyss, the former world champion BB is already looking forward to taking on a few monsters of the mid lane.
基本上是不太会紧张，因为就很想赢，然后打完 call， 然后下面就是下一个对手就是佛根或是 faker， 我觉得就是会很想要遇到就是每个很强的选手这样。
Well, if that matchup didn't get your blood flowing, I don't know what will. Maybe our next matchup will. And starting on the blue side for Team Ice from China's LPL, legend has it he killed an entire pack of wolves by himself at level 1. It's Cora! And his opponent on the red side for Team Fire Season 2 World Champion, it's BB! May the best man win, gentlemen.
I have no doubt that the best man absolutely will, but who is it this time? You look at the, on paper, you've got Season 2 champion BB, and he's in his role, he's in his element here. If we see more AD carry stuff, which we undoubtedly will. But Koro, despite being somebody who was a very, I would say passive-natured earlier on in his career, he's definitely developed into much more of an aggressive player.
Oh, for sure. And I'm interested now to see how both of these can do it when you strip away everything. You strip away the team.
Well, and Koro was just such a team player, too. Like,
yeah.
It was all about creating space, allowing, Clearlip to get in there and do a lot of damage. When Name was on EDG, that was kind of his big priority as well. But again, he's been playing a lot of much more aggressive solo 1v1 kind of champions as well. And, if Lulu gets left open, I mean, I'm a little bit afraid for BB.
A little bit. I'm not calling it over yet, but
no, definitely
this could be a little bit of revenge for earlier from the LPL LMS game from earlier today, because that was a pretty quick game for the LPL.
This one will probably be quicker on time, but
yeah,
maybe not by much.
Maybe not, but I think maybe Bebe has maybe a little bit better a chance.
Ah, the Teemo ban.
Teemo ban.
I was looking forward to seeing him one of these days.
So we actually saw a Teemo in IWCA, and I think it lost. Off the top of my head, I think it lost. Trying to remember exactly.
We'll go back to it.
Because like the blind didn't do enough on its own, and the poison damage just sucks early game.
Well, you know what doesn't suck early game? Brand.
Right, but it's not in this game.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Pyra, I want to see more Brand. Give me more Brand.
Hold on.
Oh, is this? Look at that smile. Look at the smile. They know what's happening.
Away.
What's it gonna be?
What is it going to be? Karma. I think they might be sending a message to each other.
I think so. Is it gonna be BKT on the other side here as well? Is this what Is this what's happening?
It might be.
Is it gonna be TSM?
All right. Ban Mordekaiser. No, Lucian. Oh, so close.
Ah, so close.
Still though, Kindred's up. Lulu's up.
Okay, so I'm being told.
Who's Urgot?
By the way, that so for the record, the players are speaking to each other every single game.
Just clarify that right now.
And I'm being told that they're actually helping each other pick their champions. So I don't know whether they just didn't look at the other 1v1s or whether they're like, let's just play what you. It's like pick your poison.
Pretty much. But we've got our first Tristana of this 1v1.
Don't like it.
It does take a little while to ramp up. However, that explosive charge damage does get a little deceptive.
It does. If you can land the 4 autos and then get the jump.
And if Koro ends up locking in the Urgot,
fairly short
I feel
range.
like it's actually a pretty good matchup just because it's not good to trade all in against a Tristana as Urgot. And it's going to be locked.
It's, Urgot fairly short range does allow Trist to get multiple hits on the explosive charge. I mean, also, if Koro ever goes away from his tower and recalls, you basically get half the tower's health.
Yeah, we know,
like instantly.
Koro's pretty good at staying under tower and just staying alive like forever.
Yeah,
but again, Tristana might actually wreck the tower faster.
Yeah, is he good at doing that on Urgot when the tower actually can't take damage?
This
like,
is outside
you cannot
the realm
let
of my
it take
experience,
damage.
I have to admit.
Yeah, well, it's a bit out of the
They're all
realm
smiles
of my
though
experience,
too.
but
I mean, they know this is going to be a good one. I think everybody else here does too. This, I'm looking forward to it because any match with an Urgot is usually pretty fun, but it's so hard to pull off, as you saw at Wildcard as well.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we actually saw an Urgot mirror matchup.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah, it was pretty silly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. He's even using the dude Tristana skin. It's my favorite.
It is an awesome skin. I do
Except
love it.
when she dies, which is super sad. Guys, don't.
No,
don't.
that means in this game, like, Trist can't lose.
No.
Baby has to win.
Totally unbiased.
Otherwise,
here.
I'm really sad.
Oh my god, it's such a cute dragon. All right, not being distracted, we have a Mecha Urgot as well.
The question is, has Baby learned how to train it?
We'll have to hope, otherwise he's not going to have much of a chance this game.
Is it going to end up that Baby gets 8?
Could be starting off. Doesn't land the Acid Hunter, but he throws down the early ward there. It starts off with the Corrupting Potion too, worth noting. Won't have as much early damage. And Baby just starts the spam off nice and heavy.
Seems like he has trained it, just to spam.
Yes.
That's a pretty quick dragon. That's a pretty funny animation, I'm not gonna lie.
There's a lot of reasons why this is the best Tristana skin.
There are a lot of reasons.
Oh, he's even on Team Fire too. That's perfect.
It is perfect. It's good. I like it.
It's thematically appropriate. I approve.
Basically role-playing.
So Cora's going to go ahead and take a very forward position on this one, just
Yep.
trying to soften up the minions before he starts. Looks like his plan might be to try and counter push after all.
Again, is all just from having the ability to control that front push. Koro just pushes up, gets the ward down, gets the first auto attack on the minions because he knows Baby can't push up for it.
Yeah.
And
he's going to have to play this really close to the to the rushes though, because he just can't afford to trade.
The thing is, look at Bebe. His passive on having taken E means he's just constantly pushing the wave. And even though Koro got the first auto attacks off, Baby actually equalizes and then puts the push in his favor to get himself closer to that level 2 mark. So it's going to happen roughly the same time. Yeah, Acid Hunter didn't get the CS, doesn't matter. Koro will get the level from it anyway. So what it means is it mitigates the opening first few auto attacks from Koro.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a tough one for Koro because his win condition really here is to just try and kite and out-poke the Tristana. But if he gets too close to his minions, the explosive shot passage is just going to make it very, very difficult for him to trade effectively.
Oh yeah, it really will.
And Baby's got control of the brush now.
So that's one auto onto the explosive charge. And even then, you can see how much damage it does. If that gets 2-3 autos, like, man, Koro is going to be in so much trouble. Again, it's a medium-range AD carry into I guess, similarly ranged to start the game, but Trist is more level she gets, just going to get that extra range. It's going to outrange Urgot. However, Urgot does manage to pick up that health pack. And again, you can see the difference between the players that are prepared and the players that aren't too sure on the 1v1 map, just on when the relic spawns, just on when you can force people back.
Tends to be the AD carries too, go figure on that one. Baby is going to be able to dodge away from the Noxian Corrosive Charge. Koro just hasn't been able to land too much damage here. He's holding strong, and he's only down about 3 CS, but Baby just seems way more comfortable here.
Yeah, he does. It's looking like a pretty solid start here. Koro does read the turret damage under tower there. That is actually such a significant factor for a lot of these AD carries.
Oh, there we go. Manages to land the combo, but unfortunately it's just in time. That
no,
is a little bit more. Another
Good.
shot. Actually, that's the combo he's looking for. And now he can continue to zone. However, don't get too close. Careful, careful. The explosive charge hurts more than you think.
That one didn't hurt too much. Koro had
Only one
managed
shot.
to, get a little bit more resistance before that one exploded. But Koro right now has doesn't have the CS lead, but does have the presence lead right now. Has his ward available, so as soon as he can kind of edge over to that side of the bush, means he can just drop the ward. But Baby does get the first auto, second auto.
He's gonna jump in. He wants to go all for it now. Exhaust is down. Baby's jumping. He's looking for it. Barrier is popped. He steals away the health pack.
Ooh,
and he takes a turret shot
shot.
stray, though. This is getting dangerous for the Dragon Trainer. And Koro's healing up. Forgot all about that one.
Oh, he got it!
He's going to be able to land it. Scum eliminated. And Koro takes the win.
Oh, the tower shot. So painful. So painful to take that tower shot. And it means Koro takes the win. Team Ice get another win here. Reckless got the last one.
An AD carry has lost.
I'm going to go down the list real
I think it
quick.
is. Yeah,
Going
there we
down
go.
the list. Yeah, you might
him a
be
minute.
right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Thank you.
I think so. I'm gonna go with it.
Benefit of the doubt, I appreciate it. But, I mean, that was a very unexpected ending. It looked for more than a moment there that BB was going to be able to get some revenge for the LMS, but nothing doing.
It's really this one always kind of like frustrates me. We had this at IWCA once or twice where like someone was clearly in the lead and then they just take a step like 2 pixels too much.
You know what they call that?
Throwing.
Yes.
Yeah. And nobody else to
you
blame
should know
on that
that.
one.
You've been with Dignitas a while, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. There's no Baron in 1v1s like that. You can't.
Wouldn't that be something? I don't even want to think about that. All right. So then enough of the banter here. As fate would have it, however, 2 of the tournament favorites are destined to meet in round number 1, and both of them have a few ideas on how this one could shake out.
This is my first time playing against Faker ever.
한 번도 만나본 적이 없기 때문에 1대1을 하면 어떤 느낌일지 궁금합니다. 뭐 팬분들이 볼 때도 재밌게 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
All the fans are looking forward to it as well, so I mean, hopefully we're gonna put up a good performance.
일단 저는 프로겐 선수가 굉장히 잘한다고 생각했고 또 인정하는 선수이기 때문에
A lot of the time you see players just wanting to be in the comfort zone and playing the picks they always play. But Faker is like just playing a lot of different champions, and I like that a lot.
일단 한 번도 안 해봤기 때문에 그냥 다 조심해야 될 것 같아요. 네.
When start of season 4 there was this Kartus versus LeBlanc matchup. I obviously went out and said that Kartus wins, and then everybody else disagreed with me until Faker actually agreed with me.
뭐 카서스 대 르블랑을 하면 저는 1대1로는 카서스가 이긴다고 생각했었는데 프로겐 선수도 같은 생각이었던 것 같고
We are kind of like two players with just this unpopular opinion of this champion beats the other champion.
프로겐 선수가 카서스를 많이 하시니까 좀 잘 아시는 것 같아요. 네.
Since I'm playing against Faker, I don't see the reason to do it since we both agree that Kartus wins. I mean, why would we put ourselves in a disadvantage?
뭐 르블랑인데 카서스도 재밌을 것 같긴 하지만 저는 개인적으로 애니비아 미러전 하는 게 더 재밌을 것 같아요.
A couple of intense matchups that led up to this one, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our marquee matchup of the evening. You saw it there. The champions have already been picked. It's an Anivia mirror matchup. And now to introduce the combatants that will be taking place on the Howling Abyss on the blue side for Team Ice, two-time Worlds qualifier who truly knows that the bird is the word. Kaboom! It's Froggen! And of course, on the red side, a two-time world champion who always eats his broccoli. It's the other Zed, Faker! Two titans of the mid lane enter, and only one will leave.
Up till today, it's all been about the AD carries, but I think right now, we focus on these two mid laners. We already know what champions they're going to pick, and man, it's just going to get crazy.
Well, we heard so much about Karthus LeBlanc in that feature, but one thing we're going to learn in this one is Anivia beats Anivia. So that's a guaranteed result. Absolutely 100%.
But Anivia also loses to Anivia.
However, here's the thing.
Tell me.
Here's the thing, Pyra. I once watched a 1v1 between Crepo and Pulse. And Crepo cheesed Pulse by going AD Anivia. You pick up a Doran's Blade, and you just out-trade with autos early. You have to dodge pretty much any kind of crowd control, I imagine, if you go for it.
There's bans, though.
There's the Karthus and the Blanc, not in this game. I wonder, is Froggen going to bring the next level Anivia strats and go AD?
Well, he is the OG Anivia.
At that point, if you don't kill Faker early on, you basically lose. I love this Zed ban, by the way.
I like the Garen ban, man.
Take
That bush has been evil this game.
Very true. I mean, that would be the other thing, would be like scumbag Froggen if he like goes, yeah, let's Anivia mirror, and then just picks like
Surprise,
King.
yeah.
Actually just picks King.
There we go. No hesitation from these players.
There's the hovers.
Honoring the agreement. So far, so good.
See, Faker's luck. Change it, Froggen. Change it. You can pick
Deception.
anything here.
I don't think he's gonna play that game though.
No, Froggen's too
No, he goes
honorable a
for it.
guy.
These guys are both legends.
That
And
would've
they
been
will
great.
stick to their guns.
I would love to have seen the look on Faker's face if like it locks in and it's like cake.
Just like he just takes his mic. What the hell, bro?
It's great though. I wanna see now. Have they agreed on like masteries, runes, summoners? Have they agreed that it's like 100% the same champion for
They've
a
got
true
the same
mirror
summoners.
match? We will see when the summoners lock in. They do actually.
that's true.
change
They have a
right
little bit of- they have a
before.
little bit
I'm
of
gonna keep
chance.
my eye on that and see
think
what
so far,
effect
so
they
good, yeah.
actually lock. Keystone Mastery. I wonder what are they gonna go for?
That is a good question.
Because Cross for the Undying on Anivia.
You know, this is like the one time in this 1v1 that we probably won't see it.
It's like because
But
you
if
both
they do, if one of them goes AD, then yes.
because you both basically got the same range. It's like, ha! I sustained. Oh, so did you. That's not good.
I think we might see a CS matchup.
I think so. Which on Anivia, it's like, hey, you can actually CS pretty easily once you get 6 with mana. And
On the other
actually,
hand-
they have both gone for the same summoners. They've both gone Mark, which is the snowball, and Flash. I'm just like looking at this. I'm like, okay, nobody's gone full offense.
Well,
interesting.
we're seeing some defense here as we start up on the Abyss. Froggen decked out. Since we're in the US, he's going red, white, and blue. But he's got himself a Doran shield.
He has. He's also started, he does have AP, so he is not going AD LeBlanc. definitely not gone AD LeBlanc. AD Anivia. First snowball has missed. Icicle misses.
Second
That's
snowball?
a 0% skill shot rate so far. All Faker's got to do is hit 1 Q and he wins.
Okay.
0%.
Well, so far it's pretty much a snow day for these two, but they're not hitting anything with those snowballs.
Is it just me, or does Froggen's model look ever so slightly bigger?
Yeah, I think it might be. Oh, it's a sweet dance. Someone tell Azir. Oh, it's coming.
Froggen.
Oh, he's done.
He's
First
no
shot
follow-up,
from Faker,
though.
and he's going to get it
He
right
trades
off
it
back.
and gets minion damage.
This is a true mirror right now.
And gets minion damage from that. So Froggen will be pretty happy with that. That's basically the first shot fired. At this point, it's this one's going to be a long one, guys. Get in.
Strap in.
into
This
the
is
long
going to be
haul.
a very...
No ignites, because of course you've got the egg. So
it's kind of
we actually have to go
if we
through
get
2
double
lives
egg,
here.
If we get double egg here, another stun. Faker. The count's up to 2 for Froggen right now. This is his court.
So is the level counter as well. So
True.
Froggen now does have access to his E, I would imagine. Literally no point in skilling W in this matchup.
I mean, I could be in trouble here if Faker loses this one because I picked him to win the whole thing.
Yeah, you could be in trouble. I mean,
snowball lands though.
It does. You're not going to go in on that. You take too much minion damage.
Faker has a mana advantage. It's very, very slight at this point, but he could definitely get off a larger spell rotation. I guess he's only got 2 spells available, but he's got another stun up on Froggen.
Doesn't have the vision though. Can't follow up for the ice shard for that extra damage. This is riveting.
It's like a good book. You just wait for the excitement to start happening.
There
it is.
mechanics. There we go.
Oh man.
It's just so like literally the only time anything happens is when Q lands. It's great.
Just for anyone who's not familiar with Anivia, this is a perfect tutorial.
Kind of.
For both.
If you want to play against another Anivia. There's going to be like...
no, this is how you play against
There's
anybody,
going to be like the other Anivia purists in the world that aren't named Froggen that are like loving this already. It's like, so many Qs landing. It's great. I want to see like...
Missing. Oh, wait a minute. There's a lot of auto attack trading here. There's the ice shard. Froggen does... So he does get Grasp of the Undying. He gets a little bit back.
Okay.
Faker rocks the same thing. But he's also taken a bite out of his, well, not Biscuit, Potion. And the ice shard, that ice ball did not manage to get the stun off, but he did get a little bit more damage. Faker's still trading back and forth a little better, and he's got a level advantage now until Froggen equalizes.
Yeah, Froggen does equalize that one, and now Faker's going to try and push forward through the minion wave. But it's an even game right now. Froggen is a couple of CS up. It's not really going to matter too much. I wonder whether either of these are going to go tier. Now, that sounds like a really stupid thing, but we actually saw it a good few times at IWCA.
Just get
I was a little confused by it at first, because I'm like, well, you're never going to get to a tier item. So it's basically just giving you the extra of max mana.
Hear me out here.
Okay, I'm here.
Gentleman's agreement. They sit at 99 CS, and they only win by killing each other.
I don't see that.
And then they get full builds.
I don't see that happening, because at that point, that is when you scumbag. You're like, ha! Win conditions. Get that last CS. Got it. This is why I'm not in these 1v1s. I'm not gentlemanly like that. I'm like, I'm going to win this if I can.
A little bit of farming. There's a snowball. Froggen's not going to go in on that one, though. He does have a little bit of health disadvantage. Ice Shard's going to come in and take another bite out of his health bar, but still, more sustained thanks to the Grasp of the Undying.
So, right now, Faker has 3 points in
Got the
his
stun.
team.
Oh, Froggen dodges. He trades well on that one.
Have they both got 3 points in E? That is what I'm wondering. I would imagine so at this point. Level 5, no reason for points in W.
Yeah.
I can see Fakers right now.
Looks like.
I'm assuming Froggen has exactly the same thing.
Clearly, this is the optimal build.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really too many ways of building Anivia this early onset that's all that different, but
yeah.
Faker wants to push back up onto Froggen, but...
Now, what I really want to see is when people just start ice-walling each other.
It literally is the least useful ability in this matchup. When you have Snowball and
It is, but they
Flash-
got to take it eventually.
Yeah, eventually you have to.
They have to
take a point.
actually skill it at some point. Not next level, but soon.
Soon TM. At this point, Froggen is just keeping the push going.
Oh, but
CS
Faker goes in on this one, and he forces
the
a flash.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Territory marked. Oh,
And
goes in,
now has-
and he's gonna
Oh!
maybe get an egg out of this one, but can he scramble him up for breakfast? I don't think he's got the damage.
But this is all Faker needs right now. All he has to do is be able to recall safely And he's already got the egg, and if he can make the same kind of play happen again, he should be fine. Faker manages to sidestep, catches Froggen again.
Stun, looking
no
for
mana though.
Dying. That is a really low health Faker, but he keeps on going.
Use
just
the mark.
trying to push him back. Oh,
he gets it. True damage for the follow-up.
Froggen's not going to go for it.
There's too much mana for Faker.
Froggen is not going to go in on that.
This is good. This
9
is,
times out of 10.
Yeah, that is... did manage to get it, but can't quite follow up.
Just on the minion. Faker's still going to go for it. But he's playing a dangerous game here. He's got the egg available, that's true. But he's trusting that Froggen just can't even do enough to get him in that form.
It's all about that little bit of mana that is left on Froggen. If Faker feels like it's enough for the spell rotation to come out, he's not going to go aggressive. Faker, remember, does still have his egg. Froggen does not. So that is another thing to keep in the mix.
Froggen's going to have to go ahead and back here, but he should have a little bit of gold banked up. Let's see what he does decide to build. Faker can push these minions into the turret and go home with a CS, well, not advantage, but at least even the gap a little bit.
So Froggen instantly picks up the Catalyst. Is looking for the stacking game. I mean...
He's going for the long con.
Okay, both of them go for the Catalyst. The difference is the second Doran's Ring. We'll see how that plays out. A little bit more AP. A little bit more mana regen, and that does seem to be the big difference between Froggen and Faker right now, is that Faker's just had a little bit more mana in these last few trades.
Yeah, that pretty much has been it. Froggen still maintains the CS differential, and he's building it up a little bit more. It's about 8 at this point. Faker, however, has shown that if he gets a chance, he will go in. But it's Froggen who jumps in this time. The stun's on Faker. A good trade for Froggen. Grasp the Undying, heals them both up a bit. But he throws on his own ultimate. Faker's about to get egged, but not quite, as he wings it over to the health and waits just a second.
However, Faker now going to be able to collect a big set of minions in front of him, or would be able to if the last hitting mechanic was the same as on Summoner's Rift. Manages to get all of the range creeps. Now we'll back off again, so this is Froggen's opportunity to extend the CS lead, but it is at the cost of the health. Froggen is going to be on this kind of 3/4, 2/3 of his health as Faker comes back unless he recalls right now, and that's what Froggen's going to do. This wave should just about all die to this turret.
This is a pretty big advantage for Froggen.
Yeah, it is.
He's got 9.
Okay,
so Faker gets it.
That's
not so bad.
Pretty good timing from Faker, knowing he could get the Q just to get that last hit on the minion. So half the wave died, and now Faker is able to kind of just...
he's going to try to freeze.
Try and freeze. I like it. I like it at this point. Faker trying to drag Froggen forward. Null Magic Mantle onto Froggen, though, so he's going for that slightly more defensive build while ahead on CS. That is, honestly, that is normally the way to win.
There's the ice. That's what I'm talking about. The wall right there makes Faker take a little bit more damage on the back half of that.
Yeah, it is nice at this point that you just can force them to stay within your ult and make sure you get that ice shard off. But in the early game, it wasn't really going to offer too much. They're going to trade it away now.
And more. Faker's taking it worse, though. Turns his own ulti off as the ice walls are melting, but an auto attack will heal him up just a little bit. About on par with Froggen, who's going to be sending a few more minions Faker's way, and he's got that 11 CS differential. Going to be evened up just a bit, but Froggen could be on par to win this in CS.
Yeah, looks like it for now. Faker, however, no potions left. Froggen does have some in his inventory. Froggen...
actually, snowball, though.
Faker should not go in on this, though. You can see that Froggen already playing that defensive zone of the area there. Faker now pushes up. Froggen just used a lot of his mana just to push that wave back in towards Faker. So just trying to keep Faker on the turret. Froggen, that is a big misplay to get caught by that, but Faker used a lot of his mana on that trade. Does get a lot of Froggen's health off.
He's got the vision. Knows that Froggen was hiding out in that brush, but Faker had already leveled up. He got a little bit extra.
The key thing about that little trade, though, is Faker prevented Froggen from actually extending the CS lead. It's now down to 3 CS.
He can even it up here.
Yeah, and Faker, with this kind of position on the minion wave, now forces Froggen to kind of come forward. I like the attempt at the wall there. Froggen will be able to pick up this CS.
But it's just about
uses
dead.
So much mana for it, though.
I mean, this could really go either way. We could be down to, like, they're fighting for the last minion.
It's going to be like whose Snowstorm is going to be able to deal more damage than them.
Clearly no one's going to die.
Oh, which point? Faker's will...
Faker's going in! He takes a lot of damage, though, and he's going to try to turn for the help, but Froggen's going to flash! Faker is going to maybe get egged. Not quite, not today. But Froggen is just on the offensive, and he can keep pushing forward. Once again, builds up the CS lead.
And Faker zoned away from the minions, and we're now so close that I don't think Faker can actually recall here. With no mana, Froggen, all he's got to do is prevent the recall, and he knows that as long as he controls the health relics, he should be fine. Doesn't matter about the egg at this point because it's all about CS.
Summoner spells, the flashes have been burned, and now it's going to be if Faker can just go in, get a little extra damage, he may be able to turn it around, but the egg's back up. The wall's going to stop him. Auto won't be enough, but it's still 90 CS to 81. He's got to go in. Come on, Froggen. No, he's a level up. The catalyst.
It's not even that. It's not worth for him to go into the turret because even though he has egg, he'd only trade egg for egg, and then the turret would aggro. So he cannot go aggressive. Faker wants to go.
Oh!
There's the egg on Froggen. Faker uses this to recall.
He's got to do it. Well, he can take some time to start farming up a little bit as the egg comes back up. But yes, he's going to be in so much trouble because Froggen has got only 10 minutes to go. Froggen's going to start trying to chase, though. The snowball went out, but it was on Faker's, and he just gets trolled a little bit by the ice wall.
Froggen's was fairly low on mana here. Oh my, no, Faker, you can't recall here. There's a minion wave coming. Faker just loses the game.
It's
Faker literally just lost the game on that recall.
Easy
this
peasy,
is it. Froggen's
he's
got
gonna
it.
watch it from the fountain. GG, the Anivia King is still the king.
Even without Wraith Camps, Froggen still farms his way to victory. It was only 100 he needed this time. Oh, that recall at the end. I mean, Faker had no option at that point.
Yeah.
That was
this. We talked earlier about how some of these could be more like a game of chess than a game of chicken, but this really was the most cerebral 1v1 I've ever seen.
all about the farm. All about just hitting that 100 minions.
Froggen's better at that than anybody else.
I like it. I mean, you get the minion lead ever so slightly, then you go the defensive build, make sure you can never get forced off the wave and always pretty much make it to 100. That is the TLDR of how to win a 1v1 if you don't have the ability to kill your opponent by all innings. So makes sense that that's how Froggen kind of went about things. I like what Faker was trying to do. Managed to push Froggen back a good couple of times, even up the CS lead. And
He also egged him 2 times.
He did. I mean, if at any point Faker hadn't have been like that 12 minions down earlier, I think Faker would have been able to come back and win that pretty, maybe not easily, but with a little bit more closeness than it actually ended.
All the same, it was a game full of finesse, but for now, we're going to look into the next one and send it over to Dash, who's going to introduce us.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Anivia King remains supreme, but we're going to move right on to our next matchup. On the blue side, for Team Ice, world semifinalist and the deadliest jungler in Europe, the amazing. And on the red end of the abyss, voted best hair in all of the NA LCS, not counting the broadcast team, of course. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. It's Afro Moo! Rally your minions, gentlemen, because it's time to get down to business.
Well, we all know it would be Riv that wins that if the broadcast team are included because, you know, Silver Fox going on. Sorry, Dash, not quite good enough. I mean, Pink was a nice try.
Right over there.
Hot Shot, that's like last year's color for Hot Shot. So, I mean, I guess his early bird catches the worm and Dash just got pink hair. So he's rocking it, though. He's rocking it.
Yeah, well, he definitely is. But that's not what the real matchup is. That's not what's super important. What really is right now, Amazing and Afromu, these two have played against each other, of course, in the past.
Yep.
Back when Amazing was in TSM over in NA, but I think they're going to know each other even more intimately than that. The Caitlyn is off the board, the Kindred, the Lucian. These are the bands we really expected, and we're probably going to come down to whatever optimally is still left.
I just have a feeling that, like, Amazing is the kind of player that's been watching this and is like, I don't want to play AD carries.
What if we locked Elise? With the snowball.
I don't think he would, but I just think, like, Amazing is the kind of player that's like, no, I don't want to do this. Just I want to pick something that's different. I don't want to play something boring.
On the other hand, I think Afromu is very likely to play an AD carry. Remember, he did, used to play as an ADC, so he's going to have that experience.
Oh, yeah.
And Gangplank's banned off, Kennon's banned away, but there's still a lot left up. There's also that Lulu. We keep talking about it. We haven't seen it as much, though.
Yeah, we haven't seen it too much.
Oh, amazing.
He's not picking volley.
No, but he just likes to cover it.
He does. He's not picking it, though. I mean, that would actually probably just straight up lose.
Yeah? Get kited?
Yeah. I mean,
it's like, no, Afro's know it's coming.
So.
Surprise bear.
I wonder. Okay.
Oh,
here we go.
Draven. Okay. Pardon me. Draven.
So, Amazing, what do you got for us? What have you got? Don't be boring, Amazing.
Wait.
Is he actually letting that go? Is he actually doing this?
All right.
It's locked. This is going to be a quick game.
Prepare for the volleys. He's not got snowball yet either. I feel like he has to take that.
See, Amazing's just sat there like, I don't even care whether I lose this game. I just didn't want to play an 80 carry.
Avros is, are you serious right now?
Oh, dear. Well,
buddy.
so seems like Amazing is going for the come close to my turret so I can fling you into it.
On the other hand, so that is always a possibility, but there is no easy escapes for Draven. As in, he doesn't have a dash ability. He doesn't have a way to get out of the way. A lot of AD carries do.
I mean, it doesn't really...
I'm grasping at straws here, but...
Avramu's like, I've already won this game. I've already won this. No real reason. The crowd are hyped for this.
Yeah, they are.
Volleyball.
I mean, if you had said to me this morning, I think we're going to see a volley bear in the one-on-one, I would have just said nothing at all because I would have walked away slowly and thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it happened.
I've really got nothing to follow up on that. I was going to say, if you said that to me this morning, I'd have been jet lagged. Probably wouldn't have replied to you. I'd just be like, no.
Yeah, but that's what you do anyways.
Yeah, normally. But, you know, I like it. Doran's shield volley bear, going for the completely no damage, no ability to farm champion. So the one thing he will have is, for sustain, his passive will kick in. That'll be great once he takes enough damage for that. So, you know, silver linings, looking for things that can keep Amazing in this matchup a little bit longer.
I mean, he didn't get that name for nothing. Maybe he'll pull something out to surprise us, but for now, there's a non-aggression pact between these two. Before the minions hit the murder bridge. Afro's calling him out, though. Man versus bear. Fight.
TSM versus CLG, basically.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, one. You know.
Hey, man, he didn't make semifinals at Worlds on TSM.
Yeah. Well, at this point, you know, Amazing's had a pretty good year, actually. Let's see if he can top it off with a win against Aframu here.
I think maybe he's just kind of resting on his laurels here and just enjoying time.
This is a pretty tough matchup, I'm not going to lie.
Well, you know, sometimes you like the handicap if you can take it.
At this point, Amazing's just like, what minions are close to my bush that I can just run out and take? Ranged minions, probably not going to happen.
He's doing a good job of utilizing the bush, but it's just going to be so hard for him to farm against Afro here. And the moment those axes start to spin.
The reason he can utilize his bush, as Amazing does manage to clear multiple minions with that, is the fact that Aframu used his ward on the wrong bush. I mean, generally you assume that you're going to be able to control your own bush, so you actually used it on the enemy bush.
As he got his level 2, got that flip up into the minions, but stand aside, says Afro, as the Ignite is burning his health bar down. Afro's going to get a little bit more back for himself, thanks to that Grasp of the Undying.
There's the passive. Amazing. There we go.
He's right back up.
Thing is, Aframu has Exhaust, has Ignite. Pretty much Amazing. No passive now means that next time Aframu, when he hits 3, he's probably just going to go all in. Probably he'll have...
He's still hanging on to the Exhaust, though, so think that he might get a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, but Afro's going to pick up Stand Aside at level 3, and Amazing is not going to be able to get away. So even if he blows the Exhaust, which he'll have to do early, Aframu then just continues to chase once Exhaust is timed out and just basically goes all in. And you can see Amazing realizes this, will back away, doesn't really want to get aggressed upon this early on.
Yeah, but Aframu's also a little bit lower on the health bar. Amazing can sneak in there and maybe get a quick flip. He might be able to do a little bit more sustained damage, but spotted, kind of hard to hide a bear in the brush.
It is. Don't go into the long grass. That is pretty much what you can say for that one. But Aframu is getting them juggle mechanics on. He's picking up them axes. Amazing, not picking up the farm. 10 CS behind right now.
This is not looking good for him early. He's forced under tower too. If he wants to check too close, I mean, he's got a bit of AoE damage. He can clear a bit.
Under tower is actually not too bad for him.
Oh,
he wants to go in.
Flippy, Exhaust
he
is
got
down.
the tower
He
shot.
get a tower shot. This might make all the difference in the world as Aframu's speeding himself away, but maybe not. Ignite's taking Grasp of the Undying, and Aframu does it in style.
Oh, I like what Amazing was going for there. I like it. Got the tower shot. One more tower shot. If he'd have been able to fling him just a little bit closer, would have actually likely been the win there. But nice try. I like it.
And it was a good try. It really was that unexpected, oh, wait a minute, I could lose this moment. And at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough. But a good attempt.
I like it. I'm happy to see things that aren't 80 carries.
Yeah. You got to experiment a little bit and see what else is new. Otherwise, everybody playing the same thing forever.
Chalking up for NA. They finally fire a shot back. So
They do. Team Fire notch one more onto the board, but you know, at the end of this, they're going to be facing off against the winner of the next one, of course, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. I really think that this was a matchup that we wrote off way too quick, to be honest.
I think so. I think I'm still skeptical on the Volibear matchup unless you kind of walk close enough to the tower that you can get flinged into it, but it's okay. I like it. I don't think we'll see much more Volibear, but, you know.
Well, we've still got one more to go, and one of those is a jungler.
Volibear mirror.
Let's talk about that one.
It.
Go ahead and take it away, Dash.
Thank you, gentlemen. The 80 carry champions definitely still reigning supreme here in this competition. We have one more match left for you all this evening, so let's hear it for our combatants on the blue side. For Team Ice, representing the Commonwealth of Independent States, he raised his donger at IWCA. Will we see it again? It's Damashka! And his opponent on the red side for Team Fire, the League of Legends Master Series with the most assists in summer 2015. But today he's looking for the kill. It's Ollie! Now don't forget to feed the poros on your way to glory.
Joke's on them, Dash. They didn't get those biscuits to feed him to.
Very true. You can feed him wards.
That's true.
Just
Is
eat
that
this.
count as cruelty?
Probably.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with yes.
To be fair, though, when poros explode, they explode into more poros, so then it's just kind of happiness all around.
Basically mitosis at that point. It's like, boom! Cell division. Got it.
Yeah, at the highest level. But
either that or perfected clone.
Enough about the science of poros. We're going to talk a little bit about Damashka versus Ollie here. Brand is off the table.
Come on, Heimerdinger. Give me a Heimerdinger matchup. If I remember rightly, it was Damashka's Heimerdinger into Carbon, and Carbon, I think, was playing Kennen, and Heimerdinger had to win, and it was basically all said and done, and then he basically just lost because he got stunned by a Kennen. It was a really underwhelming end.
Yeah. But it was an exciting game. And they left Lucian up. It seems more likely we might have yet another mirror, but Ollie, for whatever reason, decides Morgana is something to hover.
No, don't go Morg. You don't have enough damage on the pool early to actually push it through. A lot of people were saying, why wouldn't you go Morg? A lot of damage, a lot of damage. Not in the early levels. You really have to get a good amount of AP to actually make that push. So you have to basically go flat AP from your runes and then just take as much damage as you can, and then you can push. Against Solution, it actually doesn't matter, because he's going to be like, great, use your pool on your minions, goodbye half your damage.
Well, the problem with trying to play the CS game is, you know, it gives away the strategy, it limits your options, because the opponent knows you're not going to try and kill him.
The one thing Morg will have, and looks like we will get a Morgana locked in here, is a lot of crowd control. So once you get past 6, you do have the damage. You do have the Dark Binding that is going to lock people down.
True.
I just wonder whether Damashka is going to take too much control early on in this game, because I don't think Morgana can respond to the damage output that Lucian has.
Not only that, but it's going to be so hard to nail him with those skill shots. We've been seeing it time and time again whenever Lucian's come out on Howling Abyss, that he dashes, he dips, he dives, he dodges away from just about everything. And unless it's just a point blank, it's going to be so hard for this Morgana to really trade effectively.
Oh yeah, very difficult, as you mentioned. You will have the dash.
It's more related to, you know, what Ollie wants to play anyway, so he's trying to stick to his guns.
Yeah, I guess. You know, it's not a bad pick. I just think this matchup isn't a particularly great one, especially when you consider that to actually get on top of him with the ultimate post-6, it will be kind of tough. You have to kind of wait.
Well, he might die in the middle of the channel, too. I mean, his Black Shield's not going to be effective at all.
Yeah, and you just kind of hope that Lucian dashes towards you, which is not going to happen all that often. Unless he's going to kill you. Like, unless he's right about to kill you.
That's a good unless, to be honest. But it's going to be really, really hard. He might just hang on to that and just try to continually Tormented Soil farm. I would max that first. I'm guessing that's what's going to happen. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting thought experiment. See how it pans out.
It's also cleanse for Damashka. But flash for Ollie. Ollie can flash in with the ultimate. Oh, Ollie. This is the danger of going.
But if he wants to do that, why wouldn't he have just gone like Annie or something?
Ollie throws up the Team Fire logo for you with just about 2 range out from your auto attacks. But this is our last 1 versus 1.
Likes to live dangerously.
First time we're seeing Morg here.
Yeah.
Corrupting Potion as well.
It is an interesting start. Well, to be fair, I mean, if we anticipate what he's trying to do and just sustain the lane, continuously farm it out with the Tormented Soil, this makes sense.
Yeah, I really want to watch this level 1 to see exactly level 1. As if this is Summoner's Rift.
Well, you know, we can get like the level 2, level 3 as well.
But like, look at the damage that Damashka is not taking from Tormented Soil at level 1.
All of it,
and
you mean?
Now he has the push because he's already 2 minions up, and now Damashka just changed the Piercing Light onto the 3 of them, gets the whole wave, and now Ollie is not going to be able to match that level 2. I think the tower is probably going to kill the last minion right as the wave hits, so he should be okay, but the Damashka continues the damage down onto that front row of minions.
Yeah. Ollie's starting to chase a little bit. He actually does trade decently with the auto attacks, but Damashka is always going to be able to do a little bit better than that. Dashes forward, relentless pursuit at level 2. Ollie's zoned off.
Yeah, Ollie doesn't have Dark Binding available yet. That is the one thing that Damashka now has to be aware of, is if he steps out from beside the minion wave, he is just going to get bound up, and then Ollie will be able to return some damage, but not if he throws it into the minions. That's going to waste a lot of mana if that keeps happening.
Double tap, dashes over. He knows he's got the time to do it. However, the minion aggro is starting to get a little strong for Damashka. Doesn't trade effectively there.
Yeah, not an effective trade at all. And you know, Damashka with the Grasp of the Undying is going to be happy to just take these trades because Ollie is not going to have the sustain. The Corrupting Potion has no charges left. So pretty much done with that first buy on the potion. Damashka is lower on the health, though.
He's still got his biscuit, though. That's the other scary thing about this. And now if Damashka can go forward, he's going to look for it. Ollie, no! He's able to secure it. And he gets Damashka dark bound for his trouble, too.
Yeah, you can see, though, Damashka and Ollie right now trading just back and forth on the damage. Ollie is really bound by his mana. That is one of the biggest problems now. He's completely out, so cannot really answer this. Look at it, only 9 CS to the 22 now of Damashka. Damashka seems to have been training with Kira on this 1v1 scenario. Make sure they get as many players into the second round as they can. They already have 2 for the CIS team.
Well, if it'd be a third one off this one, I mean, very good showing for the CIS so far at the 1v1 tournament. Been impressed.
It would be. It would be a very, very good showing. I think they may actually have more players through than any other region. I'd have to double check that.
Well, and you know, it's almost guaranteed because we've got two Koreans going up against each other tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I think, is it Korea that would have 3 players through? Yeah. I actually think
they
only have
no,
2.
they only have 2. It's just Prey and Mad Life because Faker got beat.
How about LPL? Uzi's through?
Koros through, and Rookie. So
Okay, so LPL do
is
have 3 on a technicality of Uzi getting the bye, but it's okay.
Yes.
It's fine. You know, it's
you know, it's random. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Hashtag definitely not random.
So 28 CS to 18 now. Now we're seeing Ollie with a little bit of AP from that Doran's ring.
And he's able to get a bit back because that was free farm right now. But Damashka still has this massive CS lead. He bought himself another Doran's Blade because that wasn't enough swords. He got a long sword as well. Still sitting on the biscuit. He's got the sustain. Once he hits 6, all he's got to watch out for a face full of culling.
Yeah, as a reminder on this specific iteration of Howling Abyss is not the same as the ARAM map quite. You are limited to 2 Doran's items. Look at this trade from Damashka.
Yeah.
Right around the back of the minion.
Dodges everything. He keeps going. He wants to try and end this right now. Relentless Pursuit, the double tap, not enough damage. If he had the culling, he might have pulled it off.
And really importantly, the reason Damashka put himself in that position is he was forcing the flash from Ollie. He knows that Ollie cannot walk away because he'll just take too many autos, so he has to force him to walk a little bit and then flash as far as possible rather than just allowing him to walk backwards. So Damashka now has both of his summoners still available, still has the cleanse and the exhaust, and the flash is now not available for Morgana. She cannot engage at 6 without Damashka making a big, big mistake.
Well, even a big mistake might not be the end for Damashka here. He has got so much going for him and a whopping 18 CS differential. He takes the Dark Binding, doesn't even use the cleanse. That's how confident he is that he is completely safe.
Yeah, he's got Biscuits, got Grasp of the Undying, has the double Dorans as well, so he knows he's fine. Health Relic, I believe, is due back up just underneath him in a couple of seconds.
He's got culling.
So at this point, Damashka is trying to beat Ollie to his own, but forces Ollie to actually take that at full health. So all it's going to do is give him a little bit of mana back.
Not really able to push into him, but again, he's on track to easily win this on CS, and Ollie just doesn't seem to have a game plan going here beyond trying to continuously farm this one out. Culling comes out, Damashka takes a lot of damage, the Soul Shackles are on, but he relentlessly retreats.
Yeah, literally just one E gets him away from that. Doesn't have to use anything else, doesn't let it bind and then uses Cleanse to get out, just completely dodges his way away. Rejuvenation Bead has come out for Ollie as well. And that is not going to do a lot. These fights, or at least the trades from Dimashka, are too frequent that a rejuvenation bead is not doing enough. Realistically, it's giving him a little bit of health regen, but rather than reducing the amount of damage done, Ollie is just continuously taking damage again and again and again, and it just won't make up for that kind of harassment.
Yeah, I mean, the farm is starting to get just almost too easy for Dimashka here. Ward's down. He's not even going to try to finish farming this up. He's just going to buy even more time for the next waves to start arriving. Ollie's going to have to back just because he's half on his mana.
Yeah, and you know, this is just Dimashka knowing what he has to do in this situation. Again, all he's got to do, play slightly defensively with the Null Magic Mantle, looking for the Hex Drinker, then just out farm. At this point, he's managed to manipulate the wave by keeping those creeps alive, that it's now continuing to push in towards him. He won't use any spells here, and is just going to farm the wave out. It is ever so slightly pushing still in towards Dimashka. Did, however, auto, so he has to kind of answer the Tormented Soil, otherwise it will push the wave back into Ollie's favor.
More damage pushed on Ollie, who has to take his health relic once again, but huge CS lead continues here. Ollie just cannot get in to do much more than send out a singular spell, just using the Tormented Soil, and every time he gets any closer than that, Dimashka's gonna punish him.
And it doesn't have enough AP to do a considerable amount more other than try and make the wave bounce. That's really all it's doing right now.
That's gotta sting. It is such a huge CS lead here. And there's the Coleman.
Oh,
Ollie
he gets
takes
so
half
many
of it.
shots.
The minions keep on blocking. They get fired down even further. There we go. It's very close. If he had not get bound up there, he might have been able to take an even bigger bite out of his health bar. But Ollie is just running out of options fast.
I mean, the CIS team really have put a lot of focus on this 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, this is their event, man.
I mean, it brought them to the dance here at the start. And Dimashka certainly looks confident in this kind of matchup. Very confident, throws out the Team Ice banner again.
He really has been using that quite a lot. But 26 CS, he's got that lead. He's never been in any real danger. The closest he's come when he dashed point blank into Ollie and he got a face full of Dark Binding, but really hasn't been too much of a problem for him. Ollie's got a little bit of a health advantage now. He's just going to try to force him off with a few autos, but they just don't do enough. Dark Binding is going to hit. No cleanse still. Ollie's going in. Exhaust is on. He's going to go ahead and cleanse the chains.
Yeah, there's the double summoners. Will completely reduce what Ollie was trying to do there. But that was a good amount of damage.
Oh!
Binding
Dimashka is so low, but Ollie can't go in.
Oh, the Tormented Soil had already been used. Oh, that's so
That would have been it.
painful. That actually would have been it from Ollie. One misplay out of Dimashka. It's not enough to turn the matchup around, unfortunately, for Ollie, as now Dimashka was able to back and has picked up the Hex Drinker as well. No potions with it. I believe he's waiting. Actually goes Vamp Scepter. So we'll have that little bit extra damage and have the lifesteal coming from it. Ollie on the other side, still just under 20 CS down in this matchup. He has to somehow go all in, but he's gone the defensive route, picking up the Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah.
It's not going to help him. He needs to stack. It's not really going to come up. Yes, it means he'll take less damage, but Dimashka won't be looking for an all-in now.
No, he doesn't need to anymore. He only needs 17 CS, but if he gets an opening, he might just do it. Goes on forward. He's standing in the soil. He doesn't care at all. Ollie takes a ton of damage off the back of the culling. Minions keep on falling down. Dimashka knows he's got this one in the bag. It's all about cashing it in at the bank.
However, one binding now that Cleanse is down means flash into the Morgana ultimate for the Soul Shackles and the Tormented Soil to follow up. So if Ollie can manage to land a binding, there is still a chance. There is still one last hope for him. We're on 91 CS. Within the next wave and a half, he has to hit a Dark Binding and go all in. He's on a ward. Dimashka, ooh, playing it a little bit risky, but knew he had the E.
Close to the vest there. Dimashka returns fire, and Ollie is still forced back. Has to wait for the Dark Bind to come back off cooldown, but he is running out of options. 3 CS is all that separates Dimashka for another CIS win for
Ollie,
Team Ice. Ollie is going for it. The back's going. He's playing with them. He didn't send it out. Didn't have the confidence, and that might be the end.
Yeah, I think that actually is it now, because what happens next is Ollie flash ults onto Dimashka, and Dimashka just focuses the minions. I don't think Ollie has enough damage without Ignite. Here's the flash into the ult.
He's gonna manage to land the chains, however, but does he have any return fire damage? Tormented Soil's down. Ollie's tanking minion damage as well. The Hex Drinker pops. He just needs 1, 2, 3. That's all it's gonna be, and the Poros pop. Another win for CIS.
Impressive performance in the first round by the CIS team, and they have put themselves 3 members for Team Ice through to the round of 16 just from the CIS region.
The 1v1, the wild cards are definitely not the weakest link this time around. We already know now what's moving on to the next round, and this is going to be a fantastic 1v1 tournament already.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of interesting matchups in the next round. Kasa, Clearlove, Kira, Bjergsen. That one actually is like my highlight.
Well, and a lot of cool potential ones too.
Oh yeah, cool potential ones, and we're looking forward. But Kira Bjergsen is gonna really be like, this is possibly the winner of the entire thing.
Yeah, and we don't want to give away too much of the bracket, even though we just saw all of it. So we're gonna go ahead and let the analyst desk take it away for now.
All right, and CIS is 3-2.
Yes, and we're
All
back,
right,
Frigard. Yeah, I was just talking
Sorry.
about.
I'm just going over the stats, man. Sorry, go ahead.
On and
please.
off.
Go ahead.
Talking.
Yeah, so I got all the stats for how all the regions are doing. NA's 3-2, Europe's 3-2, China's 3-1, Korea's 2-3, LMS 0-4. Really hurting us here in Team Fire. And CIS, right? Like the international wildcard's 3-2. Like just like how they got here in the first place with Kier crushing 1v1, winning record for the wildcards.
Definitely. And with that, a lot of victories for Ice today.
Yeah.
In that landslide of 1v1 victories, there was one we'd like to highlight, though. It was in the matchup of Reckless versus Score, Kennen versus Lucian. It was a pretty good matchup. Who wants to take this, Defisho?
Yeah, let's just roll the clip. Obviously, Reckless right now is behind in CS, and it looks like it's really bad for him. But he does get the stun, and he has all the minions hitting on Score as well. So stun, minions, just enough for him to win. He's one of the guys we're really expecting to go really far in this one. Yeah. He really wants to win. So I was getting disappointed already at the start when he was falling behind.
Plus, I like his bands. Bands out.
Don't point that gun at me. That's all right.
This is not sideways. He banned out Fnatic, so
FNC.
you know, representing some pride there for Reckless.
Yeah, same thing. Kasing actually banned his team tag as well. I actually now forget. I think it was VIT.
Yeah, Vitality.
It was Victor Aurelia Twisted Fate. So yeah, he was banning team tags.
And amazing pick, Volibear.
Yeah. But I think, wasn't it your fault?
No.
Was it your fault?
Yeah, I was talking to him. I was like, come on, you just got to represent for the junglers. You know, beat him with a jungle
And he's
champion.
like,
There's no greater disrespect than being beat by a jungle champion in a 1v1 match. It's like, you got to go all, you just have to go all in at level 3. And he missed his spot there when he had
Tell me more about that great disrespect of winning with Kindred.
Yes, the jungle champion.
Man, those junglers sure know how to put in the insult.
In any case, let's take a look at the bracket, Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at it. What do you got for me?
Yeah, what you got?
Well, you can pick whatever you want. But in any case, there's a lot of victories for Ice. And there's also a lot of possibilities for Ice to making it to the top 8.
Yeah, so Ice have 3 guaranteed top 8s, and Fire have exactly 1 in the Bravers Madlife matchup. Also, in the entire the whole right-hand side of the bracket, Doublelift and Aftermir are the only Team Fire guys left.
Yeah.
So if they can't hold it down, there's a guaranteed 2 top 4s right there for Ice. Just gotta represent for NA, man.
Yeah, got to see what happens. I mean, it's definitely possible. Any other trends? The Anivia versus Anivia matchup was actually it was cool. No, I think we saw some good intricacies.
Because it was very cool to see how both were trying to like always deny CS by letting that stun, so you missed like 1 or 2 CS.
Yeah.
Also, Faker did technically kill Froggen twice.
Technically,
he did not kill Froggen.
Technically, he did not kill him anyway.
He did not kill him.
Literally not the meaning of the word
Froggen used the
technically.
passive really well because every time Faker killed him, he lost he lost so many minions.
So people using that excuse, like Froggen knows that Anivia has this passive.
Are you aware?
This is a core part of Anivia as a champion.
I don't think he's ever played Anivia before. I think that was probably the first time.
He knew he was going for the CS game the whole time. He had attack speed and attack damage runes for Anivia. Froggen knew what he was doing. He's going for the CS win. Faker.
I was trying to praise
Faker
Froggen.
fans can take solace in the fact that he did egg him twice and it looks way cooler, but the way to win 1 versus 1 is not with flashy plays. The way to 1 versus 1 is a little bit more boring.
Well, in Anivia versus Anivia, where it's practically impossible to kill someone through A because your cooldowns are all down. So Froggen played it right. Good for him.
Yeah. We learned a lot about the Bird versus Bird matchup, and there are still 100 points on the line today. Good for Team Fire, at least when we return. Korea is going to take on the players from the CIS Interregional matchup. Keep it tuned right here. The action picks up in 3.5.
Is Fresh AD good? I don't know.
Sing then goes and dashes it. Double exhaust is down. There's the vault up, forcing the barrier. Ziv is low, and that's it. But he doesn't want to get
Here we go.
trouble. Exhaust is down. One more shot, and Lift comes up with the win. He wants to finish this up. Can he do it? The stun! The outplay! Koro's healing up. Forgot all about that one.
Oh, he got it!
He's gonna be able to land it, and Koro takes the win.
The snowball thing, like you throw and then you like jump to them.
No. That's so true.
Zost
he
is
got
down.
the tower
He get
shot.
a tower shot. This might make all the difference in the world as Aframu speeding himself away, but maybe not. Ignite's taking Crust for the undying. He just needs 1, 2, 3. That's all it's gonna be, and the Poros pop. Another win for CIS.
물론 이미 이제 롤드컵이 끝나고 좀 올스타는 약간 예전 올스타는 좀 안 그랬던 것 같은데 이번 올스타 같은 경우에는 좀 재밌는 모드도 많고 그래서 좀 즐기는 올스타인 것 같아서 일단 최대한 즐기면서 하되 좀 이길 수 있으면 꼭 이기고 싶네요.
Welcome back, everyone. Korea and the CIS are readying up on stage for our final match of the day, with 100 points being awarded to the winners, and we heard it there for Prey. It's all fun, but we do want to win.
Winning is fun.
Yes, and Fire hasn't won
Losing is
yet.
not fun.
I've actually had games where I'm like, even if we lose this game, I'm like, wow, I would have had a really fun time. Like, you just get like the right set of teammates.
You're casual, man. That's not fun at all.
No, I'm playing like ranked solo queue. I'm like Diamond 4 sometime, you know, like I'm like, can pretend I'm good. You know, I got like the
happy little losses for free.
Yeah, happy little losses sometimes, you know?
That's why you're Diamond 4.
Yeah.
In any
well,
case.
I did Cade when I went to Worlds, you know?
Devicio, what are you right now?
Diamond 5. Not relevant. Move on.
I'm silver.
Actually,
So
doing Worlds,
let's
I
take a
dropped
look
down
at the
like doing
lineups. Starting for Team Fire, it is Korea's LCK with Marin, Score, Faker, Prey, and Madlife. Looking for some points. This hasn't been the best for Team Fire yet. On the red side against him, it's our international wildcard representatives with Smurf, Dimashke, Kira, Lex, and Dimonko. As said already, CIS region got here through the heroic efforts of Kira, who showed here in the 1v1 today as well that he's just great at 1v1ing on Lucian and Kaylin. So that's the way they got here as well.
Kind of shaky in the 5-on-5 though. Like when they played Turkey in the final, he didn't really play too well. Smurf.
Naru had his number.
Okay, normally also didn't play well. I'm looking at Lex, you know? AD carries are pretty strong in this patch. You give him 3 items, give something that can protect him. Lex will take down Faker
Any 3 items.
and LCK. Any 3 items, just close your eyes and buy 3 items. I don't care.
I mean, you think about it, right? Like, Faker's basically Superman. How many times has Faker really, or has Superman ever really lost to Lex? In the lore of Superman, you know, Superman always comes out on top.
0?
Yeah, so, I mean,
Okay,
it's already been a story told in comic
How
books.
about how are you counting losses? Lex has definitely won several times versus Superman. I mean, he's never killed him, but...
So he never won.
Is this like the egg thing all over again?
This will be the first time in the history of
winning.
Anyway, before we get into the game, we heard the players already. LCK squad, of course, they got a comp given to them, chosen by the fans before, so I think they might be out for revenge.
Yeah, and as much as Freak wants to convince you that losing is fun, losing is five melee champions versus Azir, Anivia, Ashe, that's not fun.
Tell us how you really feel.
I think that the LCK would like to have a victory. That's fun.
I think they do as well, and I do hear that the players are ready, so to see how this match will play out, let's pass it over to our casters.
Let's see, Shocks. Hopefully Fire can turn into the Superman. We'll make Ice Lex Luthor this time because we're down way too many points. This has just been a grueling All-Stars for Fire so far.
Yeah, and poor guys from the CIS. They're coming up against Korea as a nation, and then worst is they angered the beast. Korea got put into this really awkward team comp. They looked a little silly because they really couldn't do much. Right now, they want revenge, and CIS is like, guys, I just want to play some League of Legends, and Korea like, no. We're just gonna stomp the living hell out of you. 20 minutes, surrender.
These aren't your safe 1v1s anymore. Yeah, but speaking of 1v1s though, I do want to look at some of the lane matchups because Smurf was highly regarded at the International Wildcard All-Stars by Yamato Cannon. He's going up against Marin. And then Kira, who's been doing really well in 1v1s, is going up against Faker. But Kira actually doesn't have the same track record on the actual Rift itself. He has been taken down a lot.
It's kind of like a different puzzle once he gets into game. As well, I saw Smurf earlier. He was playing a little bit of Aurelia, so hopefully that's going to be some aggression he wants to bring to Marin in that sense. We are going to get a champion select, so let's figure out what these teams have for each other. Our last game here of day 1 of the 2015 All-Star Tournament, but there's 4 days to go. And also, if you missed any of today, there will be a rebroadcast a time after we end this one. So keep an eye out for that and keep an eye on social media for when it will be. Into picks and bans, and we're seeing more of the same on that ban list.
No, I just want to see Madlife on Thresh. That's just my goal. Because when he actually toys with his opponents and he puts them on the run, he has very good predictions with the hooks, and that actually makes Stomp still entertaining.
So in that sense, do you actually you like try to learn while casting, watching somebody like Mad Light play a threshing game?
Oh, I know what he's doing.
I already know. I think 2 steps ahead. So Kalista gets banned out. Third one coming in from Fire on the LCK side. They look like they're going to put 100 points here in their favor if they can get this, and it is much needed as IWC goes for a last ice ban of Alistar.
Oh man, they are knocking out so many things that I don't think are as relevant anymore.
Yeah.
Marin playing the Rumble, I know it's a great champion for him. Faker's Rise, and then the Alistar at Mad Life. There's so much still available, and they go for the Mundo immediately, and that's a flex pick. It can go top, and you can also put it in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely Mundo, really high priority on this patch. Do some pretty interesting things. Overall, though, the response, Lulu at least I think are great picks here overall. Could have maybe went for like a Quinn jungle, because I think if you really want to beat these guys, you may want to just straight up snowball with that Quinn. Picking a pretty safe macro approach here from IWC, so I'm not sure how that's the right plan to fight LCK, but we'll see.
How are they going to take it? I mean, Faker just lost a 1v1. He must be tilted. We've seen CIS winning 1v1s because Kira is training the rest of the team finally. This could be big.
Yeah, next time I'm on the desk, my entire chair is going to be sideways because all of Team Fire has been tilted in this tournament. 1v1s, it's not working out. The pick 10, it's like, what have you guys done to us?
Yeah.
And now LCK, they want to come up with a victory here on this 5v5 game mode here, and they have great power picks.
Yeah, and we're seeing this Quinn come in. Did get changed a lot right now. Just the buff on the Q, like the blind makes it so annoying to play. You don't really see it when you're spectating, but the vision drop is so hard to deal with. In addition to the speed on the ultimate, she can just show up. Usually when you see a player show up on the minimap, you expect a certain amount of time for that player to traverse the map. Doesn't matter for Quinn. She can go from top to bottom in like literally like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and despite these champions being flex picks, I was looking at them, I'm like, wait, Quinn jungle, Mundo top. It's actually probably going to be Trundle top, Mundo jungle, and Quinn AD carry. Yeah. That makes the most sense to me here. And IWC, the CIS, they're actually getting a lot here as well.
Could be Trundle support.
That is true.
Ooh,
we have seen Trundle support.
It could be. I would like that. I also like Quinn in a solo lane, so it would make me really sad if they use her at AD carry because I want to see the potential. As somebody like, I don't even know,
I feel like a waste.
Out with
Feels like a waste putting on AD carry.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Especially when things like Lucian and Misfortune are open.
The Kench, though, picked up on the other side off the bench, going to be able to eat up Lex if he gets into any trouble. They actually have quite a bit of denial here on the side of Ice. So once Fire thinks they've got deep enough for a kill, you got a lot of denial here from a Wild Growth, getting eaten, a Repel, a lot of things on the board.
Still thinking about it. I think yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. It's a new thought.
No, I think it might be Quinn mid, actually. I've seen that before. Quinn mid
solo. Okay, yeah.
Quinn mid, Trundle top, Mundo jungle sounds like the most. Okay, never mind.
Okay, no, that's just the hover.
Maybe like hover. Because they got 5 melees, they're just gonna
my God.
Bruiser champions.
But the CIS team comp, 4 of these guys actually played on hard random together.
Right.
So they have a lot of synergy, and they were using it during the IWCA, and Tom Kench was actually picked for Demonco 6 out of their 10 games, and they always seem to play compositions that are focused around Lex on Tristana or Vayne, and he waits to get through the laning phase, and then he carries the game later. So it's just all stall compositions here. And
yeah, LCK rounds out with LeBlanc. I'm done trying to predict, so we'll see how they swap around. But IWC, really good protect the Vayne comp, and they just need like one more champion to round that out. Looking for the Malphite hover right now, but overall they have the denial if Vayne gets caught with the time Kench. We have the buff on the Vayne. The only issue you would say is lack of damage, so Fiora right here can actually fix that. They are very one-dimensional though in their damage output, especially since Lulu in the later parts of the game is going to more into a utility role rather than an AP damage threat.
Yeah. Do we actually get a tryhard game from both sides? Go ahead.
Yeah. Tryhard is kind of banned. They banned it at the analyst desk.
Oh, that's right.
It's a serious game. We overuse that.
We do what we want here, though, on Caster Island. It's a tryhard game.
Yeah,
this one's TH squared, boys.
I actually really like what Fire ended up doing here. The LCK squad, they took Trundle as early as possible, so you can't counterpick the Mundo in that jungle or the top lane, because that is an extraordinarily good pick, and then they made it so we have all of these power picks to ourselves, and they're utilizing them. You could see that the IWCA team, they were banning things that are a little bit of relics here. Like, it's a little bit part of the past.
That's true.
It's not updated.
So how do you feel it's going to work?
I think the LCK squad just has so many power picks right now. It's hard to tell. And you did call the Trundle support as well.
I mean, Quinn did end up an 80 carry though, so
Yeah.
interesting.
A few unfortunate things. Mad Life doesn't get thrashed. Quinn's at 80 carry. It's okay.
I will take Quinn 80 carry if I get Faker LeBlanc.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the trade I will make here.
That's one of like the 10 commandments of League. Don't give Faker LeBlanc. It's going to be a bad situation for you. I guess unless you're running Morgana in the mid lane and your name's Pawn. But we are going to be heading into our final regional match of the day, the 5v5 between the LCK and the IWC. It is going to be huge. Team Fire win the hashtag or Team Ice win at LOL Esports. Make sure you are heard on social media. As we head into the matchup, we're going to see who gets some points in their favor.
I think it's just hashtag Ice win, hashtag
Oh, you're
Fire
right.
win.
I said team.
Yeah.
Not team.
You were probably
I know,
listening
Fire
to
win.
Deficio earlier, who managed to screw them up at least 4 times in a single cast, which was impressive in itself, right? But yeah, overall, thematically though, the Quinn 80 carry does make sense into a protective Vayne composition, because that blind is going to really pay dividends when Vayne can't even see who she's attacking, and the entire team relies on Vayne carrying in these fights.
Yeah, and when somebody gets hit with the blinding assault, you basically are an 80 carry with 300 range at that point. Doesn't matter if you're Tristana or anything like that. And it's a 1,000 range skill shot. So you can hit any 80 carry, even being out of their range.
I haven't seen too much Gnar play here, if any, so far at the All-Star Tournament.
It is a great Marin champion, though. You have to ban that out, or you had to ban that out back in the past. But
Right.
there's just so many things in the top lane. Ooh.
It's actually smart. You can do that. Smite will come up again. I can easily just smite a Spiderling, get some extra gold. That's a little minute thing, but it's definitely worth doing. And then just in the top lane, yeah, Gnar, I think it works well into Fiora. It sounds like a matchup where you can keep her at bay with relative ease.
I think he'll be able to get in, get that Frozen Mallet early, and you're definitely not going to be doing anything in lane, that's for sure, if he chooses that build. We will see the start in the bottom side by Ice. Not a lot of lane swaps coming in with these teams. They're going standard since it hasn't been a practice thing within that kind of
Yeah,
squad.
not only are they going standard, there's no jungle camp leash here because the jungle got changed a little bit. Doing camps will no longer grant you as much experience because you need that boost from the jungle item. That's why we see actually a hard leash here, just power farming that jungle up, making up so for a really interesting level 3 gank in the top lane that will maybe decide the early pace of this game.
Good. Everybody's taking my jungle level 1. Good. I had it.
I'm still taking it.
No.
I thought you meant good for the early pace.
Because actually the way, hang on, you see it right, the way the bottom lane minions, they've been changed recently so that they all die literally within the same 2-second span, so you can actually still take a camp and lose 0 creeps on lane. It's still worth it. So junglers, keep crying. You should still take those camps as bot lane.
Yeah, that change was the first minion will not get focused down in the very first minion
Right,
wave.
he
So
doesn't
there's
take
no
like 3 minions and like, fight me!
Exactly, they won't focus it down. There's no RNG if you were doing a jungle camp and you come back, you're like, oh, well, my lane is done, but no more of that.
Happy for the laners.
Oh!
Okay, the vault onto him will slow him down. It actually doesn't hit the Q though. Good trade, definitely a win in the health department. We'll see Marin keeping Smurf back to his turret, level 2. Marin should hit 3 here. Nice and easy, but it won't give him too much more of an advantage on the lane. Smurf should be fine. Those TPs are up. Mid laners will not be running TP. They're looking for kills. Ignite in the mid lane, and Faker's already got his passive down.
And I'm watching score this game. That jungle Mundo, 13 CS already. Very, very close to highest in the game. And you just go back and forth. No Ignite.
Oh. I think it was the EQ Ignite that he was looking for after that flash. Not enough mana though. Whoops.
Good react flash there from Faker though, respecting the potential damage coming out. Q wouldn't have been enough to kill him, but keeps him in lane at least.
At least they time each other's flashes, right? Helpful.
With their own flash. You do that all the time. You know, that's what I'm doing. I'm just timing his flash.
Oh boy. Double buff to Maj.
Gotta Mad Life that. Gotta predict that.
Gotta be in the mind of your opponent. Even Marin even walks into the river a little bit, knowing there won't be too much of a rebuttal there from Damage. He goes back into his own jungle. Looks like bot lane has been pushed out a little bit. A nice pillar placed beautifully on the wall, calling for Demonko to have to eat up lane.
Yeah, that's the strategy of this lane. You pillar so Quinn can close the gap, get the top, like the jump off, and then start whacking away at the Vayne. But as Tampkench does, just hard counters these really elaborate setups, just whop every time.
No
Power.
I feel like this is like a Lee Sin versus Elise, right? You're always going to hit Spiderlings instead of your target, and you just want to pull your hair out. Oh! He played it! He's going down with a Retribution kill from Kiro, but he played that Mimic so nicely. Or Mirror Image, I should say.
So there's actually a strange mechanic when you get a counter kill on somebody. if you are the one who dies first, but you get an Ignite counter kill, if it's a solo kill, you don't get experience. If there's an assist on it, you do get experience. So Faker actually ends up getting a slight bit of experience over Kira when everything's all said and done.
Yep, because Kira was dead. Great call there and good eye. Looks like Marin trying to give Smurf the time of day in the top lane as he keeps him pushed up against the turret. Only 1-1 so far, so muscles have been flexed on both sides. No real advantage gained. This bot lane, though, trying to get their shots in when they can, but Lex has to be careful he doesn't get vaulted and queued. That blind put him in a sore spot. He's pretty much relying on Demonco to save him.
And there's the level 5, see? And he's still got a big minion wave there as well. So that counter kill happening in that order is actually very big for this team.
Smurf. Oh, the flash.
Oh, he has flash too.
Flash Q. Got him. There it is. It's going to be Smurf coming up with the kill. 2-1 now as mid lane also going a bit hard. And that's going to be... Go ahead.
What ELO is his main?
Oh.
He just solo killed the MVP of Worlds.
We played it smart, right? There's definitely a bit of, not disrespect there, but you're saying, you know, this isn't going to be punished, this isn't going to be punished, and Smurf is finding that. He is getting in for the punishes. He's got to walk back to lane, but it looks like Marin's going to do the same, even with, no, Marin will TP up and push this wave into the turret.
Yeah, definitely impressed here with Kira and Smurf. Kira playing forward. It would be so easy to just be scared of Faker. He's not afraid to even flash aggressively on Faker, continually start pushing him in, and then Smurf with a really nice play. Kunir scored, no ultimate yet, so he has to be careful here. This is not the point of the game where Mundo is strong.
Row. Oh, it looked like Kira turned away there for a second, actually, but still good damage to be dealt.
They could group mid and actually siege this tower because Faker's out of mana. So if they actually moved in here in mid lane with both Kira and Dimashke, I think they could have done a lot of damage and pressure on that tower, kept Faker down.
Looks like Dimashke is going to go for utility build here too. He has the warding smite. So he's able to swap.
These are absolute plays that I love. The rinse and repeats. You know the teleport is down. You're going to make the guy have a long walk. Faker's going to have to take that walk as well. And Ice taking control of the map here. And they make an advantage out of it, though. You got Faker! Oh, no way! You have to be kidding me!
Faker!
Kira gets a kill onto Faker. Doesn't even have to use Ignite, doesn't even have to use his flash.
And previously, that Wild Growth interrupting the distortion, not allowing to do damage up in the top lane. Dimashke, he learned from a mistake, closed the gap, forced Marin to juke a little bit. Lex should be able to get Devour or tumble out of here, so he's fine. Back to that top lane, he held the cocoon this time. He forced the cocoon from point blank range.
Good sight.
Really hard for Marin to dodge. Marin he was never targeted to be killed. Just chunked down the lane. Again, advantage them for Smurf later on. So IWC team here playing extremely well together.
Also flip-flopped Amo's top teleport, so we could see a play from Smurf if he gets control of that lane again and the team wants to do something in this bot lane. Prey and Madlife have been quite aggressive, so a ward behind them could be detrimental. Demonco and Lex still farming it up, 55 to 65 in this lane, so Prey is seeing a bit of a lead.
Now when these champions hit level 6, Faker can start roaming, Prey can actually start roaming. If they continuously have the lane push, right now they can't capitalize on that because Lex and Demonco are still farming, but a level 6 Quinn can simply roam to the mid lane. Kira right now in trouble.
Wild Growth is not there. Very nicely played. Pinged out by Score. Faker as well coming around from the side.
That's why you time their flash with your flash.
Yeah, that's why you time blue buffs too, because he was actually walking over likely to pick up the blue buff or just picked it up. Didn't quite see that. But on the way back, he just insta-gib, and this is the 7 minutes 45. If you know the jungler starts blue, you know that buff will be up. He will likely move there. It's a really good game read here
going to the side
from
too.
Score and Faker.
Saw Dimashke on the other side, so he's just going to do his red buff as well and just pretty much get all of the buffs on the map in this side.
Saw that ping out. Very nicely done by Score to keep grabbing an advantage for his team. He knows the lanes are hurting a little bit, and he hasn't actually been in for too many ganks. Just making sure things aren't happening for Ice rather than ganking.
Pretty greedy there from Kira to walk back the unsafe path to mid lane without knowing where the jungle is. And look what Score did. Got both buffs. Got that blue buff from earlier too.
Woo! Quick blue suede shoes by Dimashke, stepping out of that one. Knows though, they have an idea of where Score is, and here's a bit of a rotation for wards in the bot lane. Prey putting some down to make sure they can go a little bit aggressive.
Oh, sure, going for more, but Madlife, of course, just going to back off.
River vision is incredibly important if you're running Quinn AD carry as well, because you push up and then the threat in the middle lane. Faker, all he needs to do is connect the chains, because the damage will come from whoever joins that party, whether it's Madlife here, whether it's Score, whether it's both of them.
Or everybody.
Oh. Nope.
Oh.
There's that denial we were talking about in Champ Select. Damonko to another lane, and he saves Kira's life. Flash used, however. Wild growth as well, but they get him out alive. He just came back to lane, and it would have been even worse for him to go back down. You can see Prey had an idea to help as well, seeing that ultimate from Quinn. The speed around the map could still be something Fire uses here to get control later in the game. Is it kind of... It's obviously toned down, though, when you bring Quinn to an AD carry, because you're still trying to get that CS. You're not one split pushing.
Oh, Mashke going for a kill here.
Oh! I choose correctly, sir. Takes down Faker. Faker not having a great game.
Go for the one with Ignite on it.
Yes.
Cue that one. That's the real one.
The burning, try and kill it, yeah.
But yeah, you were talking about Quinn being a little bit toned down.
Yeah.
It also ends up in scaling as well, because Quinn scales incredibly well, but it's not the same type of full crit build, right? You usually go for a Yumu's Ghostblade first, and then you start going for, like, some people go Essence Reaver, Static Shiv. It's not the same type of build path. So, but Quinn still does an incredible amount of burst and has great utility to her kit.
Now you can see Lex keeping himself nicely shielded by his minions for most of the time. A huge vault through, though. Puts Prey right where he can hit that Q. Blind target gets him more damage, and it looks like they won't be able to add any more there, knowing Damonko could stop a lot of this.
It's actually quite interesting because the pillar came up and stunted Prey's own vault, so he actually ended up closer for more auto attacks as Lex was walking away. So that was actually pretty cool. I don't know if that was intended or not, but it ended up working out. And a little too far up, Marin.
Oh!
Marin's got Flash again.
Maybe tiny vitals on a tiny Gnar, but he can still hit him. Flashes it out. Looks like he'll go back. May TP back lane, depending on how well that is pushed. The Majke to the back, but he's getting hit by Grom damage as well. That's not going to help him whatsoever. Does not want to be there. Neither of them do. No chain coming out of Faker. I thought Kira was actually going to get double locked up there for a second. Could there be a chase? Quarter of a mana bar for Kira, but does not look like they can get any kills out of this. Not enough vision.
Oh, wait, the fake one. Oh!
Whoa! That was close. Very, very close.
I mean, no more double Qs on this Lulu, like back in the day. Overall, teleport from Smurf could have made that turn out around, but good moves there from the LCK squad, though. The triple pink ward in the river. I really like seeing that. Pink ward is so strong right now. Faker, not afraid of dying.
No, that's one thing I've always noticed about Faker, the rest of the team as well. When they commit to something like that, it seems like someone like Faker's just putting a little extra damage in. But the other person gets baited into a fight, and then you see 3 people come over the shoulder of Faker and kill you. It's something LCK teams do all the time. We almost saw a bit of it right there. Prey, he'll be easily able to clean this up. Almost actually got the attack there with the help of Valor. It's okay. It's okay.
Shame on you.
That's his way of saying, I'm not tryhard.
His support wasn't there to kill it for him. Blame the supports on this one.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah. Why aren't you warding for me? I don't need to buy.
So that's an incorrect back for Mad.
Yeah.
Got it back.
I was actually looking at this top lane matchup, and it's just getting so much attention here for Smurf. But Smurf, in terms of keystones, he actually took Grasp of the Undying, the one that does percent HP and also heals you.
Good teleporter. Smurf coming in the back though. Faker, distortion.
All right, Mad Life should be
here's
okay
Prey,
on
though.
this one. He's gonna flash out. His vitals will not be tagged. Smurf, he's gonna get taken down. He dashes away on that. Kira, low on mana, can't help. Damonko actually thinks that he was becoming the flank support. But what is that? You don't flank support.
Damonko is really wishing there was a cancel button on that, on that voice. He's like, guys, I'm here.
Oh, there it is. Cancel button.
Cancel.
So we'll see what happened. Damonko is probably like, hey, Abyssal Voyage cast on its own. It put me in the middle of the fight.
I don't
know
actually
what
think he even used it there. I think it's still up right now.
You're right.
But yeah, so he walked there. Yes. Just the flanking support. He's just being like, I'm here, guys. Like, I got their backs. They can't retreat. Wait, what's going on?
I'm out of mana, says Kira. He's like, I'm out of mana. I couldn't attack mid. I don't know what's going on here.
Ref, usually when you kill Faker a couple of times, the game should be over. Is that not how it goes?
Like, is
no?
it? This isn't like 1v1 rule?
Oh, what?
That's not this fun game mode, kill Faker. That's not what we're playing here.
We've completely took him out multiple times. Impressive, though, so far in the early game. IWC here.
Some really good,
made some moves.
Some really good moves. Just smart gameplay, like the way he played the aggressive flash, came with some vigor, Pixies at the right timing, landing his proxy Qs in the top lane, Smurf as well going in. The pressure, overall, pretty impressed. I honestly thought this would be like GG20 stop.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I was right there.
But no.
I do think that the composition from LCK is a little bit strange because they just took all these power picks and it just looks like they're slotted into places that may not be ideal for them, just like Trundle and Quinn.
True.
But they just try to take everything, right? That's when you're holding too much. But at the same time, they are playing incredibly well on the CIS side. The 4 of these guys that were on hard random together had that communication, and then you just add in the jungler, and it seems to work really well for them. But the guys I was talking about right when we started this, Smurf and Kira, have both solo killed the members across the rift from them, the world champions.
It's very, very true. Interesting to see these two go down the quickest. But then again, I guess that would be the thing you have on your plate as IWC, saying, let's get in the minds of the 2 players that could probably raffle stomp alone against our entire team and put them down, because Marn would do that even though they banned his champions, and so would Faker and LeBlanc.
But regardless of the kills, though, the gold stayed for the majority of the game relatively even. Can't remember what it was right before the pause, but overall, if you go back to the game, LCK actually slightly ahead of gold, and looking at the tower, it's only going to make it worse. And more importantly, Lex, he kind of has to hard carry this game. Later on, the composition is built almost entirely around him in fights, mostly because Smurf will be split pushing. But it's incredibly hard to do that against the pillar. Once she's behind the Vayne, she can't actually make use of her tumble, can't get past the pillar. And then the blind is so easy to hit, so Vayne gets nullified, and then IWC will be in trouble.
It's a little strange, too, on Lex's build. The first item, Rapid Fire Cannon. Sometimes you see Static Shift for Wave Clear, sometimes you see Blade of the Ruin King still, and Rapid Fire Cannon seems a little bit premature in this build. That seems like something that way later on you get. And even then, you trade it off for like a Phantom Dancer, which is still very good on Vayne, despite the current state of Phantom Dancer.
If you were to put 2 things in front of me and call it Rapid Fire or Static Shiv, though, I would definitely buy a Rapid Fire Cannon. So, I'm with Lex. Gotta go with Lex on this one. Then again, that's why I'm play-by-play. 15 minutes coming off of the game.
You're like, it's a pretty red color, let's buy it.
It gives me this circle at one point that's longer than my actual range.
I appreciate your analysis, though.
4-4. Let's see what they can do here, if any kills are going to come from this. There was a bit of movement down in the bot lane by Score, but it looks like he's just going to hold off. They may commit to this. Lex takes a lot. Yeah, Score definitely wants this now. Level 9 jungler coming in as well. And this could be bad. DeMonco on Grey Health now. Lex is the target. They're both a target. Usually you just go for one, but they want the full plate and dessert. Lex under the turret. Score's going in with the ultimate. He hits a cleaver before the flash. Can he finalize the kill? It's going to be the hit coming in. Very nicely done from Prey. That's going to be another walk in the I think I can situation from Kira, but he cannot.
Yeah, everybody dies helping each other. Lex should have just flashed a lot earlier, and then we see as well, like, something we haven't talked about. Another counter to this Vayne carry is like you just steal the 80 from the Vayne, like the Trundle Bite. I believe still steal some attack damage there from Lex, so it's incredibly hard for them to find back. Finally identified the counter to Tom Kench, you know. Don't let him devour his 80 carry, just kill him first, then kill the 80.
Trundle's actually an interesting pick against Tom Kench as well.
Right? You can eat your 80 carry, but if you can't get out from the pillar, then you're going to spit out your 80 carry.
Got a good range on it, too.
Maj not liking that situation very. Almost lost red buff over to Faker.
Stop burning.
But he did burn Faker's Ignite.
Yeah, we paused the game on roughly even gold, and right now 5,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, what? They took out alone. That's the only way. That or they got really good investment. Just 2 minutes later, they have come up with that gold lead now. Marn hasn't seen really any pressure since Damashke has been kind of repairing the rest of the map right now. A lot of action to the bot lane, and that's left Marn to get quite big. 30 CS advantage for him and Prey in the bot lane.
Coming around, though.
Here's Prey coming in with the help of Valor. Going to throw down the blinding assault onto Kira. He's figuring out where to go and what to do. The team's getting saved. There's the pillar you were talking about, Cyrene. Smurf actually can't get that far away, but they also don't really have enough vision to keep going for what team or what members of Team Ice are coming back to the fight.
Oh, that was nice. Nice little kickback there off the vault. Score from the back. Faker's here too on this side.
Score coming in huge. That's a dead Smurf. A 1-2 punch.
It might be a dead CIS team.
All right, they're waiting for the eat from DeMonco. Now they can attack everybody. DeMonco ate somebody, and then you saw Faker's eyes light up to go in for the kill.
That's the worst, when the enemy like plans out to play for you and is like, this is exactly what we're gonna do. You're all bunched up. We know it's gonna happen. 3, 2, 1. Faker AoE there.
Oh, yeah. W mimic that W. It feels so good as a LeBlanc player to get that off. It's so satisfying.
Just like same point. You don't even go anywhere else. Just like, thank you.
Ooh.
Oh, not enough.
Condemn.
Condemn.
That's just a huge. We were talking about it just a moment ago. That pause came out very close to gold. 10,000 already, 17 minutes in. Incredible just after that pause, just keeping the momentum up. A lot of these turrets don't get very strong until 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a great play.
Yeah, score is literally just hurting the cattle. Marin too, you know, 1 exit, 2 exit, 3 exits, all covered. Faker,
Bring him here.
he just
Faker
throws
go.
go.
To the team too. He's like, where's everybody grouped? I'll spit you there.
Nice Q from Prey as well. That does a lot of damage, especially when you have the Yomo's Ghost Blade because of the armor penetration on it. So good. And
That's one of the things that kills me. I love playing as Quinn, but against Quinn, you're like, oh, I think I dodged this, but it hit my minions and I still took full damage.
Or worse, my teammate. You know, it's like playing.
Yeah, I'll block it for you.
Like, I was gonna juke it.
I was punished for your mistake.
Yeah, it feels good.
That's how I feel about Sejuani Ultimate. Like, I dodged it, but he didn't.
Thanks for the help, buddy. Hey, Prey going hard here. Mad Life is just on his backside. I don't think they're going to be able to finalize that turret kill, but they will finalize the boss kill. Oh, wait a minute. He got eaten. No, he's not. He's still alive. There he is. He went repel. That denial from both Elise and Tom Kench catching me off guard, but it looks like they're still able to catch both of those champions. Double kill again for Prey. 7-0-5 on Quinn.
Yeah, Marin flashed in mid Hex, tried to ulti. Everybody was waiting for it. You could hear like a pin drop, and then where's the ult? Okay, then he comes out, kills him anyways. Too far ahead right now, LCK. So hard for IWC to really do anything. Lex is getting countered in every single facet if he's even in the fight. Most of these like protective Vayne comms don't really work very well if Vayne isn't present.
Yeah.
It's definitely a start. Look at this. Is Vayne going to be present for much longer?
Oh, Pillar against Vayne is rough. That's about all there is to say. Oh, the sigil! It counts. It hits. Faker gets another kill for himself. A double there. They just came off another double that Prey had. They're just going through the batting order of IWC right now.
And they also have a Rift Herald onto Marin right now. They picked that up a couple minutes ago, and now they're just pushing with it, and that's how they got these turrets so fast as well. Marin, though, looking for more.
Somehow we said earlier this would be a 20-minute game, and we thought it was going longer than that, but that pause for Fire put them on top. They figured out whatever they needed to do and just opened the floodgates. Have been relentless now for the past 5 minutes to give themselves a 14,000.
They were just eating the cow before they slaughtered it.
Just get it big and fat. Get it big and fat.
And then it's like, okay, go. Let's get us some.
I'll take that fillet cut, please. So it's going to be Dragon now 2 for LCK. I do not believe IWC is going to be able to do much more than repair these side lanes. Mid lane is crushing through as well, which means LCK has their eyes possibly on top or bottom, depending on what they want. Baron has just entered the party.
And it might be on the table very soon for the LCK squad.
Yeah.
You can do it with Mundo with the percent HP that he has on his Q and on his E of his own HP. You do it rather quickly, and you pretty much take no damage because you just ultimate during it. No problem.
Man, just look at the builds. The difference in items is...
There's a surplus of items now for LCK.
Painting the picture. Demonco, he gets the ward.
I got it! I did it! One job!
One ward, one kill. There's the double. Everybody's getting a double here. It's like, it's your turn to get a double, Marin.
You get a double! You get a double!
Everybody
double
gets
for
a
everyone!
double kill. All right, red buffo from
Except for you,
Prey.
Mad Life. Just one.
Mad Life doesn't know. He's fine. It'll be the Baron for them in a no contest coming in from IWC with jungler and support down here. 5,000 health on the Baron.
Marin leaves early. He's like, guys, you guys play TD. I want some more minions.
I'll push the lane so we can keep doing this.
Marin leaves early. Sounds just like SPT as well.
Damn.
Too soon.
Wow. Anyway, no. Great play so far coming from everybody around. Even getting put down as much as they did in the early game. It's something you've always seen from LCK players is that mentality they can keep and continue to use no matter what happens to them. Remember Faker getting killed in the mid lane and he was smiling and laughing. That means you can come back and do things like you do now. Just continue.
Faker is the strong Belwas in this situation. He lets you cut him once, in this situation 3 times, and then he kills you.
There goes Demonco.
Yeah.
His flash goes down in the end. He thought he could save himself. Lex, a few more hits. Oh, the blinding assault. Blinding kill there. Flash and heal used. It looks like they're going to be onto the Nexus turrets. They are tanking away right now, and the lasers absolutely cutting through the resistances, but still able to stay long enough, micro each other in and out to make sure they haven't taken too much damage. The last Nexus turret going down, 22 minutes on the clock, and they are chasing Kira out of his own base. He's like, wait, if it's a 1v1, I got all of you. Just 1v1 me. It was a 2v1. That's
Faker
not what...
sends his regard.
From Faker with love, 24-4. It's going to be LCK picking that one up for Fire. Give me 100 points.
Finally.
Absolutely.
Team Fire
Actually,
on the
yes.
board.
Finally.
You can tell they came out here and
It's
they were
all
just
right.
like, you know what time is it right now? You know, we've been here a while.
We're the NA side. It's traditional. We'll go for baseball. You look at the first few pitches. You make sure you want to hit the third one when they think they had you on the ropes, and you knock it out of the park. Another 100 points for Fire. Knocks it out of the park, and we're going into day 2 a little bit closer. I like it.
A little bit. That 1v1 bracket, though, is looking quite scary for Fire.
There's a lot of ice points to be had there. You can see IWC here shaking hands. Great sports about the game. That great early game as well.
I mean, they can be happy with this. I think overall, this game turned out to be better than most people expected. It was enjoyable overall. Some nice plays there from IWC guys. I think they can go home today, or not home, but back to the hotel. Reasonably pleased.
Really? Crepo? Like that? No, I'm just kidding.
Just to send him home, boys. You lost against Koreans. It's over. Go home.
Well, they can also come back tomorrow happy as well. We want them back.
Yeah, they have played against the Koreans, which means you no longer have to play them.
Well, we'll see what happens. We have a lot to go over. We're going to send it to the analyst desk so they can start doing that.
Do we?
Yeah.
In any case,
Let's
that's
start
100
desking.
points. That's 100 points. 14 Fire at the end of the day. And solo kills in the beginning for Kira on Faker.
Smith.
So what happened?
They killed him.
No, after.
As we already saw from the one-on-one competitions, right? The CIS guys, they know how to play their 1v1s, right? So there you go. But I mean, that's still impressive. Like, Smurf straight up solo killed Marin. Yeah, that's freaking good. That's some solid stuff right there, right? Like,
Freak could have done it. That's what he's trying to say.
No, I mean, very few people.
Solo kill,
good. Yeah, wonderful. All right, top level analysis coming in here. But I mean, you have what you expect, right? Like, even if your individual player skill, like your laning skill, is close, and for the most part, most pros are reasonably close to each other in that regard, you still have the fact that, like, these are long-term veterans here from Korea, whether they're shot callers, they've been playing professionally for like 3 years in some cases, and that cohesion and that knowledge of how the game works at a team level wins some games.
Vicious making faces at me while you're talking. But I wanted to point out 2 specific things, because I liked Kira's play. He had some sneaky glitter lances when Faker wasn't paying attention, hit him with some very long range, very accurate ones. And he also had good timing on his ultimate to interrupt the LeBlanc distortion when she was coming in, so you didn't take damage from it. So there's these small little strong mechanical plays that these guys deserve credit from, even though they lost the game.
I mean, Faker could also just said, okay, every time I try and trade with you, you can out-trade me. So I'm just not going to do that on some of my junglers here, but he kept wanting to try and get revenge. It obviously cost him quite a bit. Marin dying in the top lane. Disappointed. I mean, first of all, he had the option to go Trundle top. That is OP. That is so strong. And then they put on for support, like for Mad Life, and it did nothing. That was boring.
You were just mad because you were wrong.
Maybe.
Devistio said, and I quote, 100 million %.
100 million billion.
100 million billion
And 2.
% that it's Trundle top, Dr. Mundo
Yeah.
jungle, Quinn 80 carry.
Yes, and it was Quinn 80 carry. And Mundo jungle.
Yeah, wow, that's really close to 100 million billion % right there.
Moving on, let's take a look at the points after day 1 here. I was going to say the IWC, but they did really good, but it is the All-Star event. Team Fire ending up at 100 points thanks to that win from the LCK, but 250 points for Team Ice. So Fire is on the board, but, well, pretty good day for Ice so far, I would say. And the day's over, so, I mean, it's going to stay a good day.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
I can
also,
agree.
the one-on-one tournament, Ice is setting up to get more points right now. So they're even investing into the future. It's going to get even better.
Yeah, good stuff coming. But for now, though, there's more good stuff coming because we're going to hand it over to Pulse for an update on your LPL play of the year.
Thanks, Sharks. And we've been counting up the votes over Twitter, and the majority have called for Def's Pentakill, followed by Rocky's Outplay and Godvy's 1v1 coming in at third. So, for one more time, let's take a look at Def's takedown on LDG in your 2015 LPL Big Play.
Mako's not here, and Def now peeled away, but Cora does so much work in the back line, but it might not be enough here. Pawn needs to find a kill to win, but he QSS's out. Imp gets the kill. That's 2 kills. Def goes back in, flashes aggressive. Pawn needs to tie it away. Def What the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the pentakill. What on earth is going on?
There you go, an amazing play indeed. We're just one day into the All-Star event, and we've heard from a lot of you with the hashtag All-Star Big Plays. From @G1132 writes, OMFG, Huni is just a beast. He's the man. Get ready for the Jax attack. Here is your big play of the day.
Huni, Counter-Strike is charging. That's a four-man stun. Bjergsen's already down.
And then Huni goes in with the flash four-man stun. Bjergsen's down. That's both carries for Team Fire already dead.
I mean, you casted those things, so maybe Freak wants something to say about it.
I mean, it's awesome. This guy's super good. I'm glad he's going to be representing
He didn't cast it?
Well,
Yeah, that's
right.
Enough, Kobe. It's
done. You know, it's okay. We look very similar. You know, I mean, when I put on a big red suit, I look just like you. So,
it was Kobe.
Yeah, it was Kobe. Maybe it was me. I don't know. It was someone. Either way, it was great. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is what you can expect out of North American talent in 2016. You know, really just incredible plays like that.
Yeah, we will be back tomorrow with more All-Star Big Plays and another full day of league action. We're going to be starting off with the regional matchup between the CIS and the NA LCS. We're going to have all the 80 carries in our Marksman matchup. Then we have the round of 16 of the 1 versus 1s. And that will all hit your streams tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 2 a.m. for our Night Owls over in Europe. And if you missed any of today's action, we will be rebroadcasting Day 1 of All-Star 2015 at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is 6 p.m. in Central Europe. So that's perfect timing, actually. So from myself and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for tuning in to us, and joining us. And come back tomorrow for more All-Star 2015. Nailed it.
It is a battle of pride. Europe beating the hometown North American squad. 4 kills in less than a minute. But Huni taking a solid shot. Double left has got his double kill. Let's take a look. Huni, Counter-Strike is charging. That's a 4-man stun. Bjergsen's already down. Pull in, rookie and here they come. The wall is out, and LPL will find themselves 4 kills. Team Ice, 150 points.
Exhaust is down. He's going to try to claw his way to freedom, but he's burning. First blood.
At 1 vs 1 tournament, I played versus Malzahar.
Oh, really?
I have 100% win rate.
Oh, no.
So you know he lost.
Oh, no.
Hangs on by a thread, but that is another grab, but that's it.
What is going on today?
Yeah, all right.
Security.
He's trying to cheer him on.
The clear love flashes in for the W. Boosting to the other.
What a play coming in. Another 100 points going to Ice as the LPL takes down the LMS.
But he doesn't want to get in
Here we go.
trouble. Exhausted down. One more shot, and Lift comes up with the win. He wants to finish this up. Can he do it? The stun, the outplay.
Hey, does Volbear do magic damage?
Wait. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me, D.
I'm so nervous.
You go Faker. No way! He hits a cleaver before the flash. Can he finalize the kill? It's going to be LCK picking that one up for fire. Give me 100 points.
I really do like this crowd. People come from even like across the world. I met a fan from the Middle East and China and Japan and all these places.
第一场其实蛮顺风的，就 NA 打1，那想说应该要赢的，对，然后就输了。
We already got 1v5 by Huni.
Counter-Strike is charging. That's a 4-man stun. Bjergsen's already down.
1대1은 좀 판단 실수를 해서 좀 지긴 했는데 그게 좀 충격적이었어요.
He needs to push up to a tower. Murray gets hit and stunned. Ignite. Exhaust is down. He's going to try to claw his way to freedom, but he's burning.
I've always played indoors, so playing outdoors is like, you know, there's raindrops on my head.
My hand started getting wet, which is never happened to me before.
Versus LCK, when we started actually something like 4-1 or something, and we were like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, the flash.
Oh, he has flash
Flash
too.
Q, flash Q.
Got it.
There it is.
He just solo killed the MVP of Worlds.
From that point, it went like really badly for us.
You're out of his own base. He's like, wait, don't end it. Don't end it. 1v1. I got all of you. Just 1v1 me.
Faker sends his regards.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2015 All-Star event. We're coming to you live from the LCS Studios in Los Angeles, California, where earlier we got a glimpse of all the action getting underway here in the studio. The fans are absolutely fired up to get into day 2 of All-Star. The CRS region is warming up. They had a good showing on day 1, doing very good versus the LCK, dropping that game. And there, the LPL, they were absolutely on fire for Team Ice in day 1 of the All-Star event. And there, the NA LCS All-Stars convening before the game, as well as the LMS All-Stars. That's something to make up for after yesterday and that game versus the LPL. And there as well, the EU All-Stars, Kasing and Reckless and Faker, of course, as well, warming up to get ready here for day 2 of All-Stars. Hello everyone, I'm Geefje Supporter, and joining me on the desk for today is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, the European LCS Rookie of the Split Origins, carry Niels, and our very own Martin the Fishio Lunga, who we appreciate very much as well. I gotta go to you first though, Niels. Very happy to have you here. What's it been like attending an event as a supporter and not playing?
I'm more of a coach, but like some sideline coach, moral support kind of guy, so yeah, it's fine.
Were you the mastermind behind the Jax pick yesterday?
Yeah, of course.
Obviously. Well,
smart coach.
Very smart coach. And that yesterday, of course, day 1 of All-Star started with that Jax, with a very promising start for Team Ice, as you say, in that game of EU versus NA. Was it just a Jax? What else do you think that EU did well in that match to come back, Niels?
We did really good at like making the game look like it was like, you know, an even game.
Yeah.
Like,
Classic EU.
Yeah. Making it look like we had a chance, and then when they don't expect it, Huni strikes with the 4-man Jax then.
Counter strikes.
Again, it is all the coach here, man. That's strategy. He planned it out, fall behind. Huni, you flank there, you get the 4-man stun. It's beautiful.
Well, Kobe, what did you make of it? Because NA started off really strong. All your guys you know so well.
I mean, that was literally that one play.
That
where
was it?
Double Lift dies while they have Froggen cornered between 2 turrets, and North America decides to push up mid, and then Huni comes out with a flash 4-man counter strike, and then he gets Rage Blade off of that, and I mean, you know the end of that story.
We do.
The end of that story here, that was 100 points for Team Ice on the board, and then yesterday also the LPL, who came out swinging in their game versus LMS, and the pick 10 as well. They had boot camp before, but it showed.
I mean, yeah, very clear they came prepared, and also this kind of event is just perfect for the LPL, because this is where you can really show off your mechanics. Again, you don't need as much strategy or the great communication. If you have good mechanics, you have carries like Uzi and Rookie and so on. I mean, that's enough to get a lead early on and then snowball from there. And they did it perfectly.
I'm sure you enjoyed that game, Niels. Classic camp bottom lane. They got Rengar 2 kills down there, then Kassadin gets 2 kills down there.
The enemy couldn't 2v2, so
yeah.
It's just
sad. Talking about good mechanics in the 1 versus 1 tournament, we saw the mirror matchup, Anivia versus Anivia, Froggen versus Faker. I thought it was really exciting, actually, if you looked at it a little bit closer. Niels, what did you make of it? Your Danish buddy?
Faker actually got the egg of Froggen twice, I think, in that series, but he never really like had mana enough to kill him after the egg, so it just became this like super long, boring fire. I mean, not
that
boring.
kind of guy?
I mean, not boring, just really intense, you know, until the Froggen got 100 creeps. So.
No, you gotta speak your mind, man.
Nivea as a champion is not going to be the most exciting 1 versus 1 because of the passive, so you don't even have enough mana to get all the way through an egg.
But he got egged twice.
Someone.
There was a lot of trading going back and forth, you know, denying CS by landing a stun and forcing someone to move, so that was pretty fun to watch.
Faker, the most exciting move was that flash to get the health pack, I guess.
Oh, the snowball. Woo! Snowball in, Faker went aggressive, couldn't kill him. Almost.
Very exciting in the 1 versus 1, but with the points, that was 250 points yesterday for Team Ice after winning all 5 versus 5 and the fun mode. Team Fire did get on the board at the end of the day. They got 100 points. That makes it 100 to 250, and there is a chance immediately here for Team Fire to catch up, as it will be the NA LCS versus the CIS All-Stars in our very first game. And then everyone will put on their ADC hats for Marksman Mode, and we'll also go back to the Howling Abyss for the round of 16 of the 1 versus 1. I do want to preview that Marksman game, because we have 16 AD carries available. Teemo is in there as well, though. Niels, what do you make of that mode? How is that going to plan out?
Since you can only build damage items, I think that the ones that have like strong abilities are going to do a lot of damage. Champs like Corki are a bit stronger than the IH champs, I think. So these ones that build Trinity Force, Essence River, like Israel, Corki, are going to do a lot of damage. Even champs that can poke, like Varus, can actually do a lot of damage. So
Kindred?
It's not so good on this patch.
I feel like that ultimate.
Quinn has to be one. I mean, when everyone is so squishy, you can just roam around, and in this mode, I mean, again, you can't really do Baron too well because it's 580 carries and so on. Sieging is very risky because you're so squishy. So like Quinn can just roam around and just kill people.
That would be super exciting. But for now, though, we're going to head ringside where Dash is standing by with NA's fan favorite bot lane duo.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am standing by with Doublelift and Afromoo of Team Fire, and Team Fire has started out in a hole here in the tournament, 250 to 100 points so far. So I want to know, was there any talking between the team last night about the deficit, and are you confident that you can make up that deficit by the end of the tournament? Doublelift?
Well, after we lost, we were rolling, and I think it was fine. We're just like, oh, we gotta play. That sucks. So off to like a bad start, but I'm pretty sure we can pick it up. First, right here should be a win, and then hopefully afterwards we can go far in like the 1v1 tournament and all the other modes.
So nobody's freaking out yet, Afromoo?
Oh no, we went over the replay last night. You know.
All right, there we go.
Got some constructive criticism in, especially for medias. You know.
We've just found out that Niels is we just found out that Niels is coaching for Team Ice. Do you guys have your own pocket coach?
I thought you were our coach.
I'm the coach?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we
okay.
have some work to do then. All right, we're going to have a team meeting as soon as this interview's over. Next up, though, I do want to talk about a few of the game modes that you'll both be taking part in later today. Afromoo, you were once a marksman in ADC, and Doublelift, you were once a good ADC. So I do want to, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you, buddy. I'm messing with you. No, I want to know about, given...
This was a fun event.
Well, that was fun for me and everybody else, but it's got to be at somebody's expense, right? I'm just messing with you. I do want to know, though, how confident you guys are going into that game mode, especially given the fact that a few of the people on the team who aren't currently in the ADC role have experience in that role. Afro?
Well, Marksman Mode is going to be pretty fun. I don't know if we're going to get bans or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure Peter's going to lead the charge in that mode for us on what to pick, right, man?
What is the single most overpowered ADC right now?
Lucian, man.
Lucian?
He's got 2 guns.
All right, he's got 2 guns. There you go. The reason enough for me. I'll concede on that one. Next up, you're both still representing Team Fire in the 1v1 tournament, in which Ice has more individuals still in that tourney. So a lot riding on you guys there to pick up points for the team. Are you confident that one of the 2 of you can come out on top there? Doublelift?
Well, I'm up against Reckless, so probably gonna lose, but Afro, you can handle that.
As team coach, you can't have that little confidence going into the matchup. We're gonna figure this out. You'll play Lucian. He's got 2 guns, which makes him the strongest, and you'll be good, right?
All right, I'm down.
There you go. See? Problem solved. All right, though, all of this, though, is all taking place after your first matchup today, which is against the International Wildcard Region, CIS, who put up a pretty significant fight against LCK in the early portion of the game. We saw solo kills on both Faker and Marin. So what were the plans, or what were the talks going into this matchup, and how are you guys ensuring the fact that you're going to walk away with another 100 points here? I'll throw it to you, Afro.
We have a plan?
I don't know. I thought you were the shot caller.
Shit.
I am the coach of the most disorganized team, apparently. We have so much work to do, guys.
Yeah.
All right, well, it all starts in Champion Select.
Together.
All right, we'll throw something together quickly. I like the confidence. All right, and finally, there has been a bunch of publicity around it. I just want to make sure you guys are still friends, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
There you have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Doublelift and Afromoo. I'm going to let you guys go and get prepped for this matchup. For now, we're going to throw it back to Pulse at the Telestrator to go over the top plays from the IWC.
Thank you, Dash. And as we hone in on our #1 play of the year, it's time to look over the top highlights from the wildcard regions around the world. And first up, in Mortaru shows the Turkish Champion League the might of Shurima.
Geliyor. Rogu Erom'u öldürmüştü. Arkasından Elysion Rogu'yu öldürüyor. Skor geldi ve Semox'la Immortor'dan oyunlar. Bu kulenin altında işte Immortor birazdan içeri girecek ve mükemmel bir ulti. Mükemmel bir ulti.
Next up, Gigabyte Full Lewis's SOFM shows us how to invade with the Queen of the Xerxai.
Một cơ. Và ta quyết định ra trừng phạt cái con người đá này và tấn công vị trí Krellick khi mà phát hiện vị trí của Laya đi rồi. Tốc biến hất tung lên và đó là lần đầu tiên chúng ta thấy trong trận đấu này Sọp anh ta chứng minh khả năng của mình. Anh ta biết Laya ở đây. Bởi vì đằng sau có Scam, anh ta có nhất thống đến vị trí của Violet. Laya đang cố gắng, anh ta bị khiêu khích, anh ta bị tấn công và Sọp có double kill tình huống vừa rồi và có thể ăn tiếp vị trí của Scam và đó là triple kill không chính thức của Sọp. Ăn tiếp vị trí của Varus chẳng bởi vì King of War Scary đang chặn đầu, Thủy Lôi tầm nhìn ở vị trí của Fate. Violet đầu này rồi, thôi xong rồi. Và bây giờ Sọp ăn tiếp và đó là quadra kill không chính thức.
And to round out the nominees, INTZ's Yang sets them up as Tristana knocks them down.
Vão tentar ir pra cima. O Barão é deixado de lado pela equipe da Cade, sentença mais caixa. O Yang vai força! Segurou o time todo! O Nickel garante a eliminação. Double kill pra ele, que agora o Yang na sequência. O Dial utiliza pra longe. Triple kill da Tristana. Agora, amigo, o Yang brilhou como nunca!
That one was my personal favorite, but to vote on your favorite play from the wildcard regions around the world, tweet at LOLesports with the corresponding hashtag, and we'll tally up the votes later today. Now over to you guys for a look at the first regional clash.
Thank you so much, Pulse. That Nara actually was also my favorite. That looked very, very mighty impressive. But we are going to get into our first regional clash, and this will be played as a best of one on Summoner's Rift and is worth 100 tournament points. So very important for Fire, a little bit more than Ice, but both, of course. And we're going to look at the first team on the blue side, the Commonwealth of Independent States. They are playing for Team Ice on the blue side of the Rift, and their lineup did really well yesterday with Smurf, Damashke, Kira, Lex, and Dimonko. And when we look at that matchup, immediately I think of Smurf and Kira from yesterday. Smurf solo killing Marin. Lex, even himself in that video, was like, what? What? How is this even possible?
Yeah, the best part is their reactions, because Marin and Faker are like the two biggest stars that we have right now. They're world champions of the most recent world championship, and they get solo killed by these international wildcards, and they can't even believe it themselves.
I mean, CIS came in here, and they were, of course, the underdog. I didn't expect too much from them, but honestly, the fact they've done well in the 1v1 tournament, and now the start they had yesterday, if they can do the same versus NA, I mean, it might be a different story than yesterday, where suddenly they fall behind, and obviously LCK kind of stomped them in the end.
Yeah.
NA might not be able to do the same.
Niels, what have you thought of this wildcard team coming in? They look pretty coordinated.
I mean, yesterday's match was kind of like, you know, a bit of chaos, because Faker dying to random Lulu EQ when he's recalling, you know. So maybe he wasn't paying that much attention. Not saying he wasn't try-hiding, because that's not a nice word to say. But it was just some mistakes that you could maybe have thought about twice before you die. So
he's talking like a coach now.
Yeah, he's
like
right in the
2 days.
mindset.
Suddenly he's like, oh, I'm planning everything.
Yeah. Some mistakes could be cleaned up there.
Yeah.
But in that team, I mean, Kira actually, over at Wildcard, he won the 1v1 tournament, and then he didn't do that well versus Naru in the final versus a Turkish team, and that is an understatement. And he seemed to have picked it up. And that CIS region, the Chinese team, they said they had practiced for 5 days, but these guys have played a tournament for 5 days just 1 week ago. So we saw them growing rather throughout those days.
I mean, we did, and obviously, again, for them coming into this tournament, it's about learning as much as possible and kind of showing what you can. I still think they have to earn the points through the 1v1 tournament. Kira did make some mistakes yesterday, but he's very good at playing the map. He knows when to get the relics and so on. That's what they should aim for.
You don't think they can take it versus NA?
I think NA is going to be the favorites for this one.
Okay.
But obviously, if there's a crazy start, a lot of kills, they can quickly snowball one way, and then maybe they can take it, but NA should be favorites.
I know Dyrus is crowdsourcing what champion to play right now. He tweeted out, he was asking for
He said he would
advice.
think about it.
Yeah, he'll take it into consideration.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of that lineup for Team Fire on the red side. The North American All-Stars, as you said, Dyrus, also Medios, Björksen, Double Lift, and Afromu. And kind of similar to CIS versus LCK, a strong start, especially on the carries, Double Lift and Björksen, carrying in the beginning, racking up those kills, but then the Singe pick didn't really pan out.
Double Lift had a couple of face plants into enemy carries where he got 100%.
He had 2 guns.
Yeah, he had 2 guns. No defensive stats to get that close to Anivia. Yeah, and he definitely paid the price a couple times. Björksen also missed a few Syndra stuns. Maybe he's a little rusty on the champion.
Yeah. But we did see the support item, the Frost Queen's claim on the Syndra.
It's a good item.
Yeah, nice 4 seconds slow forever. So yeah, this item is really good on mages that can like catch you with some sort of CC spell, like a Morgana or Syndra even. So I'm wondering if you see a lot of these like niche items, like this support item. And
Rage Blade.
Yeah, very niche.
Yeah, very niche.
It actually is.
Well, we'll see what the players decide to build.
Yeah.
They are ready, so we can talk a little bit more about that later. We're going to head inside, and our casters are standing by to kick off the action.
Thank you very much, guys. We are ready here. I'm Quickshot, joined by Zyrene and Crepper. And yesterday was a whole lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams on stage once again. And seeing Team Fire and Team Ice do battle.
Yeah, I just think it's fantastic that even at an all-star event, we invite these wildcard teams and then we put them up against a great team like the Commonwealth of Independent States.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wildcard teams actually beat Europe. So I don't know if we qualify.
Okay, in all seriousness, initially coming to the event, I thought this matchup wouldn't be as close, but given that the early game yesterday against LCK, given that there were some questionable moves, yes, was somewhat close, I'm actually interested to see how this plays out, and especially if ICE is just going to go for an early game team comp, because that is where Fire was strong yesterday with this lineup of the NA players. They did do well in the early game, so I hope that ICE is just going to go ham.
Yeah.
On roaming.
And when you look at the early game, both teams actually did well in the early game, but it was IWC, they did it off of individual solo kills in lane, and NA LCS did it off of roaming around and just ganking middle and having this team play where it was just super chaotic.
Yeah, very, very big stylistic mismatch. What I really liked about the Fire lineup yesterday was the combination of Bard and Zac, because it opens up so many gank opportunities and gank pathing that you can't usually get to. Wards usually spot you roaming, but they went over walls with the lead from the Zac. They used the portal too to get to creative gank situations, and ICE just wasn't ready for that.
Well, let's take a look at what the last ban will be from the North American LCS. Vayne, Quinn, Rise. IWC have taken off the table. Both Lex and Doublelift are very heavy Vayne players. And with Lulu away from Kira, that's something that the IWC squad has actually defaulted to many times, including IWCA from Melbourne.
Yeah. Gangplank has received some changes over time, but with the new Essence Reaver, I wonder if that's going to be picked up. Could be a really good build, because back in the day, it was almost efficient to stack 2 eye edges on a Gangplank, so Essence Reaver eye edge might actually be a good build.
Spawn had such a big rant about that at IWCA because the GPs did not build it.
Yep.
They did not go for that Reaver into Triforce or Reaver into eye edge for the CDR build, and I want to see whether or not Kira or Smurf have learned.
Yeah, because with Trinity Force with the 10% CDR on it now, you actually hit 40% CDR on Gangplank without having to use any runes or masteries to do so. So that's an extraordinarily good build for him here. I am interested, though, to see what he starts with, because we have seen some Gangplanks go for Cull because they're going for that later game, just trying to get to those item spikes. It leaves you very weak in the laning phase, though. I want to see if Smurf goes for that.
And of course, for the North American LCS yesterday, they had some fun with that Syndra, with that Singed. Didn't really work out, but a little bit more tryhard. Meteos on that Kindred, it was actually banned away yesterday, and of course Dyrus with the giant rock up top. Malphite's doing incredibly well in this meta.
Yeah, go ahead.
I definitely think everybody's going to start taking these regional matchups more seriously, NA included, because yesterday it looked like they were doing some fan service with favorite champions, but this looks like immediately power picks right out of the gate for them.
And I just like the combination. You go for a very heavy tank top, especially one-dimensional armor champions, just like the Malphite, like the Rams, like you touched on yesterday, are just fit so well because we don't see that much armor stacking really going on. Lost Whispers being pushed back. We talked about that a little bit on the analyst test yesterday. And because you invest in such a really big tank, you can actually open up more damage in the jungle role with the Kindred. And then stylistically too, Malphite goes in, you protect your backline with the Kindred ulti. So many combinations already with just 2 picks.
Yeah, and I like the fact you're bringing up there. You have the tank in the top lane, and you have your primary hard engage there as well, so that frees up jungle picks so you can have that AD carry. I remember being very concerned when people were like, Kindred's a jungler. It's like, where's your engage going to come from? And Malphite back in the meta definitely helps that out.
So let's see what NA do to round out their team comp. For IWC and the CIS squad, this is a departure from their standard. I was talking to Stress about the CIS team and their style from IWCA, and they tended to focus a lot of the resources around buffing Lex and trying to get him to carry. This time around, it's going to be reliant on the other members of the team to set up picks.
Yeah, if NA plays a similar style as yesterday, that may be troublesome in the early game, because if your cornerstone of your composition is the AD carry, but nobody actually deals with him, they roam and kill everybody else on the map, then it kind of that support system just falls down, and eventually you'll just kill the AD carry anyway. So I want to see more skirmishes. I like that they picked Thresh Elise, combination with a lot of options in terms of roaming and ganking, and they will need to bring the fire because yeah, NA just roamed so well yesterday, so you need to find a way to shut that down.
I do find it very interesting. You like the picks of these pick champions of Elise and Thresh. I actually think a Gragas here, as a counter pick to the Kindred, would be absolutely incredible. But they end up going for, we're going to play our style, we're going to focus on picks. They're trying to dictate the pace of the game here on IWC's side, as opposed to counter picking. It looks like they're just going to try to play their own game.
Interesting lane, though.
Gentlemen, I smell a rat. We've not seen Nami in a very, very long time.
So the reason we haven't seen Nami in absolute ages is because she's absolutely garbage at roaming. I mean, you can walk into a lane, heal your somebody, but like the bubble is probably one of the most slowly paced skill shots in the world. So she's just not very efficient when roaming. And in lane, she kind of got all in. So if you gank Inami, she's guaranteed dead almost. So it'll be interesting to see how Double Whips and Afro are going to play around with this.
Yeah, Frost Queen's claim does help you land those bubbles, though.
Oh, definitely.
And that's a big reason that we're seeing her a little bit more. We're seeing more Sona. We're seeing brand support. These mage supports are just so strong because that item is so strong.
Yeah. Really hard to play Nami into Kalista, though. But if you predict the hop and you land the bubble, yeah, you can get her in really awkward positions.
I do like the small pivot for that Kalista on AD carry. At least there is some form of engage. A little stronger than a single skill shot. Kira is going to be playing the Anivia. Bird is the word took off in the IWC playoff bracket. But again, slow scaling. It's a bit of a mixed match here for the CIS team.
Problem with Anivia is that she's really good at kiting, but you don't want to kite at Twitch because the range exceeds the kiting potential. You have hard engage against Anivia, which is malfighting into Anivia unless she has her flash ready is actually really good. So I don't think thematically the pick really works out, even with the composition that Ice is running. Maybe you're just sticking to the team, Ice, get a Frostbird.
It does end up having a lot of scaling across this composition, minus the Elise and the Kalista.
Yep.
Their solo lanes have a lot of room to grow, but it also has amazing zone control. This entire composition, you can set up zones, you have a lot of knock-up in CC to actually have a team fight. This is a counter-engage composition, though. You most likely will not be going into them unless you get a good hook or a pick.
Yeah, the way to play it is literally just wall off the backline as Malphite goes in. But even then, I think Twitch can usually outrange that. Bjergsen on Fizz can get over that, throw his Orca over at least to buy himself some time. Tidal Wave, again, against slow-moving champions like Anivia, Tidal Wave is really solid from Nami. So, yeah, options on both team sides. Just need to see how they play the early game.
There's like room to outplay if you're a Fire or North American supporter.
Very little wave clear though on the side of Fire. If they do get behind, Fizz doesn't play very well from behind. Kindred has a tiny bit, Twitch with ulti, but like if you're getting siege upon by the Anivia, like Anivia Q, Thresh, Hook, Elise Cocoon, zoning ultimate, zoning barrels, definitely siege advantage in terms of Ice.
Yeah, this seems like NA Fire. They want to play basically how they played yesterday. Roam around the map, just have these skirmishes, free up Bjergsen on Fizz, and just go everywhere. But Ice is doing exactly the opposite. They drafted for late game. They lost in the late game yesterday. Now they're trying to shore up that weakness and see that they have some power there.
Well, yesterday we did see the IWC squad pick up some solo kills. And take a look at the team comps on your screen. Who do you think is going to pick up those 100 points? Hashtag Ice win or hashtag Fire win. Kobe and Deficio, I hope you're listening. That is how you deliver a hashtag line.
I mean, it's easy if it's on the screen.
You
can read,
so.
Trevor. Congratulations.
I can read, but Deficio unfortunately cannot. We will have to teach him to read English, not Danish. But that is a task for another day. We're loading up onto the Rift. It is Ice taking on Fire, CIS taking on NA.
Oh man, the Kindred mark coming off on Kira immediately, right into the death note there for him. Meteos. I want to see how he plays this Kindred out, because Kindred has so much early pressure. You hit level 2, you can jump around a ton. You hit level 3, you can pretty much gank and skirmish anybody in the game extraordinarily well, including Elise. You have a lot of ways to dodge the Cocoon and a lot of ways to outplay her and deal with spiraling simultaneously.
Interesting mid lane matchup here, as we see a bit of a face check. Afram was hiding. He doesn't want to skill bubble early, so he's just going to double stun from. Yep. It's the mark. Great Anivia player. Let's go through. Double proc. But the difference here is that Bjergsen is running a corruption potion. So he wants very well timed harass. And it can work. In this matchup, it's most beneficial for the Anivia to hold the Q. Because if you launch it, Fizz can always counter-engage by getting up on the pole and then slide down, just harass you. So you really want to kind of wait for that to happen and then re-engage with the Q, put him in a stun, wall him off technically, use your minions to your advantage.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Smurf, running that Grasp of the Undying Gangplank up in the top lane. Play for the sustain, keep himself healthy and farming away. Meteos will try to get into that lane to counter-gank or deal with Tamashka. And at least there's going to be a lot of options available to him because there's hard CC and tons of damage in every lane.
And the way this early game seems to be playing out is that Doublelift and Afro will being team players, leeching for Meteos, while Lex and Dimonko, they're saying, well, we just want XP for lane, so they're doing the Krugs. They will have an XP advantage. Mind you, it's not as large as it used to be. Because of the way the jungle has changed, that you now get bonus experience from the jungle items, so the base experience on these camps has been lowered.
Yeah, they're still going to pick up a lot of experience, though. They didn't miss a single creep here. If they can catch that EXP, they'll actually get a level advantage if they walk up and just get it here.
Good trading from Doublelift, though. The hook needs to come out.
So damage. The Blade comes down. Summoner heals are used. That's a flash away from Doublelift. First blood secured by Aframu. Doublelift will follow. Supportal combat. Yado is going to be so happy. Demonko is going to flay Afro away.
Demonko
looking for more. The death sentence does not find the fishy business, and the emblem flies up for fire.
God, just Demonko he didn't prop the W passive from the Kalista early enough, and then later on he just didn't realize that Afro was standing in 6 creeps. Here's exactly what we were talking about. If you use an offensive Q, Bjergsen will jump over, but gotta go back to that trade. Demonko, he could have obliterated Afro because he was stuck in minions. When 6 range creeps are helping you, just whack away on the enemy support, just try it out, duke it out.
Not this time.
Yeah, Lexnov doesn't even use his flash in there as well. This seemed like a trade that you could have gotten away with rather easily. They both dedicated to it, and they got the counter kills, but still.
Well, Meteor's lingering. Double buffs up. Bjergsen got that ignite, but they need to get to Kira and his egg. Damashq is relatively nearby. Let's see for the engage. Bjergsen is going to hop and skip over the stun. Flash for flash as Meteos comes in. Kira's been egg. Flash over from Damashq. He connects with a cocoon, but it will not matter. A turret shot takes down Meteos. Double kill for Team Fire. And Bjergsen and Meteos walk out alive.
You have to know the damage output of the Kindred early game. It is so high. The Qs, the auto attacks, they're woven in, and you can't really see them all hit at the same time. It is a gigantic burst.
I mean, Bjergsen played that pretty well. He was acting stupid. Like, he kept eating auto attacks over and over and over until Kira was like, I can kill this guy, I can kill Bjergsen, I kill Faker, I can kill Bjergsen too, but no. Again, you know, use Q first. Bjergsen, title Trixie just jumps over. Then Meteos comes in. Pretty simple gank overall. And yeah, if it was 1v1, maybe Kira. But right now we're playing 2v1.
And this is scary for IWC. They picked up some kills in lane yesterday by surprising maybe the LCK squad. North America not falling prey. They've already got themselves 1,000 gold advantage and sitting pretty. But Doublelift CS is hurting in this bottom lane.
Exactly. They've been able to zone him off of this, and as Twitch, it's actually a very big problem because you need to be able to keep ahead of the curve as Twitch because the whole point of it is to have those mid-game spikes.
Now the problem is actually that way back to level 1. Hang on, we see an exchange here. Again, Bjergsen hasn't E'd yet, so he's waiting with that E every time to cancel out the Anivia Q. The problem in the bot lane is, yes, they traded kills evenly and Doublelift got first spot, but the wave was pushing towards IWC from that level 1, and the experience advantage was still on the IWC lineup. Bjergsen now in with some zone, has a double buffs available, so he's playing stronger. But in that bot lane, Doublelift had to concede a lot of CS because the lane was technically frozen there by Demonko by the time Lex got back, so still a pretty tough bot lane for the NA squad.
Doing a little bit to pull themselves back up. Aframu's heals, as well as that wind speakers, will at least help out somewhat. But Meteos is in a good position. Think about a dive. Bjergsen's getting close to Chum the Waters. There's a big level disparity between him and Kira as well, thanks to that kill much earlier on.
And if you have egg, you can actually play a little different against Fizz with Chum the Waters, but if you're sitting on no egg, then your entire playstyle changes because Bjergsen can die under the tower if he tries to take down Anivia plus egg, but Bjergsen can just immediately swoop in and get out alive. So Kira under a lot of pressure, even though Meteos is spotted.
This is actually pretty interesting for Meteos. He went straight for the Caulfield's Warhammer instead of getting more EXP from having the jungle items, and that just says immediately he's looking to kill people in the jungle. He's looking to roam around. He's already marked Elise, so Damashq's like, oh, he's looking for me. So this is just clearly indicative of what Meteos wants to do. He's telegraphing what he's trying to accomplish here. So you can actually just skirt around that by continuing to farm opposite side of the jungle and not have to deal with him at all.
And that's exactly what Aframu said in the pre-game interview, that it was dealing with Meteos and giving him some pointers that was going to help them out today. So some props to Meteos, 101. We've not really talked too much about those top laners. Dyrus in a bit of a farm matchup against this Gangplank. Got himself a small CS lead and teleport advantage as well. We'll see if Dyrus opts to use that or run back to lane, because that's going to be a win of opportunity with that Unstoppable Force.
You want to hold that so you have the Unstoppable Force TP combo.
Yep, he's playing against a guy that solo killed Marin, but the thing is, Dyrus actually, now that he has retired, is leveling new accounts, so he has dealt with a lot of Smurfs overall. This one is no different.
Oh my god.
Get out.
This is Boo, yes. Feed me that Boo.
Oh my god. You've been around freak too.
Oh, bottom.
There's the TP.
There's the teleport. Chum the Waters finds Demonko. Dyrus throws the Unstoppable Force down, and Demonko follows shortly. Now Lex is caught between a Krug, a Meteos, and Lamb. Lamb's Respite is not available yet for Meteos. Cocoon finds Doublelift. the rest of the North American squad will happily take the tower. And look at all that CS to be denied as well.
Yeah, but look at the opportunity cost. So this is a 5-man bot lane party. This is Forgiven's worst nightmare overall. But they only get 1 kill. Lex did a beautiful flash there and forced little damage on Meteos. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Smurf playing a champion that is incredibly weak in the early game, gets some leeway right here. This tower doesn't really go down very quickly. The opportunity cost of this play may be too high.
It's quite interesting how Bjergsen got there without Kira doing anything about it. Because what happened was he shoved the middle wave up, Kira had to deal with it, and then there's a pink ward in that side right river bush, and then there's a pink ward behind their red. So he went all the way down there not being spotted.
And this is the way you play the matchup. Hang on, Dimonko gets caught.
Let's find out. Bubble throws him up in the air. There's a little bit of support from Dimashki. The Lantern's available. Tidal Wave will not find a target, and Dimonko needs to flash away, but he stays alive.
You were talking about the Anivia Fizz matchup.
Yeah,
keep getting to this point.
Yeah, every time I start talking about that matchup, some action happens. You guys be boring, please. Nah, he uses the ultimate, doesn't throw the E. He basically fakes out Bjergsen. That Bjergsen tries to dodge the potential E that's coming in with Playful Trickster. Then you instantly Q when he lands, because you can telegraph that. Bjergsen, once the landing animation starts, he can't change direction unless he flashes. Double damage from a stun into an E, and then Bjergsen last time heavily.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup pre-6 when she doesn't have the ultimate on Anivia's side, because it's then whoever uses an ability first, whether you use Q or Fizz uses E. But then after 6, you can keep baiting that out and keep faking him out with the E. I think that's actually a great shift in this matchup here, because then the execution goes on to Fizz, and that's where the burden ends up going. Especially since he doesn't have the same type of scaling that Kira does on that Anivia.
Well, luckily for Bjergsen, he's keeping even in CS, got himself a kill, some assists, so, you know, the risk of being falling behind in lane, not really a problem. But Kira is invested for this late game. Already picked up that tier, starting to stack that.
Yeah, instead of Catalyst, that's a risky approach. If the jungler shows up at any time, you're probably going to die and lose your egg. Many Anivias seem to be starting Catalyst.
Yeah, Rod got buffed as well, just flat 20 AP when you first buy it. So
I mean, you still want both, but a lot of people prefer to go Catalyst, tier, finish Rod, and then move on to building it. Just because of the amount of times if you get it early, you level up so often. That block pays so many dividends overall. But if all you're doing is wave clearing, tier is the more efficient to build. But it's a very greedy approach.
See if Meteos goes for the punish there. It just looks like Meteos is trying to control the jungle at this point. Went over to the other blue. Now he's going to hand this one off to Bjergsen and see if he can get a leg up in that matchup.
But the few times Meteos has shown, it has resulted in some kills and some presence. So, you know, good early game impact on this Kindred. But now all of a sudden there's a window of opportunity for the CIS region. Teleport is available for Smurf. He's been sitting on quite a lot of gold, in fact. Just spent it on that Phage and the Greaves. And Smurf is going to TP up. So any possibility is going to be reliant on that cannon barrage. Nothing else. Well, let's see what CIS can do. Still 1,000 gold down. Tempo is slowed down, but all of the ultimates are available for North America. Some Playful Tricksters to dodge the damage and walks out of the set.
Yeah, so top lane right now is a no gank zone. Mid is playing very far back, especially doesn't want to go aggro because of the counter engage potential with that tier build. So all the action is going to be on bottom. That's why we saw the Elise pink ward and now sneaking in. But Double Lift and Afrin were playing with enough respect. So right now, that's why NA is doing the counter play. They're roaming 3-man top. Just a normal gank's not enough. But the conversion here leaves the top part of the map completely exposed.
Smurf is going to use the cannon barrage to try and clear out the wave. Chum the Waters will hold him in place. Dyrus flashes to stay alive. Bubble throws up Lex into the air. Dimonko gets pulled in by the Fate's Call, and he lobs back forward onto Double Lift. Rat-a-tat-tat, the rat will go splat. Dimashke finds the cocoon. Double Lift is being tagged up. A Ren will secure a kill. IWC in a 3v2. They find themselves at least one. Afro goes back in. He gets one back onto the spider. Now Lex will not have enough auto attack to kill Afro. Afro gets out alive. Dyrus is running them down. He needs a seismic shard. It's not enough to kill Lex. Lex will use the Pierce to get out, and he manages to stay alive.
If he can keep him around here, though, Bjergsen is running down here. He could be able to dive him, because tier 2 turrets don't give you a shield anymore either.
Let's find out. Bjergsen does not have Chum. He does have Flash, and he may not commit for this one. Does back out, and Lex and Dimonko. Whew, that was close.
It hurts, though.
Oh, yeah.
That was a really poorly executed fight. The critical support in me is dying. There were so many misplays. Double Lift and Afro played it well, though, overall. They kind of got baited in by the amount of misplays on the IWC side. Like, these guys, what are they doing? We can take them. Then Elise showed up. Really good aggressive flash from Afro, though. He still survived because if you don't execute with the rend, obviously, you can't put any more new stacks until the ability comes off cooldown, and that's what happened there. He wasn't getting any rend stacks on him. Also duped the Q from the Kalista, so good play by Aftermove. Room for improvement on Lex and Dimanko's side.
Solid 6.5 out of 10.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Fair enough.
So take a look at Smurf. He's now earned himself a CS advantage thanks to Tyrus leaving lane. I think it's going to be enough for Smurf to finish off that Triforce. We'll see if he decides to go for the Essence Reaver. Something that we would really like to see. Really synergizes with the whole GP kit.
It just sounds so strong. Like, what do you get? You get AD, you get CDR. The more crit you get, the more CDR you get overall. So it sounds like a great item for him, but might still want to go IE second and then buff it all up with the Reaver third. Maybe you need some more defense. I don't really play Gangplank that often. I'm not that guy.
He's tough. He's tough. Every time I play him, it's like, hold my beer! Barrels everywhere! And I totally suck at it. But because they got that bot lane turret, it freed up Afromoon, it frees up Doublelift to make all these plays around the map. And because it's a Twitch, this puts a lot of pressure on a lot of members of the team.
Exactly. Yesterday's NA strength was the roaming, and Doublelift is actually going to do that. He is 0, 2, and 3, has the BF and the Zeal right now, getting behind Kira. Kira's all spells on cooldown. This opens up for Doublelift.
Tidal Wave will not knock him out, but Expunge will hit a lot. Knocked away from Kira.
Correct!
That is your 1v1 champion from IWCA, picking up the kill on Doublelift.
That's actually such an interesting mechanic because normally you can't flash auto attacks. Once the projectile launches and is locked onto you, it will follow you after flash. But the way Twitch gets changed, we see Smurf duke it out with Meteos here.
Oh, Smurf popped that barrel a little too early. Meteos, dance of arrows, he goes forward. There's a 2-level deficit. Lamb's Respite will keep him alive. He's going to get the heal and shoot Q out. Ooh! Meteos with the swagger.
That's knowing the limitations of Kindred. You can tell that Meteos has cheesed a couple people with this champion.
Gotta wait, gotta be patient.
Now 3-0-1. And his job. Doublelift, he's back for round 2.
If at first you don't succeed.
Try again. Opts against it this time round.
They did end up losing their bot lane turret, though. We have to take another look at that.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
All spells go down, which means it opens up for an opportunity. Afro misses the tidal wave, and here right here. This flash, this projectile usually... Okay, the next one. I lied. Yeah, the observers told me. Because Twitch's ultimate doesn't make it to it's a targeted projectile, it just goes in a line, kind of, because it wants to hit multiple people. That's when you can actually start flashing it. I never even realized in that extent that you could really use it for an outplay potential, because he did need the time to get that RE combination off. He didn't do it early enough. If the projectile trailed, he would have just gotten egged and Doublelift would have survived and likely killed Kira. So, really smart play.
Yeah, I thought he was going to survive and kill him while he's in the egg, but that flying E there and just that one tick of the R, the chill, barely being on it long enough for that.
If only it was, hang on.
That's a lot of damage.
Back in the day, whenever you typed in chat when you were in egg form, it was Eggnivia. So, it actually would have been Eggnivia has slain Doublelift.
Well, would have been that way. Trinity Force completed there for Smurf. IWC, they've slowed the tempo down somewhat, but they're still hemorrhaging gold, they're still hemorrhaging control, because the NA squad is almost completely unlocked and roaming. Look at some of your first items. Doublelift, in fact, picking up the Hurricane first. Spam out that poison, it multi-contaminates down. Cannon Barrage helping out, or rather hindering, the NA squad, so that will at least stop the Rift Herald for now.
Yeah, Doublelift is basically building as if he was picked Kalista here.
Yep.
He's pretty much going to try to do the same thing with Contaminate, get the Contaminate stacks on people and then try to pop them. But it doesn't reset and it doesn't do the same type of mechanic. I actually not a huge fan of that buy on Twitch because Twitch just has such a huge mid-game power spike. If you get the Yumbos, it's in such a good spot.
Yeah. Still trying to figure out the late game. If he pops the ulti and then he has the AoE bolts, how that exactly works together. Now that Twitch can crit as well. That's the difference with Runans. Now the bolts can't crit, so late game Twitch can actually get really disgusting.
It's funny because the bolts can crit, but we cut the damage in half of the bolts. So if they crit, they go back to normal damage values.
Still worth.
Yeah.
It does give them a little bit of wave clear if he walks into the wave, at least. So
we'll see if NA ever forced to be in that position. Monko put a box down. Afromoose flashes out, so assume a death sentence connected. Kira's now in trouble, will not have his egg available to him. Meteos and Bjergsen find a very easy kill, and this will lead to a lot of damage on that tower.
Really good side lane pressure, forcing people to put too much defense on the side lanes, leaving Kira completely exposed in the mid lane. Dyrus had 3 lane on the bottom, even forced Smurf to teleport, so IWC needs to be a little more proactive. They can't commit to 3 members in the top side of the map if they don't get any value out of it.
There's no way to defend this tower with either Smurf or Kira not in place. And Smurf teleports it down to defend the bottom inner turret. So Dyrus is now going to have teleport advantage, a large gold advantage, map control. It's just a matter of where North America decides to push, because they got all the tools to take any objective.
Yeah, more importantly, if Dyrus connects with Kira, that is like the only magic damage on the side of IWC. Yes, at least does a little bit, but it's not enough to take a tanky Malphite down. That means Malphite can just soak up the double 80 damage from the Gangplank and from Lexus Kalista there in the backline. So it is really paramount that Kira manages to flash that ulti. Might even be worth getting distortion boots, but the way Anivia builds right now is there's actually not an early boots upgrade. Very easy Malphite ultis, if not for flash.
Well, Dyrus with flash available is going to make it even easier. And you know, I got to call him out because he was looking for suggestions on Twitter on which champion to play. I submitted Kha'Zix. He disregarded that.
Rightfully so.
And when, you know, North America trying to help out Team Fire, looking to pick up another 100 points. They trail 150 to Team Ice. So, quite a lot on the line here.
That tweet you're actually talking about, he didn't say what champion. He said, what should I play today? My favorite response was League of Legends.
Oh, pedantic. So pedantic. But technically correct is the best kind of correct after all. Doublelift going to be clearing out these waves. And as you mentioned, NA on a strong lead. Had pretty good vision yesterday. It's just a matter of picking a target and going for it.
NA is playing the macro game better though. This continues pushing on the side lanes, really uncontested. IWC is only challenging once in their jungle, but that puts you so far behind in map control and tempo. They have the one saving grace, which is the Scuttle Crab. See Rift Talent, there's no Baron. Easily take that in vision.
Who's going to pick this up? Cannon Barrage again being thrown down, and well, CIS team is nearby, so that should, at the very least, mean it's not going to be secured until the Herald swaps out for Baron.
Yeah. But Dyrus back to the bottom lane, no teleport, no global ultimate, so he's going to put some pressure, and then we can see again how NA is going to use that pressure on other sides of the map. Right now you'll see very passive posturing, top left, or in the mid lane right here. Trying to get some vision in, it can get punished because it is 5v4 on the map on that side, so Meteos has to chill a little bit.
A lot of damage when Smurf is able to connect with those barrels. Comes up the BF sword and those 2 long swords, so continuing to stack up. I think if given enough time, CIS may be able to thwart the wave pressure, but the problem is, again, teleport advantage for Dyrus. He's just going to keep split pushing.
Yeah.
Bjergsen is coming to help. I think this tower may even fall in this next wave. Let's see if they decide to commit for it.
Now it's just counting dots.
Okay, this would give them an engaged top, though.
Double lift is caught. Tamanko pulls him back. Lands respite. Will keep double lift alive. Even going to be enough time for him to heal. Kira's down in the bottom lane, and Smurf is finally moving top, but it's just smoke and mirrors.
Back and forth, back and forth. The difference here is that NA is playing proactive and IWC is playing reactive. The second NA team realizes that there's more people that they can deal with in the bottom lane, they go back off, they play passive, and they go aggressive on the other side of the map right here. That's the complete opposite from IWC. They see players, they're like, oh, let's fight him, and they end up in numbers disadvantage continuously.
And they need to do this, though, because when you're up against an Anivia, she's just going to wave clear instantaneously, and the lack of wave clear on this NA squad means you have to make plays just like this. They see them, though.
Tiny bit. Cannon Barrage will only be up in a few seconds here. Baron is taking a very, very long time. 4,500 hit points. North America have once again been thwarted from the giant purple beast. This time around, it's Baron that's interrupted, not Herald.
Yeah, this leaves a big window here because IWC is grouped where their strength is strong. Remember, in Champs, like we were talking about how good they were at sieging right now. Baron isn't taken. That's the opportunity cost of a failed Baron attempt. Mid lane is open. There's no side lane pressure anymore. Everybody has to base rather, and suddenly all the map pressure that NA was building up suddenly is lost.
IWC going to need a few more of those mistakes from NA if they want to claw back this deficit they find themselves in. Still 4,000 gold. But they're growing in power. That rod is almost fully stacked for Kira. BF sword and the recurve bow for Lex. He's getting closer towards what I assume is going to be that Hurricane next.
I am not a big fan of what Bjergsen has been doing with his trinket. It's not a red trinket yet, and he keeps sitting in these brushes trying to get picks on people, and he has no way to sweep it. So this just keeps stunting him from actually picking people off. and he's trying to flank them and do these things, you need to get that trinket. You need to swap that out.
Yeah, or just get more pink wards. Pink ward's so valuable in this match. 75 gold for a ward that probably nobody will find anyways because they're too lazy to look in the brush where they're walking through. And it removes vision. It's cheap. Everybody buy a pink ward, maybe 2. You will win games.
Trust the support to deliver that message. Brought to you by All-Star.
Brought to you by Supports Incorporated. We value your vision.
I do want to talk a little bit about jungling here, because Meteos has had actually a really good tournament so far. In the previous game, his Zac was really, really good.
Yep.
And in this game, his Kindred...
How did that end up for you?
We don't talk about it. It's too soon. Too soon. Give us...
It was all fine ever since until the accident happened.
Yep. Which we can blame on Doublelift, right? It's not
Yes.
Zac's fault, so...
Well, they didn't have a leader. They have no coach. Dash is slacking. But Meteos, his stacks, he's only got 3 right now. He hasn't been able to actually go into these jungle camps and actually pick them up and get all of these stacks. So Meteos has been trying to kill people and get pressure, but that's started to slow down. But once you get to this point as Kindred, where you've pushed in those outer turrets, you should be getting these stacks so that you can do a quick Baron. And he only has 3 still.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a few more. Because CIS are starting to group up. Everybody has every spell available, with the exception of 1 summoner on the side of NA. But look at the grouping. Dyrus up top with teleport. The rest of NA immediately see an opportunity. Peel for the middle lane. Unstoppable force onto Lex. Chum the Waters finds him as well. And that bunny rabbit is happy. Double bubble will lock up Dimashkir and Dimonko. And Meteos will throw some autos onto that inner turret. Bjergsen goes golden after dashing through a minion. It's going to flash as well. Better safe than sorry. There's no unstoppable force available, but there is a tidal wave, a double barrel chain. Dimonko's going in, but there's no support. The tower falls as Lamb's Respite keeps everybody alive. Dimonko flashes out. I don't think the poison will kill him, but North America have got themselves some kills, have got themselves a tower, and will peel away safely.
Meteos want that stack. There he goes. 4 stacks for Meteos.
Only they brought a pink ward, man. Would have killed Doublelift. Just saying. But that was actually really good engage from Dyrus, because generally Dyrus Malphite ultis are really easily flashed, especially on 8 ping, but if you don't expect that he's actually going to go for the play, it really didn't look like there was any opportunity to actually get that into a kill, but good synergy there from Dyrus and Bjergsen, just saying go, immediately evaporating opposition there.
Lift using the stealth to his advantage, playing a living ward and decides against it. So Dragon number 1 will at least be a small solace, and for IWCA, they've got themselves an Essence Reaver on Smurf. I actually talked about this yesterday, how in Melbourne, the teams went for 5 of those blue trinkets. They've done it again, Cyrene.
This vision is actually quite strange because it's permanent. You can put as many of them out as possible. They just stay forever. The only problem is your only wards are your Sightstone, and then you have the warding smite, but you have no way to remove the enemy wards from their Sightstone.
It's a good approach if you're behind. Hang on.
Oh, Smurf is going to get knocked up. Bjergsen, wow, that's just so much damage, and Smurf maybe way in enemy territory. I mean, you got no vision.
Doesn't matter if like you have the wards, you still gotta watch your minimap.
Yeah.
He saw them coming. But yeah, overall, those 5 blue trinkets, it works if you're playing against a very heavy pick composition that tries to wait in bushes. You just have the safety check. You don't really want to get close enough to ward that, because generally right now, warding range gets you killed. And if all you want to do is deny Baron baits, it's impossible to bait Baron against this. You can rush it, but you can't simply just bait it, because all the phase checks will get denied. So in that sense, it does make sense, but I would like to see an improved or upgraded Sightstone at least.
Oh, Doublelift
has found Doublelift, but it will not be able to kill him. The heal of the QSS came out. Kira's been egged. He will get dropped shortly. Dimonko uses the Fate's Call, knocks up a few members of North America, but for little effect.
Bjergsen.
The auto attacks come down, and Doublelift finds one more. Bjergsen, playful tricksters out, and Smurf not even able to pick that one up. North America have got 4. Chains the barrels together for Smurf. It will slow down the push, but little less than that. Tower down, inhibitor next to North America. They have a numbers advantage. There is another line of minions, safeties to back away, bravados to go for the Nexus.
And more importantly, Korea only managed to get killed by IWC 4 times, NA only 3 times so far. So simple math dictates NA greater than KR.
I'll trust your professional opinion on that one, but here's the team fight.
Big ward. Look at the beauty that brings to you. But then 4v5, they have the right concept, you just need to nail the execution. That was a beautiful pink ward, beautiful engage. Do it with 5 people, and I'm a fan. overall instant reaction from Team Fire. They knew they could win the fight, so they just plowed on through. And then Bjergsen, whoop.
Yeah, you're lacking Smurf at that point, but speaking of lacking somebody.
Lex, whoop.
Gets popped.
Yep.
Still 3 times. That's the one thing to lose.
Still 3 times, okay. That's what we're playing for.
Oh, looking.
The chilly spooky ghost, they're going to slow Damashke. Double it, sidesteps the cocoon. He's going to get all his autos down. The barrels, choke him with 400. He gets the heal from Afromu, and he's dunked by Smurf. Red buff ticking away. Smurf is looking for a serving of sushi. There is no flash available, but the red buff is slowing Afro. Barrel comes up, it's sidestep. Smurf is looking for more.
Looking another.
5 deaths.
And the order is restored.
Right, teleport can't. Hashtag All-Star Big Plays.
Fire Dyrus.
What I love about that is seeing everybody laughing, including the North American players. Double Lift and Afromu.
Bjergsen has like the biggest grin on his face right now.
And I can see the other regional casters as well going, oh, Dyrus. So,
well, both of them went for it. Bjergsen launched in too. It's not only Dyrus. That was really good timing, but teleport got cancelled.
It's that trust fall. You're going for it. Oh, I'm committing.
I mean, we're a team.
So North America just have to close this one out. They do have themselves an inhibitor down in the bottom lane. A monumental lead. And it's just a matter of sieging up. To be fair, they do need to deal with the Anivia wave clear. And the Gangplank wave clear. But they've got tools to do so.
You have to be a little careful, though, because these 4 members that are on the top side of the map away from Bjergsen can do this Baron really quickly. Meteos now has 7 stacks of his passive. That's 8.75% of current health. It is capped against monsters in some way, shape, or form, but it's so fast.
TLDR, it hurts.
Yes.
Let's see, Damashke now in a little bit of trouble. We'll have the support of Demonko and the Lantern. And Bjergsen's making his way up. Fate's Call has been primed. Kira, he's left on the wrong side of the river. Meteos is in trouble. Lamb's Respite will delay the proceedings and nobody can go down. Lex gets out of the Lamb's Respite and gets dropped. Meteos follows shortly thereafter, and they are just trading. This will be cleaning house for North America. Smurf, the last man remaining. He's going to at least pop a barrel onto Bjergsen.
Yeah.
Prep another one, and there's
He might be able to
no
get both of them
follow.
if he plays this perfectly.
Oh, I doubt that. Let's see what Smurf can do. Continuing to run. Bjergsen.
Turn up.
Turn up. Turn up.
They're just playing with them. You're not supposed to.
Oh, no!
Oh, Dyrus standing again.
Well done, Smurf.
Oh, they want more.
Them barrel mechanics. North America peeling their way to the middle lane. Gonna try and knock down another tower. And the spooky Afromu ghosts will at least interrupt and disrupt Damashke and Demonko. But again, NA, they're not backing away. Chum the Waters is up for Bjergsen.
Yeah, but that fight, though, that was really nice. There were a couple nice outplays there. Really good spacing as we wait for the pick. Hopefully nobody faced Sex so we can finish the story. Akira had a really good wall there, keeping the enemies at bay there, but Bjergsen played that beautifully. Waited for the E from Kira to start traveling before his zone Yas, so they wasted a lot of cooldowns. Overall, NA won that fight, I believe, like 3 against 5, so solid play there. I think they know. Shh.
They were waiting for
If you wait long enough, people generally tend to, like League players, suffer from some amnesia. Even though they saw you enter the brush, they never saw you leave. They'll still face check you eventually.
Let's see.
They're not a Baron. They're not a Dragon.
Where can they be?
Ah, the minigame's over now. Bottom inhibitor's going to respawn shortly. The rest of IWC on the middle lane, and Double Lift is making his way down. So, I mean, Afro's still chilling in that bush. It's Iris. Get some s'mores, guys. Build a tent. Chill out. Well, I think when the minions hit the tower, Meteos is in trouble. Am's Respite will buy some time. Tidal Wave comes in as well. Bjergsen's looking for one. So, it's a kill advantage to IWC. Bjergsen got stunned, got cocooned, but there's nothing more to follow. 3-man unstoppable force with Double Lift down. This could be trouble. They've killed Demonko, North America. Bjergsen is going to hop away and kill the ward. Overall, IWC win the fight, 1 for 2.
Yeah, IWC, they had vision on Baron. They knew that the only pick could be made in the bottom right of their screen, so they just engaged somewhere in the middle where they have safety in numbers. Probably open, we didn't see it, but Lexus Fate's call is on cooldown, so it's probably what they used.
So starting to see some clear weaknesses in this North American All-Star squad. Mid to late game, no clear shot caller.
It's so strange too, because the bot lane has just this open inhibitor now. It was respawning during this time, and they weren't even pushing the opposite side. Meteos gets walled in. He also gets pulled out of his Ramsers fight here and gets killed before it's even over. Really well played there. But then, as soon as Dyrus goes in, Doublelift is already off of the map. Boom.
Wow, that's so much damage from
And
Smurf.
now they don't have damage here.
Yeah, really good battle control there from Smurf, and the Fate's call used to finish off Doublelift overall, so he just got insta-gip. Gotta watch that range, especially when you're playing Twitch. Gotta make use of that ultimate.
We're starting to see some, again, the IWC players, individually and mechanically, they're making some great plays. We're late enough in the game that our Smurf has got an Infinity Edge completed. Archangel's completed for Kira. He's got a needlessly large rod, but probably working towards, let's get touching on in a second.
Oh, two-man.
Dyrus has found his target. Demonco's going to get pulled back by the Fate's Call, and the Bunny Rabbit is repelled. Dyrus gets caught by the Flay, but Demonco doesn't want that. Shut down from Lex onto Bjergsen. That's a gigantic bounty spread across the CIS region. But the barrels and the damage from the poison means Doublelift has killed Lex. Kira gets egged and comes back to life. It's a 1-for-1. But it's not over yet. Barrels onto Afro. Short. Afro was able to flash away. North America, though, they may have got some time. They've got a gigantic banner of command minion onto the turret, and now Kira, he's in trouble. He's got the auto attacks. Doublelift sidesteps the stun and buys himself a pigeon for dinner.
You're seeing the compositional weaknesses here from North America's side show, but they're going to keep going right now. Not sure if they're going to get too much.
Tomoko maybe anticipating the QSS. He's now in trouble. Meteos is going to get the kill credit. Inhibitor will drop. It's 35 seconds before Kira is up, and Doublelift will get himself a kill onto Damashke. No, I take it back. Flash forward from Meteos, he gets himself another. Now Lex is in trouble. Lamb's Respite will keep Meteos alive. The Nexus will be dropping in North America. They toyed with our hearts, but they will be closing this game out. The banner of command empowered minion will help them. An ace against the CIS, and North America get 100 points for Team Fire.
And now only 50 points between Team Fire and Team Ice right now. It's getting closer. That's one fun game mode away. If they can take the AD carry mode, they'll even up the score of this entire tournament.
Yeah. Just a fun game overall. I had fun watching that game. I really enjoyed it. So it was the good mix between the band word tryhard and just fun gameplay. A couple mistakes made it fun to watch. And yeah, good job to the IWC guys for playing so well from behind, and then NA, good job for giving them the room to at least give us an entertainable game. So they took it down in the end.
It was quite worrisome there, because if that game had gone on a little bit longer, Smurf with that 40% CDR and that crit and how he was playing on that gangplank, he was just getting warmed up. And then Cure on the Anivia, it would have spelled disaster. So props to both of these teams.
Yeah, very well played. Smurf's gangplank showing up that game. Kira's Anivia was decent. He had some very good plays in the 1v1, but you just didn't feel in the team fights.
I think he adapted very well. So he learned more about the matchup as he was playing it, and that's generally the mark of good players, because the first two Qs that he threw out weren't as great, because you could see that Bjergsen was out playing, but later on he started using that to his advantage. All these matchups about trading cooldowns, using the key abilities to win the match, and I think they did a great job.
They definitely did. Gentlemen, it is 100 points to Team 5. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that match.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Definitely is banking points there for Team Fire and a good performance. Let's take a look at the picks and bans, because Niels, I remember when we were looking at them, you saw the first two picks coming out of NA, which was Malphite and Kindred. You were like, oh, that's terrible. They lost the pick and ban already, but then it seemed to shape up after that.
I didn't say they lost it. I just said that I feel like GP Trash Elise was a better first three picks than the first three picks of NA, which was Nami, Malphite, and Kindred.
Yep.
Kindred is a good jump. Malphite is fine too, but I feel like the picks from IWC was a bit better.
Yeah. What did you make of the whole pick and ban phase?
I mean, pick and ban phase is obviously so hard to judge here because so much depends on what the players want to play. Like the Twitch is a perfect pick for All-Star against teams without coordination because you just catch people left and right. So that was good for NA. Overall, I like Team Ice's comp as well. It was just a little bit too slow for me, also with the way they were building. Like in Nivea going tier, Rod of Ages. Obviously, Gangplank needs the 2-item spike again. So they didn't do anything for like 15, 20 minutes. They fell really far behind, and when they started playing well and almost pulling back, it was too late. Like one mistake and the game was over.
And I actually think Malphite and Kindred pretty good. Like Kindred right now on this patch is really, really strong early game, and we did see that from Meteos taking control of the game very early. He did end up wasting a lot of time in the jungle after that, which made it kind of close, but A+ Kindred there, not quite S+.
I mean, Kindred is good, but especially if like the Anivia died level 3 gank, he died at level 3 gank, so this is not so good, right? And then the jungler flashed over the wall and died.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously Kindred gets really good if you...
That was actually another thing I want to bring up, because like when you play Kindred, you know that you have this really strong early game, and he marked the mid laner. Usually you mark the jungler because you want to establish dominance over the enemy jungler, plus you don't give away where you're going to go. But Meteos marks the mid laner. He's like, I'm going to come mid, I'm going to kill you. And he showed up mid, and they killed him. Yeah. If he marks you, so if you mark a laner that early in the game, then he should be expecting.
It was a slow start. Again, like Kira, it's a misplays in mid. Smurf was like 0-5, I think, on a Gangplank and doing nothing, and then suddenly they turned it on.
Well, let's take a closer look maybe at the bottom lane. 2 versus 2 that happened. I know the Nami came out, and there are some, different opinions about that. Let's take a look at this replay, because it was pure 2 versus 2, actually. I rolled the clip out. Niels, can you talk us through what happened?
So Kalista has W here, so Twitch will out the trader if you keep trading without proccing the mark, as you see here. So this is where they start trading efficiently because they actually proc the mark together and they get a good trade-off. But before that, they're already losing the trade really hard since the Twitch poison does more damage than a mark that's not procced. So I think if they use...
Here comes the hook! Oh! Cut that part off.
He missed that part. He got level 2, he missed the hook.
Yeah, you would hit
Still
that one,
though,
right?
because Aframu was auto-attacking him, he got all the minions to hit him, so they weren't hitting his minions. That meant the wave was going to push down towards CIS.
Yeah.
So Doublelift was like level 2 when he got back, and they were like level 4 on the side of Kalista and Thresh. And then they decided to farm. It's like, that's the way you just destroy Twitch completely. Like, he sits on like 10 CS for 20 minutes, and you just destroy him.
And then you buy
move on.
Hurricane.
And then you don't buy BT first, at least.
So let's talk a little bit about those builds. Kalista with the BT first, and then Twitch with the Hurricane. You had some strong words about that.
I always said that BT was terrible on Kalista first item because Blade was a really good power spike. I mean, Blade did get nerfed on this patch, a bit more gold and less damage on the auto attacks, so it's less good than before. But I still think it's a lot better than BT because you get like, BT got so much gold and it takes so long time before you actually do damage. So yeah, I think that was kind of horrible. The Hurricane Twitch, I don't know about this. I haven't played Twitch that much or built Hurricane at all because I don't like the crit on it. So, but I've actually it's fine. You can like passive on everyone, but
no Ghostblade though. Come on.
But the ultimate, it extends the
Ghostblade is so strong
Hurricane.
on Twitch. That early power spike you get, you just start going crazy. Okay, he fell behind in lanes, so maybe he was like, you know what, just go like Hurricane, farm a bit fast, and then be better in team fights. Could have been the tactic here. Overall, like we see a lot of fun builds. Because now it is off-season and people are trying out what's the best. Nobody really 100% knows yet. I want to see Iceborne Gauntlet on Malphite. Come on, man. A massive slow? That is so cool.
Well, we'll see if it comes out later. Let's take a look at some of the big plays for the game, though, because in the end, CIS ended up losing, but some big plays coming out of both Kira and Gangplank later, as you said, when he was ramping up and he really made the score better. Let's roll the clip out. First off, this one was actually really beautiful.
Yeah, this attempted tower dive here by Doublelift. This is actually my favorite play of the game, where Kira is gonna flash the auto attack here. Twitch with the ultimate, as they said, it turns his auto attacks into a line missile, and he was able to get off the combo right after the flash there, knowing that he has the egg, playing around it like Froggen did in the 1v1.
And here Gangplank as well. Gangplank as well. Some good plays coming out of Smurf. A little too late though, sadly.
That was really sick. How you put 2 barrels together. That was really well played.
It's like dominoes. You practice for that.
Boom. And then to follow it up, another strong play here.
What's this one, Shows?
I can't really. Oh, yeah.
Shots!
Why? That was my fault? Really? No. But in the end, good job by NA once again, the whole team. Some mid-late game decision making, but they were really far ahead. And you guys were telling it in the end. Of course, they're having a bit of fun now in the end because they know they're far ahead. You're hopeful now for Team Fire?
I have always been hopeful. I mean, that's a good word.
Except for after the show yesterday, you were crying. But apart from that, I'm going to
He's making up. His EU salt is just overflowing.
He was crying.
In any case, with that win, North America's best have earned 100 points for Team Fire, and that means that they are now within one game of Team Ice. Fun Mode actually only 50 points, so it's getting heated up here in the arena. Really good. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but the day is just heating up, and when we return, Team Ice and Fire will put on their carry pants for a Marksman Mode game on Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yo, is there a Fire Malphite skin? Huh? Don't use Glacial, dude. What team are you on?
Alright. Kira's been egged. Flash over from Damashkin. He connects with a cocoon, but it will not matter. A turret shot takes down Ninjas. IWC in a 3v2. They find themselves at least one. Goes back in. He gets one back onto the spider. Expunge will hit a lot. Flash away from Kira.
Nivea? Or GP no flash, GP no flash.
Hit the tower once. Just go closest target, play around.
Get ulti's down and get healed. That's just dead.
Nice.
Smurf is looking for more.
Looking another.
Now Lex is in trouble. Lamb's respite will keep Meteos alive. The Nexus will be dropping in North America. And North America get 100 points for Team Fire. But Huni tanking up turret shots. Double left has got his double kill. And that's it.
There's just something about AD carry players, you know? You want to be the carry, you want to do the damage, and so it brings out like a person's competitiveness.
Jump in, he wants to go all for it now. Exhaust is down. Baby's jumping, he's looking for it. Barrier is popped, he steals away the health pack.
就是只要有机会，他们就会想要做一些 play 的那个，就是想要，可能就像每个会战都想要拿个 pentakill 这样。我觉得是每个 ADC 都会想这样。
Uni's exhausted as well, and he's just gonna keep going for it. The minions keep attacking. That's it. Prey takes it.
그러니까 올스타는 약간 지기기도 하고 좀 자기를 뽐낼 수 있는 자리라고 생각하기 때문에 충분히 더 과감하게 해서 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있었으면 좋겠네요.
Ignite for score. He wants to finish this up. Can he do it? The stun, the outplay, the Poros go flying.
I think it's really hard to put your finger on who is better than the other one.
In the elite tier of ADCs, it's like me, Uzi, and Reckless.
제일 잘하는 선수를 꼽으라면 저를 꼽고 싶은데 제 입으로 말하기 좀 그러니까 2명 꼽을게요. 한국에 있던 저랑 그냥 유럽에 있던 뭐 레클레스 선수 정도.
Reckless 我非常期待他吧，因为就是他每次在世界舞台上的表现都挺好的，就是没有做过对手。
这次最想面对的选手是 UDI， 因为我之前就是以前跟他打的时候，基本上都是会输他。
I actually want to play against Uzi because in my entire career, I don't think I've ever played against him. But he's somebody who I studied really closely because when I hit a plateau, I watched his VODs a lot to improve my gameplay.
I got inspired to play the carry from a double Rift, and I really want to go to this match. It's gonna be quite cool to see who comes up big and who doesn't.
Welcome back to All-Star 2015, where Team Ice and Team Fire are about to take to the Rift as the players focus on the carry in AD carry. It's going to be Marksman Mode. That means that players must choose from a champion pool of marksmen. They can only buy boots, potions, and they can only build AD or AP items and their components, so no tank items, and a pool of 20 AD carries or marksmen. No bans. Teemo is in there as well.
Interesting.
Interesting.
AP items, you say. AP Israel, maybe? One shot everything?
What would be your top three if you had to choose a champion?
I mean, Lucian, I would go Quinn, because I think she can just roam around, kill anyone. And I would go Twitch as well, because if you get the opener, you can basically 1v1 any AD carry, you should be able to. Give me Ghostblade first, though, not Hurricane. Like, you don't need Hurricane. You're not going to team fight here. It's just going to be small fights everywhere against each other.
Niels, who'd be your
favorite? Be like Quinn, Corki, and then whatever can be the last one.
Why don't you guys like Kindred? I'm telling you, Kindred is going to be beast in this mode. Not only will she take over from the jungle, she will take over any lane from early in the jungle. She's extremely strong early, but also her ultimate, there's no melee on the other team. The ultimate's only going to be your team. Only your team's going to get the heal.
Well, we saw Double play melee Lucian, so he's probably going to be in there as well.
True. Double is in the
yes,
game. All right, he might go melee.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup starting off on the blue side. For Team Ice, we will have Cora1, top laner from LPL. Then we have Reckless for Europe. Uzi from LPL, CIS is Lex, and on support, Dimonko. So 3 AD carries from Team Ice, top and a support. And on the red side, representing Team Fire, we have for the top laner Marin, then we have Prey, BB from the LMS, and then Double Lift, of course, from the NA LCS with the support Afro So looking at these lineups of obviously the 3 ADs, top and a support, what do you think the dynamic will be like?
I think Team Fire will have a small advantage because Afro obviously used to be an AD carry. And the two top laners should be almost the same, playing AD carries. And then Dimonko, we don't really know too much about his past. Is he gonna be like a former AD carry star or anything? I'm not expecting it. So Afro should be able to do more. Obviously, Reckless and Uzi, those are the two guys you're looking at to carry. Double will probably try. I'm not sure. No, I didn't mean it's a bad thing. He's going to try and beat a carry. I'm not sure if he's going to succeed against Uzi.
Niels, what do you think?
That was not a bad thing.
I'm just thinking about, is there going to be a junglers in this game, or is it going to be like 2-1-2? Or is it going to be like Kindred jungle?
Kindred and Quinn?
Yeah. I've seen some Quinn jungle, some Ezreal jungle.
Now you're thinking. Now you're on the train. There you go.
Even some Ezreal, Quinn, Graves.
Quinn and Kindred are the two best AD carry jungles.
Yeah, probably.
And then Graves.
I've seen some Graves and some Ezreal.
Graves is
useless, so.
Well, we'll see what happens. The players are ready, so we're going to send it down to the casters to cover this all-damage clash.
Thank you very much. I absolutely love the dissent on the analyst desk about which champions are going to be played. And that's why we brought Freak in as an AD carry main, as a number cruncher. The champion pool is going to be interesting. What are you most expecting in which roles?
So I think that the call on the junglers is correct here. Like outside chance of Graves, but obviously like Kindred and Quinn are the two you're going to be looking at the most. What I'm actually really interested in is I guess you can't buy tank items anyway. My initial thought was, oh, you need a mix of damage. Like, Teemo's a really big deal. You can't play Cannon, but maybe Kog'Maw or Corki does magic damage. But you can't buy tank slots anyway. Like, I don't even know if you can buy, like, a Hex Drinker or Maw of Mortius. So, like, if there's no defensive stats, then, like, mixing damage doesn't matter at all. And, but anyway, then it comes down to the really big things being hardcore engage. I think Ashe is a must pick in this mode because you will pick someone off with it. Yeah, support Ashe, I think, is the best one there.
No,
and you go from there.
I definitely agree there. I think Varus support is something I initially thought of, but Ashe is like the better version of that. In terms of top lane, I think you should get Quinn top, Kindred jungle. You could mix like an Urgot in there because just raw damage reduction on all these AD carries might prove valuable from the passive.
And of course, to remind everybody, if it is selected as a marksman in the client, with the exception of Kennen and Jace, those are only two that you will not be able to play. Everything else is up to the players. Blind pick mirror is enabled. So we need to see what goes which direction. For Team Ice, they've already locked themselves in 4 of 5.
I like most of what Ice has done because then the extension after pick Ashe for the engage is pick more long-range skill shots. The only hard engage is Ashe, and there are no real heals, there are no disengage tools, so just getting to do damage from 1200 range away is a really big deal, except for you were pointing out the Callista there to save whoever might be the target.
And you've got a tank AD carry in Urgot.
Well, you can't build tank items though. Like you get a shield that scales off your mana. So yeah, okay, you can buy a Mana Mune and like stack up a little bit of it, but these
you
are
get
still
resistances
squishy.
if you can swap.
Yeah.
But good luck getting the range
actually,
to
it's damage
swap.
reduction now. That got changed a little bit. But.
Yeah, definitely. Like so, the engage for Ice here is the Urgot swap, but I don't know if you want to stand still against 580 carries. Generally, in my experience, that leads to death. But you know, many things in my experience lead to death. But yeah, face call. More importantly, you can pull people out and then just re-engage. Knockups in a mode where there's a lot of burst and 0 resistances is a pretty strong engaging tool. Overall though, like for Fire, I think if you get caught, they have so much damage.
What I really like is there is a difference in team compositions for both of these teams. Prey has got Flash Smite on Quinn, and Lex has got Flash Smite on Corki. Now, I don't know if that's going to be for lane or jungle. We will have to see how that pans out, but gentlemen, we have 2 different AD carry team comps for Team Fire and Ice.
And we also have a trader on Team Fire. Afro is running Arctic Ops Varus here. We actually had matching color schemes for most of these guys. You got Frosted Ezreal, Freljord, Queen Ashe, and then look, next time you see Afro on your screen, just be disappointed in the fact that you picked the blue color scheme here.
Well, he knows who's going to win.
Wow, that's kind of messed up. I mean, he's still laning with double lift. Like, have they already separated again?
Yes, correct. I do have to ask, though, Crepo, what's your opinion on the team comps? I use that term very, very loosely.
I mean, it depends. You're gonna play a strategic game. Sieging is interesting. There's a lot of like return damage here if you're sieging. So AD carries generally can wave clear incredibly well with the powers combined. So it'll be a very pick-based game. Since these guys all know the limits of these champions, I feel like they very rarely will get into a fight they can't get out of. So it's all about reading the game. So Crucial will just be the Varus ultimate, the Ash Arrow, and then Prey being pinged out when he roams.
Karo's also smart enough to realize he's going to run teleport up to the top lane there, so Marin's going like full damage up there, and he's like running Ignite Ezreal. Koro, like, I feel like should win lane with this.
Koro is running Corruption Potion too, though, with
Yeah.
Urgot, with the repetitive damage, the fact that you can trade better 1v1. Marin will definitely keep his distance and just spam Q until he has all win range. That is kind of the way you want to play that matchup, but Urgot is incredibly strong in isolated laning, especially when he's not sharing experience with his support, and he can actually just 1v1
Level 9
you.
is crazy on
The problem is just that you're so prone to ganks, but...
No. Quinn is obscene.
True,
Like,
but
to
no
be fair,
CC,
as
yeah.
far as like jungle presence, well, I mean, at least like she has the hop, right?
Yeah,
like
true.
jumps in you, slows you down, lands the Q, lands another auto attack. Like, as far as like junglers, like, yeah, this is honestly like something that's going to be, I think, really good for Prey.
All right, so Koro takes a small golem here. Prey is doing what junglers do.
Oh, okay, not bad, not bad.
No,
Let's see if he gets patient. Let's see.
See the patience.
Yep, watching the patience. All right, gonna work that out actually.
I think I've actually played more Quinn jungle games than Prey has.
And was that a good start for Prey Quinn jungle?
I did actually see if he had, I guess, yeah, if he ease off, he gets the vision on the target, so he gets to actually like keep hitting over the wall.
Neither bot lane did a camp, so they level up on the 9th creep, so we're about to see some action in bot lane if they get to level 2, but looks like not really gonna happen.
Well, it'll be interesting
Oh,
one to
Marin.
pan out. Marin
he
actually
missed
goes
the Q.
forward.
Did Koro skill E?
They've overestimated the direction there. Reckless down bottom with the support Ashe, which is something we were expecting. Copa, you were anticipating the support Varus, so a slight change, but I like the chain of corruption into bullet time. There's a wombo combo, if you will.
It is the only area of effect crowd control, really, that the AD carry is going to have here, so that's actually an interesting thing. Also, I kind of like that Lex and Demonco aren't laning together. Like, you actually have Rush Hour just like playing together like they've done for like multiple years. They've actually still got the synergy going on. And then you got kind of this broken up...
the tower shots. It may not be enough though. Prey's jumping forward. Will get some auto attacks down. Trading 1-for-1. But Prey...
Off assist though.
Yeah, gold advantage Team Fire.
And the lane, it can be decided where he wants to go by Prey here. And this is what we will see very often in an isolated laning phase. 1 support hits level 3, 2 points in Q, 1 in E, and then Marin. Yeah, you're gonna lose that poke battle, buddy.
A little bit.
Oh, piercing arrow comes out from Aframu as well. Charging up. Lex on this jungle Corki. Gonna try set up a gank. We'll get a red buff down onto Marin. Even cosplaying as Corki. Lex taking it to the next level.
Nice, the Lex level.
IRL. Let's
Good,
see if it'll actually help him out. Make It Rain comes down onto Demonco. The Hail of Varus as well, and Reckless forced to retaliate. 16 CS to the 19 of Doublelift, so Doublelift currently winning the CS battle.
You know what even adds to the whole cosplay of Lex is actually the stations that the players are put on. Internally, we call them sleds. So he's actually playing Ice Toboggan Corki with a Corki hat on a sled playing League of Legends. It's about as real as you can get.
It's his time to shine.
I knew this was going to be a problem casting with you, Freak.
You're welcome.
Well spotted. Demonco's in trouble. The arrow flashed away.
A real man would have juked that.
Look at this. Ice Toboggan Corki. He wants to sled his way into the lane. Early exhaust comes out from Aframu and a heal from Doublelift. They will get away with their lives. There's not enough lane to run into there for Prey and Marin to make that one work though.
And all these champions generally are pretty strong laners, but the weakness is if a jungler comes in with CC, they just absolutely get wrecked. But the problem is none of these junglers have CC, and you're still looking for plays. You're diving in Urgot, level 5.
Do it.
Got no resist.
Tricky.
This is the time to go for it right here.
Let's
they know the
see.
jungler's bot lane.
Can they make
Or
this
was.
one work?
Oh, good job,
The Acid
Koro.
Hunters are landing. Kora's looking for Marin. The turret is not helping out
Perfect.
though. Marin and Prey make it look easy.
I should have maybe turned around there, did some damage reduction on Prey instead, and try and take him down because the turret aggro shifted there. That was really good positioning there overall for Marin. Barely on the edge of the tower aggro.
Well, you're going to see some really incredible players. Marin still impressing here. And Team Fire, you know, winning this one, which means maybe we could get 250 points here total for Team Fire. I think we could really use some of that. Doublelift and Aframu, the sort of some of the last hopes in the one-on-one bracket, and also the hope of the bottom lane here,
Well,
winning by 19 CS.
Luckily for Team Ice, they have Uzi with a strong advantage over BB. Bear rather. We actually heard him talking in the video saying how every time he plays against Uzi, he loses, and it's unfortunately happening again.
Yeah, but like every world championship that Uzi's been to, he loses in the finals. BB at least wins in the finals when he goes. So, you know, if this is the finals of the Marksman Mode, you know, history has BB in a huge advantage.
Sophistry at its finest.
Yeah, you know, just being pedantic.
I just love the item builds here. Just blades everywhere. Like usually when you see this, like, and you think you're about to get trolled, but Uzi sidesteps a little bit.
So much. The culling will get a lot of damage down, but Uzi's still alive. Not gonna make use of the Fate's Call just yet.
Remember,
actually, who did he mock?
We haven't seen yet any passive just yet, so we need to go
Hope
find out.
it's Urgot.
It should be the jungler or someone who would want to go into the. Yeah, it is the jungler. It's the Corki.
Okay, so I'd love to see Corki do a special delivery in, Fate's Call out.
That's so troll, by the way.
Valkyrie out.
I forget that exists. Every time I lane and the Corki bases, I think, okay, I have X amount of seconds. His Valkyrie's only this amount of range. I can get.
And he's here.
He's just torpedoes in and just.
And we're a minute away. Special delivery's coming up real soon. Right, Praise jumped onto Valor's back, or Valor jumped onto Quinn's back, however the mechanics work, and he's going to make his way top. Reckless goes forward, double it's low, down to 50 HP. No enchanted crystal arrow yet. Look in the middle lane. Prey comes back. Valor and Quinn. There's the Fate's Call. Knock up onto Prey. Uzi comes out. Prey's looking to get away. Lex has got himself one. Uzi and Lex now looking to Bebe. He's down to 200 hit points. Got himself a kill.
Uzi's just so good. He just flashes those abilities, goes in range, then uses the hop to get back out. That guy.
Yeah. Nah, Uzi is like easily, in my mind, still like the best AD carry in the world. Whether or not he gets to go to Worlds or not based on his teammates, this guy is incredible. I am so happy to see him playing again.
There are so many long swords on this game.
Yeah.
Good luck explaining the itemization in the next few minutes.
And especially
you see attack damage is really useful.
Yeah. Generally, when you play
Continue.
80 carries, attack damage is the stat you're looking for. Let's watch that again. Just keep in mind here the flash that Uzi's about to pull.
Yeah, she's going to wait for seeing the Q, and then just part of the combo, every Lucian ever is going to dash in with E, auto, then immediately Q, and just times it out really nicely. And then here, you know, everyone manages to dodge away from the Ezreal ulti and just times it up, and here comes Corki again!
Special delivery! Lex flies forward, gets his second kill of the game onto Morin. Prey's trying to 1v2, but Koro is trying to reduce the Lex is not going to be able to survive, and Koro replies one back, 1 for 2.
Koro did miss a Q, got his jungler killed, but he gets to keep farming, so in the end,
hey, if my jungler is dead, it means he won't take my farm in the lane. I'd rather he die, so this is good. Meanwhile, though, Rush Hour taking down some jungle camps in the bottom lane. They're aware that Corki's gone.
Eventually, themselves that Bramble back.
I like how the support is out CSing the AD carry, by the way, for Team Ice down there. 20 CS for the Ashe, 15 for Corki. Wait, no, Corki's the jungler.
Yeah.
I'm so...
Corki's the jungler.
It's really weird.
Messing with me.
Chain of corruption finds Uzi. Afromu. Support Varus.
I mean,
yeah,
Force roaming around there, they do bring the engage to the fight here, so the Monko arrows available, Hawkshot comes out, let's see how good his aim is.
Okay.
Hopefully slightly better than the thresholds from last game.
Yeah, level 6 and a half is going to be a big deal. I just switched the position of Reckless and Lex on my client so I can actually see like what's going on now between the CS, because I was like, wow, Devil's like really destroying bot lane. Lex not right, he's jungling. I'm bad at this, so.
Right, well, how do we evaluate jungle Corki? This is a question for the ages.
I mean, he's technically gotten ganks off via counter ganking, getting thrown in by Kalista, but I don't see why you'd go for it.
Isn't he the most punished by the jungle itemization too? It's like Triforce is just made for Corki. Like you want that item, you can almost like duel every single AD carry on a similar level and experience with Triforce as a power spike, and you just completely negate that when you go jungle. But he does bring a very large gap closer, which is perhaps what you need to really get these ganks off. Marin snooping around, wants to steal that.
No, close.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed they didn't steal it.
I'm enjoying it.
Anticipation, watching the Mystic shot.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, Praise got his Warrior Enchant up. Looking for a gank. There's a ping onto Uzi. Uzi's gone a little far forward. Will get slowed down. Red buff is ticking. Trying to skip away, but well, the damage is too high in a 2v1.
Oh yeah, no, this is why Quinn is amazing. And like, how are you gonna get away from this when none of you have hard crowd control? At best, you can like toss a javelin and slow Quinn down before she arrives, but it doesn't even like take a real cooldown. All Prey needs is some mana, and then surprise, you can gank someone for free again. Like, the fact that Quinn wasn't picked up to me is like super silly by Team Ice, even though the rest of the comp I think is very good.
Prey technically, hang on.
Reckless is caught out. Ash Arrow locks up Afromu, and Reckless is able to get away thanks to the arcane shift. Double Lift is being exhausted. Lex is looking for more.
Nice.
Kill credit goes to Demonko.
Fantastic re-engage there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. So a lot of kills, a lot of pressure for this Ash, but of course now more fights in the top lane as Prey going in alongside Marin. Thank you very much. And again, this Urgot is not allowed to build tanky, so a lot of that power is just gone.
Can we technically call it a Rek'Sai jungle? The Prey Seeker? Okay, that's the last one, I swear.
No, keep going.
Oh, that guy.
Maybe, that's a little bold.
He's going in. That's a 1v3. He's going to flash away from Reckless. Wow, trades. Let's take a look.
Work.
Yeah, definitely. True shot barrage. Ooh. I don't know if that would have killed. Right, it would have been very, very close.
Everybody fighting over CS as well. Usually you see the supports yield, but they're like, no, I'm playing AD carry. We're sharing this.
Yeah, it's not like they're, I don't think they're maybe even allowed to go for things like Ancient Coins. I think they have to get a Doran's Blade and start landing, and it's like, well, at that point, earn some gold.
AD or AP items only. First big item completed there in the mid lane. I just forgot the name of it. Essence Reaver, thank you.
Gold bang on even though, action everywhere, but in the end, both teams looking to hit 20,000 gold exactly at the same time.
Fires first, look at that.
Let's take a look. Uzi's coming in here behind Marin.
I like the one guy who cheered.
Koro. A hyperkinetic position reverser. Ren slow might be enough to allow Koro to get in range. Oh, they may not even need it. Just
yes, they do.
Uzi's in trouble. Hyperkinetic position reverser locks Prey down. Koro's looking for more. He's got the damage reduction up. Keeps throwing out those Qs. The auto's blocked, but it will not be enough. He's now turning it back around. The damage reduction working wonders for Koro, but the shield won't keep him up. A 2-for-2. Fire coming out the last laugh.
Yeah, and again, minor plays. Hang on, arrow goes wide. Uzi knew that the soul would come in from core, so he kept stacking the rend in case he wanted to rend another target. If he went early, he wouldn't get any other extra stacks. That second kill would have been a lot slower, so that, and of course the fact that you can kill steal with the rend, definitely solid plays here.
Let's take a look. Not a lot of CC, that Ash Arrow down. Reckless goes forward. Afro's in trouble. Shane actually connects, so this is going to be good damage onto Lex, but the bullet time from Double Lift is just off angle. That means Lex can flash away to safety.
Yeah, it's 10-10, really close game right here. Koro still holding as best he can up at the top lane. He's got plenty of farm to himself, but he's been really picked on. It's funny, like, the two sort of biggest name players on this team, right, are the ones really getting picked on quite a lot, the high def players on ice.
Oh, thank you, observers. Special delivery. Pick it up, Lex. Let's see. Oh, I absolutely love this.
It's actually the first time I've seen this.
Really?
The actual animation. Usually they come in my lane and just kill me, and then I regret. And I'm like, next time, I will remember.
On the receiving end.
Nope, never do. The thing though for late game is that Koro has teleport, and T-Fire has none. So late game split push and just wave control, you're actually going into a more serious setting. Will definitely be in Ice's favor. Just the amount of split pushing you can generate, you know, roaming doesn't really work that well, especially if you get some blue trinkets. I mean, you're not gonna get picked off by 580 carries, you'll get killed. So like, you're not gonna get caught out by CC. The only thing that's gonna work there is really the chain of corruption.
I'm gonna watch for items like coming up pretty soon. As a Reaver, but no supporting items yet for BB on this Lucian. Next time he gets a like a Cloak of Agility, that's a really huge spike for him. Oh! Okay.
Oh, Lex tried to go over the wall.
Oh!
Goal keeps him alive. Uzi saves Lex. Massive smile on Uzi's face.
That's awesome.
Lex is happy with that one. Now Marin's in a little bit of trouble.
Just look at that dueling power.
Ken shifts out. Koro holding on to the position of Mercer.
He's gonna be in turret range. Here comes the damage from the turret, and Marin's just running away. Please don't pick me. It's too late for him, Koro. Oh man! That's just unfortunate.
Marin gets outplayed in the 1v1 yesterday. Makes up for it in the 1v1 today.
Oh, man.
I mean, shouldn't everybody be building Ninja Top here? Are you counting that, right? No, okay. That's why he went Swiftness.
Yeah.
Really weird.
Haha!
No CDR.
He found a loophole. Good shot. That was not great, I'm afraid. Now Lex is going to deliver the double up, actually. Back to Uzi.
Very interesting to see an Urgot not build like CDR boots.
Yeah, I don't know if it's part of the plan of his build, if he's going to get an SPG for later, and he's like planning for exactly 30 CDR.
We'll find out later.
Yeah, I mean, it's
on
the next episode of 80 Madness.
All right, let's see Prey.
Full squishy Urgot builds.
Making his way into... Crepa
holds the
my
comp button down. Go ahead,
Mike,
Crepa,
you
tell me a
muted
story.
me.
You want to say something real quick? I'll hold your button for you while you...
So if you...
Okay.
Right,
Stop it.
that
We're
joke
doing
is
really
lost
well
on
here.
everybody.
Yeah, so we actually have
Us.
cough buttons if you do have to cough while casting. I accidentally pressed Trevor's cough button.
Thank you for that
so
one.
if he gets really annoying, crowd, just shout and I'll press it again.
A lot of people really appreciated that gesture, Crepa.
You know, Crepa, you didn't deliver the joke how we wrote it this morning.
Well, it's going to take down the tower in the bottom lane as Prey is set up on Valor's back. Next gets chunked out and the game is somewhat stalled out. There's 1,000 gold in it. And it looks like a trade that Koro has come away worse for wear. Down in this bottom lane. Overall, Fire's just, they got a bit of a lead early.
Yep.
It got balanced up, but truthfully, it's been Fire that's been dictating the tempo. And I think it's because of this jungle Quinn. All over the map, all day long. Marin has got no true shot barrage, so no follow-up off that.
Yeah, and the later this game goes, just the more explosive it's going to be because the damage is going up and up and up and nobody's going to be buying any armor, no defenses, so one guy just being in a slightly wrong position will just get blown up immediately.
It's actually really interesting. It actually upgrades the sort of power of the champions who are buying things like Yomu's Ghostblade. Flat Pen is a better stat where no one has armor. Double Lift is getting destroyed by Uzi despite being on Team ICSD for Fire and blows people up.
Uzi's so good at this game.
He's a bit.
Yeah, it does help if double lift overextends.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're this good, battles like this are just easy.
Oh, good damage. Demonko's down. Prey's going to be able to get that with the blinding assault building. It was a true shot barrage just to try wave clear.
Towers melt though if there's a couple of creeps in range and you got like 3 or 4 AD carries whacking away.
So much damage to come out. Koro is going to at least chase them away with that corrosive charge. The threat of those acid hunters. Prey coming up from the river. Dive Uzi, you can do it. Chain of Corruption flashed.
Probably the only game mode where supports confidently walk up to try and 1v1 Uzi.
Yeah.
That and every patch with brand support in it.
Well, fine Koro.
Koro, goodbye. Yeah, one is exactly... I had no jokes for that. Just gonna move on with him being dead. Lex now wants something to do, but his jungle's all been taken away. Now Uzi 1v1 with Afromu proves that he can do it. His teammates cannot. BB steals it away though.
I wish it was 1v1 that Afromu could do what Double Up never did.
It's not over yet. BB's in trouble. Lex is getting chunked out. Double Lift from Double Up. He gets the kill. BB's now alive and Team Fire. They're now 4,000 gold up. Demonko, you're on the wrong side, my friend. Exhaust will at least keep Double Lift for a few seconds. Kill credit to Prey. Tower falls as well. And Team Fire adamantly in control.
Really impeccable turret juggling as well. They didn't take more than a shot or two on any given champion and just juggled the aggro so incredibly well. Suddenly this mid game has exploded for Team Fire. 5,000 gold up. This Quinn is crazy. 12 kill participation here for Prey.
Yep.
I'm surprised we actually haven't seen the champion actually played in the 5-on-5 modes because I think the champion's insane. And then now we're seeing it really come out here.
Yeah, some really solid plays there. And blue team got iced. Sounds like an Australian ace.
Oh, they got iced!
They got iced, mate!
Can you do this replay in Australian accent, Freak?
Oh yeah, cheers my Uzi going for the jump around. Oh no!
They went down.
Yeah, that's all I got.
That was pretty terrible. that was pretty terrible. Like, kudos for trying. That is, you're a braver man than I.
Okay, next fight you do an American accent.
Really, Observer?
I believe he missed.
I don't think that was worth.
Despite the synergy between being Team Ice and Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Nothing at all.
All right, let's find out what Prey and the rest of Fire can do. They're a little split up inside Ice's jungle. And there's no Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The damage is disgusting. And Demonko will sidestep through the goalpost. He gets dropped by the Ignite and Prey is chunked down. Double Lift stays alive. Enough to channel the bullet time, and Koro will not be able to find the Acid Hunter. Prey and Afromu trying to make it out. It's messy, 3 for 3.
That was a terrible American accent. You did, you did
I'm not even,
right there.
I'm not even going to try. Like, I concede. You are a braver man than I.
Frequin.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I hashtag Frequin that.
So there's a ton of Yomu's Ghostblades, by the way. You're seeing everyone kind of realize what's the best item to get. Prey's going to one-shot 2 people. Knocks the Ashe backwards, so Volley goes the wrong way.
Prey don't take no kindly to no supports around here.
That was amazing. It's like me trying to say Bjergsen's like name as a Danish fan would actually say it.
Anyways,
it's not Soren Bjerg, and it's like it's about as bad as what you just did.
Back on track. These fights are getting pretty explosive. It looks like nobody wants to commit, right? Whenever somebody just gets the bravado to dash in, they just drop immediately. Lex was like, I will carry this game, team. I'm going in. Nope.
What?
Well, Marin's in trouble. This is backing up Reckless. Interrupted that true shot barrage. But here comes Prey, Freak.
Prey wants in. Can he go for the 1v2? Come on. Oh, come on. Come on!
Set you up for failure. That's my bad. I believed in him. I thought he could have done it.
But seriously, on an actual game analysis note, just staying maximum range is really what you want to do here.
And with the exhaust out, it's going to make it really easy to knock down Uzi. He's got the Ignite on, though. Afro! Oh, they still can't hit an arrow, but double lift. We'll make the 2-on-1 succeed after all. Demonco, though, even on Team Ice, still gets cold. Oh!
With the emo at the end.
Yep. Have we actually had an arrow hit like literally all game?
Maybe one. Oh, BB?
I don't know. Oh, I keep getting excited for this. 2-level difference.
Quick keeps like pointing at me like, okay, cast this fight. It's your turn. I'm like, all right, I'm ready. And then nothing happens.
I'm just going to stop believing in the action.
It's like NA going to Worlds. I'm like, I'm ready. And then it's just short-lived.
Dude, these are your people. Like, do not throw
Did he drop in a single color? Oh, my lord.
Yeah, he did.
You could have canceled it 3 bullets earlier.
Demonco should actually maybe should have built CDR boots though. If you're playing an 80 carry with the only engage on your team, and you definitely need some more practice on those arrows.
Oh, well, he's getting Esper next, so that'll help. That'll get him to 10%.
A little bit. Maybe he's like, no.
Yeah, BB's got it.
Jungle. Uzi wants to start the fight and will hop away.
Oh, no fair. It's supposed to be 1v1. Oh, man. BB. Nice.
That's what he was here for. This is his only goal today is beat Uzi.
He's doing pretty good. I mean, look at the score lines.
He's just diving into the fight every time. Just eyes on Uzi every single time.
Uzi's 4-8. BB's 9-4.
Well, it's not how the laning phase started, but it is how the mid game's played out. All kudos to Team Fire.
Now, we have games with a couple of 80 carries here. They generally don't really like warding at all. So if you get 3 of them on your team, vision drops rapidly. So in addition to these guys having really lot of damage, Baron can drop in like 5 seconds.
Well, this is the good thing is preseason buffed 80 carries really hard for that because Blue Trinket is like ridiculously good. And they last forever if they don't get cleared. So I could pretend I'm warding a lot. It feels really good.
Let's see. It hit double lift.
All right, first one goes in. True shot barrage, then Corky, then everything. Nothing it could have done except dodge the skill shot. Double lift. And down he goes.
So, arrow hit.
He moves 100 move speed faster by default just by existing as misfortune. Come on, buddy.
So, 6,000 gold lead. Prey. He gets Reckless. The blinding assault comes out. Lex is looking for the kill, and the Foss Bomb picks it up. Chain of Corruptions has been channeled, and here comes Bebe onto Koro.
The Culling's coming through a whole bunch of damage, and BB gets his 10th of the game. The same score as Prey. Those two putting on the carry pants.
They've all got carry pants on.
I guess, yeah, no wearing shorts, are they? Actually, that's part of the dress code, isn't it?
Mostly because they're all 80 carries. I think
that was what I was going for. Thank you for explaining it, Capo.
Well, I went for the pants side.
What would I do without you? Demonco's got Essence Reaver. Needs some CDR on the way.
Probably color commentary.
True.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Don't you hate that phrase?
Can't finish it on air, sadly. I do like my job. Anyways,
why are we following Prey? What are the observers showing us?
I mean, it's just a bird of prey.
There's a hidden message.
How did we not get this, by the way?
The bird of prey?
The bird of prey, carrying him around the map.
See, you messed up the delivery. It was a good line. Yeah. You could have used it more powerfully.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on, going in.
Special delivery, speaking of, goodbye.
Well, special delivery's available.
Oh my God, double it! An arrow magnet!
He had flash! He had flash! Just press the button.
I thought he was meant to be a good 80 carry.
This is why you put F on flash, because it's just better players.
Thing is, if you play 1v1 80 carry, you can only get exposed by one guy. But in a mode with 10 80 carries, there's 9 people to expose you as a problem.
So let's take a look how this Baron fight plays out. Praise coming into setup. He has smite available.
And he's not going to get it. Blue team picks it up. That's going to be Uzi, and the team fight continues with a whole bunch of ice particles as they've killed basically everyone Afro. One of the only two to get a kill in that fight.
Ice, baby! They're back with the Baron.
For now, they're still down 3,000 gold. I believe in Team Fire.
The split push, oh my lord. Luckily, one thing that's really good against Baron is 80 base wave clear, because it only matters against AP. But if they go 1-3 on split push with creeps, I mean, it's so impossible to deal with, like 580 carries.
1-3-1 split push, the 580 carry mode. Corki should have access to special delivery now. Lex, don't let me down. He didn't really use the previous one super effectively. Pick it up.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, it's still working. He's actually like hard. Like, if you were to tell me, like, hey, on Team Ice, right, which player would be hard carrying?
Yeah.
You tell me, oh yeah, the one from IWC, right? Like,
in the jungle.
On a jungle
on jungle Corki to
look at the strategy. Look at the strategy. Delaying, picking up the special delivery to synchronize. He's chatting away. You can see in the player cam in the bottom, there is like legit plan here. Now, Demonko, he needs to hit this arrow.
He's got one shot.
One opportunity.
He's everything he's ever wanted.
Will he take it?
In one moment.
Is he gonna let it slip? And as I talk about 1-3-1.
And spaghetti all over Afro! Down he goes! Meanwhile, Bullet Time making a lot of work though. Looks like they're gonna have to chill out for a bit. Team Fire pushing back in, but Lex. Oh man, Lex versus BB. BB gets him down. 2 for 3 though, still advantage to Team Ice. Now double versus Reckless. This could be a good fight for him. What? What? That European was really deft in dodging all those skill shots there.
Tower still stands from Team Fire in the mid lane, but Ice are not relenting.
I guess I'm the only one with a true appreciation for split push. As we're talking here, 1-3-1, they're gonna take all these towers. See
okay.
Group mid.
Dude, they had the special delivery. Like, you cannot get away from using that spell.
I mean, I'm just saying, Carpo, anytime you start one of your sentences with, but now on a more serious note, you're just setting yourself up for failure, honestly.
I like the fact that Team Ice are synchronizing their entertaining abilities, but the inner turrets still stand, and the game is starting to slow down. Death timers are scaling up.
I love the fact that Koro is the only one with, no, I'm not gonna say the only one with a brain, but Black Cleaver here, reducing armor in a mode where nobody is allowed to build any armor.
Sure.
Makes it so efficient
Bunch
overall.
of physical damage teammates benefiting from your armor shred. Even still though, there's actually 0 Yomus on the side of Team Ice, whereas there's a good 3, which again is just a more efficient item. Also, it's a ton of S3, but you're seeing they're all really spell-based here.
Yep.
Trying to get the spam down because again, there's limited engage.
Well, let's see if this arrow finds a target. No, Double Lift has learned to sidestep, but BB's culling almost hundreds to 0. Demonko, True Shot Barrage will come up very, very shortly for Marin. Fire it, fire it, fire it!
Oh! Nice try, but not quite enough for you. Now, Dragon number 3, move speed for Team Fire. Actually got impeccable Dragon control.
Yeah, really important in this matchup, actually, third Dragon. Just the move speed, sidestepping a lot of these like poke skill shots. And more importantly, denying the first Dragon from Team Ice. They would definitely do well with a 6% damage increase overall, so...
Well, that gold lead is shrinking as we hit 30 minutes in the game. For Team Fire, all of the control that they had built up, starting to dissipate.
You can definitely tell that if Ice got a little overeager there, just diving into the fight is not the approach you want. Hang on, Drake going in 2v1.
No, there's like almost no chance right there. There you go. Good pick up there. And again, this is what Quinn does. She's so good at picking targets out. She can make sure that she's not jumping into anything crazy. Guaranteed CC is going to be enough damage to kill your target because all you need to recover from Lex slinks away, dodges the True Shot Barrage as well.
He wanted to use Uzi as an extension for his Q. Hang on.
Oh, Marin. You got him with the Ignite.
Ignite
the synergy bonus with Team Fire.
Well, here comes Prey once again. He bolts onto Demonko. The blinding assault was one piercing arrow from Afro Moo. An ace for Team Fire. And they are once again poised to even up the points. If they close this game out, Team Fire will be 250 points to the 250 of Team Ice.
So Reckless, you can watch this fight again, him going up against Double. After all the skill shots, after all the movements, he's like, well, I'm just gonna ult you in the face for 3,000 damage, and there's still 15 to 20 seconds on most of the respawn timers. An inhibitor turret at least might go down here.
Oh no, 1 man, 1 mission.
Failed.
0 man.
Zero missions. Although
I think it's
California,
over.
there's plenty of missions here.
It's over.
On towards the Nexus, the respawns are not long enough, and Team Fire ties up the score here at All Stars.
The salt is real. I'm disappointed in Team Ice.
I don't know, man. I just saw a good game. Have fun. Like, logic out of the window, you know, caution out of the window. Let's just dive in and fight each other for a while.
5 Essence Reavers, 4 Youmu's Ghost Blades, a couple of Trinity Forces. Good choice, guys. Yeah, the ability spam-based team comp worked out. I still liked all the CC that Ice had, but Prey was ridiculous good on this Quinn, and BB really stepped up here.
Especially considering how difficult the laning phase was. But I think Prey enabled a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
Really,
No.
absolutely everywhere on the map. It's great to see the massive smile. Every single player is just in such great spirits, even after Team Ice let down 3 regions with that loss.
But they also, I mean, raised up 3 regions, you know, so it's a bit of a give and take. Yeah.
Also-
Fire back, you know.
Also,
good stuff.
if you step back from this as well, and you think about how in the pick 10, the team composition that the fans at home voted for allowed Team Ice to win.
That's true.
This time around, you give Team Ice the opportunity to pick their own champions, they lose the game. Like, guys at home, you know best.
I can't wait for the double keyboard mouse. Because this mode was a little wonky already. It was a little chaotic. Just want to see what happens when people don't control their abilities. Like, fire, please.
I actually got to play a practice mode of that. I played an ARAM with Zyrene. I was mouse, he was keyboard. We realized that the mouse player is like the dominant one because they tell you where to move, they tell you where to aim the skill shots.
Can't you cheat and just get one of those mice with a lot of
With all the buttons on it?
Just, what you do is you just act, you know, it's like on Hacker Typer, you just act like you're doing anything, but actually you're not influencing the game enough. Enhance, yeah.
Great.
So, 250 points apiece now. It makes the rest of the 5v5s even more interesting.
It's like
The
this is scripted, you know, overall, you know.
The 1v1s are still very, very
Too soon.
much in favor of Team Ice. 10 players out of the last 16. So we're going to be moving on to that next. But I mean, it's still up for grabs. I mean, every single match is going to count.
Definitely agree. It's going to be a very awesome battle.
Yeah, the only thing is just if only the 1v1 was a little more evenly distributed, it's just very heavily favored right now for Team Ice, so that might actually tilt it a little bit, again, you know, towards Fire.
I certainly hope so,
Or the
because
other way
of
around.
course Europe is on Team Ice, so that's what I'm looking forward to. Anyways, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to head on stage where Dash is about to talk to BB.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I'm standing by with BB as well as Christine, who's going to help us with some translations. So first off, I just have to ask, was that as fun to play as it was for all of us to watch? Because that was nuts.
刚刚那场比赛非常非常精彩。那你玩的时候，大家都觉得很好玩，那你自己打的时候觉得好玩吗？
我自己是觉得就是非常的好玩，因为整场是很欢乐，然后我都一直在笑这样。
I think it was a very fun game. We were laughing the whole time, so it was very exciting.
Well, that's good. Enjoying it is just as important as winning it, which you did. But I do have to ask you as well, though, because you went into the mid lane in a 1v1 against Uzi, who is another, you know, very, very, very solid ADC. Some would say he's one of the best, if not the best in the world. But in a 1v1 matchup, how did that change your approach? Because you didn't have a support to come along with you.
你刚刚在中路的时候是跟 Uzi 打，那 Uzi 是曾经是世界最强的 ADC。那你们在中路对线的时候没有 support 的支持，那你刚刚对线的有什么想法呢？
我觉得就是压力非常大，就是我觉得我不管怎样都打不太赢他。就是假如说我路线一个 Q 技能放出去，可是他一定可以跳过去闪过掉这样，所以我觉得压力很大。
He had a lot of pressure going up against him because he was always able to dodge the Q no matter what. So it was very stressful for him playing against Uzi.
Absolutely. And then, of course, I have to ask you, I'm sure you had an idea of which ADC was the strongest going into the game, but now that you've played it all out, in your mind, who is the strongest marksman that we have out there?
你觉得打完这场之后，哪一支角色、哪一支英雄是最强的射手呢？
我觉得最强射手应该是库奇，因为他的大绝真的可以让人家伤害很高，然后会让人家觉得好帅哦，像飞出去这样。
I think Corki is the strongest. He does a lot of damage, and his ult is very, very cool. You can fly out, and it's very cool.
That's very interesting. I think a lot of people would have pointed towards like Quinn or Lucian, for example. You were zeroing people out with that ultimate. You know, final question. With that win, you guys have now secured yourself, you know, kind of back into the race in terms of points. What's your confidence that Team Fire can come away with a victory at the end of this tournament?
你们这样子打完这场比赛之后，Team Fire 跟 Team Ice 的点数持平了。那 你们现在对于 Team Fire 获得这场全明星赛的胜利，你觉得有多少信心？
虽然我们昨天不小心输了，但是我觉得我们接下来比赛还是会赢的，就是火队一定会赢。
Even though we lost a few games yesterday, I think I'm confident that Team Fire is going to come back.
I like to hear that confidence. So once again, congratulations, BB, on the victory there. Thank you for taking a moment to talk with us. And Christine, of course, thank you for the translations. It's time to throw it back to the desk, though, to get their thoughts on that match.
Thank you very much, Dash. And while BB said it, confident of coming back, and they are equal now with Team Ice 250-250. So we learned that Corky's very strong. His special delivery is very strong. As predicted. Anything else that you were caught off guard by? Quinn absolutely dominating, as we thought as well. Kindred.
Yeah, the Quinn jungle, his actual PvE part of the jungle was not so good, but his ganks, his roaming around, his actual Quinn play, we know when they got to the mid game and team fighting was really strong.
So I was a little bit disappointed with the Urgot pick. I was sitting and during the game, like, why does he just build tank? And then you guys yelled at me that he couldn't, and I realized...
Well, that's what made the mode fun!
Exactly! So I realized Urgot is honestly pretty bad, because you have to build damage, you're always going to do less damage than the other AD carries, and also you have to go tier, which takes too long to stack, and there's like fights all the time, so I wasn't really a fan of that.
Also, he's in the top lane, he can just waddle around, he has no escapes, they ganked him over and over and over again.
Quinn can gank everything, that's why she's so strong in the jungle, and obviously would fit in well. Surprised she wasn't on both teams as well.
That Corky, though.
That Corky was OP.
Anything that you were caught off guard by, you were like, ooh.
I mean, I wasn't caught off guard, but Essence Europe came out as a really good item. I think Fire had 5 of them, and there was like 3 or 4 on Team Ice. So I guess the team with more Essence Reavers run one-on-one.
Or Rage Blades and other modes.
And more Ghost Blades.
4 Ghost Blades, or 3, I think it was, on Team Fire as well. Super strong, obviously very quickly they could fight, but yeah, cooldown reduction. When these AD carries here, the mobile AD carries did the best. Especially again with the cooldown reduction, like Lucian can just dodge around all the time, and that was super effective. Kalista as well. I mean, it just felt like 1v1. You just like the items don't fit you right now as a Kalista, so you're never gonna you're not gonna be that strong that you can just duel someone or take them down easy. Like Uzi always had some trouble in mid lane after he had a good play in the start though.
Yeah, we had actually Ice that were banking on the really good wombo combos later. We have some replays of that. Well, they initiated with the arrow, and if it hit, everyone came. Let's run the replay out. A lot of times it was on double lift though, sad for him, but it was a nice combo.
Yeah, fire the arrow at the 2 AD carries that don't have dashes. You have a pretty good chance. And more often than not, it did find double lift, and more often than not, he also died from it.
What do you think, Chris?
I mean, if you play immobile AD carry and you have no flash, then it just it's unlucky.
That's what
Let's
you're
with the special delivery to follow it up.
This ultimate as well.
Well, Lex did make up for the early game by banking up a lot of kills, but apparently Corky is really OP, so there we go. A lot of good combos from Ice, but it wasn't enough, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what made this mode my favorite mode to watch. This was way better than the pick 10 thing, because you have lots of mobility and lots of damage. Then you get exciting plays. Like that's how people are going to be.
And AD carry is obviously superior in terms of mechanics.
I mean, we all knew that, but also the pick 10 match was kind of unbalanced because Korea had some slightly worse.
Gotta put them at a disadvantage somehow.
Yeah, Alice at brown bot lane didn't go so well, and yeah.
I mean, we even saw some strategy here. Like the 2 supports were playing utility AD carries, Ashe and Varus. So there was some strategy coming in, and then it was just go ham, basically, from there.
Yeah, and it was for Team Fire ranking up another 50 tournament points to their score. That means that things are all tied up now with Team Ice. 250 on both sides. Very interesting. Well, it's super close. After yesterday, it kind of seemed like Ice were going to win with a landslide, but it was only day 1, and it's all squared out. So.
Well, we still have the 1v1 advantage.
Yeah.
Or Team Ice, not we.
We?
Team Ice.
All right.
I'm with him. He's the coach of one of the teams. That's why I mean we.
It's the same thing as the EU against NA.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, first you win, then you let it come back a bit, so it seems like it's exciting, and then now we stomp them.
I see. Secret strategies. We'll see. Well, we need to step away for just a moment, but when we return, it is time to hit the Howling Abyss as the 2015 All-Stars go mano a mano. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
But you guys can speak Russian if you want. I'll just play silently. Yeah, that's okay for me. And I will just laugh if something funny happens. Yeah.
Prey's trying to 1v2, but Koro is trying to reduce the... Oh! Lex is not going to be able to survive.
Oh, it's coming.
Wow. It's too late for him, Koro. Oh, man! Down Uzi, he's got the Ignite on, though. Afro! Oh, they still can't hit an arrow with double lift. Oh,
1v1s are just really, really fun because it is a 1v1 battle. You know, there's no outside, there's no jungle, there's no like other laners roaming on you. It's just a 1v1, and it's also a lot about strategy and preparation. What champion are you gonna pick? How are you gonna play this champion? And there's just a lot more going into it than just one player facing another. There's a lot of knowledge.
Welcome back, everybody. As we speak, Team Fire's jungler Karsa is getting ready to go one-on-one with the LPL's Clearlove for Team Ice. As a reminder, in this 1v1 tournament, you will duel until you get the kill on your enemy 100 CS or you get the tower to die, and the points are awarded to the top 4 in the end, with 150 points for number 1. Let's take a look at the bracket to see the matchups that we've got here today. We had a lot yesterday, now we're into the round of 16, starting off with Karsa Clearlove, and then, well, good things possible for Fire to make up a lot of points here.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they're guaranteed one player in quarterfinals because Prey and Madlife are playing each other. Otherwise, it's like Bjergsen, can he beat Kira, can Karsa take that clear up, and suddenly Fire can have a lot of people going into the quarterfinal. We just have to see who adapts the best, because we saw so many games yesterday, and it was like everyone tried to adapt later on. They realized the grasp of the Undying was very strong, and playing AP champions is very difficult because of like Hexstring and so on for these AD carries. So maybe we're going to see more AD carries now and less AP.
It's kind of the optimal way to win the game is going for the 100 CS rather than going for the more exciting, more risky way of actually killing your opponent, which is a lot of grasp of the Undying.
I think that trading is undervalued in this 1v1s. Like trading and pushing is more worth than actual all-inning, because all-inning is so risky because you're going into his minions, and then it's like just up to...
The first few wave of minions tells a lot about who's going to win.
The one that gets level 2 is usually the one who gets a push going, and then he gets like the minion lead, and he forces the opponent to, at some point, have to trade badly, and then he wins from there. Even in like Kazing's matches, he was losing higher in the CS department and the HP department, but his opponent got greedy and went for all-in and got a tower shot. Same thing for it. That sucks.
He was all playing by Kazing, by the way.
Yeah.
We talked to him
Honestly,
He showed us the replay a few times when we called him
his
out.
coach is right here.
Obviously, the coach showed the replay.
This is where I bait him in.
It's the same thing. He got a bit behind on early HP and pushing against the score, and then he baited him into the minions, got exhaust, the stun off, and then...
Yeah, the mental games, debating, we'll see what happens. And as we head outside to the 1v1 arena, let's take a listen to some of the mind games our pros bring to the Howling Abyss.
I can't play AD champion, so I must choose you, unfortunately.
Oh.
You'll battle Bjergsen for the mechanical test.
At 1v1 tournament, I played versus Malzahar.
Oh, really?
Yep. I have 100% win rate.
Oh, no.
So you know he lost.
Oh, no. I'm already tilted.
Will you take Flash? Flash
No.
and Ignite?
No.
Why?
It's secret. You want to take the snowball thing, like you throw and then you like jump to them?
No. That's so true.
Very fun.
Hey, ban wisely, dude.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. I want to play a Lowy.
Yeah.
Same, to be honest.
I made it. I made CLG. Woo! Dude, I'm gonna kill you.
Hey, does Volibear do magic damage?
Wait. I don't know. You tell me, D. You tell me, man. Dude, I'm not trolling. I'm just tryouting, okay?
I should have banned Volibear, dude.
Now, we've had our fun. We've had 5v5 regional matches. We've had Marksman Mode, and all of that is well and good. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get down to business. Now, 30 men entered and only 16 remain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2015 All-Star 1v1 Tournament. Now, we went over this yesterday, but just a quick reminder, we do have a set of guys preparing for their match while the current game is underway. So do me a favor, ignore them while the game is taking place. And now it's that time. It's that time to meet our first two contenders that will be taking center stage on the Howling Abyss. First up, on the blue side for Team Ice, hot off his command. Oh, we are backwards right now. Boom, starting over here, my bad, on the blue side for Team Fire. Hot off his commanding victory against BYE in the first round, the deadliest jungler in the LMS Summer Split, it's Karsa!
And his opponent on the red side for Team Ice with a win over the world's MVP under his belt. Give it up for Clear Love! All right, gentlemen, lock and load. It's time to go.
Thank you, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Polscam, and joining me to call day 2 of the 1v1s is James Stress O'Leary, my partner in crime from the EU Challenger Series. Man, am I hyped to get into this game.
I'm super hyped too, Pulse. It's now the round of 16. This is where at IWCA we really started to see some of the meta develop a little bit more, see just who was paying attention to the 1v1s and didn't just kind of stumble away through the first game. So I'm looking forward to this one. We haven't seen Casa play yet, but Clear Love yesterday came out with the brand. I tried to cheese you with brand. It didn't work for me.
No.
It worked really well for Clear Love, though.
Yes, it did. And basically, from what we learned, you just pick Heimer into it, and then you cheese back. But no, it was super good. He played up against Lissandra, and Lissandra didn't really do too much, kind of just queued the wave, and then Brand just went for the damage. We're going to see what he's going to go for here. Casa coming in with the Kindred ban first off. So pretty standard from what we've seen so far, Stress.
Yeah, very, very standard. So for 1 versus 1, you get 3 bans each, and then it's blind pick. So for those of you that this is the first 1v1s you're tuning into, that is exactly what is going on. Sometimes we get serious bans, sometimes we get team bans, just like the CLG you heard Amazing talking about. So bit of a slow start on the bans. Casa's trying to feel things out. Clear Love does not want to deal with the Draven this early on himself. We saw a couple of Draven bans yesterday, actually.
Yeah, and we also saw Bjergsen play it. Actually did really well. He went all in on the level 1 and then hit the level 2, immediately went in with the standard side with the E, got the knock aside. Very difficult to play against. That's going to be taken away. Caitlyn comes out as the next ban coming in from Casa, and then Kalista from Clear Love. Now there's 10 Ice players remaining, 6 Fire players remaining. And in this one, it will be Fire versus Ice. But as we get later on, there's a double Fire, which will be Prey and Madlife, and then Rookie and Lex will be Ice and Ice. So right now, Fire not looking super good compared to Ice.
Not right now, but there's still a lot of time. But speaking of time, these players are using pretty much all of the time for their bans. Pretty surprising, actually. I would have expected them to come out all guns blazing here, and all guns are off the table, because it's pretty much all 80 carries that have been banned, apart from that Lulu. And I was going to say the bans aren't surprising, but Ziggs, that is surprising in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, it's super interesting because remember on the first day everyone's like, the junglers are going to be crap in these 1v1s, and then he comes out, dunks Marin in 1v1 with Brand and Lissandra, busts out the Ziggs in this 1v1, Clear Love making a name for the junglers so far, and there's that Ezreal locked in as well.
It is Ezreal locked in. We saw a couple of games from Ezreal. Huni did not do too well yesterday into Kalista, but I want to go back to that Clear Love versus Marin matchup. That was the MVP of Worlds, getting taken down 1 versus 1 by a jungler. Junglers had almost no success in IWCA outside of Carbon, so I'm excited to see what Clear Love will bring to this. Yes, he's going to have a lot of trading potential with the auto attacks very early on. The short fuse passive from Ziggs is going to be able to deal a significant amount of damage, get that early push going, and I feel that that might be the angle that Clear Love's trying to take here.
Yeah, but versus of the Ezreal as well, I'm really interested to see how this works, because we saw Huni bring it out. He went for further of battle, didn't do so well, went for the level 2 all-in. What mastery does he go for? Because of course you can also go for Grasp, which are the 2 major ones coming in for Ezreal. Maybe he'll go AP and go for Thunder Laws for the extra burst. But so far from all the Ezreals we've seen, it's been uninspiring. We saw Latam in the IWCA bring out the Ezreal. Saw Huni did it. Not seeing success just yet. Maybe Casa can bring something out here.
Maybe. I'm looking forward to it. Our first 1v1 of the round of 16 here.
Get hype. Casa going onto the Rift has started with the Doran's Blade, and of course Ziggs will go with the Doran's Ring. And I thought maybe he would have gone for the Blade himself for the auto attack damage, but hasn't done so quite yet. Gone for Biscuits, so we know he's gone down the middle tree.
He has got a lot of AP right now. Set at 41 here, so he's pretty much going, I'm just going to hit you with as many bombs as I can throw at you to begin this matchup. So Clear Love not opting for that AD, just gonna, utilize that passive early on. And the one thing that AP Ziggs will do just as well is push waves. He's gonna be more reliant on his mana. But, you know, for this situation, it's so important to get that level 2. It's the 7th minion of the game will get you level 2. So the first minion off that second wave will get you an early level 2. We'll see how Karsa can kind of combat the push here from Ziggs.
Yeah, so far neither players are actually pressuring these minions too hard, and it's just the auto attacks and bombs coming out from Clearlove. So they're actually pushing the wave and trying to get that level 2 immediately. So they're going to be a little more defensive in this 1v1. Bit of housekeeping as well, needs to keep track of those summoner spells. Got the Ignite and Flash coming in from Karsa. So Flash on Ezreal as well. Typically don't see that many people go for Flash, especially on Ezreal, who already has the Arcane Shift on E, but maybe he's trying to outplay the Ziggs with some of the skill shots, because everything is skill shot based. If you're in the middle of the ultimate as well, you should be able to Arcane Shift into Flash to get out of all the damage.
Yes, and you know, it's not only summoners that we need to keep track of, it's also the masteries. Clearlove has opted for the Thunderlords here as well. So Grasp of the Undying on Karsa for that added sustain. Clearlove is going for that more damage. So if he can get multiple auto attacks off in this rotation, if he can get Karsa onto the Hextech minefield, that Thunderlords should proc fairly quickly.
Yeah, so actually Ezreal into Ziggs isn't too bad, because you can skirt around all of the skill shots, you can Arcane Shift out of it. So if he knew that Clearlove was actually, you know, prepping this into the game, then this is super smart. But okay, so Grass going on to Karsa means that I'll proc on the Q as well. Didn't see that from Huni, he went for Fervor, and then went for the All-In. So this type of playstyle, you're trying to stay in combat by hitting the minions and then hit them with the Q.
And you can see these two trading off fairly evenly right now, but the cannon being alive for Karsa is going to now push his wave towards Clearlove ever so slightly, about 2 minions in it on this push. That means Karsa is just going to be able to just creep Clearlove further back, and try and get Clearlove to get that minion aggro, because the minions are one of the really big things that you have to control very well on this map. If you can get the ranged minions to aggro onto your opponents by them stepping forward and auto-attacking you, it really turns around trades significantly.
Yeah, but it's very hard for that to happen in this matchup when both of them are so long range. Ezreal, if he feels under pressure, will farm at range with the Q, as you saw there. Clearlove has super long range on the bombs, so even when you're going for these auto-attacks, maybe the melee minions will aggro you, but then you just run away.
Yeah, exactly. Melee minions you just don't really care about. The other thing here is you can see it's so difficult for an Ezreal to deal with the counter push that comes from a Ziggs. As soon as it starts pushing in towards him, 1 Q onto the ranged minions deals enough damage to pretty much equalize the push, and now it's in Clearlove's favor, as Karsa and Clearlove just back and forth on this very, very intensive minion pushing this far early on in this match.
So to start talking about this, the spell usage as well and what they're scaling up, Karsa has only gone for Q and E, hasn't put anything in W at all, which is a little bit curious, because I've seen every single Ezreal do that so far and actually put a point in W, because you can actually go over the minions. Right now, Karsa is finding it very difficult to connect the Mystic shots because they stop on minions. W does not, and Karsa actually gets bounced into his Relic. Will take a bit of damage from Clearlove as well.
And that's a massive amount of damage there. The key thing to watch in that is not only was he taking damage from the abilities, the spells, but that cannon creep from the wave deals so much damage. It's about comparable to a champion auto attack. So as soon as you introduce that into the mix, Clearlove should be able to favorably trade against Karsa time and time again, and you can see he burns the health potion from it.
Yeah, Clearlove getting a lot of value from getting the CS as well, because it will give him the extra mana. He used all of his mana to go for that combo on Karsa. Now he's able to get a bit of it back. And that is the optimal, basically the optimal way to throw out skill shots. If you can hit the minions and also hit the opposing champion, you win. You control the wave and you kill them.
You don't win yet, Pulse. 100 minions, the kill or the tower, that's how you actually win. But I like it. It's one of those steps towards
It's getting there. The journey, man.
It is. And the journey sometimes is where all of the intense play comes from. We saw Froggen versus Faker just get really late on with the minion pushing. Very micro-intensive little trades. And here's a trade for you between Clearlove and Karsa, but not a lot of minions around, so both of them are fairly confident in just trading back and forth.
Yeah, so far they're literally just trading. So when they go back to base, I'll be interested to see what they pick up, because so far we've seen a lot of AD carries go for Hex Drinker into AP to go for those all-ins. Level 6 hit by both of the, I want to say mid laners, and I guess it technically is the mid lane, but both of them are now actually going for a trade. Karsa going up against these minions, but taking so much damage from both the cannon minion and that stray caster creep. Goes for the Relic, goes for the all-in as well. Clearlove dropping low, the barrier has been popped. Both Ignites go down. Karsa tries to cut the vision, incredibly low. Karsa doesn't have the mana.
He can't get it!
We'll go for the Relic.
And now the mana is in favor of Clearlove. Karsa just wasn't quite in range for the auto attack. I love what Clearlove was trying to do there. Uses the ultimate early to push the minions, force Kasa away from the health relic and try and control the map for himself. He had the cannon minion in the wave. It aggroed onto Kasa very, very close. And Clearlove, he missed a bouncing bomb. It was point blank and it kind of just dropped at his feet like just a marble rolling along the floor was not enough. And Clearlove, at this point, all of the summoners have been used on the map. Clearlove recalls for a very cost-efficient item on 1v1. Catalyst the Protector. Not only do you get the tanky stats, not only do you get the extra mana, but on the level up, the regeneration effect that you get, the health, the mana bag is so, so good.
Yeah, now he wins the sustain game up against Kasa. Before we've seen double Catalyst picked up in the Froggen versus the Anivia matchup with Froggen Faker. We saw both of them pick up Catalyst at the same time. That was very important. This time we have AD AP matchup where the Serrated Dirt comes out. So we'll be looking for more of those trades versus Clearlove and try and chunk it down earlier. Because if you get into a sustain fight, Clearlove's going to win with the Catalyst.
And this game has been pretty close. It's been back and forth on the CS difference since the beginning of the game, as Kasa didn't get a lot of damage off at first.
Yeah, he's still following up onto Clearlove. Will get the Relic, but is in range to continue getting hit by these Mystic shots. That is where Kasa can reign supreme in this 1v1 matchup. When there's no minions to block those Qs, there's nothing Clearlove can really do apart from waddle away and take damage.
However, at this point, it's the mana you also have to look at. Kasa goes behind the minion wave.
Yeah, he doesn't have any mana to really follow up here and also use the Arcane Shift, so he's not going to be going any further on this one. And Clearlove will have to use the ultimate literally just to clear the wave and go back.
And I like it. He's maintaining the CS lead that he has here. 74 CS to 65. He's finally managed to open up quite a large window here, and Kasa trying to recall outside of vision. Clearlove doesn't know he's there, but there's too many minions.
Yeah, I like that from Clearlove. Immediately places down the ward, gets vision of Kasa, stop the recall. Who does that really benefit? Clearlove does want to keep him in lane because he'll have the sustain. Also on his side of the map, we'll have the Relic soon.
Not only that, but he has the push. He's forcing Kasa to lose minions time and time again by holding him here. 80 CS to 68. This gap is going up every single wave.
And Kasa doesn't have anything in his items or anything in his kit to keep his mana up right now. He's really just trying to get the damage down. And when we saw him push Clearlove to the tower, that was his biggest chance really to get something going. Now Clearlove has forced Kasa to stay. This is so difficult. And we're starting to approach 100 minions as well. Kasa will dive after Clearlove, try and get some extra damage down. He really needs this Relic. Oh! Knocks him out of range. The tower shot as well. And the first blood goes to Clearlove.
Really, really well played by Clearlove. That's one of the drawbacks of playing Ezreal for Kasa, is to get most of your damage, you have to bypass the minion wave, go past the range creeps. And there was really nothing Kasa could do. He had to try and do something here, and you can see, watch for that satchel charge. Brilliant placement. Knocks Kasa away. Clearlove. That right there was a great 1v1
That
play.
was so sick. Both gets the tower shot and the Relic, read the situation perfectly, knew he drew him into the situation where Kasa had to go in for the trades, had to grind him out, and it didn't happen. And that was just so well played by Clearlove. And who said junglers aren't going to be good in this 1v1s?
I did. I was wrong. I was wrong.
Me too, actually,
Clearlove
honestly.
actually is doing a really good job. He's come
Yeah.
out with 2 picks that nobody else is playing. First, he brings the brand, and pretty much all Insla Sandra manages to get Mara. Now he brings out a Ziggs, controls the map wonderfully, brings Kasa into danger, and really shuts him down. That was a great 1 versus.
That was fantastic to start these off. We've got another 3 to go as well. I'm so excited for this. We have Kira Bjergsen up later as well. Madlife and Prey should be exciting. Rookie and Lex will be closing it out. So many good matchups to come.
Yeah, so many good matchups. And, you talked about Kira and Bjergsen. That's actually our next matchup,
Yeah.
Miles. I cannot wait for that
Man,
one.
my boy Kira, he's going to come out. He's going to take the 1v1. This will be the real test, though. He faced Darius before. It was a difficult matchup in the IWCA. Literally unstoppable.
Right. We've been talking about it a lot. I think it's about time. Let's head down to Riftside and get our players introduced.
Thank you, gentlemen. You said great. You said fantastic. I say insane. I couldn't have asked for a better 1v1 to start us off. What about you guys? What do you think? There it is. There it is. Well, let's see if we can keep the momentum rolling into our second matchup of the evening. And to introduce our players, starting on the blue side for Team Ice, representing the CIS undefeated in his last 6 1v1s, it's Kira! And of course, who could forget his opponent on the red side for Team Fire, the NA LCS mid lane kill leader for all of 2015, and the Danish pride of North America, it's Bjergsen! All right, gentlemen, load up and may the best man win.
This is the set right here. Kira up against Bjergsen. This is going to be incredibly hype. Draven was picked up before by Bjergsen, and Kira, he managed to get Caitlyn again. And from IWCA, don't give him Caitlyn, don't give him Lucian. I want to see Bjergsen ban out both.
However, I think Bjergsen should do. I think Bjergsen is such a big test now for Kira. I actually think Bjergsen may even be the favored matchup here. Yes, Kira has a lot of experience, but you talk of experience. When it comes to a player, this to me is the equivalent of, I don't know, something like Aldo McGregor from the MMA world that takes place this weekend. You got Bjergsen, he's a mainstay, man. This is his bread and butter. Those mid lane matchups, he takes them whoever you put in front of him. So Kira has his work cut out.
And this is all about mechanics, but also about adaptability. And no one has adapted better than Kira out of WCA versus Bjergsen. I need to see what else he's brought, because Draven as well, as an AD carry, definitely is different from the mid laners. Haven't seen too many mid lanes come in because most of them are kind of like the melee ones that are kind of good. We saw Westall bring out LeBlanc as well. All the banter come through so far. Stress, Urgot, Draven, Kalista, obviously target ban against Bjergsen, and Caitlyn, Kindred, Quinn comes out. Lucian is available. Kira picks it. Before, we've seen people try to bait him into picks. It didn't work out. Bjergsen's going to match fire with fire, being on Team Fire, and go for the double Lucian.
But man, you know, you saw the smile on Bjergsen's face. He predicted this.
Yep.
He knew this was coming. This is the matchup he seemingly wants to play. And if there's one way to beat, you know, the person coming into this bracket that could potentially have stamped their name, it's play them at their own game and beat them.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's all about those mechanics, and Bjergsen knows if he's stuck in a 1 versus 1 where it's all about skill, no extraneous factors, plus those it being in a mirror matchup with Lucian, if he has something up his sleeve and just knows this, you know, gets one more auto tackle, one more double tap, he'll take this 1v1. It's so big.
And right now, we're in the mirror match. Rune's Mastery is going to be so important. I'm expecting double Grasp of the Undying. We'll get a sight on that as we go forward into this one. However, the summoners are different, so we're not in a pure mirror. We have Exhaust Barrier for Kira and Exhaust Ignite for Bjergsen. So there is a difference already as we head on to the Rift.
Yes, there is. So Kira pretty much exclusively basically used to go for Ignite Exhaust and has gone into the barrier this time. So we'll have to see how that dynamic shakes out as we get through this one. But getting onto the Rift for Kira versus Bjergsen. This is the game out of this set. Stress to watch. And already Kira gets the dominance over that bush and takes a hit at that ward. But Bjergsen was just slow to the punch.
And all that ward now does for Bjergsen is know, oh, Kira's in that bush. Okay, that's exactly where he should be anyway. So the ward for Bjergsen doesn't do too much, and it allows Kira to now get the first auto attacks off onto the minion wave as it pushes in. We talked about runes, masteries, what would be different. There is a difference here between these two players. Kira has got 7 extra armor, whereas Bjergsen is running flat health. He's got an extra 100 health coming out at the start of this matchup, so there is a big difference. You can see the damage Kira putting down onto this first wave of minions already, rushing for that early level 2.
Yeah, okay, so Grasp coming out there. Did you say both have gone for Grasp in this one?
I will double check. Okay. I believe so, yes. They both have the indicator.
All right, so Kira trying to get this down. Basically at the same HP, Trade comes across, both lands the piercing light, and one more autos from Kira, but takes some damage from those caster minions. Bjergsen actually pushing up here as another piercing light trades back, another double tap. Literally auto for auto, but Bjergsen getting a slight advantage in this 1v1.
And one thing you want to keep in mind is...
level 2 from Kira. He will jump in. Bjergsen responds as well. Gets a double tap from the passive, layers it, and weaves it between his passive and his spells. And again, kind of comes out even, but Bjergsen still slightly ahead.
Yeah, and at this point, the experience between the two is fairly even right now. You can see Kira will be able to get the push on towards Bjergsen to begin this one off. 3 minions in the wave, so Bjergsen wasn't quite able to answer that, but he has the added health. Kira has to dodge around from Bjergsen.
Yeah, Kira cuts the vision, goes into the bush. Bjergsen responds with some more autos, backs off to the vision once again into that bush. There's taking damage from that cannon minion on the way out. That was actually huge, and that's really what pushed the health advantage in Bjergsen's favor.
We're coming up to the point where health relics are going to be available.
Jumps in, gets the barrier down, there comes the exhaust. Which Jonas will come out ahead? It's going to be Bjergsen in the one-on-one.
Bjergsen just with the health from the Masteries earlier is able to trade more effectively into Kira to begin. That extra 100 health, way more effective than 7 armor in the first few levels. And here's the kill moment once again. Bjergsen knows it. He doesn't even care about taking the aggro from the minion wave. Enough damage with the ignite, burns through the barrier with the auto attacks. Bjergsen takes down Kira.
Man, and it was ultimately the fact that Kira has pretty much exclusively gone for Lucian and Caitlyn, which was ultimately his downfall. Even a Shinigami on his side didn't prove enough to take that win. And man, Bjergsen looking so hot off the rift.
Yeah, I mean, man, that right there was just exactly how to put a game plan together of, I'm going to let him pick his pick, and then I'm going to pick his pick, and I'm going to have a different setup. That is such a crucial factor. Just the ability to basically have 2 autos more health in the very early beginning of that game allowed Bjergsen basically to just win that straight up. Just took the trade, even experience, is able to just take him out.
Yeah, that's what I absolutely love about these 1v1s. It's all about those runes and masteries and all these small things that add up. And as you mentioned, it was the ability to have those 2 extra autos of health. Also did a little bit better on trading and in terms of where they traded, because Kira's very pushed up, very aggressive, took the extra damage from the cannon minion on the way out in one of the final trades, and ultimately when he went for the final one, Bjergsen just punished him because he had more health.
He did. That was a real quick 1v1, and the first time we've seen Kira lose in like 7 1v1s, so good pickoff for Bjergsen, but we move on towards our next 1 versus 1. This, I wouldn't say it's a grudge match, but Prey and Madlife, man. They're opposite sides of the rift. Only 2 of them are on the Howling Abyss. We're going to have to find out which one of them really carried that lane.
We are indeed stressed. Well, we're going to go and send it down to Rainbow Dash to set up the next game.
Now, if only I did have a few more colors in my hair. How about that? Bjergsen taking down the IWCA 1v1 champion there. And not to be outdone, though, next up, we've got a couple of guys who are very familiar with each other, no doubt. Starting on the blue side for Team Fire from Korea's LCK, looking to be the predator in this matchup, it's Prey! And his opponent on the red side, also representing Team Fire. He showed he's not afraid to step into the AD carry role yesterday with his win as Lucian. Put your hands together for Madlife! All right, gentlemen, load up and lock in.
So Prey and Madlife right here, both are actually on Fire, so we are going to get someone from Fire going through. Already we had Bjergsen as well, so we will get 2 Fire coming through, and with another Ice as well, so 2 of each from both teams. But so far, Prey took down Huni earlier. It was Ezreal and Kalista matchup. Huni went for the all-in. Prey didn't really do too much. And then Madlife as well, the Lucian up against the Monko.
Yes, and we are already into picks and bans. So, pretty hype matchup, this one. Oh, it's for all the marbles.
Yes.
As I said, who carried this lane?
Who was the real carry? We are about to find out. Brand will be the first ban from Prey. We've only seen 1 brand so far, but is it very well? It was from Playlove. Kalista will be the ban coming in from Madlife. It was what Prey took against Huni in the last matchup he had. We'll see what the rest will be as we get into this one. But of course, there are big priorities like Caitlyn, like Lucian, Kindred as well. Urgot hasn't seen that much play, but has been banned out a bunch.
Yes, it has. Absolutely has. Just because of that passive. The ability to get extra armor reduced, you know, a lot of the damage, so much of the damage in any AD matchup. We'll get to it if we see an Urgot. It is still available.
Yeah, Kindred will be the next ban, followed by Lucian, pretty much as we just mentioned, will be the staple bans in these 1v1s as the meta has evolved over the last day, and also IWCA. Waiting on that final ban coming in from Madlife. Just see what he'll bring out here. There was some discussion on whether Madlife or any of the supports will bring out a support pick. Bard is actually very good in the 1v1. Blitz would be sick to watch.
Probably not great.
Kench in the mid lane. Heard Fake was playing back in the day.
But the Draven has been locked in. And we look at yesterday, Huni did not let Prey have Draven. And you have to think, Madlife should know. Madlife should know you don't give Prey Draven.
Well, maybe it's another bait stress. Maybe. Just bringing him into the Draven, then dunks him with some other pick. What's it going to be? Kennen, of course, didn't even mention him. He was a major pick so far in these 1v1s. So let's see if he actually locks that in. I'm not going to talk about summon spells just yet, as that can change as we go into game. Also, when you see your opposing pick, you will want to take some time to think about what you want to do in that matchup.
Well, it is locked on Kennen. So, one thing Kennen will have in this matchup is the ability to predict Draven's movement. You can throw out the Razor Shuriken right where the axe is going to land. You either force him to reduce his own damage by not allowing him to catch the axe, or he gets one of the procs of Mark of the Storm plus the damage. So I like it. I like it from Mad Life. Try and control a little bit of the space. Of course, this was blind, so
yes.
Unless that's kind of like actually the master plan here from Mad Life.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the drawbacks from Draven. You're kind of scripted in where you're going to go, but at the same time, you have a lot of damage to make up for that. So it's all really about the first couple levels, trying to get the level up, and then Draven maybe trying to get in there and punish Kennen, because his level 2 power spike isn't quite as strong as Draven's.
No, it isn't. And honestly, you have to kind of get to level 3, so you have all of your abilities available. That's when you can really start to punish people. You can still do it at level 2. We saw Reckless very effectively yesterday, actually winning the game without ever getting Lightning Rush, because he kind of won at level 2. So as long as you have the ability to Q and W and get the auto attack with the Mark of the Storm off, that tends to be enough. But as soon as you hit level 3, that's really when Kennen gets a little bit easier. Typically against melee matchups, Draven might cause a bit of a problem.
But it's also the Lightning Rush as well. His E, a lot of people overlook the fact it gives you extra armor and magic resist. And that's actually quite big in 1v1s. It allows you to do this thing called trading, which will win you the game. So getting on to this next one on the Howling Abyss, Prey coming in here up against Mad Life. As you mentioned, Stress, who was the real carry? We're about to find out in this 1v1. And so far, Mad Life just kind of chilling out of base, just, deciding what he wants to buy.
And Prey is actually respecting this. Prey was ever so slightly behind the curve on that, and doesn't actually punish Mad Life for
the
this.
ultimate mind game is like, oh, I didn't realize the game started.
Also, Mad Life is running AP here. He is not running full AD, or, well, you know, he's going now for that hybrid style where he's going to get AP later but start with the Doran's Blade. We actually used to see this on Kennen a lot on Summoner's Rift as well, where you just have such good auto attack trading very early on. So Mad Life looking to just get that early push on with the Doran's Blade. That's why we see it. It allows you now to trade very effectively onto the minions, and you kind of just ignore a lot of the actual champion trading fairly early on.
Yeah, so actually going with their setup as well, I expect them to max W over Shuriken, because it's very actually difficult to land that, as we saw. Will be stopped on minions in the same way that Mystic Shot will be in Ezreal. So actually just going for those autos, following up with Electrical Surge will probably be what Mad Life is looking for, but Prey manages to get these minions down a little faster than him. Mad Life has actually gone for the W first, so is going for what we were just talking about. Ward goes down, cutting the ability for Mad Life to put vision.
And look at Mad Life actually not looking to rush, but he's taking so much damage from it, man.
And Prey's going to hit level 2 first just to get the punish off, because Mad Life already took so much damage from the initial trade from Prey.
Right, and this was Mad Life realizing he'd already lost that push, so he was conceding so much room just holding the empowered Shuriken as he is now, because he knows he's going to push into turret. The problem is, on this map, the turrets do different amounts of damage. The melee minions will die to 2 turret shots each without an auto attack. The ranged minions will die with 1 plus an auto. If pretty much anything touches those ranged minions, 1 tower shot will kill it.
Yeah, basically, if the melee minions even, which do so little damage, you are not getting those cascades. It's just not going to happen. Mad Life has gone for a point in Thundering Shuriken as his next level. Prey, once again, gets the level 3, so we'll have all of his abilities now, put a point in Blood Rush as well. Has control over the relic as it spawns at 125. 2 minutes 25 rather, and 1:15 is the respawn on that. So Prey will be trying to camp over that when he continues to push up. Mad Life finally gets the auto down with the W follow-up, but the only way he's ever going to get the stun is if Prey is out of position for the Thundering Shuriken, or is in range for Mad Life to go for his E.
Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Mad Life. He didn't get any of those melee minions there. He's still not 100% on last hitting under the turret. And normally, a couple of CS here and there, you may think, oh, it's not that much of an issue. But look at how many he's losing. Look at the gap that has already opened up. We're only on the 4th wave, now the 5th joining. 22 CS to 12 at this point. Mad Life is falling so far behind on the minion game, but he is starting to get some damage onto Prey, but it doesn't do too much this early on.
Yeah, right now the win condition has shifted for Mad Life from keeping the CS even, to maybe looking for an all-in at level 6, trying to burst Prey down for the kill.
Oh, this is dangerous here. Oh, Mad Life has gone past the minions.
Gets the stun down, but he's in range of tower, so he can't really go all-in on Prey. Prey may go back here in preparation for level 6 and just get some items under his belt.
And Mad Life right there goes past the range minions, but is far enough that his auto attack doesn't actually drag the aggro onto him. So we got a little bit lucky that Prey kept moving back away, because otherwise Mad Life would have taken so much damage from those ranged minions. And right now, Mad Life just looking to set up the push, reset the wave, look to recall himself.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like Mad Life knew that. I think he was pushing forwards enough that Prey knew he couldn't return damage onto Mad Life, and going for the trade regardless of minion aggro wouldn't have mattered for him. Prey, as you can see, any damage on those caster minions means you cannot get it if it's in the tower.
So difficult. And yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, in those situations, you just have to be mindful of where the minion aggro is going to come from, because it will deal so much damage. And if a full wave of 3 range minions starts attacking you, every single attack is going to be the equivalent when the 3 of them attack as one champion.
Okay, so Prey should be first to level 6 here as he's got a couple extra minions as Mad Life has only now come back into lane. Relic has spawned behind Prey, so we've got that to fall back on. Mad Life should be coming up a little later as he took that second. And really looking for this level 6 now, that's a major thing that will open up this game. Big minion push coming into Mad Life now. Will be very difficult for him to really push back. He doesn't have any AoE unless he can get in range for the E.
Oh, that first minion, auto Q would have killed it. Mad Life couldn't quite get it in time either. Will get the second though. It's so difficult to CS here unless you can get the actual kind of angle on the Q and the autos in the right time. Mad Life's doing a better job now. As I say that, he missed one as the minions aggroed onto it, but you know, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, okay, so around 10 CS ahead now is Prey, and actually first to level 6 was Mad Life. I was wrong on that one. Now Prey gets to level 6, and Mad Life may be looking to jump in here with the ultimate. Prey's not currently in kill range, so Mad Life will want to try and get some damage down onto him, but it's so difficult with the shurikens, and if you get in range for the auto cannon, you're going to take 2 autos or more from Prey, which are going to hurt way more.
Yeah. Ooh, you can see there's the telegraphing of Prey now has 2 axes. How will the juggling go for Prey? This is a lot of damage if he gets 2 autos up onto Mad Life here. Will focus down the minions for now though.
Taking so much damage, stand aside as well. I actually feel like Prey could have gone in for an extra auto down to Mad Life, but was paying respect, being so near the turret, also with the level 6 on Mad Life. But again, he's not in kill range, so definitely Prey could have gone for a 1 more auto, maybe even 2 with the attack speed now. Something that not many people know is you can, as Draven, if you have enough attack speed, you have to click Q again to add more axes into your rotation. So you can actually be juggling like 3 or 4, or like many axes. If you're max attack speed, I think I've seen someone juggle 5. Probably won't reach that.
That's pretty micro-intensive, I'm not gonna lie. If Prey can do that,
well, this is all about micro.
That is true. That is true, but so much of it is about the minions. You can't just go juggling 5 axes around and run around and not care. But Prey taking a lot of damage, will trade it back onto Mad Life for now. Very tense game so far, but you can see Prey has extended. Look at the lead he's got, Pulse. 56 CS to 45 right now. Prey is in full control.
Yeah, in the last 2 or 3 trades, we've seen Mad Life just get ahead, or rather Prey get ahead of Mad Life, just managed to get 1 more auto down on the retreat. And Mad Life is just finding it hard to put down damage and bring Prey into kill range, and because of those double Darrens, Prey is basically up to full health again. And once again, you see the grass come out. Mad Life, his window is closing rapidly.
We're at a pretty important point here, because if Prey can recall, he has the gold for Hexdrinker. He already has the longsword in his inventory, and Hexdrinker is going to go so far against Mad Life. Mad Life's building half AP as well. Whoa, that's not a Hexdrinker. That is not a Hexdrinker at all. That is a BF sword that he picks up on Draven. He wants to win this with a kill right now and make sure he can just take out the minion wave as fast as possible and just go fully ham on Mad Life at this point. I'm a little surprised at this.
Yeah, that's interesting. And now Mad Life goes back. Does he pick up Seekers?
He's got 1200. He could complete it, plus then go for added damage if he wants it.
Yeah, is it worth with the opponents at 70 CS though? Because Seeker's on guard kind of crap basically by itself. Okay. Gonna fight fire with fire, bringing out the needlessly large one as well for more damage.
Great. So one thing about getting damage as opposed to sustain on this map is that if you don't actually get the all-in, it's pointless. So, I mean, one of these players going this build path is not going to lose the game because of it, but makes the game so much harder for themselves right now. If Mad Life can somehow get, you know, a full ult channel off onto Prey, if he can get that W stun and then continue to just do damage, it could be okay, but I mean, Mad Life's in a tough position. Prey actually just needs to farm this out to win.
So important just right there, Mad Life took the relic at full health while he was down there, so that's been denied for Prey. So if Mad Life takes a fight over on Prey's side of the map, he won't have that to fall back on, and will be able to just go on this uneven playing field.
I love what Prey did right there. He had 2 marks of the storm, so he actually backs off to try and get Mad Life to come into W range. The same's going to happen again. Look at Mad Life trying to come out of Fog of War just to proc the stun and follow up with damage, but Prey last time efficiently traded the auto back. Will ult the wave just to make it push. He's going to recall. Yeah, he's going for the CS win. He's either going to recall here or just wait for the wave to reset.
Yeah, right now being 3 waves away from winning the game, he's just going to keep farming it out. There's no real reason to try and straight up kill Mad Life.
Mad Life,
he's
I
great
love
on
it.
the side of the map.
I love it. It's great. So with the ward in the bush on Prey's side, Mad Life has full control of the area behind Prey's minions. So Mad Life never has to cross it and denies so much of this farm for Prey. He says, if you want to go for a CS win, I'm going to make you fight me for it. And Mad Life won't take aggro from this until an auto attack lands. He can just queue out again and again and again. They can even hit Prey, and Mad Life will be fine as long as the minions are just attacking his.
Yeah, literally notice this. Mad Life is not even hitting the minions. He's letting it go over to his side of the map. However, he did just kill 1 minion, and now it's pushing back into Prey. So it has now been broken. The idea was fantastic.
It was great. I love it. He sold Prey out for so long. I mean, Prey, as you said, was only, 3-4 waves away from winning this, and Mad Life is trying to game the system here. Stop Prey from getting to 100.
Unfortunately, Prey is getting there very quickly. He still has a biscuit in his inventory. Mad Life,
here he goes.
He has to go for the
Great
all-in. He comes down, and Mad Life, he's just not in range, and the autos are raining in from Prey. Defensive ultimate comes out, but the exhaust as well. Gets Prey in range, looking for the last auto. Mad Life's gonna run away, but even if he goes back here, Prey is gonna be so strong in advantage in the minions. It may just end before Mad Life comes back.
Yeah, Mad Life right now is, one more wave as the wave joins. Mad Life can join it and try and force an all-in. He has the ignite, but he stayed in base for so long. 5 minions is all it's going to take for Prey to win this game, and Prey knows it. Does he recall and safely close this out, or does he go to rush?
He's going for the minions. In comes the ultimate. 1 more minion. There it is, and the win goes to Prey.
Prey. He knew what was going on. I would love to hear some of the communication between those two on that game, especially while Mad Life was zoning. I love the attempt. Mad Life put up such a good fight, but Prey comes out with the Draven. So much damage to deal with, and Mad Life, he gave it a good go. It's so close, just the way that Mad Life was playing, but Prey, far too good in that kind of situation.
Seeing these 1v1s at the highest level was so fun to watch. All the mind games that went into that one. And literally, as you mentioned, just at the end there, with Mad Life, that he was trying to freeze the minion wave to force Prey to come to him was so good. But in the end, Prey just won out.
In the end, Prey just won.
He just kind of won.
I feel like that happens quite a lot, just in general. It's like, oh, Prey won again. Okay, well, fine. Okay, not a problem. That was an awesome 1v1. I like that. Our 1v1s today have been so good for so many different reasons. Yeah. Seeing Prey and Mad Life go at it was that's a special moment, I think. I like that.
Yes, it was. They were both from Fire, as we mentioned before the game, so at least 1 Fire will be going through. And it should be a 2 out of 2 for
yeah, it will. Yeah. The next matchup is guaranteed to be Fire versus Ice, because up next, Rookie and Lex take to the stage, and they are both Team Ice members, and Dash is going to let us know what they're all about.
Thank you, gentlemen. We just saw some serious next-level strategies there in that last one, but it's time to move on to our 4th match of the evening. The next 2 to go mano a mano. First up on the blue side for Team Ice from China's LPL with the fastest win in yesterday's round of 32. Give me some noise for Rookie! And his opponent on the red side, also from Team Ice. We saw him shut down West Doors LeBlanc, and he's here to take down another Titan. Put it together for Lex! All right, gentlemen, let's have a good game. Keep it clean.
Lex and Rookie coming into this one stress, and Lex, you may think, oh, he's from the CIS region, and nothing, and then took down Westor in the first round.
You'd be
now
wrong.
Going up against Rookie, who took down Meteos. This is going to be actually a really close match.
It will be. I think you have to ban out Lex's Kindred. We saw that yesterday in the game against Westor. Oh, Rookie and Lex. Rookie had a good game yesterday as well. I mean, at this point, Team Ice as a whole, you're pretty happy. No way of losing this one. So, what is the strat here for Rookie and Lex? What do they go for? Does Rookie bring out anything a little bit different? What do we see? Rookie yesterday played that Kalista. So I would expect to see both of them banned out here.
Yeah.
There goes Kindred.
There goes Kindred. There's one of them. So Lex as well, yeah, as an AD carry, will have maybe a slight advantage because we're basically seeing most AD carries, usually these long-range carries, in these 1v1s. Lulu will be the next ban out. Haven't seen too much Lulu actually being played. Seen a lot of bans.
Yeah.
It's super strong because you just build AD and just keep auto-attacking them over and over again. It's so difficult. And the Whimsy turning them into a squirrel. It's just like, you can't do anything.
It's great. It's just like, oh, I have base shield health. Like, it's great. I can just shield myself. Doesn't matter whether I got AP. It's just a little bit more health goes on.
Yeah, it's like having an AD carry and a support in one champion.
And speaking of more AD carries, off we go. Quinn gone, Caitlyn gone. Not in this 1v1. Ooh, Corki gone as well. Rookie clearly saw Lex's performance in the 1v1. Lex, not the 1v1, the Marksman Mode. Lex didn't bring his Corki hat though. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that would have given the game away. It's like, I
maybe
wonder
draw
what
the
I'm
ban,
playing.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I love it. I love it. Just strats to bait the ban.
Oh man. Okay, so Lucian was the final ban, and Kalista, is that locked in from Rookie?
From Lex, not from Rookie yet.
Yeah.
Now, oh, it actually is. The timers have gone. So, it is both
Okay,
locked
it's a
in.
mirror.
It's a Kalista mirror. This is the only matchup in which we have two champions and only four real usable abilities between them. Since W and ult.
Together,
not
they have
great.
one champion.
Yeah, together you can combine them to just
Not
double
even in tandem yet.
It's great. Oh, I see what you did. I'm looking forward to Tandem,
Yeah,
actually.
me too.
That's going to be such a fun game mode when it actually comes up. But, you know, in this matchup, again, it's going to be summoners. We've seen Exhaust doesn't do too well against Kalista, but what happens if you're Kalista against Kalista and you both take Exhaust? Is it both as useless as each other? Or does it suddenly actually become kind of a standoff of who exhausts, who rends first?
Yeah, it becomes this really interesting mind game because it's like, well, when are you going to rend, and then I need to exhaust just before that, and yeah, it becomes really weird. So we'll have to see who picks up which summoner spell, and it looks like it is going to be an exhaust mirror as well. So we are going to see the mind games come. It's like, when are you going to rend? When are you going to rend? Coming into this one, it's going to be Rookie and Lex onto the Rift.
And the difference is Ignite against Barrier between the two of them. Both of them established the ward control. Both of them want to trade. Ooh, Lex. It was Rookie that rends first. Lex throws up the icon. And at this point, so I want to touch on the rune differences between the two because there are very minor differences here. It's Rookie has 3 extra AD, whereas there is a lot more armor on Lex. Lex is at 32 armor to the 23 here, and Lex has extra attack speed. So in theory, Lex can send out more spears, deal a little more damage on the rend here, but Rookie is going to have slightly higher base damage on his autos. Kalista, however, remember, scales off 0.9 of AD anyway, so you're already conceding a little of that.
Yeah, attack speed is usually a little more valuable. Already going for these auto attacks. A slight advantage to Lex, but the all-in comes in from Rookie. It's going to be the level 1 coming in here. One more auto, the barrier comes up, and it goes over to Lex!
Lex gets it! That right there is another example of a mirror matchup where the runes decide so much of this. Also, Lex holding his nerve.
Yeah.
Held the barrier for so long. You can see between these two, good spirits between the two of them. Let's take it up. This one ended so quick. Early exhaust was the problem here. Lex was so high health that he had so much time to hold his barrier. Pops the ignite down. Exhaust goes down onto Rookie. Rookie had no choice in that kind of situation. He pretty much lost it at the first exhaust.
Yeah, it all came down to the exhaust stress, all coming into that rend, and yeah, you basically took like a third of his health off. It was like so much damage. And Lex comes out, will continue to carry the banner for CIS.
That was a great 1v1. We had 2 really quick 1v1s, 2 really, longer 1v1s, but that right there, Lex, just knowing the matchup in that situation, goes, okay, well, I got the barrier, I got the exhaust, and I just kind of survived through.
Yeah, not just the matchup, but also the exhaust matchup, and knowing exactly when to exhaust, and as you mentioned, holding his nerve. in that situation. Rookie just lost it. He was like, oh, exhaust, press all opponents.
I'm going in, boys, level 2.
It just didn't work out, so yeah.
That was, I mean, you gotta think if you're Rookie in that situation, you're like, I've got this, guys, I've got this. I'm gonna exhaust him. Oh wait, we're both Kalista.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Yeah.
Oh, I need to stack up the Ren first.
Yeah.
This is why Kalista in the mid lane doesn't happen.
That's
but
true. Lex had the Lance as an AD carry already.
I know, right? Marksman mode in action. Basically, we have 1v1 Marksman mode as well. I don't know. I would have liked to have maybe seen Rookie try something like the Ziggs that we saw earlier. But I don't think it was the matchup that was the problem. I just think it was kind of going for the level 2, got very excited about it, try and get the kill.
I'm so torn on these type of games as well, because I'm like, I want to see a longer game with the mirror, but I also love to see the level 1 all in as well. But anyway, with another 4 contenders eliminated, let's check in with our analyst to update the bracket.
Thank you very much, Pulse. Indeed, I also love seeing it when they go totally all in, and there were some really nice plays actually in this one. I do want to bring up the replay of Clearlove over Karsa. That was the first one we had. Let's bring that up, because that was some good mechanics from a jungler coming out. Let's run out the clip.
I mean, it's a jungle matchup, obviously. I like what Clearlove did with their Ziggs here, just trying to push a wave early on and then the all in. And it's all about keeping the W here, wait for the mistake. He gets the relic and he gets a tower shot now on Cast. Just beautiful play by Clearlove, and he's been surprising. Yes, Bjergsen is in the next match here. The superfan won't be happy if Clearlove wins.
The superfan.
Yeah, and thinking about the Bjergsen matchup that happened with the mirror against Kira, that was actually really well played because the relic was going to spawn in 3 seconds, and the way that he dashed in is he dashed diagonal towards it, so no matter what, he's either forfeiting his life or he's forfeiting the relic, which forfeits pressure on the map. So I thought Bjergsen played that matchup incredibly well, and going up here against the victor of that, Clearlove, well, he's got his work cut out for him there.
I think in the matchup against Kira, Bjergsen played the minion game really, really well. He was like hitting once, then going towards his own minions, whereas Kira kept going for the trades and then took so much minion damage in the long run. And then once Bjergsen got the advantage, he went all in at the right time. And
yeah, I think the cues to the minion waves and how often he was landing those over Kira was a big factor.
So it's like pushing, trading, not going all in, minions. It's like back and forth. You have to.
Players just need to stop being so focused on I have to rush in and trade with a guy, because if you're the guy going aggressive, you'll always get more minion damage because obviously you're running through his minions. It's fine to wait. You can always just bait it out, clear the minions, then trade.
Well, let's take a look at Prey versus Lex, though, because that was also decided for, Rookie versus Lex, because that was Kalista versus Kalista, and they just ran in, though. Let's roll the clip out. Who wants to take this one?
Oh, this was actually really cool because it's the stack up here, and then it's Barrier versus Ignite. It's the difference, and then the Thunderlord. So he's holding it. Oh, so close to finishing him off there, but the Rend gets the Thunderlords as well and just takes him out. Just that whole nerves of steel being like, your Rend isn't going to kill me. Because he barriered. If he had not barriered afterwards, would have been dead, or if it had been one more stack, then he would have been dead as well.
Rookie was a little bit too quick on the trigger there. With a lot of things. Rend, he's exhaust, not the greatest player.
But we're always there and we're looking at, oh yeah, well that was so good of him, he held this, he didn't do this. But I mean, Niels, sometimes even in the actual game, you almost rely that much, I guess, on reaction speed in times that maybe you don't think in that moment, or what do you think happens?
I mean, I think Rookie actually uses his Rend while he was exhausted there. And also, I think that Barrier is better than Ignite in this kind of matchup, because Barrier actually takes more of damage as long as you get the full shield procced. So, yeah. Also, the Thunderlord is more valuable in a short trade, whereas the lifesteal one is better in the long terms. So, yeah.
Yeah, actually, a mechanic that I want to go over that you were talking about where you're always going to take the minion damage now, that's actually a change that we made to minions in the call for help mechanic, where it used to be the person who's being attacked sends off a radius of if they're around minions. So if you're zoning them off of their minions, they don't get help. But now the attacker also sends off something that makes the minions attack them, even if you're zoning the person. So that's why we're seeing it, even if the person's so far away from their own minion wave, they're getting attacked, that person who's attacking them in the minion wave is going to draw that aggro, which has been a recent change in the last few patches.
Yeah, it's been very important here in Handling Business. I do love how we see the meta of 1 versus 1 evolving, and the pressure is on as it is. More than half of the competitors are knocked out already. So Clearlove, Bjergsen, Prey, and Lex D will advance to tomorrow's quarterfinals. We'll find out who will be joining them later today for the lower half of the bracket. That also means that we already have an Ice and Fire and an Ice and Fire matchup in the quarterfinals. Clearlove, Bjergsen, Prey, Lex. So that pans out perfectly for us, at least very interesting. We are going to take a short break before we get to the second half of that 1v1. And before that, we also have Europe's All-Stars as they line up for Team Ice and fight for regional pride against Team Fire's squad from the LMS. We'll look at the matchup right here in just 3.5.
Welcome back to the 2015 All-Star 1v1 Tournament!
Both Ignites go down. Koza tries to cut the vision. Incredibly low. Koza doesn't have the mana.
He can't get it!
Try and get some extra damage down. He really needs this relic. Oh! Knocks him out of range. That's shot as well.
You want to play me Lucian 1v1?
If you will not ban, I will pick it.
Okay.
Okay.
Relics are going to be available. Jumps in, gets the barrier down. There comes the exhaust. Which Jonas will come out ahead? It's going to be Bjergsen in the 1-on-1. In comes the ultimate. One more minion, and the win goes to Bray. But the all-in comes in from Rocky. It's going to be the level 1 coming in here. One more auto, the barrier comes up, and it goes over to Lex!
Welcome back to All-Stars 2015. Before we look at our next matchup, let's see which wildcard play you voted as the best of the year. Now, despite the might of both the Emperor of Shurima and the Wrath of Rek'Sai, you voted Yang's near-perfect Gnar as the wildcard play of the year. Let's take another look.
O Barão é deixado de lado pela equipe da Cade, sentença mais caixa, o Yang vai força! Segurou o time todo! O Mikkel garante a eliminação, double kill pra ele, que agora o Yang na sequência, o Gnar utiliza pra longe, triple kill da Tristana, agora amigo, o Yang brilhou como nunca!
Well, very nice play and rightful winner, also my personal favorite. But now we're going to turn to our next regional clash, which pits Europe's best against the fan favorite from the LMS. We're going to start by taking a look at the European All-Stars. They are on the blue side, and for Team Ice, we have Huni, Amazing, Froggen, Reckless, and Kasing. As we look at their game yesterday, they fell behind versus the NA squad. We talked about it at the top of the show already, but then were able to capitalize through good communication.
First of all, Europe sucked in the start. Like, they were fighting mid lane, NA would just roam mid, and Europe would like just sit and farm lanes. Like Reckless would be bot lane farming, top lane we would have like Huni push. Not a surprise. Then NA walks in mid and they get like 4 or 5 kills. And it happened twice, and they fell really far behind, so that was really poor. Like, I think the coordination for NA was better than from Europe. Europe just had like that one big play in mid lane from Huni. That kind of turned the whole thing, and then Froggen also on Anivia got to late game. And obviously the great coach was a big part of the victory.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Statement there.
I have a feeling that Jax is not going to make it through again. That was absolutely devastating. I don't know if anybody, I think everybody's going to ban it against EU for the remainder of the tournament, just because that just seems silly.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Huni. Let's take a look at the red side, the representatives from Team Fire from the League Master Series with Ziv, Karsa, Wester, BB, and Ole. Yesterday up against the LPL in their first 5 versus 5 match, and that wasn't the easiest game for them. Things just didn't really work out. BB fell behind in the bottom lane. Westor couldn't really roam effectively. What kind of a chance did they have versus this European squad?
Well, it's always very strange because no matter what team Westor is on, there's always target bans at him. So if you're able to hold down Westor, he's not able to impact side lanes, and that's a winning formula for any team that Westor is on. So I want to see what they give Westor in this game and what he does up against Froggen, because it's completely different styles. Froggen wants to farm for that mid-late game, and Westor just wants to take over the early game and snowball other lanes.
What did you tell your team in this specific matchup?
I gave them a motivational speech before the game. So yeah, they're ready for this match. I just told them to not feed bot lane like BB did yesterday. Not go down 40 CS in 10 minutes. Not give Rookie Kassadin and then let him go 10-0.
All good advices.
It's very classic Western coaching right there. It's all the simple things like don't feed the Kassadin, don't feed bot lane, just win game.
Yeah, and ban Westor's champs.
Well, we'll see what they decide to go with. The teams are ready, so we're going to find out. And let's head to the arena for the play-by-play.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to the caster desk. I'm Pulse. I'm joined by Freak and Kobe coming into this one. Feeling quite short right now. Yeah, thank you.
Here we
bring
go.
it down to my. Let's go up a little, and there we go. Now I'm the tallest one on the caster desk, but no, feeling pretty good about this one because with EU, we're just gonna sandbag a little and let Huni carry. So
okay. It sounded like Niels had a good strategy there. Don't feed either the mid lane or the bottom lane.
Okay.
I feel like there's one more lane you shouldn't feed.
You know, I feel like top lane's pretty scary as well. Ziv's a great player. Also, there's a really good jungler in Karsa. We had, some great Nidalee games from him at Worlds. Now you've also got some Marksman junglers in there as well. So there's actually a lot, more carry junglers, I think, than there were, a couple of weeks ago here now, sort of as viable picks here. So, with how good Karsa is, I think there's totally a possibility that there's so many threats from here.
Definitely. I'd love to see him on something like Quinn or Kindred. and come out with some early aggression.
Yeah, well, we are getting into Champion Select here. The first bands are coming out here, and will be Lulu coming in by EU, and Gangplank up against Huni as well. Gangplank, still good, apparently. still strong.
It's funny because we saw so little of Gangplank like during part of the off season, and then like Essence Reaver showed up, and it was like right back on top. Here we go, Gangplank's amazing. So yeah, Essence Reaver Triforce Gangplank is like actually insane, and I think it's smart to always.
What do you know? Westor in the game, Fizz ban from the enemy team as well. So EU LCS also going to toe the line there and throw at least one ban at him.
Twisted Fate would be next up if they are going to keep target banning him as LPL did, I believe, against him last time around. Which would then mean, you know, the world of like tri-code bans, where Afro banned CLG in his first week. Then you have LFT, and you can see that, you know, Huni already found the team for the new season, so I'm not sure why he would ban that.
Well, he has control, but LMS will take away Dr. Mundo. Again, just kind of good right now with basically just benefiting off everything from the preseason. Fantastic in the jungle, just very annoying to play against. Kassadin will be the final ban from EU.
Yeah, intriguing ban right there, because Westor usually defaults to Ahri after Fizz and Twisted Fate are banned.
This actually helps bait him into Ahri, though. If you think about matchups that are good and bad for Anivia, Kassadin's pretty rough and Fizz is pretty rough. They can outplay a lot of things they can do. You can silence out the ultimate, things like that. So it actually does set up an Anivia pick pretty nicely.
And the Anivia, not only is it Frog and Anivia and everyone wants to see it, and everyone's like, oh yeah, perfect, Frog and Anivia, they go together. She's so strong right now. It's actually a really strong meta pick too, so EU LCS really set up for success there.
There's the hover. We'll see if it actually gets picked in. I don't think you need to insta-lock it. I don't think Westor plays the champion, so you can like pick it whenever you want, and it's not going to be a problem. Meanwhile, of course, you got
there.
Yeah, it definitely is. But now everyone realizes, yeah, that's the matchup coming in. Be ready for that one.
Yeah, just hovering right now over a bunch of just good champions at the moment. Yorick, maybe less so, but...
so Huni would be well served getting Jax again, by the way, right? The last time we saw him in a mode like this. And trying to figure out what Ziv's going to play first and then coming back for that, I think is a really good choice. Getting a good matchup for Jax.
Yeah, the other thing I want to start seeing here on this preseason patch is people thinking more about the strategy of preseason. For me, it's really heavily focused on getting turrets down, because there's so much gold in the turrets and you gain so much pressure with early map control. Frost Queen's claim being so prevalent on both supports and mid laners, I mean, once the outer turrets are down, you can get picks pretty much non-stop, and you can get sort of a chain reaction there if you can get those turrets down really early.
Yeah, so first pick will come out, and it will be Thresh coming in from EU. So just going for the support, not going for those solo lanes just yet, and getting anything that can push down those towers early. But yeah, just waiting on LMS, taking a lot of time in this champion select.
Thresh is such a strong enabler as a champion. I mean, we saw Origin use it at Worlds, really enabling the split push. A lot of safety there for people overextending. Plus, it's just all around great in lane.
You gotta wait to see what the next few picks up are. I actually don't love Elise here because I think Kindred's very good against Elise. You have all the counterplay against the assassination pattern. Also, just as a champion, Kindred's good at killing off Elise's spiderlings. You hit Q and you end up killing 2 of them pretty quickly in like a general fight, which just means like your jungle brawls are actually even more painful to be Elise on.
Yeah. So Alistair also locked in as well for support, just going jungle and support right now. I'd actually like to see a Kha'Zix come out, honestly. Like, Kha'Zix is actually just so good right now. I feel like he's got all the small buffs.
I don't think you want to see Kha'Zix
I think that's
right
him speaking from his heart, Freak.
Yeah.
And at your heart, you want Team Fire to win. Welcome to the team, buddy. Keep this one going.
Nah, Spiderling's kind of annoying for that, but I just want to see it. That's why I want them. But
that's right, you don't need to isolate. Okay,
but Ethan, yeah, probably the better choice, and we'll lock that one in. Vayne as well, so strong right now, gets that mid-game power spike going with the double Shiv items, just absolutely insane. Rapid fire cannon as well.
Yeah, no surprise with the Lee Sin either for EU LCS. Amazing even tweeting out his match history of a full page of Lee Sin games ever since he got to North America, so definitely put in a lot of recent time on the champion. He's great because of the new ward hop. Makes it super easy with the new jungle items. He'll have wards plenty.
Absolutely. I like this pickup by PB though, especially comboed with an Alistair. I was wondering kind of why they went for the early Alistair. You've got champions like Tom Kent still left. There's still really great mage supports here, but you've got a nice like easy setup AoE knockup to combo with Misfortune, which makes that just a team fight in a bottle already down in the bottom lane. Also, I just like that Team Ice picks 80 carry jungle support first 3 rounds, which makes sure that they get 1 counter pick for a solo lane for either Froggen or Huni based on what gets picked up here by Fire.
Oh, well, maybe the other signature champion coming in from Westor. Fizz was taken away, but Twisted Fate was available, and that will be locked in, looking for that early pressure in those side lanes.
Yeah, and this is something you're mentioning before. There's kind of knowing where Westor will go. He has a very linear sort of pattern that he follows as far as the pick and ban phase goes. And it hasn't changed with retirement. The Twisted Fate will come back out, so we'll see what Froggen and the rest of the EU LCS squad, coach included, have decided to counter Twisted Fate.
I am curious to see what the counter ends up being, because they have to know the TF is coming in, but at the same time, like, Fire got a really comfy champion for Westor, and they get counter pick here for Ziv in the top lane, who is a top laner not to be underestimated here. So honestly, like, composition-wise and comfort pick-wise and even counter pick-wise, like, a lot of really good things here for Fire.
And a lot of the things do point to tower dives for Fire as well. So definitely look for the bottom lane snowballing. Misfortune's really strong, just straight up stats-wise in the bottom lane right now. And if you have Twisted Fate, Elise, and Alistar,
oh, geez,
there's so much playmaking potential for the LMS to try and snowball off that bottom lane. There's the brand.
Yeah. The actual opposite champion from Anivia, really, as far apart as you can go. Lord of Ice, Lord of Fire, here you go, bringing it out here for Froggen. So haven't seen a lot of mid-brand and competitive play in a very long time.
Yeah, this is 5.23 brand with the Deathfire touch.
Yep.
Just basically dominates the lane. Can even pull off some amazing 1 versus 2 opportunities when he gets ganked. We'll see if Froggen can come up with some outplays, or if Team Fire will get the best of him.
Yeah, basically just burning, synergizing with burning. You get the Corrupting Potion, the Deathfire touch. It's just so strong right now. But as you mentioned, just kind of just seeing it in the support role right now, and bringing it out to the mid lane will be interesting to see. Fiora was the other pickup coming in from the EU LCS. Will be going up into Huni. Again, mechanically intensive champion. And then, yeah, seeing what will round out from LMS. Looks like it's going to be just the Malphite. Try and neutralize the Fiora a little bit, and Malphite just really strong right now with the Iceborne Gauntlet as well coming in. It's just so much damage.
Now you're just pandering to Deficio.
It's so good!
700 armor Malphite is definitely a threat here. It's always a little bit troubling because, of course, Fiora, I tend to think, does well in lane against Malphite. You can't really push her out. She gets to farm. She gets to deal damage to him.
Yeah, look at the enemy team. They've got true damage on Fiora as well as Vayne, plus percent health magic damage from Froggen in the mid lane, which will also build a Liandry's on top of Brand's passive. So there are some answers.
I mean, just on Ice's kit, there are 4% health damage abilities. Like, even Lee Sin's kick will actually hurt everyone else based on Malphite's health as well. So yeah, I think there's definitely some tank busting here from Ice.
That being said, Team Fire, they've got a very nice team fighting setup here if they can get their battle line set up and let Misfortune channel her ult.
Yeah, got the knockup from Alistair. You kind of got the mini combo coming in from the headbutt and the knockup, and then Malphite as well. If you get a bunch of people, they're probably going to die in one place.
You can definitely get the full 3 seconds worth of bullet time here in this one. That's actually one of the things to keep in mind. Is Misfortune got, of course, quite a bit stronger in the preseason changes, but her ulti went from a 2-second duration to a 3-second duration, and as an occasional MF player, I forgot that the channel kept happening after 2 seconds. It was like, wait, it's still going? And you have to remember that there's actually quite a lot longer crowd control you need to set the whole thing up.
Yeah, but getting into this one, definitely see what both teams were looking for, but it's going to be so hard playing this Malphite into this team, as you mentioned, all that true damage, all the percent damage as well. But remember to shoot on Twitter and use those hashtags, hashtag IceWin or hashtag FireWin as we get into this one. Who are you voting for? I know who I'm voting for, and I probably know who you guys are voting for as well as we get.
You don't know me, Post.
That's true.
No, it's great, actually. I think I've said the story a couple of times, but back in the Season 2 World Finals, when it was TPA versus Azubu Frost, I think there was Azubu at the time, everyone all the American fans started calling TPA the Taipei Americans because Frost had beaten TSM. Was like, all right, someone else, let's go, let's beat the Koreans. So now once again, if we want the NA extended team to do well, you once again vote for the teams over in the LMS, and now Fire just is once again the home team.
Very used to jumping
LA.
ship.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I've been flaming NA for most of this entire tournament actually, because anything for an easy joke.
Well, take two, back into game, getting into this one, and looks like it's going to be everyone grouping up from Ice right now into the middle lane. Fan coming in from Fire. And Westor, he's going to see everyone from Ice right now. See those starting builds come out, and now going into the bottom side of the map, into this river. What are you looking for? What's your game?
Looking for the early sort of solo queue style run up mid lane and sneak into that bush for the level 1 counter invade first blood, but not going to happen as the LMS open up with the defensive spread here. cover all the openings, get their defensive wards down. So both sides going to have to be content with sort of normal starts here. Looks like they will leech topside here for Lee Sin. So Amazing going to end up on the bottom side, while Karsa, if he follows a normal jungle route, will end up on top side. And Malphite early, not a lot of gank potential. So I'm thinking Karsa will probably target mid lane.
Yeah.
Whereas Amazing will target bottom lane.
All right, it's no TP Brand. He's not exactly that fast of a champion. West was a targeted stun. I actually agree. That would be a really good place to go gank. What's also interesting is, from what I recall, I don't think I've seen a lane swap yet in this tournament, actually. It's only been a few games, but I've seen really very few as of, you know, November and December rolling around. I just find that kind of interesting as an anecdote.
Yeah, just super interesting. Honestly, when I first saw the changes and Rift Herald coming in, I was expecting maybe we even see the duo lane go to mid lane, so you can contest both the Herald, both Dragon as well, but then again it is the shorter lane, and so far we've literally just seen everyone go standard.
Yeah, and their big difference is going to be the experience from the Krugs. Obviously for the bottom lane for Team Ice.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, Ziv getting the upper hand here against Huni. He will back off to this turret real quick. Did get a bunch of those passes off. Sounds got RNG there.
Huni got really lucky vitals there and still lost the battle to
Yeah.
Ziv. So Corrupting Potion Malphite making some really strong early trades. He's going to have to use some of his mana soon, or he's going to sort of over-regen it. But he just spams some Qs, he'll be fine. And once again, another really good vital on the bottom side. That's...
I didn't connect it.
Yeah, it was close though.
Yeah.
Now he gets it.
And now off to the side.
Another
That's still
vital.
good.
Wow. Huni definitely getting some really good starts here.
Yeah, and still, Ziv is still ticking away with this Corrupting Potion. Difficult to push him out early on. The major issues that Malphite used to have is like, well, I just have no mana. I use Q a couple times and I'm done. But now with Corrupting Potion, you just have a little bit more mana, a little bit more harass.
Down in the bottom lane, the early level 2. Not really able to come up with too much there for Team Ice. BB's actually able to regain control of the lane. Amazing has not decided to go for the early gank bottom though, despite Team Fire pushing up.
Oh, these vitals, Ziv has to flash away.
Yeah.
The last vital was away from him.
If that was another lucky battle
the
on
same
Team
side.
Ice side.
And even then, Ziv had to preempt a flash Q from Huni because getting on the backside would have been nearly enough damage to kill him off. So now Ziv's going to have to burn his TP pretty early to get back in the lane. Of course, it no longer gives you reduced cooldown turret, so you TP right onto the lane itself, and another good vital. Jeez.
Yeah, all day. The RNG is with Huni today.
Well, that's going to attract junglers because they know that the flash is down for top lane. Karsa's going to come over. This is a preemptive counter gank here for Karsa. He's expecting Amazing to go for the flashless Malphite, it looks like. Does get seen by the ward.
Yeah. Puts a pretty deep one down to help track what Lee Sin might be up to, but yeah, Amazing has kind of every opportunity he wants to even ward hop into that brush. I'm not sure. It kind of depends on exactly where that ward is down there. Ooh, nice little jump by BB. Get some crit damage in.
Yeah, Misfortune, so difficult to lane against nowadays. Double up does so much damage if you kill a minion. And Reckless still farming away, basically even in all these lanes, apart from mid lane, where Froggen has a massive lead currently. Westall had to go back, didn't use the teleport to get back into lane. This is going to walk back in here, but 28 CS to 16 right now is absolutely massive. Really all that Twisted Fate can do at the moment is just clear up these mini waves, whereas Brand does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, the burn damage from Brand, especially with Deathfire Brass on 5.23. That's why we kept seeing so much of it in high-level solo queue. And Froggen, plus Amazing going for the tower dive there. Large chunk of damage.
And Ziv once again, good vital this time, but Huni gets
slow.
the slow in
One more
front.
he'll do it.
One more auto attack, gets the crit down. The rip was actually enough. First blood over to Huni.
Saves this flash as well, and Huni. This is going to be very scary, Fiora, a lot quicker than we thought. Split pushing going to be a very good strategy. Let's see if Froggen is going to have to end up burning his flash here, though.
Lee Sin's right over at the Wraith camp right there, but look at that. Froggen always kiting over towards his teammate at all times.
This is that 1 versus 2 potential I was talking about.
Oh, no!
Was it? Amazing with the kill. 2-0 over to EU.
That was absolutely awesome. Yeah.
I have nothing really to add. It was just all, yeah.
That was beautiful.
Can we just get another round of applause for Amazing being ridiculously good? That
Anytime you go over the Wraith camp wall for the junglers to go for those early mid lane tower dives, Very impressive stuff there. Froggen's mid lane bullying does pay off with a kill on Westor as well. Gonna delay even further the map control that he's gonna try and get there. Here it is.
Wow.
Lands the edge of the Q. And guess Westor's flash as well, so he's still gonna have to play defensively. Let's see the turnaround here bottom though.
Bot lane trade coming in. Bebe.
They got a jungle gank for Team Fire, but Ice comes out way ahead in the health trade on Marksman. And there's amazing!
Once again! But here's a anyway, he's still good. Reckless returns on fire.
All right, these sonic waves from Amazing.
Wow.
He's been able to thread the needle both mid and top or bottom here.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Unreal.
Practice makes perfect, guys.
Yeah, apparently. Hasn't even got back to base yet. Now it goes back to base.
All right, well, he's off to a really good start. Chilling Smite now in there as well, and the life is going to be good if you're Amazing here. So he is going for Chilling Smite, by the way, not the ward dropping one. So it's an opportunity to choose one or the other.
Yeah, does not go for trackers right now. Also tracking some of the other builds coming into this one. Westor has gone for that Sheen, looking for the Lich Bane first. And going for either the Shiv or the Rapid Fire Cannon for Reckless, maybe both.
Almost definitely both. So basically the way this works is you never actually have any bonus attack damage until your third item, Infinity Edge, which can make last hitting, especially under turret, a bit awkward.
Yeah.
So we actually talked to Niels about this a little bit off camera, and he's like, yeah, you occasionally lose CS because of like random crits, and like the Shiv will screw up your turret last hitting. But if you do it right, you don't lose that many, and it's just so powerful, you just deal with it.
Yeah, as we already know, nerf on live for 5.24 for the double energized items, but as of right now, that's a go for Big Burst with a long-range auto.
Hello.
Well, Froggen,
okay, so
you can 1v2.
Break
Can you
1v2, but I don't know, 1v4 might be a little difficult.
Not today.
Not
Back
gonna
into it, right? Yeah, a little bit obvious when everyone just literally disappears from the bottom side of the map.
This bottom lane, though, for Team Ice, large minion lead, plus he's got the minion wave positioned really, really well right in front of his turret. And it's a Thresh lane, so Thresh plus Lee Sin, a lot of playmaking opportunity there. Lee Sin's seen top right now on the ward, though.
Yeah, just behind Ziv, has his ultimate and all summoners available and knows that Amazing is near, so he's going to be backing off to his secondary turret and even just going back to base, so conceding the top turret most likely.
That's the rough thing, is even the knowledge doesn't really mean much. Amazing is just now run around the entire top jungle. He knows Kars has nowhere to be seen, knows he's bottom side of the map. We'll actually spot him pretty soon up here. Ziv just like losing in teleports, losing in CS. Has very little he can do for himself.
It's so dangerous. An early 2-kill Lee Sin, you know, getting to level 6 really early as well. The combo there with his ultimate included is just so much damage. Everyone has to give him space. You can see it's resulting in a lot of turret damage as well as some difficult CS for Westor, but he ends up getting most of them.
Amazing, just causing so much pressure over this map, going mid to top, and bot lane taking a bunch of damage, saying in Reckless will have to back off as they were pushing up under this tower. Both have hit level 6. Everyone in bot lane is level 6 right now, so the fighting potential is up there. Amazing coming in from behind. The ward comes down preemptively from
Teleport
WB.
advantage for Team Ice. Yeah, Ziv had to use his to get back to lane, so if they really wanted it, they could start off the bot lane party early.
Yeah, Alice is not going to go down in a hurry, though. Has level 6.
Westor can ultimate, though, and Froggen can't.
Ziv can't join. Huni's already here. Knocked back from Reckless, and now it's Ale completely caught up by himself. Pops the ulti for not really any avail. Now BB just dies under his own turret. Easy pickup for Huni. Easy lantern out. Team Ice 5-0.
Amazing also. Lee Sin ultimate there on about 20 health Alistar to take the kill. I love it. Get more damage on that Lee Sin.
When he's got that much damage reduction, you have to ult it really low on life. Otherwise, you're just
Or you could give the kill to your AD carry.
Or you could take all the kills with Lee Sin.
How am I the one arguing for
early game?
Transitions into Dragon there for Team Ice, though. This is complete early game control for them.
This is a slaughter. This is such a great early game by the European team here.
Yeah, 5-0, commanding gold lead ahead in the first Dragon as well. Haven't pushed any turrets yet, so haven't got that large boost of gold just yet.
Yeah, and don't forget, you know, with all this action bottom lane, about Huni in the top side. Huge advantage over Malphite there with the early Tiamat. He can now shove really quickly as well. So the split push Fiora is in effect. Still has his flash available as well.
Oh, okay. He hit E for it.
We
I
good.
would have missed that CS.
The middle tower is dropping quite low. Westo comes back in. Still so far behind Brand.
Yeah, he's been killed pretty frequently, and I mean, Froggen's already the CS king in the first place. He managed to beat Faker in a race to that already this weekend. Or week, I guess. That was Thursday. I'm used to casting on weekdays. It's weird.
Time flies when you're
what's
having
it like,
fun at
Paul?
All-Stars. Eh?
It feels pretty natural, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you do challenge?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I realized as I went through the sentence, like, wait, I
I was
normally
like,
cast
wait.
Wednesdays. Yeah, okay. I cast as many weekdays.
Team Ice also really far ahead here in the fan vote, it looks like. After jumping out to an early start.
So far, you're right. That's
Okay.
Heading into the mid lane. Quite a difficult gang to get off, though. Froggen has his ultimate. There it goes, onto the minions, though.
Jeez,
Lots of
that's
damage
some
coming
damage.
out. Amazing, coming back in, and then lands the Q on a minion. Looked like it was a Spidling as well. Westall so low out of that gang, but a kill's a kill.
I mean, he still has Flash. I want to know if he goes really hard for this one. No, he's not. Okay, Westor is going to live. He got an assist for that one. He's actually...
LMS are on the board, though.
That's a big help. And it's some money on TF and some freedom in his lane as well. 20 CDR already in his build. Cooldown boots plus the Sheen. So plenty of ultis will be available. And at level 9, he can start running his way around the map. I think they really, really need this help from Westor. If they can get him out of his lane and get him to do something. Thresh is a fairly easy target. No real tank guidance on him just yet. Even the Vayne can be killed off by a burst. Carsonwait still walks into the brush. The 1v1, but he's got Western nearby. It's only a red card, though. Looks like Team Fire did summon Reginald after all. Great jump up to the top side, though, and a great burst of damage. Carson knew what was going on the entire time.
Yeah, great repel right there for Karsa. Baits him in, and Westor is able to clean up the kill, even with the red card. Extra style points there.
It feels like Amazing used up all his good cues at the start of the game.
Hey, he landed it.
Well, the
second
first one across the brush, blind.
Yeah.
if the blind one had landed. All right, bottom lane here. Let's check back in, though. Still, Reckless and Kasing doing a lot of work.
Yeah, shift completed now. Gold lead still with the minions. Kasing just waiting around the corner. Trying to use Fog Wall. Just chilling. BB going towards the Infinity Edge. We'll probably swap up to a Shiv item.
Yeah, it's actually not an F-Reaper build, of course. F-Reaper does not build out of pickaxe, so interesting that he's going for the more high damage build than the more spell-based build.
Yeah. Plus, with all the deep wards, though, I mean, Amazing has been camping on the top side of the map with the deep vision here for Team Ice, so whenever, Elise has been gone from the map and doesn't return to top side, they have to assume she's bottom side, so bottom lane for Team Ice will play safer during those times, and as they just made Elise recall, they have to assume she went down to that bottom side of the map, so they'll just continue farming it out, and looks like Team Ice may claim their second turret of the game here. Second outer going down.
Yeah, so much local go going to Huni as well. 345 just from that tower. Gonna make it so hard for Ziv to do anything in that 1v1. It's gonna all be about trying to set up those team fights now. As we said in Champion Select, they still have a beastly team fight. Malphite and Alistar into the ultimate from Misfortune, still very good, but it's about getting into those, and that's gonna be the hard part.
We'll see if they can get anything out of this one then. 2 minutes on Dragon. So far, the European squad has done a great job timing that out. Great Spidey sense by Kasing, and in fact, saw that Elise was in that brush, so putting it to its proper usage here. Reckless still staying safe under the bot side. He knew there's a jungler and a support nearby, so hiding back for the CS, but Ice, as a team, running in, getting a lot of the ward control together.
Yep, definitely like to see them push mid lane in and then try and collapse onto bottom lane to get the last outer turret. As they're talking about, we can set up those deep wards at that point and look for picks. Make it really hard for Team Fire to farm.
Amazing Kasing heading around the tower once again, looking for another dive. Yeah, like I've seen this one before.
Both teleports are available this time. Froggen sort of cheating down to the bottom side since he can't make it there with a global.
The Westor now with the Lich Bane. They have to respect him a lot. Yes, okay, yes, of course, Froggen can roam down. You can see he's got the push lead kind of repeatedly in this lane.
This is a level 11 Brand, too. The amount of damage in a team fight that level 11 Brand does with his completed Rylai's is enough to destroy anyone who's standing next to each other.
And look at the great play that Ice have made, though. Even just by cheating Froggen down, the rest of Fire kind of has to sit on that side of the map and be a little bit more afraid of that dive. It gave Huni time to steal with his red buff very easily. Now the battle against Ziv with the red buff on makes that also just trivial.
Yeah, so much damage, and basically Ice just playing it by the book, putting the wards down, gradually pushing into LMS's jungle. And everyone is pretty strong in these 1v1s. Pretty much every lane just wins against their counterpart, including the jungle and bot lane. So it's so difficult for LMS to do anything.
There's the energized attack there for Vayne that's so easy to get off. Just tumble in. One attack is a huge amount of harass, and then able to back off. BB regens everything with the Alistar heal and chugging a potion, though.
It's kind of weird by BB, though. He picked up a pickaxe, then he actually built the Caulfield's Warhammer anyway, which is kind of a strange choice, but it's going to be a fight for the top lane. Huni gonna get the CC lane. He's got no way out of this one. Dragon traded away, but at least a kill.
Completely stun locked.
Okay, so even though Westor uses teleport up top, this frees up Malphite. You know, Ice's top laner is obviously dead, so there would be a discrepancy there. Froggen going in for the kill, though.
Repel.
That is
Wait for the bounce.
Of damage. Oh, flash away by Cast at the last second. Froggen doesn't quite pick up the kill, but still kind of flexing his muscles, just showing how much damage he can do just with Pillar on top of the passive. Amazing. That is his jungle now as he comes out of it. We're coming to see his bot lane. No dragon for a while, just kind of hanging around.
It just got picked up, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe looking for bot lane once again, but that's the only other turret that's still up.
Westor did burn his ulti, and in fact, Zivs is down as well, so the whole threat of those solo laners coming down is a bit diminished. Obviously, Westor can use Summoner TP, but yeah, the Ziv teleport means so much less now. The problem is also that even though that kill was grabbed, and okay, Ziv has a kill, and he's catching up some CS, he can't do much in the long lane. Huni will easily win a one-on-one in a turretless lane like this, so it heavily limits the opportunities that Ziv has.
Oh, Reckless going back into the bottom lane. Just thinking about interactions as well between Vayne and Thresh. I guess when you take the Lance, you also get additional charges.
Yeah.
So
distance traveled, baby.
Yeah, synergy.
Recall fully stacks it. Man, imagine Echo with a static shift. Just like teleports bot lane, hits somebody, ults back to mid lane, hits someone else. So much lightning.
Hit someone in their base at the fountain or ulting back
in case you're getting dived.
I want to see that now.
All right, so the high pressure here from EU. They're keeping it up. It's actually pretty impressive, you know, playing this tri-lane push high pressure game here from EU versus a team that does have Twisted Fate and double teleports. I mean, this is definitely enabled by the strong early game. Amazing trying to make a play here.
Casa heading up. Amazing is Reddit. Huni once again, maybe on the receiving end of a lot of damage. Activates a grand challenge. Amazing coming around, lands the Q. Repel comes up, will be blocking extra damage. Comes up around the backside. Huni taking so much damage, he'll go down. The teleport now going to Westor. Follow up by the gold card, but actually uses them as an escape route. Amazing gets out of there, 1-for-1.
I don't know if Carson's Repel was down right there or what, but did not get away from the second half of the Lee Sin Q. Another flash hook,
Onto Ziv, pulls him in, shut down. Again going to amazing, 5 kills now.
Yeah, LMS are not sitting around crying though. They push mid lane there with their bottom lane that just rotated up. So at least they got some minions into the turret, but it's definitely not looking good for them because Reckless is going to claim the last outer turret there for Team Ice. Gets that local gold you're talking about, plus he has the 2 energized items.
Yeah.
Vayne is ready to go as soon as he gets a little bit of flat attack damage. Definitely 1v1 anyone.
He's already in scary mode.
Yeah. He could actually 1v1 Malphite even.
Oh. Yeah. Essence Reaver actually picked up by BB. So he actually went away and from the IE and just picked up the pickaxe. I guess for the extra damage in lane, but still delaying that one.
Oh man, I feel like that's, yeah.
Yeah. Sunfire.
You want to get to your Essence Reaver plus Shiv as quickly as possible. That what Freak was talking about, how the early pickaxe pickup was kind of
so. For what it's worth, even Essence Reaver Eye Edge is okay as well. If BB wants to like use his W and just like keep switching targets, you can keep an attack speed buff on. Actually, permanently as Misfortune. Attack speedless builds, I think, are theoretically possible on this, and you just go for the ulti entirely because there's no scaling on that. And in fact, he's going for that build right here. It's just a little bit weird that he sat on pickaxe, like, and just delayed the first like CDR item coming through.
Let's see if he can make bullet time happen before the game time ends, because we haven't seen one yet. He's now level 11, so Gonna have to make that one count.
He's just saving up the super bar, you know? He's like full stacked so that he can release whatever it's called in this game.
Oh, Kasing heading into this bot lane. Everyone just kind of swapped up now. Huni in the bottom lane up against Ziv. Has picked up the Sunfire Cape, just all armor. He just needs to try and contain Huni right now. He's the only one he can really try and stop. What he needs right now is an Iceborne Gauntlet, and that'll help him. It's good.
It must be an EU thing. They had this experience where they were all playing in a game and got crushed by it. Oh, they go here. Amazing in the jungle.
Amazing. Maybe going down. There's the bear time. Oh, so close. Doesn't go down. Facing the mountain. Keeps him alive. Casa will be taken out. Zip comes in. Away from Froggen. Follows up. Pyroclasm comes down. And the stun into the wall. Reckless will be slaying Ziv. A 2-0 over to EU.
Wow, 2 near kills not quite picked up, and it further cements Europe's lead here. Team Ice about to take a lead once again here at All-Stars, and it's off the back of their European squad winning every single one of their 5-on-5 so far.
Yep, now sieging up the top tower as well. Westall trying to mount a defense. Has the red card ready, trying to clear out the minion wave. They do manage to stop them for now, and EU will decide to back off. Still have a lot of gold to spend. Huni going back to base as well.
Oh, the power spike's coming in really hard now for them as well. Leandri's completed for Brand. It's the strongest point for him. All right, so Amazing does take that Q. There's the Thresh to save him. Kasing also had the face of the mountain shield upgrade rather than going with the sight zone combined. There are the double flashes, and Ziv, Brand stun, Condemn stuns. Everybody's stunned, can't get out.
That was solid by Froggen. I think he uses R to get Blaze on his opponent because he had no other cooldowns left. So RQ was the way he stunned a Malphite and got away from it. Definitely a solid choice there by Froggen. Bounces or not, it was the exact right play to make here.
Yeah, point and click, can't miss that one. And if he's down, then just ult.
Yeah. And W would have a longer delay than the R would have, so even in like split-second decision making. What I do find interesting is that Froggen went for cooldown boots and not Sork shoes, considering he's going for this really heavy burn-based build that only scales off Magic Pen. He didn't opt into more of it.
Yeah.
Cooldown boots are so efficient now.
I know.
With the changes to these.
But burning.
Like, it hurts you so good with Sork.
Oh, that's stun on
Goodbye. Goodbye.
That time just didn't need it for the stun, just needed more damage.
I just want to point out that Froggen didn't go Frostfire Brand. Like,
well, the zombie one is definitely the best.
I mean, it's really sweet. Spirit Fire.
You get the walking towards an enemy animation. All right, here we go.
Oh, getting into this fight, Ollie comes in, but the Grand Challenger's on top of him. Bullet time starts ripping apart the EU squad, but they already died too fast. Over the wall, Silverbolt's proc takes him down. 4-0. What goes up must come down. Oh! There's enough damage. And Amazing comes in. We'll take him out for the 5-for-1.
I have to say, I rarely see Reckless flash forward for kills like that. The first time I do, he gets one back there, and Karts is able to at least get one kill for the LMS. That is going to be Baron for Team Ice, though. And that should mean a lot of turrets afterwards. Let's see if we can track that Baron power play, because they should be able to clean up some secondary turrets after that.
I definitely agree. This is an amazing game right now from Team Ice's EU LCS squad right here. Kind of control everywhere. They got Huni a good enough matchup, even though he had to blind pick the Fiora. It's one of the champions that works really well in this situation. The Malphite picked against it, not stopping him, and he's been wreaking havoc in these fights.
Froggen able to get the stun off there. Westor forced to immediately Zhonya's. BB dies after the first half second there of the ultimate.
A lot of those Huni buying so much time, BB couldn't ult for a while. He was just like, I don't know if he was getting messed around with by the other champions, but there was a perfect Alistair combo, and then we saw bullet time start after they all landed on the ground. I mean, that's hundreds, if not thousands, of damage that were missed out on.
Yeah, even if he got an extra like half a second there, that probably would have started killing people. It was so close. Amazing. Insect into the tower. Can't even ult out of it. So much damage. There's the bullet time, but there's not too many people in there. Reckless goes down along with Froggen, and now Fire really turning it up. Westor coming into this fight. Oh, the card hit. The side one, and Ziv. Oh, the cheese wheel. Not enough damage. Westor, though, he's found Amazing, looking for the chase down. He's to get in range for this last auto, trying to get that gold card down just before he gets out of vision. Will flash away and gets the wall jump over the wall as well. He's home and dry.
Wow. Malphite maxing E into maxing W second. So as a level 1 seismic shard. And the health potion chug there from Kasing.
BB got it. BB got it because Thunderlords triggered off of 3 ticks against Huni, and the AoE took the big raptor.
Oh man, that feels bad.
That's hilarious. Man, AD carries are so good. They're so good at stealing jungle objectives with random, like, skills.
With the thunderstorm there, with
Yeah.
the make it rain with your Thunder Lords.
Yeah, apparently that is a normal thing on this fortune.
Thematically correct.
Yeah. Nice. But yeah, I didn't realize that was like the normal build, but BB, just like Uzi did yesterday, Max E first Thunderlord's Misfortune is the build of the day. Or the weekend, or whatever.
Huni.
The tournament.
Westmore gets it.
Oh, there's the bullet time. Managed to get out of it with the lunge. Ollie comes over the wall. Knockup comes in, but he gets knocked into the wall. Finally uses an ultimate, but he's going to get dragged into the team once again with the Flay. And Reckless comes up with the kill.
Yeah, none of the rest of Team Fire had any intention of going in on that. Ziv had teleport, did not want to use it either, so that was a one-man mission. Now they're going to have difficulty defending against these Baron-empowered minions.
Well, Westall tries with Wildcard, but that tower is dying so quickly. Ziv does have his ultimate, they just need something to happen here, but 4 versus 5, it's so difficult to make anything happen. BB doesn't have his ultimate either, just gonna have to give away that inhibitor. Kasing lands the hook as well onto Casa, maybe under attack here. Ziv takes a couple autos. That cannon minion was trying to do his job, but inhibitor goes down and EU in such a dominating position.
Yeah, I mean, after the amazing early game that they had, it was pretty much map-wide domination for the EU LCS and Team Ice.
I don't know if it was intentional, Kobe, but that is the only way to describe this early game.
That one was just for you, Freak.
Thank you, man. He makes fun of me every time. Like, I say, oh, that was really amazing. And it's like never on purpose. And he's like, really, man? I'm like, what? You picked the name. It describes how well you play sometimes.
We got some time here. You know, the inhibitor is down. They're going to recall, purchase with all the cash they just got.
All the bling. All the bling. Yeah, you're in America. We say words like that.
Reckless is going to come back with some gold teeth here.
I just don't understand. There we go. We can see the bling.
Yeah.
Did I do it?
Man.
Am I American now?
Did I do it? Stacks. Fat stacks here from Ice, actually, which makes so much sense as well, by the way. Ice on their grills.
Late Medjai's pickup there from Brock.
Transitions are weird.
Yeah, about that.
Yep. That happened. Amazing. In the jungle. The gank squad heading into the bottom lane. Don't need to go for that inner turret. Froggen going to be helping out clear these minions. Killing those minions. Casa going into the bot side of the map.
Now, you have to really want move speed to get the Alacrity upgrade on your boots for Reckless right here. I mean, he does have his core items already, and there's not much else you're going to get with that amount of gold, so that's probably why he went for it. Huni in trouble, though. Westor does wait for him.
It timed out the red card. Pops the zone because he got ulted on. Now Ziv is on the chase with his like rank 2 Q. And suddenly, Alistair over the wall. Huni should die. In fact, he will. But it gives a ton of time to push the mid lane for Team Ice.
That was a lot of resources used for Huni, but they got him. So bottom tower goes down, and another bottom tower goes down. Should be the inhib on top of this, and maybe even a final push. Amazing, looking to stop these recalls. There's the ultimate just in time before the Dragon's Rage connects. Doesn't land the Q as Ollie goes the right way, but the push into the bottom lane takes the second inhibitor. Ziv now coming in, but that Rylai is so difficult for a front line to get anywhere near Brand.
See, now LMS has them right where they want him. Because now there's 2 dead inhibitors just funneling minions in that Team Fire can now farm, and the comeback's going to happen.
Yeah, the danger too right now is like, they're like, you know what, we killed him, we're desperate, we have to go for a play. But they killed Huni. Huni still has teleport, so he can teleport in with full health right behind them if LMS actually get too far out on the map. It's so dangerous right now. I mean, Baron's up in 1 minute and you have 2 inhibitors down. There are very few good choices. Behind him. You have to go for lucky choices. Yeah, there he is.
Westor out of mana and almost lands the Q! They've got into the Q.
Amazing is his kryptonite. That's 3 doors down already in this game.
I guess we know what's behind door number 3. The grand challenge is successful.
I'm still trying to recover.
I was waiting all game for that one.
Oh, Ziv into the bullet time as well. Froggen backing up. The Q now starting to be leveled up. Pyroclasm, the damage turns around. Reckless trying to get this 1v4 going. That's the last auto. There's the kill. Doesn't get it anymore. And that's the 2-for-2 overall. But turns out the rest of his team just kind of ending the game.
Well, that's going to do it right there. 31 minutes in, automatic itself. I don't know if the recall is going to come in time. They will try to defend. Team Ice pushing down into the buildings. A kickback on a BB. He's dead. Ziv's got an attack speed slow in. He's buying a bit more time.
He got exhausted as Malphite.
Just to make sure.
So rude.
If Rocks didn't move slow enough. And there's the game. Team Ice finally firing back today. European LCS squad 2-0. In the regular scheduled matches.
Definitely looking strong there. This game was a complete landslide in favor of Team Ice.
Yeah, which is awkward when Malphite was on the other team. The landslide was actually for Team Ice there. Glacier is just moving. But yeah, I mean, really solid stuff here.
Yeah, all that early game was literally just amazing. Just going from lane to lane, setting up play after play.
I was so impressively good. That was just absolutely awesome watching him make all these great plays. Landed basically everything, every single skill shot, and just wrecked every single lane he possibly could. It was just awesome.
Yeah, you could pretty much just make a highlight reel from just following Amazing around for that entire game. He's just constantly just making plays. Fantastic to see. And yeah, everyone just pretty much did their part. Every single lane just got ahead and got to the point where LMS couldn't really challenge them in their respective lanes, and gradually got pushed in and gradually just took the game.
I mean, even at Damage to Champions, Amazing did more than Reckless that game. Like, he was a bigger carry threat than the Twisted
But
Fate.
BB did the most of all.
BB pressed R in some good spots. And the thing is, there was actually pretty low disruption from Team Ice, like from the European squad. If the team fights went the way they were supposed to, and we saw like 2 of them the entire game, and I mean, one of them was like 10,000 gold lead with Baron, and they still lost to bullet time combo in one of those fights. Like, that was what could have happened, but the battles were too clean.
Yeah, it was so incredibly close, but in the end, EU comes out on top. So we're going to send it over to Alsdes to take a look at that game.
Thank you very much, Pulse and the guys over there. Well, we have the coach here, so we can take a look at the draft. How much of your advice did Team Ice or EU take in this one? What did you think of their draft, Niels?
I think it was a pretty decent draft. The brand was not planned, but yeah, I think it was a pretty decent draft. We went for the Lee Sin. That was my call.
Was it?
Yeah, I was playing some Lee Sin in solo queue, and Amazing saw me play Lee Sin. It was like, whoa.
It wasn't because you're on a team with Amazing and you know how good
Amazing's
he is.
never played Lee Sin before.
No.
He saw me play it in the player room, and he was like, holy shit, that Lee Sin is so good.
Well, we actually have some B-roll, as Pulse called it up as well, of Amazing's amazing plays, and actually reminded me, it's going to come up in a second, of Copenhagen Wolves times, where he also, in his very first games, picked some Lee Sin. Remember that, the fish show?
I mean, Amazing, when he wants to carry, is a great carry. Let's give him that. Like, he comes here to All-Star. The way he has fun is obviously by playing Elise and Lee Sin. Just roll it. We can just see some of the beautiful plays. Huni just got first blood up in the top lane. Amazing goes mid. After first poking, by the way, down Westor, he returns, kills him, flashes out. That's just one of the plays he's making. I mean,
he's already using Safeguard, and the ward hasn't even made the sound of it being placed down. That was smooth like butter. That was so good.
I feel like Europe honestly just outplayed LMS mechanically in the early game. And LMS had like the wombo combo of MF and so on, but BB has been falling behind in lane. He's been caught out a few times. He's not been playing so well. And then whenever we got to team fights, Europe was just so far ahead. Like, Huni is also playing PvE at the moment. He's literally just split pushing 24/7. So like the wombo combo never really did anything.
And also champion-wise, we do see that Westar, okay, he did retire some weeks ago, but the same champion pool issues that we saw before are still persisting. He has to go back to picking that TF and that as well. But as you said, EU mechanically looking on top, and you also mentioned that that would be the good factor in this tournament, seeing how communication won't be absolutely top-notch because the team is a team of all-stars.
Yeah, and EU is definitely looking to be the team that might come out of ICE as the ones who go to the finals. Of course, they do have to be, like, if you do tie China for that, it will be average game time. That'll be the tiebreaker there. So they have to go a little bit faster.
Then EU will probably not make it.
That's the only worry there to get them to the finals.
Okay, what do you think of your hope for your EU brothers?
I think my boys got it. They have good players, good coach.
Who? Oh.
Especially a good coach. Is there any
They're yelling a lot. I mean, they're having fun. All the champs, like, we got reports, basically them screaming, yelling at each other, random picking champs like Brand, and then in-game, like when Huni got first blood, I think he was yelling for probably 30 seconds straight. So it's impressive how they can have so much fun and play really well.
I'm a bit jealous of the people that are in the arena, and they're very near the players as well and the casters, so they can hear all of that. By the way, we did saw that interview with Reckless where he said that he offered up for you to play all the games.
Yeah, it was right after the vote. He told me that if I wanted to play some of the games, he would let me. But I told him that since he won the vote, it's his games, so he shouldn't feel bad about winning the vote over me. So I feel like I'll take it away from him if I took the game, so I just said no.
He's definitely trying to play his heart out there, and with that win, Team Ice have earned 100 tournament points. That puts them back in the lead, 350 points for Team Ice, and Team Fire at 250 points. It can swing quickly here in this one, but we still have a lot more to come. We have the rest of the 1 versus 1 bracket of today coming up in just a bit. We're going to be readying up for the Howling Abyss for the second half of that bracket, where Uzi and Kasing are about to face off. There are only 4 spots left in tomorrow's quarterfinals, so stay with us.
Okay, what do we ban then?
No, what do we ban then?
Tom.
No, don't ban Tom.
Kesselin. Disrespect, no ban. Kesselin.
Oh
I said Kesselin. What? No. Why?
Doesn't go down, faces the mountain, keeps him alive. Casa will be taken out. Zip comes far away from Froggen. Can't even ult out of it. So down. There's the bullet time, but there's not too many people in there. Reckless goes down along with Froggen. Westor out of mana and almost lands the Q.
Team Ice finally firing back today.
Welcome back. Before we step outside for some more one-on-one matchups, let's look at some of the year's top plays from the League of Legends Master Series. First up, the Flash Wolves' Maple turns a fight single-handedly as the Master of Shadows.
可是你为什么要代替？
出勾勾到，可是我觉得
看到这边水银切就来不及了，但是 Maple 这边要秀了吗？看这边直接被秒杀以后，回身的 Maple 又是斩掉了。Maple 这边1打4 ，Oh my God，Stake 这个变相的 support 1保1，夸抓 kill。
And next up, Team Fire's own Ole shows us the fastest monsoon in the East.
原本套了圣的大绝，想要反打做一个目标，又被吹回来之后，Ole 是交了自己的闪电逃脱，不过 Toys 迎面而来的电视脉冲。哇，这里是 W， 然后 Ole 用大绝把他给吹开，用付出季风挡掉了这一次牛的冲撞。
And finally, Hong Kong esports come up big against AHQ to win a fight that would bring them to the LMS's summer finals.
还蛮惨的，是惨在正前最中间中了一个清晨。Ole 是直接闪 WQ 顶地特再一次顶飞2个人 ，AN 这边变成第一个目标，全力转大绝，直接把 AN 转爆，他们再将计划解开了这一次 CC 的感觉，能拿到那个 double kill。最后 Ole 这个闪现非常关键，直接抓到了安跟 Zip 2个人。这个时候 Toys 才放大绝，传球，球给丁特，灌篮。 转爆了，再刮2个人有没有？这就是一开始提到这个丁特带球上篮，在纳尔推墙，哇，完全接在一起。
Well, all 3 fantastic plays, but remember to tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag of the play you think is 2015's best from the LMS, and we'll check in on your #1 highlight later today. For now, though, it is time to step outside and hit the Howling Abyss.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen, back in the 1v1 arena. Who's ready for some action? There it is. All right, well, you know the rules, so we're not going to go through those. We're going to get right into it. So our first 2 contenders on the Howling Abyss. First up on the blue side, representing Team Ice from China's LPL. He's a 2-time world champion finalist, and his name still gives us trouble. It's Uzi! And his opponent on the red side, also fighting for Team Ice, a support who strutted his stuff as the Sheriff of Piltover to make the round of 16. Put your hands together for Kasing! Well, that's enough talk, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to hit the abyss.
That's right, Dash. It's time to 1v1 on the Howling Abyss, and Kasing is going down. You said he was going to lose yesterday.
I did.
And you were wrong.
I've been wrong a lot, Trev. Don't worry. I now believe, again, in Kasing a little bit. He's going to go up against Uzi. I'm starting to...
I think he's going to get crushed by Uzi.
Maybe,
You saw what
maybe.
Uzi did in the Marksman Mode.
But Trevor. So Dash said we don't need to go over the rules. This is your first time back on the 1v1, well, first time on the 1v1 stage. So I'm gonna, bring you and anybody else that has not really seen the 1v1s. 100 CS, first tower, first kill. That's how you win in the 1v1s. Let's see exactly which one of those is gonna be the win condition for Kasing here, as I am dreaming about Kasing winning this game.
Faith is misplaced, I'm afraid. Pick some bans, Urgot away, no real surprises here, Caitlyn. So Lucian, Kindred, Lulu. Yep. Some of the primaries, these are the meta picks that we're seeing. Yesterday, Kasing got Caitlyn, but truthfully, it was Ziv tower diving and making a mistake.
Yes,
that let
it was.
Kasing win.
I'll give you guys some insight. Kasing was actually not really, thinking he was going to win. He was like going through these strategies that, how can I just lose in a funny way? And then he actually wins his first one. That was why he was looking so confused when he won the first game. But it is, Kasing banning out the AD carries. On the other side, Urgot Fiddlesticks Morgana off the table for Kasing's choice. UZI, a lot of big picks available still here.
Well, Kindred and Lucian, two champions that have seen incredible success on the Howling Abyss. The crowd is cheering for the Teemo. Do it, Kasing! Do it, lock it in! Oh, I'm trying to make eye contact,
do it.
But he's not looking this way.
Don't do it.
The blind would work against Lucian.
No, we had this discussion at IWCA, and it was Carbon playing the Teemo. He actually had the advantage and then ran into a tower. So unless Kasing can, be the master of disaster in this, like Carbon was, and somehow have Uzi tower dive again, this would be the second win. The crowd is not liking the change at the last minute. It is going to be the Kindred picked up against Lucian. So, this is the first time we've actually seen this matchup, I believe, here this weekend.
And we should be expecting Grasp of the Undying on both of these champions. They could both play the sustain for CS game, because I don't see either dying unless one player makes a mistake. With the dashes and the dives that they both got, the ability to dart around the map and get some good damage down, I think it's going to be scary. Uzi's, he's got a very serious look on his face there, Stress.
So does Kasing. This is like the first time I've ever seen him not chuckling to himself as he's loading into
that
a
is
game.
The most serious
It
Kasing.
actually is.
The Kasing effect does not help you in a 1v1. And a spot in the quarterfinal on the line. Also to note, this is a team kill. It is ice v ice, outdoors in the cold winter air.
Uzi's like, this is my world. This is it. I'm going to win this tournament. I am going to be the best 1v1 player in the world. I guess that is actually what you can claim after this.
Hey, that's the way it is. I haven't seen a more premier 1v1 tournament. But welcome to the Abyss. Bush control in favor of Uzi. He's already come face to face. No ward down.
He didn't plant the ward.
Mistake.
That's the key thing there, is you have to have the ward to secure control. Kasing has targeted Uzi, no surprises there, on the Kindred passive. So at this point, Kasing's actually established the position on the map. So, a reminder, 7 minions is the name of the game to hit level 2. That is the first minion of the second wave, grants you that initial level up. And that is why Kasing is positioned so heavily forward, because if you can get the initial damage down and get, your wave killed faster, you manage to get that level 2.
I mean, get yourselves comfortable. Unless Kasing wants to commit to an extended fight, I think we're going to be looking for the CS goal. So initial push seems to be in favor of Kasing, but you can use that Life Slinger passive very, very effectively. But look, Uzi's starting to peel backwards.
Yeah, you see the ability for Kasing to just sustain up, not only Grasp with the Undying, but once he gets more abilities available, Uzi's taking a lot of damage. Heavy trade.
Yeah, it's so sure. Ignite's down. Exhaust is out. Kasing is looking for it.
He got it.
For hit. Kasing takes down Uzi.
He's done it again. He can't believe it again, but he's done it again. And that is just the strength of Kindred. Reckless is like, what? How did you win that? Reckless is like, I couldn't do that. How did you do that?
Kasing for picking up the win. Kasing, my friend, catch the Poro. Yes!
He gets his prize. There's the replay. Just the damage from Wolf coming out. This early on, he got the level 2. he just is able to get the damage down. Uzi was still level 1. And that was just the key factor. I mean, only 3 CS apiece, but it doesn't matter this early on. You just get the level 2, you get the win. Kasing is actually in the round of 8. I am flabbergasted.
I would not have expected that. And the thing is, that is a perfect example of how important the initial pressure is. How important it is to get like far up in the lane so that when that 7th minion dies, you can engage.
I was settling in for 100 CS on that one. I was like, okay, well, I think Uzi's gonna, probably play this a little bit safer. Kasing, I don't know whether he's gonna be able to, have that damage at level 2, whether he'll read the play effectively, but he did and gets it. I mean,
he definitely does. So congratulations to Kasing. The Double Lift Reckless matchup has a lot of history, and not only will it once again pit EU versus North America, but it's gonna test 2 carries playstyles.
I guess I'm excited to play Reckless because he's the star AD carry from EU, and I'm the star AD carry from NA. So it's kind of got some history, and also we kind of go way back to like even Season 2 or Season 3 when it was like the AD carry meta, and both of us played each other a bunch in tournaments. I don't know. He's like super stylistically different than me because he's more passive and I'm more aggressive, so hopefully I'll win. If I lose, it'll be really annoying because I'll have lost to EU in the All-Star, so I've lost him already. This is like kind of getting even.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, an unexpected result there so early in that game, but it's time to move on to the second match here. Getting into it right away on the blue side for Team Fire from the North American LCS. We'll see if he takes his own advice and picks Lucian. He's here to take out the trash. It's Double Lift! And his opponent on the red side for the European LCS and representing Team Ice, the cool, the calculated, it's Reckless! Well, it's time for a clash of the carries.
And the best carry will come out on top. It is Fire versus Ice. The winner will get to face off against Kasing, and what a beautiful irony it would be if it were Reckless v Kasing, or Double Lift v Kasing after their most recent breakup.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to ask you, Trev, who have you got in this one? Who have you got? Because you're the only person on this stage that's had a worse record than me. You're at 0% prediction rate.
You're not wrong. 0 and 1.
0 of 1. Statistically correct.
I'd actually hoped Uzi was going to win the whole thing. I'm going to go with Reckless.
Okay, that means Double Lift's winning. He's been training with my boy Jarge for TSM. It's all about the 1v1 tournament right now. What do we got? Lissandra is banned away. We saw that feature in our very first 1 versus 1 as well. Didn't do well for Marin. He got brand cheesed right out of it.
It definitely did not. Ate that stun and he was finished. There seems to be some fishy business going on here. Mumu and Ilawi banned out.
What does it spell?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Now remember, the players can talk to one another. And N has to be champion with N.
There we go. Okay,
Lucian v Lucian.
I was only on one side here. That's what it is. It's...
Hang on.
Reckless.
Pick
something different.
This is next level.
It is.
I do not think I've ever seen a blue side, red side synergy naming, banning convention.
Well, IWC, we had the TSM sucks from Rusty and Yamato.
But that
was one side. Right, it was from one and then the other. This is actually just one and then the other. This is good synergy. Is it? Either of them thought about playing support recently? Maybe that was...
This is going to be fun to watch because the aggressive playstyle of Double Lift could get him an advantage, but if Reckless times his summoner spells and gets a passive out there, maybe he can undo Double Lift.
We saw this mirror earlier. You and I were talking backstage about how now it seems to be that with the advantage that Runes and Masteries have in the mirror matchup between Lucian, they seem to end very quickly. Will we get a very quick level 2 or level 3 finish? Because we just had one from Kasing and Uzi. In this matchup earlier, we saw it between, I believe, it was Kira and Bjergsen. That Bjergsen just went all in like level 2 and won the game. Will we see the same again?
Well, we need to find out. That particular matchup, Crepo was mentioning to us that Kira picking a fight while ranged minions were around, gave him the disadvantage, allowed Bjergsen to get those extra points of damage. I'm not expecting to see Reckless make the same mistake because he plays on the back foot.
Right.
Reckless plays like, dude, come on, like I'll fight you at arm's reach.
Normally he does, but I actually don't feel that's quite the same in the 1 versus 1, but we will have to find that out. Ooh.
Talk to me about runes and masteries. What are you seeing here?
It's the TSM strat is extra health here. Bjergsen did it earlier. It's not quite as much as Bjergsen had. Doublelift doesn't quite have 100. It looks like he's maybe gone for some kind of like scaling health. He's got slightly less attack speed and slightly less armor as well. So early on, his abilities are going to hit slightly less frequently, but hurt a little more.
Wow, they're going all in already. Grasp of the Undying is up, as are the emblems. Serious faces, there's no chuckles. Look at those player cams. These boys are here to win.
They are, but Doublelift is, just having the higher max health is coming out on advantage this early on in the game. And he's got the position. Again, talking about that bush control, it's all about getting the initial push. We just saw it undo Uzi in the last game, and now Doublelift gets the first couple of autos off onto the minion wave.
And of course, both running Exhaust and Ignite. So the timing on that Exhaust is going to be massive. Reckless gets the Piercing Light and Light Slinger on Doublelift, but still down in effective HP.
Yeah, and you could see what Doublelift was doing there, trying to trade out of the Fog of War. That's the difference between Reckless not having his ward there.
Reckless is looking at those minions. Doublelift is looking at Reckless. I think a couple extra autos though, it's relatively even, but Reckless still down in HP, and he'll be behind when it gets to level 2. So you can see Reckless immediately peeling backwards.
Yeah.
See? Arm's length, back foot.
Well, that's because he had to concede. As soon as Doublelift already had the advantage, there's no point of Reckless pushing up. He knew the ward had disappeared, so he got a little bit more position through the Fog of War in that brush on Reckless side. Doublelift is making sure he's letting Reckless know who's going to win this one, but this one, it's going to go a little bit longer here. We've gone past that level 2. Level 3 is the next one that we may see Doublelift go all in at. He is quite close. That's a lot of damage on Reckless already.
This is looking so bad for Reckless.
Good trade for Reckless, though.
Not bad at all. Dashes forward, finds the connection with the Q. Still down in CS, but the minion wave is pushing quite heavily towards him. We'll see how effectively he can CS underneath the Howling Abyss Tower, which deals way more damage than Rift Tower.
It does. And as the minions push up, you can see nice
done.
double tap. Front minions, melee minions, it's 2 tower shots. Will kill it with 1 auto after, or will kill it, so you have to auto tower shot auto. We'll get to that as this game continues.
Lost a lot of those.
All Reckless going for it.
Big damage onto Doublelift. Exhaust is down already. Doublelift's held onto both. That is a big advantage. If a further fight were to break out, Ignite, the Exhaust ignites.
There's a really interesting mechanic in the Lucian 1 versus 1. Ooh, Doublelift gets tagged with a lot of damage here. Lucian is actually one of the only champions that has a fast enough dash to dodge Piercing Light. I was looking at Zen of the Stoic, who actually designed Lucian on Twitter.
Hold that thought. Reckless gets the autos down. Doublelift is going to force him away. 6 CS advantage will grow, and Reckless is recalling. Look, chin scratch there for Reckless.
He's like, why am I out of mana? Not too sure. A lot of abilities, that's why you're out of mana, Reckless, but you can see he's just trying to hedge his bet. Doesn't wait for all of his mana to refill here as he comes back into the lane. So was pretty much just banking on getting that little bit more health, but keep in mind, he used that exhaust. Doublelift now has that exhaust, has the Ignite available.
Oh, big difference as well with that second Doran's. 97 base AD for Doublelift. This is the 89 base AD for Reckless. And Doublelift has got nearly 120 additional hit points. So it's looking grim for EU and Team Ice.
For now, but this game still is wide open. Doublelift does have the advantage in both CS and now AD, and a little bit more health you can see, as he does just have, remember those runes he had early on.
Well, Reckless is trying to get some pressure back. He's got a lot of minions on his side, but those minions will push towards Doublelift, giving Doublelift even more options to play out. Going to be difficult to freeze, but again, look at how much tools he can play with, extending that CS lead. And there we go, trying to stall it out. Reckless goes forward, the exhaust has come down. Doublelift wants to start the fight. Ardent Blaze is traded. Reckless will die, and Doublelift picks up the kill.
Yeah, you could see that Doublelift in that situation. Yes, he was tanking the minions, but he was trading very effectively, and the Embrace between the two. Double Lift gets his wish. Couldn't quite get the 5v5 victory of NA over EU, but will get the 1 versus 1. Reckless, you could see he was a little bit out of his depth at that point. Double Lift was trading very effectively. Gets the exhaust down onto Reckless. No real way of him losing that in that situation.
And another game almost decided by that very early level 2. Double Lift on the front foot. You know what? This is turning out to be quite poetic. Of the quarterfinals, the 3 that are locked in are already fire versus ice, fire versus ice, fire versus ice. And the next roundup, Aframu versus Dimashke. We need to see which one of them, sorry, it's Koro versus Froggen in fact. We'll need to figure out which one of those guys is going to win, but from the 6 fire members, 3 of them have advanced to the top 8.
I'm really looking forward to this next match. So it is an ice matchup. It is, both of them are from Team Ice, Koro versus Froggen. Froggen yesterday, he took down Faker, supposedly well, I would say best mid laner in the world. It's pretty much not supposedly now. 2 World Championships, I guess that kind of bags that for you. Not the best 1v1 player though. He's admitted it himself. And they went for an Anivia mirror, which if you're really going up against anybody on Anivia, Froggen...
You have to argue. Is the attack speed, attack damage runes the
really Anivia
cheese for Anivia, or is it the strategy for Anivia? That is the real question that we need to think about.
Look, if you can bait Faker into a mirror matchup, you better have a strat.
Hey, well,
have it. And he had it yesterday.
Froggen did, and he had that one sorted out. So while the players are setting up, these 1v1s went a little quicker than anticipated, but I think they're almost ready. So let's head to Dash on stage.
Not in the stage anymore. I'm on the stands with the fans. Here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, Double Lift comes out on top with the battle of the carries, but it's time to move on to our next matchup. And starting on the blue side for Team Ice, he saw him take down a world champion, and he's still out for blood. Put your hands together for Koro! And his opponent from the EU LCS also fighting for Team Ice on the red side. He proved he doesn't need a DDoS to win. It's Froggen! Let's keep it clean and have a good game, gentlemen.
Froggen's never gonna live that one down. Unless I'm horribly mistaken, I believe Faker even said to him yesterday, please don't make me lag. And maybe he did. Maybe that's how Froggen did it.
An oldie but a goodie, that one is,
that
honestly.
is the case.
But I was not expecting that. I wasn't ready for that from Dash.
I was never ready for Dash and his delivery. Beaming out across the stage. So, Koro versus Froggen. Koro yesterday, he took down a BB in a 1v1. BB went very aggressive on Tristana, if memory serves correctly. And of course, Froggen, the epic bird is the word battle with Faker. Bump, 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 bump. What are we expecting?
No, you got, that's trademark, Trevor. You can't use that music. That's copyrighted. But in this situation, will the Urgot be banned? Koro played it yesterday and was one of the only players actually to get his hands on Urgot. Very effective using that passive, the extra resistance that he gets, but is still available. Anivia, however, is not.
I just think Urgot is not as impactful as the other effective champions we've seen. The Lucians, the Caitlyn's, the Kennons. And it's just not a pretty champion to watch. But Froggen, big smiles, big laugh.
He's like, ha, you're banning mid laners. I'm going to play an AD carry.
Now keep in mind,
surprise,
Froggen just used Brand to take down the LMS All-Stars and get 100 points for Team Ice. Points which even Koro will claim. But a team kill will happen here shortly. Lucian, Caitlyn.
At this point, it would make sense, you know, Anivia, Brand, Caitlyn. Ban it out. Simple.
Simple, you say. That's what we think.
Oh, I thought he wasn't going to ban anything then. I was going to say, that's confidence. Well, not banning in a 1v1.
Koro's going themed. All of the AP mid lane champions. For Froggen, what is that last one? He's trying to see what he's hovering. Can't tell.
Kalista is off the table, so Kindred not available. No. Whoa. Okay. Okay. That is locked in. It's locked, Trevor. so here's a little. Well, no. Okay, I'm gonna try and break this down a little bit. So Nasus normally, Wither would do a great job, hold people a little bit close, make sure they can, you know, not deal quite as much damage in a versus AD match. Typically pretty good. Problem is, Nasus likes to wait till like 40 minutes and then finally one-shot you. So Froggen is going for the farming game right now. I would love to know what Froggen's saying. I would love to be able to hear that those comments.
Certainly hope our video team will figure that one out for us. I don't know how this is going to work. That blinding assault from Quinn is going to make life difficult. If confirmed today.
It was.
Confirmed today, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, for Froggen, the Wither will help, but all Quinn's going to do is vault away to safety. So I don't know. You've made this very, very difficult for yourself, Froggen.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Here's why Quinn's great. Not only is she very strong right now, but you can just get back to lane really quick post 6.
Well, it's not like it's a very big lane.
But even faster. It's like a drag race.
So the next thing is this going to be AP Nasus? I've played this map more than a few times, and when you play it in ARAM mode, Nasus stacks the AP. Well, right, hit me with the numbers.
26 AP right now on Nasus, so that's a fair amount. 42 armor as well, so... You know, take that as you will.
We need to take a look. What is the Keystone Mastery that Froggen is running?
We will get it. We will get there when we see it.
AP NASA. So we're going to keep an eye on the animations and see if we can figure out which one it is. Koro in lane already, anticipating Grasp of the Iron dying. I can't see that being anything different.
Corrupting Potion as well. So when he hits Spirit Fire, it will push the minions pretty quickly. Will also, just taking a moment to enjoy the beats, we'll also, you know, activate that Corrupting Potion. Fair amount of damage. AP Nasus, it is literally all about one ability. Spirit Fire will chunk and hurt quite a lot. There we go. See, look at it push those minions.
I'd like to point out, I'm hearing from our production that Froggen is in fact not running a Keystone Mastery. He's running 6, 12, and 12.
Oh, he is.
So we'll have to break this down. If this works, this might be genius. But it's going to be on the CS, all right? Exhaust, Barrier are the 2 summoner spells. Froggen missed 1, and I think that Spirit Fire might help get this next level. Look, Koro's yielding. He can't stay on the Spirit Fire to farm, but the minion is calm. There's the vault. Level 2 is early. Froggen's in trouble. He's got level 2 his own. Wither comes out, which I guess will be relatively powerful.
It's like, this is really annoying. Please don't use an attack speed and movement speed debuff on me.
Look at this. Koro just continuing to spam out. Got the CS lead. The wave will be pushing towards Froggen, but Spirit Fire spam is going to make life very difficult in keeping the lane where Froggen wants it to be. Gets another Wither down. We need to see how this one's going to play out. Stress, what are you anticipating in terms of the mechanics of this matchup? We know the basics of Wither and Spirit Fire, but I mean, is Froggen going to get any CS yet?
I mean, only when he's got enough mana to land that Spirit Fire. You can see just how much damage, though, after the Wither in the minion line, Koro ends up taking. Took a good amount of damage. The trade was actually good for Froggen, but he is out of charges on that Corrupting Potion and out of mana, so Froggen's going to have to recall fairly soon.
All right, let's see. What is he going to pick up? Go Chalice. Go all in, Spirit Fire spam, and just keep pushing this wave.
I don't know, because then you're getting magic resist against a full physical damage champion. Yes, it gives him mana, but no extra real AP.
The Wither is the peace out I don't want to fight button. So we're never going to see him die.
You're never going to... What's he going to do? Get to 99 CS, hope he got Q stacks on every single one of them and try and one-shot Koro as Koro tries to win the game?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. We're like 6-7 minutes away. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I'll concede.
I'll concede. The
Nasus. It's fine.
I too have felt the Nasus Q spam in solo queue.
Like, look at it. Look at how much damage Koro is taking, though, from these early Spirit Fires. Like, in all seriousness, it is difficult to deal with this early on because it just ticks for so long, and it means Koro is getting zoned away from a fair number of creeps. That means Froggen is staying relatively even on CS, only half a wave behind him.
Yeah, let's see, where is it pushing? We'll take a glimpse of this lane in a second. Doran's Ring picked up for Froggen, as well as more Corrupting Potion charges.
It's pushing away from Froggen until he can reset this at least. There was one extra minion in this wave. Get the Q stack. Oh, he didn't have it. Oh, wasting the charges.
So we'll see if he can manage to build it up. 27 to 24, so the pressure still in favor of Koro, and the wave landing on his lap. It's going to allow Koro to pick up a further lead. But for Froggen, oh, the taunt! The taunt!
Oh,
Bust a move! Froggen says dance. But the bravado's costing him. He's still down in CS. He needs at least one additional wave. That first tick of Spirit Fight is hitting.
That actually was the first stack that Froggen has got. He hasn't queued a minion until then.
Well, the crowd is absolutely loving the the jams. Loving. Look at the smiles. Now, Koro is all business, and Froggen is loving it. He's like one of those stage performers down on the 3rd Street Promenade.
This is actually like the most troll Froggen's been. He's like, I won my Anivia Mirror. I'm just going to pick Nasus. You're never going to kill me. I'm going to get level 6. I'm going to wither you, and that's it. Good
Now,
night.
that's the thing, right? The mad scientist in Froggen. Wither,
Chew that minion! Oh.
Wither is going to be your built-in sort of let's never fight. If you eventually need to get to your Fury of the Sands, get the HP, get the extended range. So you've got all these tools, and now Froggen is closing the gap. It's down to 3 from 6.
He's maintaining it. You know, the Spirit Fire is pushing through so quickly. So Froggen will be saving his Q for a fair amount of this because he will need it for a little bit extra damage in the trade, so he doesn't want to throw it out willy-nilly. But, you know, he should get a couple of stacks here and there throughout. He is starting to ramp up, but it's not going to hurt too much. It is fairly minimal, the amount of damage it'll actually add. So, you know, I think as long as he's kind of getting cannon creeps every now and again, he should be okay. It's all about just getting the farm up.
Where does Froggen pull ahead? How does he get the additional 4 CS to overtake Koro? At what point can he zone Koro away?
He's already kind of doing it because you can see Koro, now he's going to step forward. Froggen is going to just advance on him until Spirit Fire comes back up. Froggen trying to bait out the fact that he could return the damage, but didn't actually choose to in that kind of situation there. So Koro is getting zoned ever so slightly away, but did manage to get an extra CS. 1 CS extra from that wave means that now to 4 between the two.
Froggen is still playing a losing race. You need to overtake the lead person if you want to win. And the current strategy is not working, and we need to see an adjustment. Now, both of these players are sitting on over 1,200 gold. 1,200 for Koro, about 1,300 for Froggen. Froggen's just... I don't really know.
It's fine though. Like, I actually don't think it's too bad for Froggen right now, especially if Koro recalls now. He actually recalled. That is disrespectful to Froggen right there. Allowing Froggen to get the whole wave of minions and force it into tower. But here comes the Quinn. How fast can she make it back to lane? This is really underwhelmingly slow.
This is very exciting.
Boots. This is so much slower than I thought it was going to be. Literally, he got it. It's okay, guys. He got. That was actually really underwhelming.
Now, look at the item pickups. Froggen is now going to be unkillable. Glacial Shroud, another Doran's Ring. So the mana regen's going to be there.
Hang on. He got a Dark Seal. He got... Okay, so he gets 25% extra healing from potions. I love it. I love it, Froggen.
That was the move.
And AP. He gets AP from that.
Koro backed away.
And mana.
And now Froggen is going to get a 2 CS lead.
Man, this is value. The Dark Seal play.
And look how Froggen has pulled the minions, the range creeps to his front melee minions. Gonna stall this lane out a little bit. I think you're gonna stack there on that Siphoning Strike. Froggen is now in the lead. AP Nasus.
I mean, Quinn actually can't advance here when Froggen has all of his cooldowns up. Froggen has his ultimate too, and has exhaust and barrier. This is legitimately Froggen say, try and outfarm me. And he, you know, Koro is a whole wave behind. The recall in Vision may legitimately have lost Koro this match if he cannot somehow get Froggen away from the minion wave, which is near impossible with this setup that Froggen has.
Especially when you consider the barrier still available, exhaust still available, the ultimate as well, and Froggen just continuing to apply pressure to Koro.
He just walks away. He just withers him and turns his back. He's like, you can't follow me.
It's a 2 CS game. It is a 2 CS game. It is still very, very close.
Froggen just used a cooldown of Spirit Fire. And won't be able to push this because he wants Koro to push towards him for now so he can then zone.
Well, Withers down. Froggen's moving forward.
Ignite comes out.
But it is forcing out. The ultimate's traded. Exhaust for exhaust. Siphoning strike for Froggen. He still has barrier. Makes his way over to the relic. And with the fight, Froggen's got a 5 CS lead.
Yeah, and that's what it was all about. Froggen knows as long as he doesn't die and can just regenerate this health, he's fine to lose the health, but win the CS game. It's all about CS for Froggen right now.
Koro has got no summoner spells and needs to get through the Wither and the barrier. He's vaulted forward. The siphoning strike is not really that useful. And the
Froggen.
kills are great. Froggen's down to 110. And with the minions in front of Koro, he's going to take the lead. We're down to 11 CS for Froggen, 12 CS for Koro, and they will win the game.
Careful, Koro. He actually just forewent 1 CS from that wave in order to stop Froggen from recalling. He knows that as long as Froggen stays and can't farm with anything other than Spirit Fire, Koro should be okay, but look at how quickly those minions are dying to the AoE from Froggen.
93 to 94. Koro's going to tie this up, and Froggen's got half of his mana bar. Needs to time this well. Spirit Fire. He gets 2. He gets the 3rd.
Koro doesn't have mana. He actually can't force Froggen off. If Froggen knows he's won it, he's nodding his head. All Froggen has to do is kill the
96.
ranged creeps. He's going for the Spirit Fire.
The Spirit Fire's down. He's got 2. Froggen needs 1 more. He's
The
looking for the
health
health
relic.
relic.
It didn't kill the
Minions are
minion.
dying. Koro's on 97. Froggen, he needs the cooldown available. Walks in.
Oh, he got it.
He's done it. That was incredible. I have never been so excited to watch an AP Nasus in my life.
And watch the... Oh, I mean, we didn't quite have enough lead up on that, but there goes the Poros. In that situation, Koro... Oh my god. Koro basically, he knew if he just queued the 2 minions, he was looking for it. Froggen, it was all on that cooldown on Spirit Fire, walking forward just to get the last one. He thought he'd won it already. He thought he had it with the earlier Spirit Fire that killed the first 2 ranged minions, but the 3rd one wasn't quite in the AoE by the time it got there.
The mad scientist of Froggen. AP Nasus.
I love it.
Playing for the long game, playing for the safe 100 CS, and he gets away with it. You know, that one decision, as you said, Stress, Koro recalling in Vision, that was the 6 creeps that Froggen needed to take the lead, and then he never gave that amount up.
Man, yeah, as you said, that pretty much was the defining moment of that game, and so close.
It really, really was. So Froggen advances to the quarterfinal. We still got more games. Dash, tell us who's playing.
Honestly, I'm speechless. I've never seen a Farm Fest be so goddamn exciting. What do you guys think? Was that not just crazy intense? That's right. Well, that's a lot of hype for this next match to live up to, but we'll see if we can do it. So, starting on the blue side for Team Fire, the NA LCS support with the highest kill participation. And here to add 1 more to his death toll, put your hands together for Afro Move! But who can forget his opponent on the red side for Team Ice? Looking to keep up the CIS dominance in our 1v1s, it's Dimashka! All right, gentlemen, final one of the evening. Let's make it a good one.
One more spot in the quarterfinals and a shot at taking down Froggen. That's what these 2 players are battling for, and it is another Fire versus Ice bout. Yesterday, Afromu was gifted a victory in his Draven versus Volibear matchup. And for Dimashka, he took down Ollie in a fairly slow-paced game.
I mean, you know, Dimashka has been learning from Kira, which was good up until today. Now has he learned and adapted, improved upon what Kira was making, because we saw the Lucian from him yesterday, from Dimashka. Will we see it again today? Will Aframu ban it out and go for something completely different?
So let's find out. At the moment, the expected Kindred ban followed Caitlyn, Lucian. The OPs are being removed. Draven, which is what Aframu played yesterday. Remembering Aframu played in the Marksman game mode earlier today.
He did.
Had a great performance on the Varus, which has also been used in 1v1s, but
Quinn is gone.
Quinn is gone.
Not available. We just saw it lose to AP Nasus. Brand is gone. The crowd are chanting Bard. Aframu hears it. He played it yesterday in the EU versus NA game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Didn't work out so well from then.
I mean, the pick worked. I mean, they got a lead from the pick. There was
That is very
nothing wrong with the pick. Tooney happened,
Yes.
and that really turned the game around.
I like it.
So-
Double have said the same thing in the interview. He's like, and Hooney 1v5'd us.
I said the same thing to Reckless and Kasing earlier as they were making fun of me while I was in makeup. I was like, well, at least I didn't get carried by now an NA player, so...
Yeah. You don't sound bitter at all.
No, well,
Stress.
I
Not
switched
at
with
all.
Hooney still, but Callista has been locked in.
So Callista for Dimashke. Gonna be needing that Marshall Boys passive to hop around. And yes, Aframu feeling the blighted quiver. Piercing arrows of Varus. Did play it earlier, got a taste for it. And we'll see if he can land his skill shots, because this is gonna be a matter of aiming versus dodging.
Yes, and you know there's a really interesting thing when it comes to Varus on a 1v1 map. We'll get to that a little bit later as we get to hit that level 6. I'll touch on just how you use the ultimate as it is. But really one of the first times we've seen Varus here in Los Angeles for All-Star. We saw it a couple of times actually in the IWCA 1 versus 1. So I'm interested now. Dimashka versus Aframu. This is going to be a tense one. It's a last spot here in the round of 8.
That's correct. And as we've already mentioned, the other quarterfinalists all feature a fire versus ice battle. The winners of the quarterfinalists will get a minimum of 25 points, because only the top 4 places get points from this tournament. So Aframu, if you wanted to keep the trend up, he's going to have to hit every single piercing arrow and make sure that Dimashke does not dodge, dip, duck, dive, or dodge any of those arrows thrown his way.
I mean, it doesn't begin with D, but exhaust is the key factor in this matchup. We saw against Callista, exhaust is not such a great ability. I mean, Dimashka's not, however, punishing it. He's gone for the exhaust himself. So the reason exhaust not so great, because Callista just waits out the enemy exhaust, and as long as she doesn't die in the middle of it, Ren's after. So you don't actually reduce that much damage, because what is lost from the autos is made up by the Ren.
And of course, what we have seen from the Varus Sai that played at IWCA, maxing the E is a little more effective because it's slightly easier to land. Faster travel time, less predictable because you don't have that wind up from the Q. Yeah, you can see the first point for Aframu has been on the piercing arrow, and already swing and a miss. Dimashke.
Oh, and now Dimashka trades back. He lands the damage early on and is looking to just take out that minion wave and push through. Also, E is able to hit, more minions as when they're not lined up coming into the wave, so that is another factor for the Varus. But this is a big stack of minions. Aframo has not got much damage at all onto these minions, and that one's gonna push. No, you got. Oh,
already lost one. Should be able to pick up the next 2. And for Aframu, gonna get level 2 shortly, but it will be Dimashka that's got the lead. Both 80 carries, running grass for the Undying.
However, Dimashka knows he's not going to be able to trade against Aframu just yet, so actually rends both minions. Typically, you don't always want to use your cooldowns to begin, just because at level 2 you want it available to trade.
And take a look at Aframu. He's put a point into Blighted Quiver as his level 2 ability, not the Hail of Arrows. So go for the additional on-hit and maybe some of the stacking. The burst will be in favor of Aframu if he can get some of those Blighted Quiver hits initially. Yeah. And obviously, the longer or the more extended the trade, the more favorable it is for Dimashka.
Yeah, very much so. But Dimashka right now is not favorable on the health trade. Experience now leveled up between the two. Aframu is level 3. Can he proc these quiver stacks?
Yes, he does. Dimashka does eat the piercing arrow. Ignite and exhaust down. Aframu gets first blood and makes it look easy.
And that is one of the reasons why, if you're running exhaust against Callista, you pray to see exhaust on the enemy side as well. I feel like if Damashka had barrier and could have just gone backwards away from the fight, he may have been okay, but he'd just taken too much damage early on. Aphromoo was able to get all of the damage down from the skill shots. Doesn't even matter that Kalista had exhaust there. Already the damage was done.
Very well executed from Aphromoo. And that concludes our quarterfinalists. It will be fire versus ice in every single one of them. 6 fire members started the 1v1s today, and 4 of them advanced, with one of them going down to a team kill. Like, what a successful round of 16 for Team Fire.
Yeah.
To keep themselves, you know, in touching distance of the points.
I mean, you couldn't have written this. I mean, it actually is perfect at this point. Round of 8, one of each team. One of the matchups that we're looking for here, Clear Love against Bjergsen. That's a great matchup on its own. Prey versus, I believe it was it Rookie?
Lex.
Lex
against Lex. Yep, Lex ended up getting the level 1 all-in, picked up the victory. Froggen versus Aphromoo is going to be fantastic. I just want to see what Froggen pulls out. He won 100 CS with the Nivea, 100 CS with Nasus. Maybe tomorrow he pulls out the Assassin and tries to...
Goes all in level 1.
We don't know. We'll have to find out tomorrow when we watch the quarterfinals. For now, though, we're going to head down to Dash for a word with one of our quarterfinalists.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am standing on the red carpet with Kasing, now qualifying for the round of 8. So first off, congratulations on that. But I have to ask you, because every time you win, you have the most surprised look on your face. What's going through your mind? What's happening on the 1v1 stage up there?
To be honest, I don't know how I'm winning at all. Like, I've just come into this as a support player. I have 0 mechanics. Like, I don't know anything how to play the game, 1v1. But somehow I won. So.
All right, yeah, somehow you did when you are one of 2 supports now to make it through with Aphromoo just qualifying into the round of 8. So props to you there. Since you're so surprised with your wins, I have to ask whether or not you have a strategy going in. Is there some kind of, I mean, you've played AD carries both times, different ones. Are you scouting your opponent? What's going on?
I actually don't have any I don't have any real strategy. I just usually Reckless and Froggen ask me to help them 1v1. I always lose every single 1v1, so it's kind of awkward. So I don't know how I won.
Well, you're winning them here. Next up, though, you're going to have to face off against Doublelift. So he had a pretty, solid defeat or victory over Reckless today. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I actually expected Reckless to win, but I mean, Doublelift is good.
And looking forward, do you think you have what it takes to take down Doublelift?
No. I'm probably gonna lose.
All right. Well, that's probably what you thought the last 2 times. So I guess I really can't put any stock into your word. Finally, I just want to ask your opinion of the 1v1 tournament so far. What has been the best match that you've seen up to this point?
Well, I actually think after watching Froggen and Coral1 play, I lost about 8 games in a row to Froggen when he played Nasus mid. So I was happy that he won.
Well, there you have it, right? That was a pretty spectacular, mind game that he played on him there, and what a cool innovation there on the red for Kasing. Once again, thank you for the interview. Congratulations on moving on to the next round, and good luck in your future games. That's going to do it for us here on the red carpet. Now it's time to throw it back to Shox and crew to break down the 1v1s.
Oh, man, how can you not love Raymond? He just doesn't know how it happens.
I feel a little bit bad because Nils and I came into the EU player room earlier today. And we went up to Kasing and we started laughing at him. And we went over the replay of his game yesterday and how he did everything wrong. When he was level 2, he didn't go all in. He was trading poorly. He said he did okay, and he won the game. Now again he won. I mean, I don't even know how he's doing it.
Well,
he doesn't understand how he's doing it.
Let's take a look. Maybe we can break it down. We have the replay of Kasing's winning moment there. We can roll the clip out and see what happens.
Excellent coaching, I would say.
Yeah, it is the coaching.
It's so strange because he gets to dive in and out of the brush.
Yeah. And Uzi's fighting in Kindred's W. So you always take the extra damage, and Uzi's just kind of standing.
Oh, man. Level 1. I don't know if Uzi doesn't know how Kindred works, but watching both of Kasing's games, I can officially say, by our definition as a professional, he's absolutely a lucker dog.
Oh. Well, I know we talk so much about the mental game, but he's playing the long con. Every time he wins, we see him, he's like, what?
Yeah, it was so funny because it was so genuine.
And it just keeps happening. Is this a strategy?
It's all scripted.
Yeah. He bases his opponent into thinking that he's bad, and then when they don't expect it, he strikes.
Yeah. On the other side, Froggen, he has a smile from ear to ear every time he plays. 100 CS was never so exciting.
Well, we know now that the EU team is practicing 1v1 a lot.
Yeah.
Because Kasing said he had 8 games against Froggen with the AP and Aces, and every single time he lost, probably on CS. So Froggen definitely been practicing very hard for this one. He's the favorite for Team Ice, at least, to make the final.
Yeah, that was such a strange matchup, too, because Koro had the CS advantage, then he backed in Vision, and then he also spent 200 mana on Quinn ultimates that did absolutely nothing to Froggen. He just kind of ran in a circle, and then he got the second part of it off, which is barely any damage.
And it was 98 CS to 100, this one, and
Yeah.
Faker was
So close.
97,
So
I
close.
believe, as well. Like, we're getting really close
He
every
likes
time.
to thread the needle. Niels, I did see that you also said that you heard from the team, from the EU team, that they really wanted to win those 1v1s, but it's, well, down to Froggen and Kasing.
Yeah, it's over.
Oh. Why do you have Froggen at least?
You mean I have Kasing?
Okay, that's true.
That's true. Let's take
Yeah,
a look at the
Kasing.
bracket, because 30 players were in this one, and now we just have 8 remaining. Kasing, Doublelift, Froggen, and Aframu, they were all advanced to the quarterfinals. Oh my god, some really dishy matchups there. Kasing versus Doublelift, let's talk about that one first.
Well, first I want to talk about how it's all Ice
Oh,
versus Fire matchups here. Because coming into this, we thought Fire was donezo. We were just like, Ice has so many people, they have like a way better chance of making more quarterfinals, and now it's even again. So this is really cool as a Fire fan that we actually have a pretty good chance now.
Or of the competition in general, Fire versus Ice all over. That's really cool. What do you make of the matchups?
What do you mean by we? Are you like a Fire fan or what?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm a fan of the tournament.
Yeah, me
There you
too.
go.
Well, the 1v1 quarterfinals, they get on their way tomorrow. But there's still more All-Star action today as the best from China and Korea take to Summoner's Rift. We'll dive into that matchup when we return.
Yeah, so sure, ignites down, exhaust is out, Kasing is looking for it, he got it! Hit! Kasing takes down Uzi!
Wait, are we troll banning?
No. Don't worry.
I gotta be careful for your pocket of Mumu.
Doublelift wants to start the fight, Arden plays his traded, Reckless will die, and Doublelift picks up the kill.
Kill the
He's
minion!
dying! Goro's on 97, Froggen, he needs the cooldown available, walks in!
He got it!
He's done it!
Let me think here. You play Lee Sin?
Yes, sure. My main champion, you know.
Ashkane does eat the piercing arrow, ignites and exhaust down, Aframu gets first blood and makes it look easy.
제가 LCK나 롤드컵에서는 좀 무리하지 않는 선에서 좀 안정적으로 게임을 하는 걸 좋아했는데 어제는 좀 무리하는 감이 많게 게임을 해서 좀 충격적이었던 모습을 보여드린 것 같고 오늘부터는 좀 무리하지 않는 선에서 게임을 하면 그래도 다시 좀 잘하는 마리노로 돌아갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 All-Star event, where the region that took the mid-season invitational is about to square off against the region that took home the Summoners Cup. We're going to start on the blue side for Team Ice, the representative of China's League of Legends Pro League, with Koro1, Clear Love, Rookie, Yuzi, and PYL. Well, they started off great versus the LMS yesterday, but today up against the LCK All-Stars in this 5 versus 5 with Marin, Score, Faker, Prey, and Mad Dive. Well, we just heard from the man himself there, Marin, yesterday saying, I was even shocked that happened. 1 versus 1 kill by the hands of Smurf. Rather, not what we expected.
Yeah, I think he has already contracted LGD syndrome, where you're going to overreach for things and try to make out plays, and then it just fires back on you.
He's just sandbagging, man.
What do you guys make of that, the LCK All-Stars? Because we were talking so much about the mechanical play, and something that we wouldn't doubt is the mechanical play of Faker, of Marin, and then yesterday they had that really bad start.
I mean, coming into this, for some of the LCK players, it's very clear they wanted to test, the opponents a little bit first. Like, Faker kept jumping into Kira over and over and get the same trade in his face. He was recalling on the tower and died to Diddlands. So clearly he was having a bit of fun. I think LCK, though, they're realizing it's full focus. Marin said himself, no more mistakes, I'm not going to overreach anymore. So they're probably going to show up big time now.
And I think the team that set the whole tone for the entire tournament to start being more serious in that regard in the regional things is actually the LPL team. We saw Rookie going crazy, getting a quadra kill on Kassadin. Now he's up against Faker, and Faker, he's got to have his A game on. He lost the 1v1. Yesterday he got solo killed as well. If Rookie gets solo kills in the mid lane against Faker, he's going to be able to take over this game. He's a different type of mid laner than what he's gone up against in this tournament so far.
Niels, finally, what do you make of the matchup?
Yeah, just try hard, all of them.
Man.
See,
you've used up all our quota of tryhards for the day, so we have to go.
He's the only guy who
into
said
the
it,
game
by the way.
I know.
Yeah. We have to get into the game. I think the teams are ready, our casters are ready, so let's get into that game.
Thanks, guys. And yeah, super excited to get into this one, mainly because it's the rematch, and LCK actually get to pick the picks this time.
Yeah.
So maybe more even.
It's one of those, we lost? That was not
Let's
cool.
do it for real.
Yeah.
Marin's like, man, yeah, I don't know. Just suddenly after Worlds, I stopped doing well in international competition. Yeah, it's called you joined a Chinese team. Like,
whoa!
These guys never do well when it comes to international battles. Yeah, there we go. Right? I mean, like, think about how well LGD did. They lost to American teams at IEM San Jose. I mean, it was embarrassing here. So now, here we go. The teams can recollect themselves, and with 100 points separating the squads, ice and fire right here. Korea can win, bring it right back in on the home turf, and
let's see how they do when they can pick their own champions.
Yeah, I mean, LCK, though, not looking so hard, even in the 1v1s, man, like all over the place. But as you mentioned, we'll be able to pick up their champions this time.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, oh, it was the game mode, it was definitely unfair. There have been a lot of moments where, you know, solo plays from the LCK star players, they've had quite a few blunders so far. We'll see if they can clean it up this game, because it is easier said than done.
Oh yeah, well, Mara did say he was overreaching, that's going to stop today, but we do have the bans coming in, Rise and Quinn coming in from the LPL, and Dr. Mundo and Gangplank, so kind of what we saw earlier today as well, coming in from the LCK. Eliza and Lulu will round out the banning phase.
Man, I still really want to see Score play a Marksman jungler here. Score was one of my very, very favorite AD carries back when he played on KT Rolls for Bullets as the ADC, what is known as Immortal Score. I want to see that come back. Get him a Marksman jungler and wreck some people with the Kindred up. That hope is alive for me.
Well, getting into these picks way faster than the last game that we had. Rek'Sai will be #1 priority for LPL. Still good in the jungle. Still Queen of the Xerxai and Queen of the jungle.
All right, plenty of time to go, though. Honestly, I really like whenever blue team goes for non-solo lanes, the first 3 picks, really in any order. You can first pick an AD, you can first pick a jungle, you first pick support based on what you think is good. Honestly, still surprised we're not really seeing much Tahm Kench as a high priority champion. That is still weird to me, but no, Score just going to go for the Gragas.
Yeah, I'm actually a little disappointed in the early jungle picks here. These are very stale, old jungle picks, but they are going to provide tanks, for their teams. A couple of Cinderhawks looks like right off the bat.
Yeah, Kalista picked up as well, so yeah, literally rewind a couple months and then we're back in the same pick and ban phase. Waiting to see what LPL will bust out, anything new, anything driving it away from there. Misfortune will definitely do so. Didn't have the performance we really wanted from the Misfortune earlier today, but still, you saw the potential and how good it is if you have the setup, you get the knockups, you have the team fight around it, and, well, Rek'Sai already starts out with the flash knockup, would be the way to go.
Interesting these teams are so disengaged focused, though. A lot of safety kind of on all sides here with the champions you're seeing right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's really hard, even if you do have a good setup for Misfortune, to stop a Gragas from throwing the ultimate straight backdoor and interrupting the bullet time. So, yeah, even though they were thinking of that, you know, it's a great champion right now. Uzi likes the champion, put in a lot of work on it. It's really hard to pick that into Gragas.
Yeah, they bust out the Lissandra as well, so a nice flex. Couldn't go top or mid. We'll see where that one will be going. And Janna as well will just go into the support role. So honestly, LPL just kind of playing around this pick and ban phase, while LCK have to pick up a solo laner here.
Very intriguing early Lissandra pick, actually. Really,
the fact that it is a flex, I think, makes it a little bit easier to play around.
It's so useful as a counter pick, though, but it already being on the board.
We'll have to see what it ends up being here. Next few picks up for the purple team. They've got to pick one of their 2 solos here, and if any of them are bad against Lissandra, you can just shove it right in that lane, and all can be well. Also, it's worth pointing out that there's some synergy available here for Team Ice. There's a Frost Janna skin, and of course, Lissandra herself works just fine there, so could go okay.
Oh.
All right, top lane left for last. Marin gets counterpicked, Victor in for Baker.
Yeah, burst damage versus Lissandra. Highly effective because she does not really build defensive stats, relies on the timing of her invulnerabilities. And if you miss those timings, then you won't get a chance to use it. Victor can very well 100% to 0 Lissandra. We'll see if whoever takes the champion will be able to get them off in time.
Trash picked up as well for the bottom lane for LCK. That will be going onto Mad Life. So his big champion coming out. Definitely made a name for himself on that champion, so it'd be great to see that coming in up against LPL. And now, just waiting on the last 2 picks, as you mentioned.
I actually like this right here. It's a whole ton of poke and enough disengage to make this work. You've got a dominant bottom lane there with Janna, Caitlyn being pretty crazy. A Jace for either solo lane still, actually. Triss honestly serves the same purpose. I actually really like this. We again heard that the Chinese team was putting in a lot of practice, a lot of prep for this event, and they've come together with, I think, a very nice team comp.
Yeah, and
still,
again,
this is still great.
just want to re-highlight the focus on the turret taking as well. If you get long-range damage from Jace and Misfortune, you can zone them off of a turret and take it in the duration of just one of those poke landing or the threat of a bullet time. This really forces a very good Gragas play or a teleport play from Marin.
I think there are enough tools, though. You're right. Yeah, TP play from Marin would be big. He's having Gnar. That would work. You've got so much follow-up, though, with the Faker Victor. And again, you've still got a Kalista tossing to support. There is the chance again for Square to make the play. So the tools to get rid of this poke comp and to outplay them, definitely here for Fire. It is on execution, though. We're not seeing a Malphite. We're not seeing a Sejuani. Like, these really kind of more straightforward, easier engage tools.
Yeah, Jace coming back in as well. Excited to see where he goes with his itemization. A lot of the champions like Jace, like Gangplank, really benefit well from the Essence Reaving, just getting all that cooldown reduction. So difficult to deal with all that long-range poke. Plus the Janna as well, more AD, more mid-game, and it will be the Dart locked in for LCK.
Yeah, I wonder if we will see the Essence Reaver plus Infinity Edge Jace, because the triple crits have always been a really scary thing kind of later in the game, but it might bump up that stage in the game where you get plenty of cooldown reduction from your Essence Reaver, and then on top of it, Infinity Edge crits.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a fast enough build for him, though, right? Like, does he want Youmuu's in the build still? Does he need a Manamune in the build still for the more raw AD? Like,
I also really like the new Maw.
It is super
because
good.
it's
armor pen on
really
it.
efficient, and it does have the same flat armor pen. So just if you're looking at the 1v1 versus Faker, a Jace building an early Maw is also really good because of the little tweaks that they made to the item.
It's going to be a fun one to watch for here. We're going to see as the time ticks in. You're seeing the players right there on your screen, and this is, again, a really, really big deal here. The one-on-one is worth 250 points total. That's actually stacked 4-4 right there in that bracket. That'll be a fun one to watch for. But also this battle, again, it's Korea getting revenge, and it's China being able to step up and say, look, we did badly at Worlds. We did badly in San Jose. Let's try again. And they've put in so much effort here, and it's a great comp. This is going to be a great game to watch.
Oh, yeah, the rematch. And getting into this one, it will be hashtag Icewin, as always, with hashtag FireWin. Get those votes in on Twitter. Tell us what you think. This will definitely be an extremely close match. And the compositions are very interesting to watch as we get in and load on to the Rift for the final 5v5 of the day. LPL up against LCK.
I love the sound coming out in the battle arena because we get it from all sides.
Yep.
Literally surround sound.
All right, first out of the gates here. Both teams going to spread out for the defensive openings and drop wards. So once again, as you pointed out before, Freak, not a lot of lane swaps. I don't think we'll see a lane swap here either. So the Misfortune Janna, we'll see how well they can make these trades happen. If you can stay outside of play range, there's a lot of potential for early pulling.
Great, the TSM chance. I love it. It's actually great, just kind of thinking about more of the mechanics of this game because it's new season, a lot of changes to champions. Janna MF has actually a very special synergy. Misfortune has abnormally low base attack damage. It's like 70 at level 18, like something ridiculously low. So adding just bonus 80 to that champion is actually a bigger percent bonus damage-wise. It's actually really huge. And that's like a really big deal when you're a caster 80 carry and you actually get a big surge of attack damage.
And even in lane phase, if you get a shielded love tap on both champions, it's a huge amount of damage there with just one auto. And it's so hard for Kalista to trade back with that because she has to stack up to try and rend or get any meaningful damage. An auto for an auto, Misfortune will crush Kalista.
Yeah, absolutely true. Even the scaling on Zola, so much damage. But we'll be helping out with that Grump to start off the game. And Prey and Mad Life will go into that bottom lane here with Uzi and PYL. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, Rookie and Faker. Look at that damage coming out. See the Thunderlord's Decree being picked up. And already the Jace putting down the dominance in lane. Laser does not connect from Faker.
Yeah, this is such a cool matchup because Rookie, when he entered the scene in Korea, everyone is hailing him as the Faker Jr. coming out of solo queue and being extremely impressive as far as his in-lane mechanics. Always fun to see them match up.
Yeah, Faker not doing too hot in this 1v1 bot lane though. Mad Life getting up in the face of Uzi. Nice shield. Just timing it with the Rend as well. Gets the extra damage on the way out, being a range support.
And once again, we keep on seeing this from the LPL squad. Uzi and PYL go extremely aggressive while Clearlove is in the river grabbing the crab because they know that they do have that jungle backup if they extend a little bit too far. And even if someone does get played in, they can call in some extra help.
And Madlife finds level 2 there. He's going to play in, and he's not going to find a hook just yet, but easy random bullets there for Uzi. He can keep spamming for the harass. Now, that is the one ability that does not scale off attack damage, so the whole Janus synergy, buffing out the ability, not buffing up the ability he's maxing, you know, maybe a little bit more bittersweet, but still going to do well.
Yep, and the shove is paying off here for Team Ice as they keep them under turret. And a couple of CS missed there. Clearlove going to stay on that side of the map and allow Uzi and PYL to stay up at the turret, try and force Prey to the difficult last hit.
Yeah, will be on this Grump as well. Has not gone towards his blue buff, so
spending extended time down here, and the fact that he got to kind of counter jungle Grump, he knows exactly where Score is right now. He knows he's top jungle, so hey, Koro, be a bit safe. Hey, Rookie, or on the bottom side of your lane, sit down there, because Score's going to be coming from that side. And so all that information gained that Korea doesn't even know has been gained.
Madlife connects the hook onto PYL, drags him with the flay as well. Ignite comes down, and damage. The heal comes up. One more auto, won't finish him up. There's first blood going over to Prey, and Clearlove drops lows to the tower as well. For 1-0 over to LCK.
With so much attention for the LPL squad paid to the bottom lane. With Clearlove even there, it's a bit too deep of a bait there from PYL, and this time they do pay for it without getting anything back. Really, really big first blood there for LCK.
Wow.
The 2v2 outplay.
And they got to see that Clearlove was not wearing a blue buff. Score got to run down, grab it. Like, so many good things just happened there for the Korean squad, and all those early bets just suddenly backfired.
Yeah, and now, knowing that he was in the bottom side, it means Score can literally just take everything in that top side, maybe even pressure top lane as well onto Karo.
And what's cool about this is Score recalled right away for a Hunter's Potion. I haven't seen that very much in my experience watching junglers around, but it's going to allow him to pretty much permanently jungle. At some point, he can recall for his upgraded jungle and whatnot, but he's going to sit around at full HP and full mana basically forever.
Yeah, just get another stack every time he kills a camp as well. But when you have a champion like Gragas who already has innate sustain with Happy Hour, I'm not sure if it's entirely necessary, but still, as you mentioned, you're always at 100%.
The mana is actually kind of an issue because even with the Relic, mana regen for junglers is a little bit down. And you start to notice, so Hunter's Potion solves that completely. Give Gragas mana and he'll have plenty of health.
Very true. Bottom lane, just trading up against Prey. Did get that first kill, but hasn't gone back to base yet to spend any of that gold that he accrued. Madlife looking for the hook. Just not Madlife the hook. And the PYL will just back away here. Slight CS advantage to Prey as he picked up that kill. Forced Uzi away as he did not have his support. Lanson comes down. Play backwards, bit of a trade here. Once again, the E comes out from Uzi. Just a bit of love taps back and forth.
Really impressive, actually, how well Prey and Madlife are playing this lane. They're pretty much guaranteeing that they're getting the passive W procs really, really quickly in all these trades. Just hitting them both, getting both of them to start losing health. And that's a huge chunk of your damage in Kalista lanes is so the synergy with your support to actually trigger those Sentinel passive hits, and they're getting them a lot.
Clearlove actually just found Score on the Tremor Sense there. Literally just pinged him out, and Score will go into the top side of the jungle. So Ice do have that knowledge.
And Score is more than a full level ahead of Clearlove right now because of so much camping on the bottom side of the map there. So Score definitely set up to get that early level 6 for Gragas and dominate Clearlove in any sort of counter gank situation.
Yeah, definitely more of a quieter game after that first blood. Bottom lane leading in CS for Prey. Mid lane basically the same now. Actually trading off in the bottom lane. As I just said that, Madlife. To Uzi, and Prey picks up the kill. PYL dropping low. The PS doesn't connect, but the autos do. Now trying to get away from the turret, and a flash after. Koro picks him up for the shutdown, and now Clearlove comes into the fight and locks up Madlife with the ultimate income from Koro. And the last Ice shot with the auto, dual kill comes in for Lysandra. Marin also came into the fight, was a little bit too late.
So all 3 of the kills for LCK have gone to Prey on Kalista. And Uzi went down early, so he didn't get experience. He also did not get any money. So all the money is funneled into Koro on the top side on the Lysandra. It was an interesting, late game matchup because will Lissandra be able to find Prey and 100% him? But look at the hook there from Mad Life, Thunderlords, and that's a kill. This one, they end up getting a little too deep, and this is why Koro's able to get the extra kills with his flash there for the stun.
Yeah, Prey running around to the right actually instead of to the left. He just took 2 turret shots by taking that path. I think maybe he thought he was slightly out of range, and like a minion had pulled up the aggro, but yeah, 400 damage he didn't need to take. Might not have changed who ended up dying after all, but
yeah, could split though, and that way, Mad Life, Mad Life and Prey go opposite directions. Then you kind of give up one person, but
well. All said, though, it was a great roam, and LPL keeping it a bit closer because his bot lane was fast snowballing out of control. Already nearly Blade of the Ruin King done for Prey, so he's feeling good about this one. Uzi is going towards a actual Essence Reaver first buy. That's what BF Sword plus Longsword will give you. No surprise they're going for the Caster Misfortune.
Yeah, mid lane picked up the tier on Rookie, so probably are going for the Muramana, and the flash into the body slam interrupts the glacial path as well. Koro, all he can do is try and break vision and just try and waste some time. And Marin doesn't quite connect the wallop, but just needs to auto him to death, and there's the shutdown.
Score, makes him pay for burning the flash down bottom, immediately goes up there. Clearlove trying to get something back here as he goes to counter jungle, but Rookie's on the run.
The ultimate from Faker, a lot of damage coming out. Shock Blast will follow. Clearlove over the wall, a lot of damage coming in from the laser, and then both of the ice players will back off.
That was close, though. Yeah, with Clearlove coming in from behind, he even had the chance to go for a flash knockup, but Faker subbing his summoners means there's not much point in dedicating to that one. I do want to point out real quick, though, that despite it being a pretty low kill game for LPL, Koro was actually 2-0. So that was 30 global gold per player given over for that kill. So the LCK bot lane is even farther ahead now thanks to Koro going down.
Ooh, the hook. Very close to connecting onto Uzi. Well, the time comes out. Both of them have to split. Mad Life actually has to go into PYR and Uzi. Takes a bit of damage there. He should be able to CS free underneath this turret. Marin is actually just chilling out in bot lane. He's ready to go. Left top open though, and there's no teleport, so Koro's just gonna ult in top lane. Gotta make something happen in bot lane.
Yeah, pretty high rage. He was actually fighting the Gromp to get his rage bar up, and Mad Life can always land him over the wall and then catapult himself into the fight.
Clearlove's in the area, but it might be too late.
PYL drops low into the box. Uzi dropping low as well. Both of them should be falling as Marin pulls off the perfect play. Double kill coming in, and it all pays off.
Beautiful setup.
They shift Score up to top side to try and defend, so they don't even lose out on experience there. Score is able to gank for the top laner, and then go take the solo top lane farm there. He's going to get really, really far ahead.
Score actually still not going for his upgraded jungle smite as well. All the way to Hunter's Potion, and then all the way to like the Kindle Gem as well. He's just, which one's going to go for? What's the smite going to be? Still making it a question.
Bomby Cinder, but close enough.
Oh yeah, sorry, good call.
Got there in the end. Marin actually jumping after Koro. He'll be glacial pathing away, but Score's already there. Use the ultimate, remember. Won't be slowing down. There's the ultimate stopping Score from getting the body slam. There it is, and that's a lot of damage coming out. Marin will follow up, and he gets another kill. His 4th of the game.
Can Clearlove answer, though? They're targeting Faker. Rookie's trying to get the slow.
Oh, the knockback through the gravity field, and Clearlove trying to get that knock-up down. The exhaust comes out from Faker. The flash predict comes out, but it's not enough, and Rocky comes in with the kill.
Beautiful stuff right here. So again, he's still finding things to do. Clearlove, part of 2 of the 3 kills so far his team has gotten, so really getting around the map, but there's just so much action by LCK. They've forced so many interesting fights, and they've pretty much all paid out. It's been really awesome to watch how well these guys have made this happen.
Yeah, big difference is still in the bottom lane. Prey now with the completed Blade of the Ruin King on Kalista. We'll see if he's able to chase anyone down.
Oh, Marin as well, taking away this blue buff. Just getting so much at the start of this game. Over 2,000 gold advantage. The blue buff just went over to Marin. He will go back to base. Still has a lot of gold to spend.
Yeah, there's his early distortion upgrades as well. Marin trying to get more teleports in. No deep wards down bottom, though. They actually don't have very many deep wards across the map for Team Fire. So he's gonna have to take some assistance from the team to get some of those wards down before he can make those plays.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the items as well. Karo has completed his Rod of Ages in the top lane, 2-2 and 0 right now. All of the gold, interestingly, has been funneled into the top laner and AD carry on the side of LCK. Nothing onto Faker just yet. It's a lot of damage though, despite no kills.
Uh-oh. Here comes Score.
As the
Wanted to
ultimate.
improve his. Gets him stunned into the wall. This is a kill. Maybe it's not. Clearlove coming in. Gets one knockup. Faker's got to be careful. And wow, Rookie getting away with this one. Faker's still on the run though. Shock blast. So I want to point something out actually, Kobe. You mentioned the early distortion enchant for the low cooldowns for Marin. He also took the defense tree mastery for lower summoner cooldowns. Oh, hold on. Clearlove. Not a good spot. More slows. Ren stacks are on as well. POL resets the fight, and in comes Marin for more.
We will be throwing out the rock, and everyone kind of just times out for a second. Oh! With the E, will get away. Score connects his own E. However, Marin will bounce after him with the hog. Still ticking down the damage. Will take him out, but the bullet time is huge, and picks up a kill in return. Rookie will be slinking away on very low HP, but that's a 1-for-1 overall.
Yep, Uzi also got the blue buff there, so a bit of control here for LPL finally.
So basically the point is Marin has a 270-second cooldown on both Flash and Teleport, which are pretty absurdly low, so he can play make constantly.
Meanwhile, the cooldown reduction boots there for Lissandra as well. So he's going to have reduced summoner spell cooldown, plus regular abilities. That's the only drawback of going Rod of Ages, that you need to get your cooldown reduction from somewhere else. Here comes the teleport though. And as you know, Coral buys some time, then tries to buy more time, doesn't want to get stunned so that he'll be able to take the max range on the Claw, but Score, he's not fooled, sticks around where the Claw is going to head to end up getting that kill. Uzi with the great bullet time answers back.
And he's not got F3 done, so he's going to start critting with that ultimate as well, and it's going to start getting more and more painful. You still got to really respect any Misfortune team fight. If you don't position well, your entire team takes millions of damage and life goes bad fast.
I think it comes back to Score has to hold on to the explosive cast on Gragas. It's such a great answer to Misfortune. You don't even have to put yourself in danger. Just lob it over wherever Uzi's sitting. And hey, you might even knock him towards your team for some easy 8 carry kills.
Well, Rookie as well haven't spoken too much about the poke composition that we talked about in Champion Selects, and that'll start becoming relevant as we get into the mid-game. Has completed the Mana Moon. We'll be going to Mura Mana later. Utility completed as well. Already well on his way to max cooldown reduction. And bot lane, Prey and Mad Life looking for the invade. Score here as well. Should be able to take away this this red buff.
Yeah, it is
No
being
troubles.
mirrored on the top side by Clearlove with the solo steal. And it looks like they might even go for something here on Marin, who just depleted his rage. So he's going to be stuck in mini form for quite a while. He saw the ward being placed.
Yeah, Clearlove gets the knockup.
He holds onto his jump, waits for the knockup.
Marin doing a bit of damage in return, but is able to just jump away. Top tower probably will go down though with no jungler there to help out. Faker taking a bunch of damage. Gravity Field comes out, get the stun down into the ultimate of Chaos Storm. Score doesn't land the barrel roll. And the ultimate is still trying to follow Rocky after, but doesn't quite get him down. No one falls in the fight.
Want to see...
Oh, Froghouse on the blast, the ultimate! And Uzi comes in with the kill.
Rookie's supposed to be careful though, because an explosive cast could kill him off. Score's trying to get in range, won't quite just yet. The hook won't either. And Uzi right in the mix of things. Another knockup though from Mad Life. The box in as well. What's in it? It's Team China. There's the first kill. POL running away. And it's a extended 1-for-1.
Well, Shock Blast not quite landing off the back of the fight, but 1-for-1 overall. Faker taken down by Uzi, but at the cost of his own life. Both summoners burnt as well in the AD carry.
See if they stick around and take down the turret as well. Objective after for LCK will be their first turret, the first turret of the entire game going down. Top maybe soon to fall though.
Yeah, they've been up there for a while though. Marin was actually able to go back into lane and start clearing up those minions, and the tower's not even going to fall. So Marin actually was a net win for him, as the rest of the members were in mid lane fighting. Still 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Top tower didn't fall.
Yeah, I actually really want to go back and see what Score was doing in the Raptor camp at the beginning of that mid lane skirmish, because he ended up flashing over with no body slam available. He may have failed it into the wall or hit something. Curious, because that's why he wasn't able to get in range of Rookie, and that's why, you know, Rookie was able to kite and flash away there. Faker was trying to bait him into the gravity shield for Score to come over that wall. We're gonna see. It's a little bit late though. He already flashed over, and as you see, there's the body slam to get out of range of turret. So Rookie just getting out of range too quickly for him.
Well, the Raptors were there, so maybe he just body slammed into those, but they didn't take aggro, so still not too sure. Still, Clearlove will take away this ward. has the sweeper. Likewise, Score will do the same. Haven't seen too many shot blasts land this game, actually. Seen them fly out, but not really connect.
The team's never been able to set up for a sort of a poke game, right, or a scene.
Yeah.
So Rookie's been laning against Faker, and I assume he's landed some in the landing phase itself. But anytime we really see Rookie, it's him getting attacked and running away for his life.
That's true. Well, Uzi and PY out, just chilling in the bot lane, but Score is there, maybe looking to set up a game.
Worth knowing on the build tracking update, Rookie is going cooldown boots and Yomu's first item, so we'll see what he gets for his other 20% CDR. Could just be a black clear, but he's not going for the Essence Reaver eye edge mode, it looks like, unless he's getting them really, really later on.
Yeah. And to his credit, even though every time we see him, he's running for his life, he's done that well. He hasn't died yet.
That's true. Got legs.
Yep, so still farming away. CS advantage actually swinging in favor of Uzi now. Did not notice that happen. Prey was ahead for quite a while. Mid lane Faker also swinging into his favor just from these trades and skirmishes.
Yeah, for bot lane having 6 deaths, the fact that Uzi's actually up in CS is definitely impressive.
Yeah, just kind of happened over time. Karo roaming down into the mid lane as well, maybe looking for a kill into Faker, but he's already on the bottom side of the lane. It's going to be very hard to try and lock him up. Karo has seen this and will head back into the top lane.
Yeah. As of right now, kind of the big thing that's lacking here for LPL is the vision. They're pretty light on their wards. They do have 3. They have transferred over to 3 blues and 2 sweepers. Uh-oh, play in the bottom lane though.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Very, very dead. Teleport now coming in from both top laners. In comes Karo. Actually, here comes Marin as well. Tower will be going down. We'll be able to defend the next one, but Fire aren't interested in pushing that. However, Rocky has roamed down into the fight. Karo looking to perhaps engage onto one of the squishies. Does not pull the trigger.
Meanwhile, Faker shoved the mid lane, so those minions will die to turret. He's heading up bottom lane. Catch those, but here's the play.
Karo comes in and the ult onto Prey into the bullet time. There was no way he was getting out of that. Tried to take the lantern, but was taken out as he took the ride. Now the bottom lane will be pushed in, but minions aren't going to flood in for quite a while. It's going to be another couple seconds.
Shoot by clear left tanks the turret long enough for his team to AoE the wave down. This actually allows Ice an early recall if they want it. They can set up for something else, or it just allows them to
yeah,
go right back in.
They kind of want to trade turrets because Faker is going to get the top turret for LCK regardless. So they're really trying to force the objective trade here, but
gotta respect the CC.
Taking a lot of time.
Explosive cast bot time, and the threat of Mega Gnar was enough to keep him back. Even though the only damage was coming from tanks there were only, right, there was no AD carry or mid laner left. It was enough to zone Ice back a little.
So the LCK have been able to hold on to all of their outer turrets. It's a very big influx of gold if LPR are able to start knocking those down. But right now, there's so much of the map for LCK to work with. And since LPL have already been behind on the vision game, at this point, it's really, really hard to get back into the vision game. It's such a cumulative thing with you have to set one ward line to be able to safely get deeper into the enemy jungle and place the next.
Yeah, haven't really. Oh, Rocky though. There's the ultimate from Faker as well, chasing him down, but the photo is away from Faker. Oh! The flash into the pierce.
Throws a Hail Mary.
Takedown.
And his prayers were answered.
All right, that one is out.
Yeah,
right.
I stepped up to it also. I've gotten like 3 that's all right this weekend. That is the best I've ever done in my life.
Let's see if they transition this into objective afterwards, because Marin does not have TP, but mid lane being down means they should be able to get this pretty easily. You know, Ren's stacking up here. I think Prey's got this one in the bag.
Void rushed over though by Clearlove.
They are contesting a bit here.
Yeah, Clearlove's kind of split though, has to tunnel away. Flash by Score will come up with the barrel roll as well. Faker's there. Mad Life slams into him with the ultimate from Prey.
I love that from Mad Life. Steps up, zones the top half of the LPL squad, knowing that he's got the Kalista ultimate to rely upon.
This is still tricky though. Fire's kind of stuck on the wrong side. Marin does not have teleport. This is a 3.
We're leaving Faker. Goodbye, my friend.
The sacrificial lamb. No wolf in this game.
Support. The lantern goes to the AD carry, of course.
Of course.
Score can get out himself. And you know what? Faker, 0-3. Unlucky.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate. 1-on-1, or 1-for-1 rather, in that entire trade. Marin goes Mega. Prey and Mad Life are there to secure this blue buff as well. LCK have been all over the jungle. for most of the game, getting most of the buffs.
Super impressive on them to constantly be all around the map making big plays and taking what they can. Still some time for Uzi and PYL to knock this turret down, and they're still giving so much respect to score. Again, they've seen that the entire team is top lane, which means they're actually doing Baron right now.
Yeah, eventually, a lack of vision all game long is going to result in Baron taken, especially since LCK have such a pretty strong item advantage at this point.
So I can actually see PYL screen right now. They have no idea this is happening. He like revealed the nearby thing. Now he's checking right here.
He's on his way.
Ooh, so close.
Oh, Koro coming in, trying to get in range for the ultimate. Oh, Blaze the Ruin King.
Yep, heal into Blade active there for extra speed, and everyone from LCK gets out scot-free.
Beautifully played right there. So beautiful, great stuff. Now LCK up by quite a bit, 5,000 and change with a fresh Baron buff, and now even a QSS on Prey. Good luck locking him down.
Classic. Show your jungler bottom lane. We have Kalista on our team. Still do Baron.
Yeah.
The ultimate mind game, and revenge is in full effect right now. LCK with this composition.
They got to pick their own champions.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
It is, but we haven't really seen LPL's composition come into full effect. Like, we haven't seen them get in the situation where Rocky can literally just throw out shock blasts over and over and over again.
Well, that's the interesting thing is, like, Ice's comp really only works once they're ahead and they can start dictating the game.
Yeah.
But the early game went so well for Fire. Score got some great ganks. Prey and Mad Life wrecked the 2-on-2 lane. LPL doesn't get to set up first.
And it was not only the 2-on-2, but even the 2-on-3 with Clear Love hovering by. That amount of early pressure that they gained for the team, allowing Score to go take the blue and allowing him to get a lead and pressure top lane. Big plays there from LCK bottom lane in the early game.
Mid lane being sieged in by LCK. Marin just literally took the top tower for free. And Caleb looking for the knockup onto Score, but he's quite tanky right now. Hook lands onto Rocky. Mad Life may go down. No, because Kalista exists. And will be pulled away.
Marin looking to close in.
Oh, almost Mega. Looking for the engage, but now he's just kind of by himself. Kara, will he expend the ultimate? Probably not. He's too tanky to chunk through for Ice right now. And the tower is very low. Just this pincer movement. The cannon on the timer because Marin's going to start timing out.
I don't feel like they're going to go for the dive because Faker's bottom right now. So they're just probably going to whittle down the turret. Maybe give him some breathing room.
But they bought a lot of time for turret damage. Mid lane tier 2 ordered down to about 1/4. Bot lane tier 2 also, you know, getting hit up by a Baron wave, and Faker, who's got pretty much infinite wave clear here. So, you know, just really smart rotational play. Ooh. Okay, that wasn't as good. That was, but they're splitting up the Wombo combo team.
Yeah, Prey goes down, but bottom tower also goes down for Faker. He'll be going back to base, still has the enhanced recall, and Marin is also still in the enemy jungle.
Prey was one of the two with a big kill streak there, so some good money back for LPL, plus the resulting mid lane turrets. Pretty decent swing right there, even though they were fighting a Baroned up team. They're able to get something back for themselves.
Oh, the teleport in from behind though. Marin comes in, he's high. Oh, he's out of there! Wait, he's literally just did that to reposition.
I mean, the thing is, they don't have Prey. Why even bother with this one? They're going to look for the play. Ice can pick up something here.
Fastest U-turn in history.
Mini Gnar, most hilarious home guard ever.
I don't even know why he tried. Again, it was like, okay, so I guess he baited the teleport out from Koro.
Hey, he wanted to get some value out of the distortion upgrade that we talked
does
about.
Matter. It's what, like a 90-second difference in cooldowns? Oh no, actually it's a 230 CD for Koro as well. He's got his own distortions plus Ionic Boost Lucidity. So it's a 13-second window. 13 seconds is Marin's teleport window here. He's got him.
All right. The magic number. Remember that.
Yep. Well, Faker into this bottom jungle here. We'll be going for this invade.
Yeah, but the new patience system, jungle leashing for these camps, if you hit it from too far away, it's gonna run out of patience very quickly. Does get the small reset there, but they have plenty of backup to take it after the hard reset.
Yeah, not too much of a big issue. And now a bunch of LCK players just going back to base, picking up more items, gearing up for the next fight. Dragon is up in around 30 seconds, 2 secure by LCK.
Yeah, that's the thing with relying on blue trinkets for your vision. Since LCK have had, run of the map for so long, they can continuously keep on clearing them out. It's hard for LPL to build up defensive wards. They've done a little bit though in their topside jungle, and a couple pinks going down as well.
Yeah, but now everyone's grouping up in the mid lane. Maybe Rocky can start landing some shock blasts, start softening up Fire before they can get the engage off. Dragon is now up. And Ice, do they contest or do they just push down mid lane and try and take the turret? The minion wave is far out though, so pretty difficult to make that happen.
Looks like they'll get neither done.
Yeah. We'll get some minions. But Marin, in with the flank, almost into Mega now, but he'll maybe be popped here. He's so tanky though, and goes into Mega form. Kalilov slammed against the wall. Mad Life comes into the fight, dragged in, gets the double knockup. Kalilov dropping low. Great disengage by the Dragon, but everyone gets obliterated by the ultimate in from Faker, and the rest of the team is falling like flies. 3 and 1. There's another kill, the double kill in fact, over to Prey, and only Rookie is alive, recalling in pace.
Faker flanks around, finally gets his big moment, flashes in there and destroys the big backline here of the LPL, but still no kills to his name.
It's okay. 5 assists is solid. Just bringing out the support score. At least KD is higher than 1 finally, so good job, Faker. But, I mean, it's still just the coordination's so good. Marin soaks up all the crowd control, and honestly, Miss Fortune gets so little time to do anything. Like, watch for when Uzi finally joins the fight and does stuff. Okay, there's a grouping of 3 to 4 players. Uzi was knocked up, though. Now he can channel, and he gets a little bit of time, and then Victor ult not only cancels it, but basically one-shots the poor guy.
Yeah, he got laser as well.
Oof. Marin steals the kill, preventing Faker from getting one. Long-range clock tower.
But the fight setups are so safe from Fire, because if you engage on Marin, he's just too tanky and you can't kill him, and if you wait, you get engaged upon and flanked and die.
That's the problem with Wombo combo teams, is they require you to somehow funnel the team into one spot. And when LCK is so good at being proactive, and they're controlling vision, and they're making plays, you never get that opportunity.
Yeah, the front line there for LCK bought Prey time to stack up Rend on multiple targets, spears in everyone. And with Faker's flank, they're able to take him out from the top side. Baron up in 30 seconds, though. Should be pretty easy for Fire to clear out the vision. A couple of stray wards for them to walk over.
Yeah, I mean, LPL literally just has to take a shot in the dark now at Baron. Like, 20 seconds remaining on that, and once the Baron is taken, the base is going to get cracked once again. Bottom inhibitor tower is already down, in fact, so they're literally just going to lose their base if LPL don't fight. Marin goes back to base in preparation. He has teleport, so, and home guard.
Prey as well with the Mercurial Scimitar, so even if Koro is able to get the ult off, it's going to be difficult keeping him in check.
Yeah, not grouping up around Baron just yet. Maybe respecting the poke from Rocky, also the bullet time by Uzi if they all group up in that pit. But everyone is spaced out right now, and the heavy push comes down the mid lane. 5 members stack from Ice. But Score still has his ultimate. He really needs to use it just for disengage. He can Marin in Mega form, and he has a couple seconds left to utilize the ultimate. Jump away by Kara, he's good to go. Marin will have to wait a little longer before he can go back into Mega.
Oh, look at the jungle leading up to Baron. Every possible inch of the jungle lit up there by LCK wards. And with having chunked Koro down, it looks like they are going to head over for the bait / they could just burn it down. They also have Calypso, so. All right.
In over there because blue trinkets, but Caleb will come over. That is dropping extremely quickly. Ren stacks are starting to stack up. Ward over the wall. Mara may just go for the fight. Very close to Mega Knot. And Koro moving back here. Marin doesn't connect the wallop. Lands the house though.
Good hiding there from the LPL, actually.
Fire can run top lane and knock some turrets down right here. There's a wave already right in front of that inhibitor turret, but Fire more interested in fighting here. But this is the kind of situation that Ice can use. They're funneling together.
Yeah, well, Marin wanted the engage, but it was a little too late before he went into mini. But look, they have the positioning now, and Fire's just going to walk down the middle lane. Ice are separated from their base.
But Fire can't stay to knock a turret down. They're still going to be funneled into a lane, which sets up bullet.
They have 3 minions.
Let's see the bullet time here from Uzi.
I was going to die before that happens, though.
All right, but they're getting low, and there's no way out for Fire. They have to find a way to win this fight.
Ice, they've just got to go in. This is such an awkward situation to be in. Mad Life on the back lines. Marin now always back up to Megaform once again, and everyone just kind of has to run away. Prey looking for the initiate with Fate's Call. Mad Life looking for it. He'll just bounce off to the side. Just want to jump in and get popped. Kalilov now looking maybe to get an exit kill.
Prey
trying to
is
get the
down
knock
to
up.
half.
Oh, hook doesn't land. And we just swap positions.
Wow.
Oh, Koro, that's a dangerous Blink in there and score. Look for the engage. Everyone is separated. Uzi has been drawn into the fight. Clearlove will be the first to go down. In fact, not Uzi, and he'll be quick to follow. Rookie now into the back, and he goes down. PYL just trying to separate the fight, but he'll also bite the dust. 5 and 1 will be the trade. And Fire pushing for the win.
Going back to the LPL base to finish the job there.
What an amazing fight right there. The fact that they managed to keep Ice at bay and say, don't you dare try to engage upon us on inside your own base, loop back around, and then as soon as one person oversteps, score with the flash engage, let them go right into the base for the game-winning push. Death timers will be too long, I think. They'll get in right as Nexus goes down. LCK puts points back on the board here for Team Fire, tying up the score again and getting revenge for the pick 10.
Operation Revenge complete by the Koreans.
Confirmed, it was an inside job. Started from the LPL base.
You know, it turns out all the wives' tales in Korea are true. Fans can be the death of Korean players here. And they managed to pick their own composition, and they take the win.
Well played, and respect from both sides. Everybody's still having a good time here at All Stars.
Yeah, good to see though. Fire netting a bunch of points though. Actually drawing ahead now, I believe, after that day one. But yeah, LCK looking good, back on form.
Yeah, the 1v1's even, drawing back up even after a very early lead there for Team Ice.
So that means, LPL's 1-1 in overall matches. And Korea 1-1 as well. But guys, that's going to do it for us commentating this game. We're going to toss it over to the analyst desk for a bit more.
Thank you very much indeed. LCK back on course and bringing Fire on par now with Team Ice. And we were looking a little bit at the games, and mechanically it was a very, very nice game to watch, but it did seem like LCK, on terms of coordination, is pulling ahead.
I think LCK, they came back in and they were saying, okay, we're going to take this very seriously. Marin definitely took his own advice and his own motto there at the start, where it's like, we're not going to make anything that's really risky at the start in the laning phase. But then he just pretty much ganked every lane, TP down to the bot lane, go towards mid, went back down bottom, was very successful in applying pressure onto the map, and gave LCK this gigantic macro game after that, where they were just going around the map, having really good rotations and really good coordination.
Yeah, I think that in the bot lane there was a lot of fighting. The Mad Life Prey bot lane was doing really well in the bot lane, and then Marin had a bad TP that didn't really do anything. It was more like just a TP for fun. And then he just recalled and went bot again, and he got like a double kill for his team, and that really snowballed like him. And he just started running mid and top, and that was really good by Marin, I think.
I think that first TP, it wasn't just for fun. He was trying to save Prey, and Prey's like, I need to kill PYL. I need to dive him, which. No, you don't have to dive him. You really just don't have to go after that.
1v1 is worth it.
There was a lot
That's
of
true.
action bottom lane. Let's take a look at one of the replays there. As said, a lot going on. We can roll the clip out.
Yeah, this is one of the times where Marin has decided, I'm just going to go run bot and gank. And we even see, so Mad Life starts to play. He has basically a fantastic game in this one here. So Marin comes down. It's easy for Team Fire. And you can even see score on your minimap. He's already run to top lane to defend it. So they managed to coordinate this play. In the game here, obviously, again, they don't have a whole lot of synergy, but I still feel like we see some good coordination, some good shot calling. Basically a perfect gank. Because also MF versus a Thresh with Flash, you can't really do anything. He will flash and flay you. That's double F, that's very, very tricky. And then you can't get out because he's going to box you. If you flash, then he's just going to hook you and pull you back in.
It was also very cool for me just to watch the bottom lane matchup, as you have like Mad Life and Prey, and you also have Marin and Faker in that team. It's kind of like a changing of the guard, even though Mad Life is, of course, still a legend. How was it for you watching the bottom lane matchup? Because 2 out of those 4 players you played against in the bottom lane. How is it to play versus a Prey, for instance, and how hard is it with Mad Life by
I mean, I never play against Uzi. I play against Prey only in scrims, and I play against Mad Life in scrims as well. Yeah. So it's more like scrim experience. Yeah. It's like a lot different than actual games, but Prey was really good. Kalista as well. It was like probably the best one I played against. Mad Life was more of a really good at being in lane, and then he was gonna disappear in lane. Like he would go somewhere where you couldn't see him. He would be pressuring mid lane or somewhere else by being missing. But in lane, they were never like outstanding laners. But in this game, they were really good in lane.
Yeah, it's good in this game in lane, and you say as the game goes on, they're also really good, and that's what showed for this team. They are really having a lot of coordination as the game goes on. We have one more replay to show because it was kind of close. LPL could, well, Oh, it's getting towards the end.
It's getting late.
Pull off some good team plays, but in the end, it was LCK that comes out on top of the show.
Yeah, I mean, this team fight is pretty awesome. First of all, we can see Team Ice fighting so close to their own tower, and they're almost getting away from this one. And then the re-engage, and Faker just comes with the flank. He honestly had a fairly poor game up until this point, but then he just comes in, and when you play Victor, you get to late game. One great fight, and you can basically win the whole thing for your team.
Yeah, Faker coming into that is 0-3. I think he also had 3 assists at that point. And then he gets a laser on the 3 priority targets. Everybody on that team that's going to get farmed, not the support and not the jungler. So he actually just turned that fight completely around, because that could have been a 1 fight there for Team Ice.
But also kudos, actually, Faker was 0-3. They did put a lot of pressure down on that mid lane, but Rookie, he has such moves. Although they didn't come out on top here at LP, a lot of individual class, and Rookie is still a joy to watch. Those escapes?
I mean, we saw a little bit of this from Rookie at Worlds.
Yeah.
I definitely think he was the best player for his team at Worlds, even though they didn't make it out of groups. He's just doing it again and again. He gets ganked, he gets out of it, he does always manage to put up so much damage. This guy is fantastic, and that's why he got voted in despite being a Korean player by the Chinese fans.
Yeah, very good game. And with 2 days of the 2015 All-Star event on the books, here is how the teams are stacking up: 350 versus 350, and also in the 1 versus 1. Fire versus Ice in every single one of the quarterfinals. We couldn't have planned it better. Fantastic going into day 3 with that one. And that also means that the very first game we have tomorrow is the EU All-Stars versus the LCK All-Stars.
Big one.
They almost have to win, basically.
Easy.
Easy?
I mean, we need to remember winning the whole thing, and like if you take the final, that's a lot of extra points, like 300 or something, and you get 100 now for winning just one of these. So that's going to be the big one in the end. But you obviously don't want to be behind coming into the final, and there's the pressure on you that you have to win it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see a lot of big plays tomorrow. And over on Twitter, @Nephistos was blown away by the mid laner from the CIS and said, Kira, what was that? Here is your all-star big play of the day.
Tidal wave will not knock him out, but Expunge will hit a lot. Knocked away from Kira.
And we have to take another look at that, because that was beautiful.
Really smart play.
And
I love the comments. We got to take another look. Oh, it's beautiful. Smart play. Smart play.
That was me. Yeah, it was so good. I actually love that, because when I watched it back again, I was like, okay, that was a combination of Thunderlords and just a single tick of R that allowed him to get that E and have the chill on the double lift there. So that was a burst of about 400, 500 damage that he was not expecting.
And he had to click so quickly in the end, because if you get egged, obviously you don't get the last E, and then he doesn't die.
Yeah, very happy that Kira's in the spotlight here a little bit as well. I love how you mentioned Thunderlords at IWCA. We were, of course, like in Australia, we were like, okay, Ginzo's super overpowered, and now Thunderlords for the LCK, 4 out of 5 members were running with it as well. So it's turning out to be the good thing to pick here in the tournament as well in 1 versus 1. We'll see. A lot of big plays, and we started with 3 great plays from the League Master Series, but only one can be the best of 2015. We've counted the votes, and you've chosen Ole's Lightning Fast Monsoon as the LMS's #1 play of the year. Let's take another look.
套了圣的大绝，想要反打做一个目标，又被吹回来之后，Ole 是交了自己的闪电逃脱，不过 Toys 迎面而来的电视脉冲。哇，这里是 W， 然后 Ole 用大绝把他给吹开，用付出季风挡掉了这一次牛的冲撞。
I mean, it's cool that the supports are getting a little love, Niels, because you AD carries always steal all the thunder.
supports are just side stones.
Sidestone. And more items now building out of Sidestones. Perfect. Well, our teams will have a chance to break the tie tomorrow as we kick off the day with a clash between the 2 regions that made up the 2015 World Semi-Finals. Korea's LCK versus the European LCS. Let's hope it bodes better for the European LCS. Then 1 for all between Fire and Ice. And we're going to play out the 1 versus 1 quarterfinals as our bracket shrinks down to just 4 people. That means that we will also know who will be in reach of the points that will be awarded in the top 4 of the 1 versus 1 bracket. A lot of exciting things tomorrow. Any last words, any last thoughts of today?
Yeah, for tomorrow, I want to see Tom Kench 1 for all. That's my favorite, because you guys just keep eating each other, and it's just a gigantic nesting doll, and it just goes back and forth.
Like if 5 guys eats the same, then you eat him.
Yeah.
You can like spit out 5 guys.
Yeah, you keep going inside.
Love it.
You like eat one guy and then that guy eats the both of them? Or
Yeah, that's how it works.
Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Then you spit out 9 times.
have to go deeper.
So good.
I love the 6-1 where you like push your teams in your own teammates into the enemy or towers.
Yeah, that's always a cool one.
So troll.
We'll see what happens. It all gets underway a little earlier tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific. That's midnight Central European time. And until then, we need to sign off on behalf of everyone here covering the 2015 All-Star event. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you right here tomorrow.